Where there are flying leaves, there is the will of fire. Years of peace have allowed Konoha Shinobi Village to fade away from the cruelty and ferocity of war. The scars suffered in the war have faded, and hope and peace have returned to everyone's hearts. The village was full of laughter, and people's faces were filled with happiness and tranquility. As the sun sets in the west, the golden sunshine shines on this quiet and peaceful land. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the high building of the Hokage office, quietly looking in the direction of the training ground. Everything in front of him made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel happy and satisfied. He whispered, "First generation, second generation, have you seen it? This is the peace we guard with our lives, this is the happiness we guard." The ninjas who fought against each other in the war have now become the ones guarding the peace and happiness of the village. We really did it, and Konoha has become a place full of happiness and laughter. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, "Wherever there are leaves flying, fire will burn." The shadow of the fire shines on the village, making new leaves sprout. His eyes were a little moist. "Second generation, I really hope you can see all this with your own eyes." He turned around and looked at the statue of the fourth Hokage on Hokage Rock. "Minato, you saw it too. Your son, Naruto, has grown into an excellent ninja." The wind blew the third Hokage's godly robes and made a sound. Under the white imperial robe, Sarutobi Hiruzen's withered and thin body was exposed. This is an old man who is dying and dying. Another dying old man spent his whole life guarding the peace and happiness in front of him. In the direction of the training ground where the old man was looking at from a distance, two teenagers in their teens were confronting each other. The young man wearing an orange coat, with blonde hair and 3 stripes on his face like civet whiskers, was shouting excitedly, "Brother Tenkei, I will definitely defeat you this time." Opposite him was a handsome young man wearing a white robe, with black hair, starry eyebrows, and sword-like eyes. The young man smiled and said, "Naruto, I admire your willpower. Even 999 times of defeat can't dampen your confidence. With such a will to never give up, you will definitely become a Hokage in the future." Looking at the ninja forehead protector on Naruto's forehead, Tenkei felt infinite emotion in her heart. "It has been 13 years since I came to this world. It has been 13 years since he traveled through time and became Tenkei, Tienation's twin brother in Hokage." He muttered to himself, opened the properties panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. Named Tenkei, titled Monopoly Destiny Points, 1500 Wealth, 24.53 million Tails, Possess Skills, Secret Art Paper Release, Advanced, 8 Inner Gates, 5th Gate, Tsukuyomi, Beginner, Gentle Fist, Elementary, Medical Ninjutsu, Intermediate, Time and Space Ninjutsu, Beginner, Sealing Technique, Intermediate, Cooking Technique, Intermediate, Acupuncture Technique, Elementary. In 13 years, he integrated into the world and changed it. Now, the plot of this world finally begins. Naruto was overjoyed to hear Tenkei's approval. He couldn't suppress his smile, grinned, and asked with a bit of stupidity, "Brother Tenkei, do you really think that I will become a Hokage in the future?" With a gentle smile on his face, Tenkei said with certainty, "Yes, Naruto, you will definitely become an excellent Hokage." Naruto smiled stupidly and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Although Brother Tenkei, you praise me so much, I will not show mercy. The 999 failures will end today. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat you." Naruto clenched his fists and said confidently, "The me now is completely different from the me before. I have graduated from the ninjutsu school and become a real ninja. I have also mastered the powerful ninja skills." Technique. Naruto's eyes shone with confidence. "This time, I will definitely be able to achieve my wish, which is a powerful ninjutsu that can defeat even the Hokage. This time, I will definitely be able to defeat you," Naruto shouted confidently. "Good fighting spirit, then, come on, Naruto." Tenkei didn't care about Naruto's declaration that he wanted to defeat him. He stretched out his palm and hooked his hand. "Old rules, if you can knock me down once, I will take care of all your Ichiraku ramen for the next 10 years. Naruto laughed happily, rubbed his hands and said, "In that case, I won't be polite, thank you for the hospitality." He cupped his hands and bowed, "I'm coming." Tenkei clasped his hands into fists and spoke calmly, "Then, let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto put his index fingers together, crossed his hands in a cross seal, and shouted loudly, "Ninjutsu Shadow Clone Technique." Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of slight explosions, white smoke billowed out from behind Naruto, and the whole person seemed to be trapped in a thick fog. The white smoke dissipated, and hundreds of identical Uzumaki Narutos with orange coats and blonde hair lined up in a dense square formation in the training ground. Neat cues, dense square formations, identical clones. Naruto alone formed an army. Looking sideways at his large army, Naruto felt very proud. "I'm sure to win this time." Feeling the confidence of the main body, the Narutos behind them were gearing up. Their eyes were full of tears and they were talking excitedly. "The 999 failures are finally coming to an end today. You're so motivated, but don't let your mind wander when fighting, Naruto. Seeing Naruto in a daze, TNK took the initiative to attack. He raised his arm and threw black shurikens towards the center of Naruto's square one after another. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuriken struck at Naruto with a sound of breaking through the air. The Narutos and the phalanx were huddled together in a daze. Facing the sudden shuriken attack, they immediately panicked. Damn it, unexpectedly attacked. Idiot, the battle has already begun, get out of the way. Get out of my way, I'll stop the shuriken. Left, the D, get out of the way. The queue of Shadow Clone was too dense, and Naruto, standing in the middle one by one, kept trying to squeeze out. They pushed themselves hard, like a rioting crowd, like dominoes suddenly falling from the center. One Naruto after another was squeezed by themselves and staggered. The flustered Narutos were in a mess, pushing and shoving and cursing their other selves. You actually pushed me. One Naruto punched the other Naruto's head hard, smashing the other Naruto into a ball of white smoke. Get out of the way, you're blocking the road. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounded by the same Shadow Clone, Naruto bumped into each other. Facing the threat of shurikens, they pushed and shoved their way out. Be careful with the top of your head. TNK put his hand on his forehead and whispered a reminder. In order to fight for shelter, Naruto's clones started fighting in front of his eyes, completely forgetting the threat above their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The shurikens fell one after another, staggering around, and Naruto, who was in a mess, couldn't dodge, and disappeared into white smoke. They formed a circle and surrounded TNK. Naruto said with admiration in their eyes, as expected of brother TNK, he caught our flaw so easily. TNK did not pursue the victory, he stood calmly. Naruto, don't be too happy. You can't defeat me with just one multi-shadow clone technique. For shadow clone technique, TNK is also very good at it. This is an auxiliary ninjutsu invented by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. This ninjutsu was originally used for espionage and gathering information. Shadow clone is not very powerful, but its advantage is that it can retain memories and possess part of chakra. This technique is suitable for lurking, snooping, setting traps, and can also be used to assist in practice. As an auxiliary ninjutsu, Shadow Clone technique is almost omnipotent and can be said to be very powerful. But if you want to use Shadow Clone directly for combat, you are putting the cart before the horse and using it in the wrong direction. It won't be that simple. Let's go together. A Naruto raised his hand and greeted his companions. The Narutos who had just dispersed rushed up from all directions. Even after the chaos just now, there were still over 70 Naruto clones left. With their huge numerical advantage, even without formation and coordination, the Narutos swarmed up in a chaotic manner, which was enough to defeat most Chunin. Facing the scene in front of him, TNK shook his head slightly. Clones that cannot be perfectly controlled will be useless against real masters, no matter how many they are. Facing the swarming wall of people, he did not dodge or evade, but quickly punched and palmed. His hands transformed into phantoms, as if they were freely traveling through the forest, strolling in the garden. In a small space, a person can be the enemy of a country. The attacks from the shadow clones could not even touch Kakuzu's clothes. Bang, 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 punch, kick, touch, collision. In TNK's free movement, one after another Naruto's shadow clone quickly turned into white smoke. The strength of shadow clone is far inferior to that of the main body. Facing a powerful opponent, no matter how many clones you have, they are just targets. If you have no other plans, then you can accept the 1000th failure. TNK casually destroyed one shadow clone after another while pointing out the shortcomings of Naruto's tactics. If it weren't for the amazing Naruto chakra, this kind of random use of shadow clone tactics would be a taboo for other ninjas to spread their strength, and it would be a recipe for death. Even if the Naruto chakra is amazing and the shadow clone cannot be completely controlled, it can only be used as a bait to delay failure, and it will not play a big role at all. Naruto's true body, hidden in the clone, quietly observed TNK destroying his own shadow clone. He was secretly surprised. As expected of TNK's eldest brother, even when faced with the powerful ninjutsu that could easily defeat Mizuki-sensei, he didn't show any flaws. Fortunately, I still have a trump card. This time, I will use the ninjutsu you taught me to defeat you. Naruto took a deep breath, his blood surged up, his face turned red, and he shouted loudly, 8 inner gates are open. The surging power continuously emerges from the body. That's the power. Feeling the huge power in his body, Naruto felt that he could defeat any opponent now. If I faced Mizuki-sensei in this state, I would be able to defeat Mizuki-sensei as a Chunin with just one blow. This is the ninjutsu you taught me, brother TNK. I finally mastered it. Naruto looked at his opponent excitedly. I won't lose this time. Having made up his mind, Naruto blended into the clones, and with the greatly increased speed and strength, he launched violent attacks again and again with the help of the clones. After using the 8 inner gates, Naruto's speed increased dramatically. As he ran at top speed, his whole body seemed to turn into a ball of golden light. Like a drop of water mixed into the ocean, like a knife hidden in the dark. At this time, Naruto's body possesses speed and power 10 times that of his clone. He blended into the clone, and at the moment of contact, he suddenly exploded. Bang! Hard punches, kicks, elbows. TNK and Naruto erupted with terrifying power, and the airwaves they collided overturned the shadow clones surrounding them. Well done. TNK laughed and said, "It seems that I have to be more serious." He praised without hesitation, having mastered the 8 inner gates. In terms of physical skills, Naruto, you are already an out-and-out hard-working genius. Seeing Naruto use 8 inner gates, TNK felt happy. Naruto actually broke the limits of his body and used the 8 inner gates. The 8 inner gates were the trump card he taught Naruto and the foreshadowing he laid to change the world. Come to the world of Hokage ninjas and become one of them. Whether it was for the emotions he had experienced in the past or to protect the future of Konoha, TNK could not just sit back and watch everything happen. It is impossible for him to ignore Naruto's lonely and unfortunate childhood like others in the original work. Therefore, he became Naruto's friend very early on. He wasn't willing to sit back and watch Naruto suffer the bullying he didn't deserve. It was impossible for him to do nothing and wait for the war to come. Therefore, he changes the world bit by bit. He didn't want to find out his powerlessness when he faced the war. Naruto didn't deserve those misfortunes, and Konoha didn't deserve so much suffering. All changes require strong power. In this life, he has the power to change. In this life, he has the power to change the world and the strength to protect the things he cherishes. He wants to change his own destiny and the destiny of those related to him. Naruto has the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, and his chakra and recovery abilities are several times that of ordinary people. With continuous exercise and strengthening, this multiple will continue to increase. Eventually, Naruto's special physique may evolve into the body of an immortal. With such an innate advantage, Naruto's most suitable ninjutsu is 8 inner gates. Compared to Xiaoli and Guy, who only have the recovery ability of ordinary people, every time they use 8 inner gates at a heavy load, they are on the verge of life and death. Naruto's powerful physique ensures that as long as he can use the 8 inner gates, this powerful forbidden technique, it will become Naruto's biggest trump card. The powerful immortal body ensured that the 7th gate in front of the 8 inner gates would not cause irrecoverable injuries to Naruto. And the powerful physique will allow Naruto's 8 inner gates to explode with power several times greater than Guy's. He has the potential of an immortal body and has been trained for several years in advance. In this life, Naruto's potential will no longer be wasted. It was precisely with these advantages in mind that TNK taught Naruto how to train hard in taijutsu a few years ago. In order for Naruto to master the 8 inner gates, he used various methods of coercion and inducement. In addition to Ichiraku ramen, various barbecues, the temptation of delicious food, and duels again and again, spurred and encouraged Naruto to become Hokage. Naruto in this life, like a jade carved by a master, exudes true sparkle. In order for Naruto to focus on taijutsu, just like in the original novel, TNK did not teach Naruto any ninjutsu. Finally, today, all the hard work has paid off. Naruto really mastered the 8 inner gates technique. Looking at Naruto's performance, TNK was very satisfied. After coming to this world, he changed the world bit by bit. Now, under his guidance, Naruto has mastered the powerful forbidden technique, 8 inner gates, which he had never mastered in the original history. Such earth-shaking changes will make the whole world completely different. He secretly told himself that this time, with my existence, my world will no longer become the plaything of those conspirators. I will protect everything now. Bang! Bang! The two continued to fight. Like phantoms intersecting, the two turned into afterimages, fighting at a speed that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Boom! Boom! The huge impact made bursts of explosions, like the collision of rocks and the attack of wild beasts. Under the extremely fast sprint, they heard the howling wind, making their clothes rustle. If other people see this scene, they will definitely not believe that this is the strength that a ninja who is not yet a minor can possess. TNK and Naruto gradually burst out in strength, and the battle entered a new stage. Naruto's shadow clones could no longer keep up with the speed of the two and were unable to intervene in the current battle. They anxiously circled the two men. "Do you know ninjutsu?" one Naruto shadow clone asked another shadow clone. "Idiot, am I not you? You can't, and of course I can't either. Since I am you, if you call me a fool, aren't you calling yourself a fool? Although I am you, just because I scold you doesn't mean I scold myself." The two shadow clones, unable to intervene in the fight, actually started arguing with each other. "Stop fighting," another Naruto shadow clone shouted dissatisfied. "Brother TNK is too strong. His body is right below. Even if we can't help, don't cause trouble." The scattered shadow clones now became dispensable spectators, watching the battle between TNK and Naruto from a distance. This is a battle beyond their reaction speed. This is a battle that truly belongs to the strong. "I'm really unwilling, main body, you must not lose. I have worked hard for several years and trained with all my strength again and again before I mastered the 8 inner gates. This time, I must win. A Naruto shadow clone shouted loudly with his hands in the shape of a trumpet before his mouth. Naruto's shadow clone began to encourage themselves. 10 years of Ichiraku ramen all depends on you, main body. You must not lose. Feeling the encouragement from the clones, Naruto looked at TNK with enthusiasm. I won't lose this time. TNK smiled, it's not that easy to win against me. Don't forget who taught you 8 inner gates. Naruto said with high spirits, I used the ninjutsu you taught me to defeat you. This is my greatest respect. I am destined to become a Hokage man. TNK laughed and said, I accept the respect, but if you want to defeat me, you have to show more strength. Facing the explosion of Naruto's strength, TNK also unlocked more of his own strength. Even though he has defeated Naruto 999 times, he still won't let go this time. Leaf Hurricane. Naruto yelled out his moves with great enthusiasm. Naruto used the 8 inner gates technique, and the chakra surging throughout his body formed a thin layer of flames. Golden flames enveloped Naruto's body, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a golden warrior. Boom boom with every movement of his hands, he brought up a huge flow of air. The sudden kicking skill even drew a faint golden light. It's incredible. The compatibility between 8 inner gates and you is beyond imagination. Seeing Naruto's outburst, TNK couldn't help but marvel. Also using 8 inner gates, Naruto's ability to open one gate is close to the effect of Xiao Li's ability to open the third gate. It has to be said that even the incomplete immortal body has enviable potential. Naruto's talent is really far beyond the basic level of ordinary people. It's a pity that you are facing me. Facing Naruto's explosion, TNK did not dodge or evade, and faced Naruto's offensive head-on. He stepped back and forth into a gentle fist defensive stance. He weakened Naruto's attacks with a perfect defense. 8 Trigram's Air Palm. TNK sensed the enemy's opportunity and quickly struck out while Naruto was charging up his power. Every time he struck, he was before Naruto could strike. The force of palms in the air interrupted Naruto's offensive time and time again, preventing him from gathering momentum, forcing Naruto to constantly adjust his attacks and adapt to changes in his opponents. A hearty battle, a fight with blood boiling. Facing the scene in front of him, TNK was amazed. Naruto's current strength was at least 2 years ahead of its original history. Naruto, who is currently driving 8 inner gates, may not be at a disadvantage against Naruto, who will not have Sage Mode 2 years later. Unknowingly, Naruto has become an excellent ninja. His taijutsu combined with the powerful chakra can swamp the Chunin, making it difficult for even a normal Jonin to defeat him for sure. After opening the 8 inner gates, Naruto's next leap in strength should be the Rasengan. This time, with the assistance of 8 inner gates and the support of powerful physical skills. Now Naruto, when using Rasengan, will no longer be dodged by others. In addition to Rasengan, 8 inner gates still need to continue to practice. I really want to see Naruto using the 8 inner gates, opening the 7th gate, and activating Naruto with the Sage Body. Facing such a powerful Konoha, who else dares to destroy the current peace? When the battle was reaching a stalemate, Naruto suddenly jumped back and stopped. TNK was stunned for a moment, then immediately responded, is it time to open the door? This time, you lose. Naruto shook his arms and said with emotion, as expected of brother TNK, who is all-powerful, even if I mastered such a powerful ninjutsu, it has only narrowed the distance between me and brother TNK. It is not that easy to defeat brother TNK. It seems that I have to use that technique, use that forbidden technique. Do you still have a trump card? Is it the 2nd gate? TNK thought about what other trump cards Naruto had. Although I really want to rely on my strength to defeat brother TNK with dignity, but as expected, I still need to work harder. Now, this is my last chance, and finally end the chance of the 1000th failure. Use the forbidden technique that can defeat Hokage. Naruto took a deep breath, as if he was about to reveal his trump card. A ninjutsu that can defeat the Hokage? TNK's mind quickly turned around the techniques he knew. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Wait, what do you want to do? TNK started to back away, and he saw a malicious smile on Naruto's face. Is it that technique, really? He saw a mean smile on Naruto's face and shouted the name of that jutsu. Harem technique. Naruto had a mean smile on his face and called out the name of that jutsu. Harem technique. Bang, bang, bang. There was a burst of smoke, and a group of blonde women appeared in the training ground. The blonde women were posing and squirming one by one. In the smoke, they twisted all the way and surrounded TNK. The women waved their hands and shouted in coquettish tones, "Brother TNK." This horrifying scene shocked TNK. It was like a bucket of cold water mixed with ice and snow was poured down from the top of his head. He shuddered and his whole body was terrified. Without any further thought, TNK slammed Naruto away, accelerating at full speed. He jumped violently, and his whole body was like a spring, leaping high into the sky, tens of meters high. In panic, he flew half the training ground in one step and jumped out of the circle of blonde women. After jumping out of the encirclement, 10K calmed down and looked at Naruto warily. Naruto, who was knocked away, got up from the ground again. Naruto looked behind him and saw the many blonde women behind him. His face turned red and his nose started to bleed. He covered his nose and asked 10K, "Brother 10K, have you decided to admit defeat, or continue to fight?" 10K looked around cautiously, but luckily no one else saw him. If this situation were seen by others, his image as the heartthrob of Konoha would collapse. He quickly waved his hand. "First remove this technique. I will take care of your Ichiraku ramen for the next 20 years. You are not allowed to use this technique on me in the future." Harem technique. If a beautiful female ninja used this technique, 10K wouldn't mind admiring it for a while. But when he thought that the women flirting with him were all Naruto's shadow clones, he couldn't help but feel awkward. After all, 10K had been influenced by many short movies in his previous life. When faced with harem techniques, he would not lose a lot of blood like ordinary ninjas. However, he was also quite afraid when faced with Naruto playing cards that didn't follow the rules. If you really want to fight with these dishonest women, no matter you win or lose, you will lose all your integrity and your image will be completely ruined. Even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara would not dare to look down upon this kind of unscrupulous ninjutsu. Just think if Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, had ever been knocked out by harem jutsu, after losing all his moral integrity and completely ruining his image. When people mention the god of ninjutsu, the most powerful man in the world, what arises in them is not fear. The first thing they think of is all kinds of rumors. What comes to mind is that the god of ninjutsu, the most powerful man in the world, was beaten by a group of women. 10K doesn't want to experience such a terrible thing. Hearing the 20-year promise of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto and the blonde woman behind him both had golden light shining in their eyes. They immediately saluted and said seriously, "I obey your order, long live Ichiraku ramen." The sight of being saluted by a group of fruit girls is beyond words. 10K put his hand on his forehead, unable to look directly. "Let's remove the ninjutsu first. Untie." Finally, Naruto released the shadow clone. After a burst of white smoke, the woman Naruto transformed completely disappeared. 10K breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one saw the scene just now. He coughed and said, "Naruto, you have great ideas for this jutsu. If you have time, we can communicate in private. If it is not used against others, harem jutsu is actually a very good ninjutsu. 10K has a strong interest in this ninjutsu. Think about it, if every ninja who got married could master the harem technique. Such a world must be very beautiful. Every married ninja can skillfully use the harem technique, which will definitely promote a happy marriage and a prosperous family for the ninja." Thinking of this, 10K made a decision. When Konoha is in his hands in the future, he will definitely make harem arts a compulsory ninjutsu for adult ninjas before they get married. This is the ninjutsu that can truly make people happy. If only there were more harmonious and loving ninjutsu like harem jutsu in the world, how beautiful the world would be. There is no conflict between people or between countries that cannot be solved by harem magic. If one harem trick doesn't solve it, then two. When all people surrender to the magic of harem magic, everyone will be happy, and the world will become a beautiful place. 10K looked at Naruto with a little more expectation. The ninjutsu created by Naruto unintentionally will greatly promote the world and move towards a better future in the future. Naruto didn't seem to understand the greatness of the ninjutsu he invented. He was still thinking about today's battle. "Brother 10K, who will win this time?" 10K patted Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, although your progress is very rapid, if you want to surpass me, you still need to keep catching up. So, keep working hard." "Alright." Naruto was depressed for a few seconds, then immediately cheered up. "After all, you are the omnipotent brother 10K. It is not that easy to defeat you. Even the forbidden technique that can defeat Hokage cannot stop you." Naruto clenched his fists and said energetically, "Next time, I will definitely defeat you." 10K encouraged Naruto. "Okay, come on, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen now." 10K clapped his hands, greeted Naruto, and walked out of the training ground. Naruto smiled happily. "I won't lose in the Ichiraku ramen competition. I will eat until I can't walk today." The two left the training ground talking and laughing and walked towards Ichiraku ramen. Upstairs in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage wiped his nosebleed with a tissue and muttered to himself. Unexpectedly, without knowing it, Naruto has grown into a powerful ninja. Shadow clone combined with taijutsu is enough to defeat most Chunin. With powerful taijutsu and powerful chakra, Naruto has the qualifications to become a Hokage. Naruto should be given a good master, and his talents should not be used for weird ninjutsu. The third Hokage tilted his head and blocked his bleeding nose with a tissue. The lethality of harem surgery is still too exciting for the elderly. As for 10K, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, in the battle just now, 10K did not try his best. This is a talented ninja who can be compared with Minato. After having a big meal with Naruto at Ichiraku ramen restaurant, 10K walked towards home. Walk west from Ichiraku Ramen House, pass by Kanaha T Street, and go straight along the street until you reach Kanaha Hospital. A quiet and elegant little courtyard is TNK's current home. After entering the gate, there is a small courtyard. There are some simple training equipment in the courtyard, which can be used for morning exercises every morning. When TNK just walked into the yard, a cute little girl wearing a pink short-sleeved jacket and 2 buns rushed over. Unai-chan. With a strong coquettish tone, the little girl pounced on TNK. TNK smiled happily and said, "Tian is back, let my brother give me a hug." He hugged his sister hard and spun her around several times before gently putting her down. He gently touched Tianation's head, but couldn't help but reached out and pinched her round face. "Beautiful again. My lovely sister, long time no see." Tian smiled and said coquettishly, "I've only been out for a few days, so it hasn't been long. Have you eaten?" Tian asked expectantly. TNK was just about to answer when he finished eating. Seeing my sister's expectations, I quickly changed my words. "Not yet. What about you?" Tian happily took TNK's hand and walked into the house. "I made dinner and stewed the soup. Let's eat together." TNK followed Tian into the house. In the living room, there are several steaming dishes with fragrant aroma on the round wooden table. Spare rib soup, mapo tofu, sesame meatballs, braised beef, green pepper shredded pork, mashed potatoes. "Mom and Dad, will you be back tonight?" TNK asked as he saw the sumptuous dishes on the table. Tian said as he served TNK soup, "My parents are in the ninja shop. They have to take inventory and check out at the end of the next few days. The store is very busy. They will not come back until evening. I have just packaged the food and delivered it to them. We don't have to wait for them." TNK picked up a piece of mapo tofu with his chopsticks and said with a happy face, "I'm so happy, I can eat my sister's tofu as soon as I come back. It's mapo tofu made by my sister." Tian blushed and corrected in a low voice. She handed the cooked soup to TNK and looked at TNK expectantly. "The craftsmanship is getting better and better," TNK praised without hesitation. Tian smiled brightly and said, "As long as my brother likes it." The two ate their food in small bites and started chatting about the past few days. "How was your experience on this mission? Did you encounter any unexpected situations along the way?" TNK asked with concern. A few days ago, Tianation's class received a sea-level mission to defeat bandits, and they followed Teacher Guy, Niji, and Xiaoli on a long trip together. Although considering Tianation's strength, the sea-level mission is not difficult. With Jonan leading the team, it can be said to be foolproof against a group of bandits. But as an older brother, I still have to worry. For Tian, who has just been a genin for a year, he has to fight against bandits when traveling far away. During the mission, he may even have to kill enemies. Such a task would be a great test for a 13-year-old girl. TNK didn't want his sister to have a psychological shadow due to something during the mission. Tian put down the bowls and chopsticks and spoke slowly. The task of conquering the bandits was not difficult. When we arrived at the village, we followed the information provided by the villagers, and with Niji's supercilious eyes, we quickly found the bandits hiding in the mountains. We destroyed the bandits' cottage and confiscated their weapons, also captured the leader of the bandits. The task process was very simple, and Niji and Xiaoli also took good care of me. They rushed to do the difficult and troublesome tasks. TNK nodded with satisfaction. They have lived up to my usual care for them. In order to let his sister receive more care in the team, TNK also gives special treatment to Niji and Xiaoli on weekdays. Not only the many invitations, but also the training and guidance of ninjutsu, TNK put a lot of effort into it. After all, the stronger the companions in a group are, the more support the sister will receive when completing tasks. Tian slowed down his tone and said, "When we came back, the village chief happily paid us the reward. Because it was getting late, we stayed there for another night and came back the next day. The mission went very smoothly," TNK said gently. Tian nodded. The process of the mission went smoothly, but after the mission ended, she continued, "After the mission, I walked around the village for a while. I saw that the villagers in the village were wearing very poor clothes. They were eating very poor food, no meat, and not enough rice. Many children's clothes are patched." Tianation's tone was a little sad. They were frugal and saved money for food, so they could save money to hire us. After seeing these conditions, I quietly left my wallet at the village chief's house. She lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered, "I did it very carefully." Neither Teacher Guy nor Xiaoli noticed it, but Niji still saw it. Niji saw that I secretly left money to the villagers, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he also left his own money to the villagers. "Those villagers," Tian said with some guilt. "Brother, did I do something wrong?" TNK looked at Tian with encouraging eyes. "Tian, you didn't do anything wrong. As long as you think carefully about what you think you should do before doing something, then don't hesitate and do what you want to do. It's right to do this quietly. Ninjas need training and purchase ninja tools, which are very expensive. Our family is relatively well off, so we can satisfy our own ideas more and do things to help others. But if this kind of thing is seen by others, it will be very difficult for them. For us, the income from the mission is just some pocket money. But for most ninjas, it is all they need to support their training, support their families, and expenses. They have put in hard work, and it is natural for them to get paid. Although Niji was born into a big family, he is a branch house. His father died early and his family situation is not good. I will compensate him for the money he left behind tomorrow. Brother, what should I do next time I encounter this situation? Tian looked at her brother expectantly, hoping that he could give her an answer. Teaching people how to fish is worse than teaching them how to fish. Next time you do a mission, I will use the seal scroll to prepare some farm tools, seeds, and some medical charms that can help you in advance. Next time you encounter this situation, don't secretly leave money to them. You can give them some farm tools, seeds, and medical charms. With these tools, the villagers can use their own hands to improve their lives. Listening to TNK's methods, Tianation's eyes became brighter and brighter. She knew that these methods were feasible. TNK continued to analyze. Next time, you can also ask Xiao Li and Teacher Guy to help. They are strong and energetic. They can do all the hard work such as plowing the land, cutting down trees, and building water wheels. These tasks and help will be of great help to them. For the villagers, it is more useful than money. Helping others doesn't always have to cost money. Yeah, Tian nodded vigorously. After listening to TNK's advice, she became happy again. Thank you, Unai-chan. Show a bright smile every day. Be good, let's eat. TNK served Tian a big bowl of rice. My lovely sister, if you want to help more people, you have to become stronger. TNK is very supportive of Tianation's kindness. As long as his sister won't be hurt, he is willing to use his own strength to protect his sister's kindness and innocence. Aha! Tian nodded obediently. Unai-chan, I have worked hard to practice, and I have mastered water and wind teleportation. She looked at TNK as if she was taking credit, with a cute expression on her round face that was ready to praise me. TNK touched Tianation's head. As expected of my sister, work hard. When you become more proficient in the body flicker technique, I will teach you more powerful space-time ninjutsu. Tian looked at his brother with admiring eyes. Unai-chan is so amazing, he knows all the ninjutsu. Of course, I'm a genius. TNK smiled brightly. I can teach you any ninjutsu you want to learn. After dinner, TNK quickly washed the dishes with Reisnan and returned to his bedroom. He sat at the table in his bedroom and muttered silently. Open the Monopoly Emporium. A translucent interface like a game arcade appeared in front of TNK. Densely packed ninjutsu scrolls are listed in the sales column of the mall. The top row is eye-catchingly marked, Impure World Reincarnation, Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God Technique. Without flipping through the many pages one by one, TNK continued to give instructions. Purchase Flying Thunder God Technique with silver. As soon as he finished speaking, all the knowledge and key points about Flying Thunder God Technique emerged in TNK's mind bit by bit. A stream of information poured into his brain like a waterfall. Fragments flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. With the infusion of knowledge, TNK understood all the key points of the Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique uses sealing techniques to seal one's own information. He also used the summoning technique to summon his own existence. The main point of the Flying Thunder God Technique is to use special props to reverse one's own information, so that oneself can be summoned to a designated location where he is. In a short period of time, through systematic knowledge infusion, TNK went from knowing nothing about Flying Thunder God Technique to a theoretical expert who has thoroughly mastered Flying Thunder God Technique. Then, he muttered silently, open the properties panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent attribute panel appeared in front of his eyes. Named TNK, titled Monopoly Destiny Points, 4,500 Wealth, 19.53 million Tails, Skills Possessed, Secret Technique Paper Release, Advanced, 8 Inner Gates, 5th Gate, Flying Thunder God Technique, Beginner, Tsukuyomi, Beginner, Gentle Fist, Beginner, Medical Ninjutsu, Intermediate, Time and Space Ninjutsu, Beginner, Sealing Technique, Intermediate, Cooking, Intermediate, Acupuncture, Elementary. Looking at the numbers in the wealth column, TNK whispered, it cost 5 million tails to purchase the Flying Thunder God Technique. Although 5 million tails is equivalent to the reward for several S-level tasks. But for me, as expected, as long as it is everything that silver can buy is too easy. He couldn't help but sigh. He had to say that the paper escape secret technique he purchased was really a good deal. If you don't rely on mass production of detonating talismans and rely solely on mission bonuses, if you want to purchase ninjutsu through the Monopoly Mall, you will really be exhausted. Monopoly Mall is the cheat after TNK traveled to this world. As a common yet comprehensive cheat, Monopoly Mall allows you to purchase all the ninjutsu in the Hokage. Whether it's the Flying Thunder God Technique, Impure World Reincarnation, or even the plain 3-body technique, all ninjutsu that appear in Hokage are sold in Monopoly Mall. In the first few years, TNK did not gain much from Monopoly Mall. The price of ninjutsu in the Monopoly Mall is not low. Take Nan as an example. This A-level ninjutsu, whose training methods appear in the original work, requires 500,000 taels to purchase. The ninjutsu is greatly divided, and the price is not low. Generally speaking, S-level ninjutsu costs 5 million taels, A-level ninjutsu costs 500,000 taels, B-level ninjutsu costs 100,000, C-level ninjutsu costs 50,000, and D-level ninjutsu costs 10,000. For the corresponding ninjutsu, you need to complete at least 2 or more tasks of the corresponding level before you can earn the money to purchase the ninjutsu. Although this price is already very low, for a child who has just traveled through time, even these cost-priced ninjutsu are completely unaffordable. An S-level mission is a mission that Jonin must face the test of life and death before he can complete it with great difficulty. If 10K hadn't discovered a bug that wasn't a bug, it would have been very difficult for him to get together the silver coins needed to purchase an A-level ninjutsu. Contrary to what many ninjas know, ninjutsu is not just a technique of destruction. Ninjutsu is also a technique used for creation. TNK has personal experience of this. TNK and Tianhe's father, Tianhe, are not ninjas, but ordinary people. In the world of ninjas, life is not easy for ordinary people. But as an ordinary person, Tianhe lives a prosperous life and has a happy family. Tianhe is a brilliant craftsman. He has excellent forging skills and is very good at making ninja tools. With his excellent skills, although Tianhe is not a ninja, as a high-end technical talent in Konoha, his status and income are not inferior to those of ninjas. In the original work, a wealthy family, making and operating ninja tools. Let Tiantian rely on the fighting method of Kinkanyi throw to carve out a path for Jonin. As a time traveler, Tianke would naturally not make the same mistake as those ninjas, when he found that buying knowledge required a lot of money. What Tianke thought of was not to accept the task without thinking. His first thought was whether there was any technology that could make him a hot professional. When Tianke discovered that buying knowledge requires a lot of money, what he wants is not to be a ninja and take on missions, but to rely on a craft to become a hot professional like his father. A skilled professional can earn more than Jonin. Skilled craftsmen, they not only earn more than Jonin, but they are also very durable and very safe. Although craftsmen lack combat effectiveness, they will not be injured while working and can work at any time. Based on these advantages alone, you can know that when it comes to fighting, Jonin can defeat the craftsman, but when it comes to making money, Jonin may not be as good as a skilled craftsman. With this understanding, when Tianke first purchased ninjutsu, what he wanted was not a killer weapon like Impure World Reincarnation or Flying Thunder God technique. What he first focused on were those ninjutsu that could be used as crafts and used to make a lot of money. At first, Tianke wanted to buy medical ninjutsu and treat people as a miracle doctor. This is the usual way for the protagonists to make their first fortune in many online novels. Just find a half-dead billionaire, cure them, and the money will roll in. But soon, Tianke discovered that in a world with ninjas, there was no monopoly on medical ninjutsu, and the way to make money as a billionaire was not as easy as in modern society. Later, Tianke thought about sealing ninjutsu, high-end sealing tasks, and also expensive high-end services. Although, this idea has not been realized, and there are also very few customers who need sealing tasks. It's hard to come across the right assignment. But in the end, Tianke finally found an effective way, which was the secret technique of paper escape. Unlike medical ninjutsu, where there are many people learning it, the price of medical ninja services is very unstable. As a secret trump card, the secret technique is a business that can be monopolized. After repeated screening and recall, Tianke finally found this bug that was not a bug. In the original work, Konan of the Akatsuki organization once used a very powerful ninjutsu. During the battle between Konan and Obito, Konan once used 600 billion detonating charms as a trap to ambush Obito. There were 10 consecutive minutes of explosions, and even Obito, who was hiding in a different space, was killed. Although in the end Konan lost to Obito's Izanagi and was automatically resurrected. But this tycoon's ninjutsu, which far surpassed the world's throws, still left a deep impression on Tianke. When Tianke searched for this information from his memory, he knew that he finally had a foothold in this world. Paper release beginner, paper release beginner, paper release intermediate, these 3 techniques are the ninjutsu Tianke first mastered. Relying on the secret art of paper escape, Tianke became a professional in making explosive talismans and quickly accumulated a huge amount of wealth. One detonating talisman is worth 300 taels. The 600 billion detonating charms Konan once used were enough to buy the entire Konoha. Of course, if so many detonating charms really flow into the market, the price of detonating charms will definitely drop significantly. But Tianke doesn't need to catch all the money, he just needs to keep making detonating charms, slowly hoarding them, and slowly selling them, which is enough to accumulate the wealth to buy the ninjutsu knowledge he needs. With the secret art of paper escape, Tianke finally found a way to make money. He found his greatest support in the world. With Monopoly Mall, Tianke can be said to have become a real ninjutsu doctor. In addition to the ninjutsu marked in the attribute column, he also has a lot of messy entry-level skills. He has so many entry-level skills that the attribute panel cannot even display them. In terms of his knowledge and breadth of ninjutsu, TNK can proudly say that no Kage from the 5 great nations is more knowledgeable than him. Entry-level skills are the easiest for TNK. As long as he keeps making money and spending money, he can keep buying all kinds of knowledge in the Monopoly Mall. All knowledge can be transferred into the mind and entry-level skills can be obtained. Of course, if you want to upgrade your skills, you can't just spend money. All the knowledge of ninjutsu in the Hokage world can be purchased with money in the Monopoly Mall. As long as you continue to make money, you can continue to purchase various ninjutsu and secret techniques. But if you want to truly master them, you must continue to train and turn that knowledge into your own power. Fortunately, in addition to the purchase of silver coins, there is also a destiny point that can be used to master and upgrade skills. In TNK's view, the silver coins in the Monopoly shopping mall are equivalent to the gold coins in the shopping mall. Destiny is equivalent to buying coupons in a shopping mall. Gold coins can buy ordinary functions, and coupons can buy VIP functions. In the Monopoly Mall, silver coins can buy knowledge, and destiny points can directly transform knowledge into power. If there are enough destiny points, TNK can transform knowledge into power in a very short period of time. It's a pity that silver can be earned quickly through doing business and being a Monopoly merchant. Harvesting destiny points is much more difficult. Looking at the 3,000 destiny points that had just been added, TNK saw an achievement that he had just obtained today. Defeat Destiny's Child for the 1,000th time. Obtain achievements even if I face minors, I will show no mercy. This is a new achievement for defeating Naruto for the 1,000th time. Looking at this achievement, TNK couldn't help complaining, it took me several years of beating up children to get 3,000 destiny points. Is it because you only give 1 point after killing, so it's called destiny points? After seeing the stinginess of the system, TNK was very helpless. If he hadn't made up his mind to train Naruto, there is no time to complete such a stingy task. According to TNK's summary of several missions, there are certain rules for harvesting destiny points. To harvest destiny points, you need to complete changes that are different from the original plot, just like the tasks temporarily assigned by the system. After completing the achievements, you will gain a part of the destiny points. If you participate in major events that change the original plot, you may gain some destiny points. According to TNK's experience, it is not easy to meet the conditions for participation in change. You don't get destiny points just by doing soy sauce. If you want to get destiny points, you need to at least participate in it and play a big role, so that you can harvest destiny points. Over the years, TNK has accumulated enough wealth, the only thing missing is destiny points. Fortunately, even if you don't have enough destiny points, through continuous training, the purchased knowledge can slowly be transformed into power. Possessing the most extensive knowledge among ninjas, TNK is no longer the ordinary otaku in his previous life. He believed in himself that even without the assistance of destiny points, with the various ninjutsu and secret techniques he possessed, he was enough to protect the world. And the help of destiny points will make his path go smoother. In the morning, TNK got up early and stretched out in the yard for a while. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he started kneading noodles with rice naan and preparing breakfast. I steamed the meat buns that my sister likes to eat using fire style, and prepared soy milk with rice naan. A wonderful day begins like this. Smell good. The smell of meat buns wakes me up from bed every day. She walked out of the room wearing cute pajamas with a panda pattern. TNK looked at her sister dotingly. Go wash your face and brush your teeth quickly, and then have breakfast. After breakfast, TNK said goodbye to his sister and prepared to go out. I'll go to Niji's house later. At noon, let's call Niji, Xiaoli, and Mr. Guy, and let's have barbecue outside together. Okay, bye Unai-chan. Tian said goodbye to his brother obediently. TNK walked out of the yard and came to the street. At this time, it was still early and there were only a few pedestrians on the road. The breakfast restaurant opened early, and the aroma of food filled the streets. On the way to Niji's house, TNK could still hear the passionate slogans and footsteps of Xiaoli and Teacher Guy running around the village. Mike Guy shouted passionately, "Come on, Xiaoli, there are still 80 laps left. You can rest after running 100 laps around the village." Xiaoli's voice was also full of enthusiasm. "Teacher, I feel the power of youth, I want to speed up." "Okay, let's speed up," Mike Guy said loudly. Then, there was a whooshing sound, the sound of strong wind blowing. TNK couldn't help but sigh as expected of Mr. Lee and Mr. Guy, who were full of enthusiasm. They can feel so sexy even when they run. He quietly avoided the running route of Xiaoli and Guy to avoid being pulled by them to exercise together. Although he also practices 8 inner gates, TNK has his own unique training method and does not need to train with Xiaoli and Mike Guy. After walking around 2 streets, TNK arrived at Niji's home. When he opened the door and entered, he saw Niji exercising in the yard. TNK said nothing, stopped and observed Niji's training. Niji stepped back and forth, leaning his body with his hands, changing his movements. His steps were smooth and his palms were exquisite. Sometimes he stands still, sometimes he explodes quickly. Niji was performing gentle fists moves from moment to moment. The breeze blew through the leaves, and a leaf fell from Niji's head. The leaves could no longer fall 1 foot above Niji's head. The leaves were circling and dancing like a whirlwind, rising and falling. Seeing this scene, TNK nodded. According to his standards, Niji's gentle fist can be said to be an intermediate level. When Niji uses gentle fist, there is an invisible aura in every move he makes. The invisible aura exerted by gentle fist formed a whole body 8 trigrams field around Niji. In this 8 trigrams field, it is really difficult to enter through wind and rain, and it is difficult for foreign enemies to invade. Ordinary enemies, as long as they step into this realm, will be immediately suppressed by the invisible air current and become lambs to be slaughtered by Niji. Whoosh! TNK threw a shuriken in Niji's direction. It's too late, but it's soon. When the shurikens invaded Niji's 8 trigrams territory, Niji, who was using his slow punches, suddenly disappeared. There was a swipe, and in an instant, Niji appeared on the side of the shuriken. With lightning speed, he suddenly unleashed 8 trigrams air palm. Hiss! The force of his palm tore through the air, and an invisible wave of air spurted out from Niji's palm. When, there was a crisp sound, like gold and iron clashing, and swords striking each other. The black shuriken was hit by the invisible air wave, making a clanging sound of gold and iron. On the shuriken, several deep and thin gashes were cut by the airflow. TNK clapped his hands and praised, as quiet as a virgin, as moving as thunder, Niji, your gentle fist is about to move to the advanced level and have its own style. He walked up to Niji and picked up the broken shuriken. Examining the broken shuriken, TNK admired. The effect of chakra scalpel integrated into gentle fist is very good. The destructive power of 8 trigrams air palm has been increased by at least 3 times. This can no longer be called 8 trigrams air palm. The cutting power of the air palm force is comparable to that of a sword. This palm can be called the 8 trigrams sword palm. You are a genius. TNK looked at Niji and couldn't help but praise. Niji exhaled slowly, adjusted his condition, and spoke calmly. There has been some progress in integrating chakra scalpel into gentle fist, but now I can only integrate chakra scalpel into 8 trigrams air palm. There is still a long way to go before you can use chakra scalpel with acupuncture points throughout the body as you said. Niji stared at TNK with his white eyes. Thanks to your guidance, integrating chakra scalpel into gentle fist is a genius and crazy idea. With you in front of me, I dare not admit the title of genius. He knew it well, even though his strength was improving rapidly. But for the real genius in front of him, Niji was still unsure whether the gap in strength between them was widening or narrowing. Faced with such a true genius that people looked up to, how could he dare to think that he was a genius? TNK chuckled, I admit that I am a genius. Therefore, you who can compare with me are also geniuses. Niji walked slowly to a wooden frame in the middle of the yard, took off the towel hanging on the frame, and wiped the sweat from his body. Has the sun come out in the west today? How come you, a sister-in-law, who is not at home with your precious sister, have the heart to come to me so early in the morning? TNK casually threw a small bag in his hand past Niji. Go on. Niji gently caught the package thrown by TNK, without opening it, and asked directly, what is it? TNK raised his hand, thank you for taking care of my sister during the mission. This is a bonus. Niji shook his head slightly, we are all companions, and it is natural to take care of each other. There is no need to pay for benefits. After saying that, he handed the package back. TNK added, there is a set of gold needles, a set of surgical tools, a variety of commonly used charms, and several medical books. Niji's outstretched hand stopped in midair and hesitated. These things were very precious and what he needed. TNK said affirmatively, you deserve these. The stronger you are, the safer your companions will be during the mission. Gentle fist massage, golden needle acupuncture, 8 trigram sword palm. Niji and TNK in this life are created according to the identity of an old Chinese medicine doctor. It must be said that the Byakugan is indeed the most suitable talent for investigation and medical treatment. Byakugan is not only a powerful talent that can directly see through meridians and internal organs. Byakugan also has a unique advantage in the exquisite control of chakra. Byakugan can release chakra from all acupuncture points in the body. With such a unique talent, Niji would be a waste of resources if he did not learn medical ninjutsu. Niji was born with the qualifications to become an old Chinese medicine practitioner. With his Byakugan and powerful chakra control, Niji is a natural candidate to become an old Chinese medicine practitioner. TNK also has his own selfish motives for training Niji as a medical ninja. Niji is his sister's companion. The stronger Niji is, the greater support he can provide to his sister during missions. In the third class where my sister works every day, Xiao Li and Might Guy are only capable of physical skills. During missions, they can easily charge into battle, but when they encounter injuries that require treatment, their crude physical skills lack the assistance of ninjutsu. There will be very obvious flaws when it comes to support and rescue. TNK couldn't stand the fact that there wasn't a single capable medical ninja in his sister's class. TNK also taught his sister medical ninjutsu, but TNK did not have an outstanding advantage in chakra control. TNAtion's progress in learning medical ninjutsu is not fast. Simple bandaging and assistance are fine, but if there is an emergency, there is nothing he can do. TNK has every reason, both emotional and logical, to make Niji a skilled medical ninja. In addition, although Niji comes from a big family, as a branch house, he does not enjoy the preferential treatment of the big family. The early death of his father left him without the most important guide. In the original work, the lack of reasonable guidance seriously buried Niji's talent. For TNK, he naturally would not watch this scene happen. Medical ninjutsu is Niji's best development direction. Medical ninjutsu can not only be used to save people, but the destructive power of medical ninjutsu cannot be underestimated. Tsunade among the Sunin is the best among the medical ninjas. Tsunade has cage-level strength, and his strength is not inferior to the other two among the Sunin. For Niji, with Byakugan's assistance, learning medical ninjutsu will not only not be a drag on him, but will also become his outstanding advantage, allowing him to gain more power. Just like the 8 trigram sword palm that Niji just used to control the chakra scalpel with gentle fist, the destructive power of the 8 trigram sword palm is not inferior to Tsunade's strange power. TNK needs to ensure the safety of his sister, and Niji needs to improve his strength. The two hit it off immediately, with the knowledge and guidance provided by TNK. On the road to becoming a peerless old Chinese medicine doctor, Niji flew away from the dust. He gave the gift he had prepared to Niji. TNK asked, "Tell me about the problems you encountered during gentle fist training." The expression on his face was a little tangled, and his tone was a bit unhappy and depressed. TNK put a lot of effort into training at gentle fist. It's a pity that without Byakugan, his training progress in gentle fist has been stuck on the threshold for a long time. In recent times, there has been no progress at all. TNK spent a lot of effort on medical ninjutsu. Intermediate medical ninjutsu is among the best even among the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital. Gentle Fist allows TNK to integrate his medical ninjutsu into actual combat. Whether it is to stimulate potential or transform itself, Gentle Fist has unique advantages and huge potential. It's a pity that there is no assistance from Byakugan, even if the medical ninjutsu has reached the intermediate level. In theory, TNK has become a master in Gentle Fist, but if he really wants to master the style of boxing, TNK is unable to do so. Until now, TNK has not been able to master the 8 trigram sword palm. It may seem impossible to cast chakra scalpel on all the points in your body. Thank you. Niji looked at TNK gratefully and carefully put the package away. He starts shaking his head at the mention of Gentle Fist. It's incredible that you can master Gentle Fist without the help of Byakugan. He said slowly, even among the Hyuga family, Gentle Fist is a very advanced skill that requires years of hard practice. You can master Gentle Fist without Byakugan. Your talent in Gentle Fist is not inferior to mine, but if you want to control chakra scalpel with Gentle Fist without relying on Byakugan's assistance, I think you are a bit fanciful. If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind giving you another eye. There was an inexplicable meaning in Niji's words. TNK waved his hand, put it down. Even if I really need to change my eyes, I can't use your eyes. There was helplessness in his tone. If this boxing technique didn't have unlimited potential, I wouldn't be so entangled. Integrate chakra scalpel into Gentle Fist, and in the final complete state, the chakra scalpel with astonishing lethality can be released from the acupoints all over the body and at any angle of 360 degrees throughout the body. Using this method to tap acupoints and cut off the pulse can kill people invisible. This terrifying taijutsu will be the most powerful taijutsu in the history of ninjas, far more powerful than Kaimamuro's dead bone pulse. TNK naturally hopes that he can master such a boxing technique with endless potential. Use Gentle Fist to control the chakra scalpel and release the amazingly powerful chakra scalpel from every acupuncture point in the body. This kind of punch is the natural enemy of all close combat ninjas. Niji lamented, this will create a unique boxing technique with amazing power. Such a terrifying boxing technique can no longer be called Gentle Fist. TNK said nonchalantly, this is your unique boxing technique. You can name it, Killing Fist, Wave Boxing, Direct Death Fist, Invisible Sword Energy, whatever you want to call it. He didn't care what the name of this boxing technique was. Rather than these trivial matters, he hoped to find a way to master this terrifying boxing technique like Niji. Do you really want to get a pair of white eyes? Niji thought for a while and shook his head slightly. The naming thing is still very early. Now I can only integrate chakra scalpel into the 8 trigrams air palm when I use it. It is still far away from being able to use chakra scalpel on all the acupoints. TNK's face was calm and he spoke in a calm tone. The initial level of this boxing technique will be higher than a level, or even higher than S-level forbidden technique. It is very worthwhile to spend several years perfecting this technique. Niji touched his forehead. Yes, this is enough power to kill Jonin. This will be my power to stand on this world. Seeing that Niji seemed to be lost in thought again, TNK spoke softly. I have sealed the curse mark on your forehead, caged bird. According to some rumors I know, there is a further evolution above the Byakugan. Just like Sharingan evolved from 1 Megatama to 3 Megatama, and then evolved into Mangekyo Sharingan, the white eyes seem to have evolved to a higher level. This caged bird seal will no longer endanger your life. I hope that you can rely on your own will to completely break this seal. TNK stared into Niji's eyes, evolved the Byakugan to a higher state. Only in this way can you truly break your own destiny. At that time, the fate of the Hyuga clan will be in your hands. TNK can completely break the caged bird seal on Niji's forehead, but as a branch house, even if he breaks the caged bird seal for Niji this time, what will happen next time? Niji lowered his head and looked at his hands. He murmured to himself, as long as I perfect this technique, the power to change everything will be in my hands. TNK hopes that Niji can continue to evolve his Byakugan. For TNK, he is more optimistic about Byakugan than Sharingan, which has severe side effects. Amazing eyesight, clairvoyance ability, inner vision ability, and white eyes are abilities that can be used to assist in cultivation. Compared with using Sharingan directly in combat, TNK is more concerned about it. If Niji can develop Tensegan, if he can figure out how to advance Tensegan, TNK won't mind giving himself a pair of supercilious looks. Unfortunately, Tensegan is not that easy to evolve. When they fell into silence, a voice came from outside the door. Hi Niji, are you home? A carefree voice came from outside the door. TNK and Niji looked toward the door. Might Guy and Xiaoli walked in from the door one after the other. The two men were covered in sweat, as if they had just been fished out of the water. From a distance, TNK could smell the strong smell of sweat on their bodies. TNK wrinkled his nose. Don't you guys take a shower first? Might Guy grinned widely, showing his white teeth. We ran around the village 100 times and stopped right in front of Niji's house. What a coincidence, so we came to visit Niji again. Might Guy showed a bright smile. If I could receive a massage from Niji before taking a bath, it would be so youthful. Niji looked a little embarrassed and helpless. Ever since he learned medical ninjutsu, Mr. Guy seemed to regard him as a professional massage therapist. After every exercise, Teacher Guy would take Xiaoli with him and clamor for him to do a full-body massage with gentle fist. Although the gentle fist massage method has helped him improve his medical ninjutsu and understand the mysteries of the human body, but having to massage Mr. Lee and Mr. Guy every day always gave Niji a strange feeling. You're right. After exercising, of course you need to massage. Unblock the muscles and collaterals, activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Only in this way can you get the best exercise effect. TNK didn't mind watching the excitement and took the initiative to help the old Chinese medicine practitioner. Niji agreed. Might Guy had a look on his face as if he had met a close friend. He stretched out his thumb and showed his white teeth. As expected of TNK, you really understand the meaning of youthful passion. In order to live up to the beautiful youth, let's do some training together in the afternoon. TNK smiled and turned to look at Niji. With a whoosh, Niji suddenly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind Might Guy. Bang! Draw your palm from the air, 8 trigrams air palm. The invisible palm force knocked Might Guy into the air. Niji stepped again, disappeared from the spot, and appeared directly below Might Guy. Bang, 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 whirring, whirring. With quick palm movements and invisible air waves, Niji continued to send out palm energy through the air. Invisible air waves formed a huge circular field around Niji. The invisible energy is like an arm, constantly hitting the palms in the air. The acupuncture points all over Niji's body release invisible chakra airflow, piercing the meridians and acupuncture points all over Might Guy's body. Might Guy floats in the air, receiving a 360-degree, all-round, from inside to outside, professional massage and acupuncture massage. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 128 palms. Oh yeah, Might Guy let out a pleasant and hearty moan. So comfortable. Seeing Might Guy's intoxicated expression, TNK became a little curious about Niji's massage skills. Is it really that cool? He couldn't help but feel the urge to experience it for himself. This is real, professional massage, only done by old Chinese Dr. Niji. Under Niji's continuous palm strikes, gentle fist includes chakras palm strikes. Without hurting the opponent, it hits the whole body with vibrating palm power, stimulating the meridians, channeling chi and blood, and stimulating potential. This can be regarded as a brand new ninjutsu. Gentle fist method stimulating potential. After receiving the professional massage from the old Chinese medicine Dr. Niji, Might Guy reluctantly walked aside and gave up his position to Xiaoli. Compared to Teacher Guy, who was experienced in many battles, Xiaoli is much shyer and more cautious. He gritted his teeth and suppressed his blush, feeling embarrassed to moan. The expressions on his face were sometimes exaggerated, sometimes depressed, sometimes comfortable, sometimes sour, sometimes restrained, sometimes crazy. Xiaoli was obsessed with comfort and restraint, with ups and downs, over and over again. When he landed on the ground again, his whole body felt soft and light, as if he had just escaped from a women's bathhouse. TNK couldn't help but be shocked. Niji, an old Chinese medicine doctor, was indeed amazingly powerful. After Niji finished his work, he breathed a long sigh of relief and waved his hand. The massage is over, you go and take a shower. Seeing Xiao Li and Might Guy about to leave, Tian Ke suddenly remembered something, and he quickly called Xiao Li. Hey, Xiao Li, do you want to become a tattooed boy? Xiao Li asked with some confusion. What is a tattooed boy? Tian Ke explained slowly. Xiao Li, you should know that with your current efforts, it is not difficult to become a Jonin. But if you want to surpass Teacher Guy, with the current training situation, it can be said that there is no chance at all. Besides physical skills, you need something else. The Tattooed Boy project was exactly what T&K prepared for Xiao Li, something else. Xiao Li was silent and looked back at Teacher Guy. Might Guy listened quietly to T&K's explanation and did not refute. This is also what he is worried about. Xiao Li's efforts are not inferior to his own when he was a child. But relying on the same training methods as when he was a child, it is also impossible to eventually surpass him. T&K said slowly, although Mr. Guy is not good at ninjutsu, that's because he focuses all his training on taijutsu. His own chakra is not inferior to other jonin, and the intensity of training is not the same. I won't lose to you. This is T&K's worry about Xiao Li. By repeating Might Guy's training, Xiao Li will never have a chance to surpass Might Guy. Xiao Li's current strength is considered very good among genin. As a hard-working genius, Xiao Li has been able to use the fifth gate among the 8 inner gates. In the 8 inner gates alone, Xiao Li surpassed T&K. But 8 inner gates is not omnipotent after all. If they really want to fight without hurting themselves, both Niji and Naruto can easily defeat Xiao Li now. The peak of a ninja's strength is between the ages of 25 and 30, which is the peak of a ninja's physical strength and energy. During the Great Ninja War, Might Guy opened the 8th gate and defeated 6 Paths level Uchiha Madara. He was 30 years old and at the peak of his strength. This is Might Guy's luck. He met the most powerful opponent at the peak of his strength. Facing the invincible Uchiha Madara, Might Guy unleashed his potential and created the most penultimate, dazzling record that shocked the entire world. But the young ninjas of this generation do not have this opportunity. According to the plot, it will be time for the Ninja World War. This generation of young ninjas do not have time to train slowly to develop their strength to the peak. If they cannot surpass those seniors, the young ninjas of this generation will become complete supporting characters in the end, not even qualified to go on the battlefield. In this battle, only those true geniuses who far surpass their predecessors and possess cage-level strength at a young age are qualified to protect the village and the world. Xiao Li, who is just a hard-working genius, who has not reached his peak in strength, who has not surpassed his predecessors, does not have this qualification. This is regrettable and helpless. The enemy will not give young people enough time to grow up. In the original work, Niji lost his life and had no chance to reach his peak or change his destiny. Only the truly powerful, the genius among geniuses, have the chance and the strength to fight against powerful enemies. This is exactly what T&K hopes to see. He wants those young talents to shine in their true glory. Like Naruto, who is now able to use 8 inner gates, like Niji, who is now able to use 8 trigram sword palm, and who wants to integrate chakra scalpel into gentle fist. Their destiny has changed. They have the ability to protect the world, and they have the strength to protect the world. T&K has made a lot of considerations for Xiao Li. Xiao Li will never be able to surpass Might Guy by relying solely on physical skills. Li's biggest weakness is that he has almost no chakra. No matter how hard you try, this weakness is a fatal flaw that is difficult to make up for. Chakra represents powerful explosive power and recovery power. The powerful chakra has a huge increase in physical skills. When Xiao Li was born with such a huge shortcoming, even if he can rely on hard work to achieve a breakthrough in physical skills, Xiao Li's future will also be firmly restricted by chakra. If there is no change, Li will never surpass Might Guy in his life. Many people may know that Might Guy has amazing physical skills, but many people don't know that Might Guy's chakra is not weak either. Guy's father, Might Dai, a 10,000 years genin, like Xiao Li, has very little chakra. But Guy is different from his father. His chakra quantity is not inferior to that of ordinary jonin. His energy is strong and his physical fitness is even more amazing. Relying on chakra and the double explosion of physical fitness, Guy was able to fall like a meteor on the battlefield and perform a moment of youthfulness when he finally opened the 8th gate. Just like Naruto, using the 8 inner gates through his talent and quality, his ability to open one gate is comparable to the effect of Xiao Li's opening the 3rd gate. Physical fitness and the amount of chakra will also seriously affect the effect of 8 inner gates. If Xiao Li's training trajectory does not change, he will not be able to become the Might Guy who interprets the moment of youth. Even if he works hard all his life, he can only become an ordinary jonin like Might Dai who works hard. On the premise of sacrificing his life, he can face the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja head-on. But this result is not what T&K wants to see. Might Guy showed a serious expression that he had never seen before, and he nodded seriously. Because of the influence of my father, I focused all my training energy on taijutsu. I firmly believe that I can become a great ninja by relying only on taijutsu. But with the current training method, if Xiao Li wants to surpass me, it's not that easy. Might Guy knows that Xiao Li has been training extremely hard and has reached Xiao Li's limit, but he also knew that this kind of training was something he had experienced before. Might Guy's training since childhood has also been to constantly push himself to his limits. Xiao Li is repeating his path. On this road, it is too difficult for Xiao Li to surpass him. It is precisely because he saw Xiao Li's limit that Might Guy would drag Xiao Li to come and receive Niji's massage every time. Just because this special method of combining medical ninjutsu can maximize the effect of training and allow Xiao Li to increase his training potential a little bit. Every bit of help is crucial to Xiao Li. With Chakra's huge shortcomings, Xiao Li can no longer let go of any possibility of improvement. Might Guy looked at TNK seriously and asked, TNK, how do you plan to help Xiao Li? For a student like Xiao Li who has inherited the mantle, Might Guy hopes that Xiao Li can excel and excel. He does not hope that Xiao Li will always follow his footsteps and look up to him forever. This is exactly what I want to recommend to Xiao Li. It's not just physical skills. If he wants to surpass you, he needs something else. In TNK's vision, Xiao Li should become a more comprehensive taijutsu ninja. In terms of explosive power, Xiao Li cannot compare with Guy and Naruto. But with the comprehensiveness of physical skills, Xiao Li can be even more powerful. In addition, since chakra is Xiao Li's biggest flaw, TNK plans to turn this flaw into Xiao Li's help. Since there is no way for Xiao Li to have a normal amount of chakra, then he can find a way to make Xiao Li's opponent's chakra also restricted. TNK said carefully, there are two effective ways to fight, one is to strengthen yourself, and the other is to limit your opponent. TNK smiled and revealed his plan to transform the tattooed boy. We can't improve Xiao Li's chakra, but we can weaken the opponent's chakra. In this tattooed boy's transformation plan, I will use curse seals, runes, and tattoo some special sealing techniques and curses on Xiao Li's body. Arts. These sealing techniques and spells will make Xiao Li's chakra completely uncontrollable and completely out of control. Niji nodded thoughtfully, since it's useless, just give it up. Exactly, TNK said solemnly, since chakra is Xiao Li's irreparable flaw, then let this flaw be completely discarded and let this weakness become the opponent's flaw. TNK explained in detail, the tattoos placed on Xiao Li's body will disrupt the flow and control of chakra. Through this technique, Xiao Li can be completely immune to illusions. Niji nodded, illusion uses chakra to interfere with the opponent's five senses and make them fall into hallucinations. If the chakra itself is chaotic, then the illusion will not be effective. From this point of view, giving up the only point is unnecessary. Chakra, in exchange for the effect of being immune to illusions. This is very cost-effective. TNK smiled and explained his plan in detail. For ninjas who are good at physical skills, the biggest trouble is meeting ninjas who are good at illusions and ninjutsu, and these troubles can be changed through tattoos. As long as Xiao Li completely gives up chakra, he will be immune to illusions and reduce ninjutsu damage. These can be obtained through special sealing techniques and spell tattoos. Genjutsu is a very strange and powerful ninjutsu. It can defeat the opponent through eyes and sounds. This kind of technique that can take effect without physical contact is very restrained by taijutsu ninjas. A common method of dispelling illusions requires oneself or others to disrupt the flow of one's own chakra, but when it's actually used in combat, it's not that easy. In a master's battle, if one loses focus, one's life will be lost, and there is no chance of dispelling the illusion. The real way to restrain illusions is to possess chakra that is difficult to control. Just like Naruto has a tailed beast sealed inside his body, Sasuke has a curse seal. This uncontrollable chakra is truly immune to illusions. The spell tattoo TNK prepared for Xiao Li can achieve the same effect. TNK continued, in addition, during battle, this technique of disrupting the chakra can also be used as a weapon to destroy the enemy's chakra. Niji looked at Xiao Li with interest. If this technique could really be realized, Xiao Li's strength would make a huge leap forward. Being immune to illusions and weakening offensive ninjutsu, such a ninja is simply a nightmare for ordinary ninjas. Xiao Li, who has become a tattooed boy, disrupts his opponent's chakra control with every attack he makes in battle. Once approached by Xiao Li, the opponent will also lose the ability to use ninjutsu. In this way, Xiao Li will truly become invincible in close combat. Might Guy held his chin with his hand. It's a very tempting suggestion. Drag the opponent to a situation where he can only use physical skills, then rely on powerful physical skills to crush the opponent and limit the opponent's advantage. This is exactly the tactic. The meaning of it. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Li with great interest. So Xiao Li, what do you think? Might Guy has no objection to the path mentioned by TNK. As an experienced ninja, he certainly knows how important it is for taijutsu ninjas to be immune to illusions and reduce the damage of ninjutsu. The allure. For Xiao Li, this is a big opportunity. An opportunity to surpass him, an opportunity to be better than his predecessor. Xiaoli scratched the back of his head with his hand, looking uncertain and saying something tangled. If you have too many tattoos, will you look like a bad boy? Ha ha ha. Might Guy laughed loudly. This is youth. His eyes were shining with anticipation and he asked, Xiaoli, do you have someone you like? Niji shook his head slightly. He never expected that these things were what Xiaoli cared about. Tian-Ke smiled softly and said, you actually care about this. It seems that you really have someone you like. Are you afraid of being disliked by girls? Xiaoli blushed, was at a loss, and a little embarrassed. Might Guy patted Xiaoli's shoulder and encouraged loudly, Xiaoli, this is youth. Youth is sweating, youth is full of passion, youth is full of fantasy. Don't be shy about your sincere feelings. Like whoever it is, go for it and boldly express your love. Xiaoli blushed and looked at Teacher Guy with admiration. Might Guy stretched out his thumb, revealing his white and shining teeth. Tian-Ke felt helpless and waved his hand, okay. He comforted Xiaoli, don't make a decision in a hurry. You can think about it slowly. After all, you are still growing and growing. If you really want to get a tattoo, you have to think about it carefully. The Tattooed Boy Transformation Program is different from other genius transformation programs. Getting a tattoo does not require a long training process. Once the tattoo is applied, the results will be immediate. Therefore, Xiaoli's tattoo transformation plan is not urgent. Tattoos that represent seals and spells cannot be washed off like ordinary tattoos. This kind of tattoo, which is rooted in the meridians and integrated into the body, is like a magic circuit and needs to be chosen carefully. Once a spell tattoo is inked, it is difficult to change. Therefore, Tian-Ke will be very cautious about this tattoo transformation plan and will not rush to start it. Might Guy nodded seriously. Indeed, you still have to be careful when getting a tattoo. He touched his chin. Since it is youth, you must choose a tattoo that represents youth and expresses the true meaning of youth and passion. And after the tattoo, Xiaoli needs more exercise. After the tattoo, if he suddenly gains weight, if it does, the tattoo will swell and become very strange. Might Guy turned his head and looked at Xiaoli. Xiaoli, to celebrate your youth, let's go train now. Yeah, Xiaoli nodded vigorously. Let's go train, Mr. Guy. While they were talking, the two of them acted as if no one was around. Unable to suppress their passion for training, they quickly ran out of the yard. Niji held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless. The two masters and disciples are really passionate. Tian-Ke said nothing and looked at Xiaoli walking away, sighing in his heart. Today, Xiaoli has not yet understood the true meaning of sacrificing one's life for righteousness. When he has someone to protect, he will crave strength, and he will willingly choose to get a tattoo. At that time, Xiaoli will take the initiative to come back, complete the transformation plan of this tattooed boy, and sing only you loudly. Oops, I almost forgot. Tian-Ke slapped his thigh and suddenly remembered that he forgot to tell Xiaoli and Mr. Guy about having lunch together. He quickly patted Niji on the shoulder. Hi, Niji, to celebrate my sister's successful completion of the task. At 12 noon, I invite the whole class to go to the barbecue restaurant to have barbecue together. Remember not to be too late. After saying that, he immediately chased in the direction of Xiaoli and Might Guy. Niji glanced in the direction of Xiaoli and Mr. Guy, thinking of the unusual pair of masters and apprentices, and felt helpless again. El Nohara Grill, located northwest of Konoha Village, is a long-established grill that has been in business for more than 20 years. With its high-quality ingredients and wide variety of vegetables and fresh food, this barbecue restaurant has won the love of Konoha residents. After more than 20 years of business, Taro Harano, the owner of the barbecue restaurant, has witnessed the prosperity and development of Konoha. Over the past 20 years, he has transformed from a handsome young man into a gray-haired uncle. The only thing that remains unchanged is the quality and taste that the barbecue restaurant insists on, as well as the warm greeting from the owner. At this time, the gray-haired Harano Taro was busy carrying various fresh meats to the table where Tian-Ke and his party were sitting. As a well-known wealthy person in Konoha, Tian-Ke is already a regular customer of this barbecue restaurant. Tian-Ke likes to eat the same food at the same restaurant. Often in a store, after getting to know the boss, such gatherings become more humane. Today, their seats were chosen near the window. Through the window, you can see the busy pedestrians rushing home on the road. Tian-Ke skillfully uses various spoons to mix condiments according to everyone's taste. Mr. Guy is not picky about food, but he has a strong taste. He likes spicy food, including curry. So the condiments for him should include more chilies and more seasonings. Xiao Li is the replica of Teacher Guy. Not only his appearance, thick eyebrows, but also his heavy taste are all exactly the same. My sister Tian Tian, like her own appetite, likes everyday tastes and lighter and simpler condiments. As for Niji, he was late and would do it himself when he arrived. After mixing the condiments, Tian-Ke began to place slices of barbecued meat on the slightly smoking iron plate. She. The barbecue makes a sizzling sound. The aroma of the barbecue and the temptation of the food follow the slight white smoke and penetrate into everyone's body from the nose. TNK has mastered intermediate cooking skills and behaves like a chef in every move. Even the owner of the barbecue restaurant was full of praise when he saw it. The boss, Harano Taro, greeted everyone enthusiastically. There are not many people in the store at noon. If you want to eat anything, please just ask. You are all regular customers, so don't be polite. TNK waved his hand. Thank you, Uncle Yuan, just bring us some more juice. We have been here many times and we won't be polite. Taro Harano immediately brought some juice excitedly. Noon is not a busy time for barbecue restaurants. TNK deliberately chose this time to avoid the noisy crowds. TNK wondered while grilling the steak on the iron plate. I didn't expect that Niji was late in the end. I promised him to arrive at 12 o'clock. Xiaoli looked at the barbecue on the iron plate with salivation, and smelled the aroma of the food vigorously. He eagerly took the chopsticks, clasped his hands together, and saluted. Thanks for the treat, I'm going to get started. Tenten was about to stop him. Let's wait for Niji. TNK sandwiched a piece of grilled pork steak and placed it in Tianation's bowl. Don't worry, let's wait while we eat. The barbecue will take time. Niji should be here soon. Although she was a little confused as to why Niji, who was always punctual, was late, TNK didn't want to wait any longer, thinking that Niji would be arriving soon. Mr. Guy, already holding chopsticks, quickly picked up the barbecue with the swiftness of a taijutsu ninja. He took a big mouthful of scalding barbecue and said, "Of course you have to eat a big meal after training. This is the perfect training." While they were eating and grilling meat, a figure walked in at the door. He was wearing a plain coat and black trousers. It was Niji who was late. After Niji entered the store, another timid little girl wearing a lavender coat appeared. The little girl is timid and looks like she could easily be bullied. She is Niji's cousin, Hayaga Hinata. Niji actually came with Hinata. TNK was a little surprised. He stood up and greeted Hinata. "Sit here, Hinata, it's rare to see you out." Hinata is a girl who is a bit too timid. I have a very fond impression of TNK, this kind and lovely girl in the original work. He initially planned to become friends with Hinata, but Hinata was too timid. She was afraid of strangers and rarely went out. Except when school is in session, you rarely see her on the road. Hinata is very shy every time she meets TNK. When TNK greeted her, she even looked so shy that she was about to cry. This made TNK very depressed, so TNK never had many opportunities to talk to Hinata. The look on Niji's face was a little cold, and he spoke in a calm tone. "On my way here, I saw her all alone, a little pitiful. I asked her if she hadn't eaten yet, so I called her over. Do you mind?" He said fiercely, "If you mind, let her order her own food at the table next to her." Niji's fierce look made Hinata feel a little depressed. She lowered her head, like a timid rabbit, appearing more cautious. TNK pushed Niji aside with a look of disgust. Go on, he said in a contemptuous tone. "How can you be so fierce in front of your lovely sister?" He walked next to Hinata. "Come Hinata, sit next to Tenten." TNK took Hinata to sit next to her sister TNK. Before Hinata could say anything, TNK took juice and fruit and handed them to Hinata. "I remember that you like sweets. If you want to eat anything, please don't be polite." Hinata raised her head and looked at TNK in surprise. She didn't expect that TNK would actually know what she likes to eat. TNK picked up the saucer and mixed the sauce for Hinata. He looked at Hinata with gentle eyes and asked, "You probably like simple, lighter flavors, right, just like me?" When she came into contact with TNK's gentle gaze, Hinata's face turned red and smoke seemed to be coming out of her head. In a voice as small as a mosquito, she squeezed out one word, "Yeah." TNK winked at his sister. "Take care of Sister Hinata." Tian immediately understood. She hugged Hinata's shoulders and said carelessly, "If you want to eat something, tell me and I will let my brother bake it for you." TNK used her skillful cooking skills to make barbecue for everyone, while working hard to find topics to talk about and maintain the atmosphere of the dinner. Although it all seems to be in vain. Mr. Guy is not only the blue beast of Konoha, but also the gluttonous beast of the party. Whenever TNK's grilled meat was about to be ready, Mr. Guy showed off his genuine Jonin strength and hand speed. In Teacher Guy's hands, a pair of bamboo chopsticks turned into an afterimage. This incredible skill is really fast and powerful when used to grab food. TNK looked at Mike Guy quite speechlessly. He had been single for almost 30 years and had invincible hand speed. Teacher Guy concentrated on eating the barbecue and said nothing except occasionally praising TNK's craftsmanship. Xiaoli not only inherited Teacher Guy's legacy in physical skills, but also imitated Teacher Guy with all his strength when it came to eating. As for Niji, it seemed like he was pretending to be an iceberg the entire time because of Hinata's presence. The atmosphere became cool and awkward. TNK had no choice but to hold on to his sister as much as possible, chatting with Hinata while helping everyone barbecue. When Hinata is not so shy, she is a simple, cute girl. She's not good at talking, but she's good at listening. She doesn't like to interrupt, but she knows how to smile, and she will pay attention to every word you say. When we talk about interesting things in school, she will smile very ladylike. When we talked about graduation classes, she seemed worried again. Are you worried that your companions will be difficult to get along with? Seeing Hinata worried about class placement, Tenten asked in a low voice. She encouraged Hinata. Friendship between companions is formed by training together. Train more with your companions, do more tasks together, help each other, and the relationship with each other will soon become familiar. Hinata shook her head and nodded again. Ga and Shino are very nice people, they are easy to get along with. She moved her body unnaturally, looking a little embarrassed. I'm afraid that my strength will drag down my teammates. Tenten squeezed Hinata's shoulders, looked directly into her eyes, and spoke in a serious tone. Never worry that you will drag down your teammates. If you are really afraid, then go to training more and tell them. It is precisely because we can rely on each other that we become teammates. Listening to Tianation's words, Teacher Guy's eyes flashed with light. He put down his chopsticks and gave a thumbs up. Well said, youth can never be separated from companions, and cannot be separated from each other's bond and dependence. If you worry about your companions, you will never become a drag on them. In this case, paired with those thick eyebrows and white teeth, Mr. Guy is a rare serious person. Hinata was deeply touched by everyone's words. She nodded vigorously. Niji whispered, if you feel you are not strong enough, just practice more. What's the use of complaining and being afraid? The guy next to you is the most powerful ninjutsu genius in Konoha. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. No matter what, whether it's gentle fist or ninjutsu, there's nothing he can't do. Hinata looked at Tenkei in surprise. Brother Tenkei, can you even do gentle fist? Gentle fist has always been the secret martial art of the Hyaga family. No outsider has ever mastered gentle fist. Even members of the Hyaga family need years of hard training to master this profound boxing technique. Tenkei said calmly, I can only barely master it. After all, I don't have a Byakugan, so my attainments in gentle fist are nothing. Hinata's eyes widened. Because she is also practicing gentle fist, she knows how difficult it is. From childhood to adulthood, all her energy has been spent on this boxing technique. But until now, her gentle fist still cannot satisfy her family or herself. Tenkei was able to master gentle fist without relying on the Byakugan, which surprised her. Tenkei looked at Niji angrily. When you have time, you should pay more attention to your sister's study and practice. Hinata is worried that her strength will drag down her teammates. Upon hearing this, Tenkei knew that Niji must not have cared about Hinata's training on weekdays. He turned his head and looked at Hinata gently. Hinata, do you want to come and practice with Tiantian later? Tenten looked at Hinata with encouraging eyes. Let's come together. There's nothing annoying that exhausting training can't solve. Feeling Tianation's enthusiasm, Hinata nodded heavily. Konoha Training Ground. On the side of the training ground shaded by trees, Tenkei and Niji stood aside, watching Tenkei train with Hinata. Compared to Tiantian, who has Tenkei's personal guidance, Hinata seems particularly immature. Hinata, who has just graduated from ninjutsu school, is weak in strength and fighting will. Aren't you going to mentor your cousin? Tenkei glanced at Niji and continued, there are probably not many people in the Hyaga family that you can speak to. If you want to change the fate of the family, relying on your own efforts is too weak. Niji ignored Tenkei's words. He fell into a kind of contemplation about the past, talking to himself. At first, I hated her. As the eldest lady of the clan, she obviously has everything when she is born, but she is so weak. As branch houses, no matter what talents we have or how much effort we put in, we can only become the scapegoats of the clan. What are they saying? The clan is responsible for protecting and promoting the Hyaga clan. Niji sneered, such a clan wants the branch house to die for them and block the sword for them. This is how they protect and promote the Hyaga clan. My father, when I was very young, was pushed out as a scapegoat by the clan leader, Hyaga Hayashi. They also taught me from a young age that my life and my existence are all to protect the clan. It is to protect this weak and incompetent young lady. How can I not be resentful? There was a bit of gloom on Niji's face, and there was a coldness in his voice. What now? Tenkei looked at Niji. He could feel Niji's concern for Hinata. Niji shook her head gently. She is just a little girl after all. She can't decide on the matters in the Zone family. Although she is a member of the Zone family, she does not look like one. She is not even suitable to be a ninja. She is too weak. Not to mention, Niji's voice was a little low, she is too weak. When Hyaga Hanabi grows up, she will not be able to inherit the family business and will also be thrown into the branch house. From the initial resentment to the gradual understanding, I thought that Hinata would soon be sent to the branch house. Niji felt a sympathy for this cousin who was also ignored. You can change that, can't you? He looked at Niji with a calm expression. It is your dream to change the branch house and clan system, and change the fate of the Hyaga family. I know that you regard this as your mission. TNK sees Niji's hard work. In order to change the fate of the Hyaga family, Niji changed the system of the clan and branch houses. I have been practicing hard for many years and have paid a lot for this. Niji in this life, with his help, has the ability to change destiny. Want to help her? TNK looked at Niji with an encouraging look. Hinata needs help, you can help her. Niji's expression changed, and he hesitated. He hesitated for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. Hinata lacks self-confidence and often has an inferiority complex. She doesn't know how to reject others, she only knows how to force herself. Even if she has to give up her own opinion, it's okay. A trace of unbearability flashed in Niji's eyes. She's too weak, she's not fit to be a ninja. Then, he hardened his heart and said decisively, she has already embarked on this path. There is no need to continue to make mistakes. Being a genin is enough for her. TNK looked at Hinata with a sense of loss. Is this really like this? Is it really because I'm too weak that I can only be a genin? He knew that Hinata's future was not like that. He knew that Hinata was not a weak girl with low self-esteem. Hinata, she is just so kind. TNK looked at Hinata with pity. If it were a modern city, Hinata would be the most popular girl. Her gentleness and kindness are so eye-catching, making people want to protect her. But living in this troubled world is really too hard for her. For a ninja, kindness and gentleness can be a drag. In the distance, Hinata and Tiantian were fighting childishly. Tenten put her hands on her hips, encouraging and pointing Hinata like a big sister. Attack me with gentle fist. But Hinata looked timid. Tiantian encouraged her, it's nothing, that's how fighting is. I'm a little worried. Hinata was still hesitant. Tiantian looked a little helpless, it'll be okay. I told you, don't worry. Hinata kept apologizing, I'm sorry, I was too stupid, I was clumsy. Tiantian shook his head. He was really embarrassed that he didn't know what to do with this timid girl. She asked, changing her approach to forcing Hinata to take action. Do you have any dreams? Tenten took the initiative to express his thoughts. My goal is to become a great ninja like Tsunade-sama. When it comes to dreams, Tiantian seems very excited. Tsunade-sama is the most powerful female ninja in the ninja world. My goal is to become as outstanding a ninja as her. She added, of course, my brother said that I will surpass Tsunade-sama in the future. Tenten smiled, what my brother said is never wrong. I think it is quite possible for me to become a greater ninja than Tsunade. Dream. Hinata was slightly stunned. Tenten asked curiously as she shook Hinata. It took you so long to think about it. Your dream is not just to be a good wife and mother, right? Hinata remained silent and didn't speak. Tenten looked at Hinata in surprise. No way, you are a ninja, how could your dream be to become a good wife and mother? That is not a dream that a ninja would have. Hinata lowered her head and remained silent. Her lonely shadow stretched out in the sunlight. At this time, Hinata was like a leaf swaying in the wind and rain, looking panicked and helpless. In TNK's eyes, the innocent and kind-hearted Hinata in the comics and the shy and timid Hinata in reality gradually overlapped. TNK understands Hinata somewhat. He looked at Hinata with pitying eyes. I feel very lonely, not needed, not recognized, being judged by my father as being unable to take on the family business, and being ignored by my family. Because I am so eager, I am so cautious about every bit of care and tenderness. Feeling that you will not be loved, fearing that you cannot afford it, and fearing to live up to the expectations of others. I would rather wrong myself than help others. This is Hyaga Hinata, who is innocent to the point of being stupid. A big idiot who always gets himself hurt. Seeing Hinata like this, TNK couldn't stand it anymore. He strode up to Hinata and said, okay, I won't learn this anymore. He held Hinata's shoulders with his hands and stared into her eyes. Come Hinata, I'll teach you a new jutsu. Seeing TNK's serious expression, Hinata forgot her shyness for a moment. She was a little nervous and stammered, but, I haven't learned Gentle Fist yet. Don't worry about Gentle Fist, let's learn the ninjutsu we want to learn first. But, interrupting Hinata's words, TNK talked to himself. This jutsu is called a healing jutsu. This jutsu does not need to hurt others. This jutsu is a jutsu that helps others. As he spoke, he lightly stroked his arm with his hand. A bloody gash appeared on TNK's arm. Ah! Hinata screamed and grabbed TNK's arm. Brother TNK, you. She hurriedly found a bandage from the pocket of her clothes to bandage TNK's wound. TNK stopped Hinata's movement and grabbed Hinata's hand. Follow me, TNK said seriously, concentrate the chakra in the palm of your hand, aim it at the wound, and treat the target. Brother TNK, you are bleeding, please bandage the wound first. Hinata said hurriedly. TNK ignored Hinata's words. He let the wound continue to bleed and said seriously, follow me and use the healing technique to treat the wound. Hinata said anxiously, Brother TNK, let's practice next time. She held the bandage tightly in her hand, trying to bandage TNK's wound. Hinata looked at TNK with pleading eyes, Brother TNK, can you practice again next time? Your wound is bleeding. I will bandage it for you first. Tian-Kei ignored Hineda's request and continued to stare into her eyes. Day by day, Tian-Tian stood aside and looked at her brother's bleeding wound, and her heart tightened. She clenched her fists and wanted to come over. She looked at her brother very worriedly, but when she came into contact with her brother's firm eyes, she stayed where she was and said nothing. She could read the persistence in her brother's eyes, which was what he wanted. Tian-Kei stared into Hineda's eyes tightly. Believe in yourself, Hineda, you can do it. Hineda was so anxious that she almost cried. She was at a loss, she didn't know what to do. Tian-Kei said softly, don't you want to help me, this idiot? Help me, this idiot, who hurt himself. Help me heal the wound. Hineda held back tears and put her slightly trembling hands on the wound on Tian-Kei's arm. Her white and weak hands rested on the bloody wound. She tried hard to concentrate, focusing all her attention on the chakra on her palms. Nothing happened. Sorry, I cannot do it, she choked. She shook her head and apologized profusely. Sorry. Tian-Kei looked at Hineda tenderly and spoke softly. Believe in yourself, Hineda, you can do this. But, Hineda sobbed, I can't do it now, I've never learned this jutsu. This was too difficult. How could she master a ninjutsu that she had never learned before? This is not something a weakling like her can do. Tian-Kei stared straight into Hineda's eyes, with confirmation in his eyes, and he spoke in a positive tone. You can do this, I believe you, Hineda. Hineda shook her head helplessly and sobbed helplessly. Hineda, you can do it, you can help me. Just like hypnosis, Tian-Kei said repeatedly. Hineda, you can do this, you can help me. Slowly, with Tian-Kei's comfort, Hineda calmed down. She felt a sense of peace in Tian-Kei's gentle voice. She calmed down. Subconsciously, she put her hand on the wound on Tian-Kei's arm. Following Tian-Kei's words, Hineda concentrated chakra on her palms. She forgot everything in front of her, she forgot the bleeding wound. She forgot her timidity, she forgot her shyness. She just concentrated wholeheartedly on concentrating the chakra into the palm of her hand. She just wanted to help the man in front of her. A faint, soft white light appeared on Hineda's white and soft palm. A faint white light shines on the wound. The wound stopped bleeding and healed slowly. Hineda stared blankly at everything in front of her, everything was so incredible. Tian-Kei gently rubbed Hineda's head. Mastering the healing technique in just one use, Hineda, you are a very talented ninja. You're not weak, you just don't like fighting. I can't fight with a ruthless heart, I can't restrain my kindness and gentleness. None of this is your fault. Thank you, Hineda. It was such a gentle voice, but it seemed like it could melt all the ice and snow. Hineda covered her mouth with both hands, tears falling down like broken beads. None of this is your fault. Tian-Kei looked at Hineda with pity. Hineda is a great girl, she didn't do anything wrong, she was just so kind. Living in a troubled world of war, it was never her fault that she couldn't fight with a heart. Maybe as Niji said, Hineda is not suitable to be a ninja, but this is not because of weakness, but because of kindness. Hineda is too kind and gentle. She couldn't restrain her kindness, she couldn't restrain her tenderness. She couldn't make herself go cold and hard, she couldn't. This is the difference between Hineda and others. Although my younger sister Tian-Tian is also a kind-hearted girl, my younger sister Tian-Tian is completely different from Hineda. Tenten is a girl with a strong competitive spirit. With Tsunade as her goal, she has long made up her mind to become a great ninja. Tian-Tian is a strong and brave girl. Tian-Tian has a kind side, but she also does not lack determination and courage. Tian-Tian can restrain his tenderness and use reason to override his emotional side when fighting. Hineda is different from everyone. Naruto wants to be understood, Naruto wants to be recognized, Naruto wants to be the Hokage. Xiaoli wants to prove himself. Xiaoli wants to prove to everyone that you can become a great ninja by relying solely on physical skills. Niji wants to prove himself, Niji wants to change his own destiny, Niji wants to change the destiny of the Hyuga family. Each of them has strong ambitions. They want to prove themselves and they want to grasp their destiny. Hineda is different from everyone. Hineda has no competitive spirit, Hineda has no desire for gain or loss. Her thoughts and needs were suppressed. She was a person who valued others more than herself. Facing the caged bird seal in the branch house, Niji wanted to resist, to change his destiny, and to break all the shackles. As for Hineda, she will take the initiative to become a branch house for her sister, take the initiative to choose, and be engraved with a seal that binds her life. She will bear everything silently. She could only see the person she loved in her eyes, she couldn't see herself. She is a submissive person, and she is always willing to humiliate herself and help others. The real world is too cruel for Hineda. She is a very simple and kind person. It was hard for Tian-Kei to imagine how many things, how much pain, how much inner torture such a gentle, even timid girl had to go through before she could be strong enough to face life and death, and face cruel battles. TNK doesn't want Hinata, such a pure and kind person, to go through those pains and those difficult choices and decisions. He extended his right hand to Hinata. Again, hello Hinata, I am TNK, the medical ninja of the Konoha medical team. Hinata, I hope you can join the Konoha medical team, and I hope you can become my assistant, TNK said in a positive tone. I welcome you to help me at any time. The Hyuga family's mansion is located north of Konoha village. In the southwest corner of the mansion, there is a quiet small courtyard. Hyuga Hinata got up early. She was standing in front of the big mirror in the entrance hall, looking at herself in the mirror and cheering herself up. Come on Hinata, you can do this. Then she blushed again. There was a blush on her fair face, and she looked silly, cute. Can't be shy anymore. Hinata turned on the faucet, soaked her hands with cold water, and patted her face gently. The redness that reached the base of my ears never faded. Recalling what happened yesterday and what brother TNK said to her, Hinata almost fainted again. Hinata, you are a good girl, and you are a very talented ninja. Thank you, Hinata. I want you to be my assistant. I need you to help me. I welcome you to help me at any time. Every word TNK said echoed repeatedly in Hinata's mind. These words are like a heater. Hinata's pretty face turned redder every time she said a word. So shy. Hinata shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her head. Hinata desperately wanted to calm down, but when she thought about going out soon and possibly seeing TNK again, she started to get nervous again. The face of the man in the mirror was already red, as if he was about to smoke. Hinata became anxious again. She turned up the faucet and buried her head under the faucet. The cold water slapped her face, and the lingering blush dissipated helplessly. Gently wiping her black hair with a towel, Hinata finally calmed down. Yesterday, TNK sent her home in a daze. In the training ground, she learned the healing technique and was praised and affirmed by TNK. The emotions that had been suppressed suddenly got out of control under the gentle care. The training did not continue. TNK and Tiantian stayed with her, taking care of and comforting her. TNK told her a lot about what happened in the medical team. In the medical team, he looked after the patients every day and studied medical ninjutsu. It was a very fulfilling job. You could see injured patients recover from health under your own care. You could see the medical ninjutsu you developed and let others compete to learn and imitate. Patients who had been unable to be cured for a long time regained their health, and patients who were seriously injured and refractory to treatment regained hope. This is another life. This is another ninja. This was a life Hinata had never known, another side of ninjutsu she didn't know. Thinking of that kind of life, thinking of being able to become such a ninja, thinking of being able to help TNK, and being able to go to work and get off work with TNK, Hinata's heartbeat began to accelerate again. It's like a dream. Afraid that everything was just a dream that would fade away, Hinata pinched the medical ninjutsu scroll in her pocket. Feeling the touch of the ninjutsu scroll, Hinata told herself that this was not a dream. She stared at her hands, concentrating. Recalling the situation yesterday, she concentrated on focusing the chakra on her hand. The faint white light on her hand reminded Hinata that everything had changed. Seeing the white light shining slightly on her hand, Hinata felt peaceful in her heart, and everything changed. She looked at herself in the mirror, clenched a fist with one hand, and shouted again, "Come on, Hinata." Hinata walked out of the entrance hall, returned to the bedroom, and was about to go out. Correct, she quickly ran to the table in the bedroom and picked up 2 more black scrolls. He looked at the specially marked words on the scroll: Inyazuka Kiba, Analysis of Ninja Beast Cultivation, Abarame Shino, Detailed Explanation of Insect Evolution. Hinata's heart felt warm again. Along with the scroll of medical notes that she always carried with her, these were all specially prepared for her by TNK yesterday. In addition to the medical scroll prepared for her, TNK also prepared gifts for her teammates, Kiba Inyazuka and Abarame Shino. According to him, a companion can go from being a stranger to a familiar one, and the right gift can greatly speed up this process. Recalling yesterday, TNK was in her study, rummaging through notes from the thick bookshelf to prepare a plan for her medical ninjutsu practice. Hinata felt warm in her heart, as if she was being basked in the warm sun or wrapped in soft white clouds. Okay, it's time to go out. Hinata cheered herself up again. After picking up the scroll to give to her companions, Hinata quickly ran out the door. Hinata was the only one in the quiet little courtyard. She ran out of the yard quickly without saying hello to anyone else. After leaving the yard and heading south along the street, Hinata ran towards the school. Through the streets. Along the way, she saw many children, laughing and jumping together, walking together. Looking at them with a slightly envious look, Hinata did not slow down and continued to move forward quickly. Hinata. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly stopped her. Hinata turned around and her heart started to beat faster. With a white coat and a bright smile, he is brother TNK. Then, TNK handed a bag in his hand to Hinata. Good morning, Hinata, you look beautiful today and look good. Seeing Hinata looking good, a stone fell in TNK's heart. Hinata took the bag and was a little curious as to why TNK was here. As if understanding Hinata's curiosity, TNK tilted his head towards a nearby shop. I want to eat the meat buns from this store every day, so I went out to buy buns for her. Looking at the large gilt signboard hanging at the door of the store, Chinese pastry, Hinata knew that this was a very famous pastry shop in Konoha village. Listening to TNK going out to buy buns for her sister, Hinata showed a hint of envy in her eyes. TNK smiled and motioned to the bag in Hinata's hand. In addition to the meat buns, the red bean paste buns in this store also taste very good. I always want to treat you to them. Eat it while it's hot. The buns won't taste good if they're cold. Upon hearing this, Hinata immediately had a sweet smile on her face. She opened the bag in her hand, took out a hot bean paste bun, and took a small bite. The red bean paste buns are very sweet, sweet to the heart. Hinata still remembers a sentence she once read in a book. When you are in a bad mood, sweets can make you feel better. She now understands another sentence, when you are in a good mood, sweets can make people feel better. A happy smile appeared on Hinata's face. The bean paste buns were really sweet. Hinata seems to be in a good mood and has a good appetite. TNK went to the store and bought some meat buns, red bean paste buns, sumai, and soy milk. He ordered a lot of food and asked the boss to pack it all in thermal boxes. Hinata was on the side and hurriedly stopped her, waving her hands repeatedly. Too many, brother TNK. TNK smiled and handed the packed food to Hinata without any explanation. Some are for dessert, and some are for Kiba and Shino. Eat more and get along well with your companions later. Come on, Hinata. TNK made a fist with one hand and made a cheering gesture. Hinata took the bag and nodded vigorously. I will work hard. Hinata's eyes sparkled with high fighting spirit. Whether it's medical ninjutsu or questions on Gentle Fist, remember to ask me at any time. If you need someone to chat with or go shopping, you can find Tiantian. In order to abduct Hinata, TNK ruthlessly betrayed his own sister. Thinking of getting along with TNK every day, Hinata's eyes showed a burst of envy. I'm going to school, Hinata said novelistically. See you later. TNK looked at Hinata encouragingly. Come on. Hinata waved goodbye to TNK and walked towards the school, while TNK was watching Hinata leave. At this moment, a carefree voice shouted loudly, Brother TNK. Before TNK could react, a golden figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Orange coat, blonde hair, tanuki face, it turned out to be Uzumaki Naruto. Good morning, Naruto. TNK greeted Naruto calmly. Naruto smiled broadly. Good morning, brother TNK. I was just going to school when I saw you. TNK smiled. Have you had breakfast, Naruto? He pointed to the Chinese pastry shop next door. The buns in this store taste good. What flavor do you like? Speaking of breakfast, Naruto's mood immediately dropped. Our instructor said we won't be allowed to have breakfast. Naruto held his stomach and said helplessly, I don't know what's going on, I'm so hungry. Are you going to the hospital for a physical checkup? TNK asked curiously. Naruto shook his head. I don't know, but it probably isn't. His tone was somewhat dissatisfied. He said it was a field survival drill and that we would vomit. He also threatened us by saying that the passing rate of the field survival drill was only 60%. The remaining students will be sent back to school. Is this true? Naruto looked a little worried. TNK comforted Naruto, don't worry. In terms of strength, Chunin can't beat you. Genin's test is just a formality. Naruto's ability to open the 8 inner gates is superior to that of most Chunin, and it is impossible to stump him in the Genin exam. Heite Kakashi? With Naruto's reminder, TNK recalled some things. Naruto's instructor is Heite Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja, Konoha Elite Jonin. As for the class placement, as before, Naruto was assigned to the same class as Suzuki and little Sakura. After all, there are not many students in each class of the ninjutsu school. There are only 27 genin in Naruto's graduating class. There are not many genin, and it is even more difficult to divide them into classes that can match each other. Therefore, the class placement of most students is scheduled from the beginning. Having been in this world for more than 10 years, even if TNK has deliberately recalled the plot, he still cannot remember many details. Not to mention, he changed the people around him very early on. For many things, TNK needs to know the specific situation and then analyze it, and cannot copy any plot. Recalling Heite Kakashi's acting style, TNK roughly understood the situation. He waved the pocket in his hand, tempting Naruto. Don't worry. With your strength, you won't fail Genin's test. Why don't you drink some milk or soy milk? Kakashi can't see you. If you don't eat breakfast, you won't have the energy to participate in any outdoor training later. Listening to TNK's comfort, Naruto's nervous mood eased a lot. Smelling the fragrant smell of the buns, he swallowed and hesitated. If you just eat something secretly, no one will see it. Thinking of this, Naruto happily picked up a meat bun. He opened his mouth wide and was about to bite it. At this time, a young man in black shorts, half-length black hair covering his ears, and a cold expression walked over. "Naruto, are you stealing food?" Sasuke looked at Naruto with contempt as he had caught the thief. Naruto looked at the person with an angry expression on his face. "You be asterisk 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 D Sasuke, how can eating be called stealing?" Sasuke ignored Naruto and walked straight to TNK. He stared at TNK closely and spoke in a stiff tone. "I know you, you are Konoha TNK, the most famous genius ninja in the village, the chief student of the class before me. You have set the records of all subjects in the ninjutsu school." Sasuke's voice was a bit gloomy. "Even better than that man, with even better and terrifying results." Sasuke stared at TNK, trying to see clearly how different this man was. When he was in school, he tried hard to break that man's record in school, but he couldn't do it. And on top of that man's achievements, there is another even more unattainable achievement, created by the man in front of him. The whole village says you are a ninjutsu genius like the third Hokage, the next ninjutsu doctor. Sasuke's eyes were filled with fire. "I want to challenge you, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I want to prove that I will not lose to you, let alone that man." Naruto jumped up at Sasuke's words and he shouted, "You be asterisk 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 D Sasuke. You are worthy of challenging brother TNK. You should defeat me first." Sasuke didn't look at Naruto, a dismissive look on his face. "It's just you, a crane tail." Naruto said angrily, "What the hell, I'm just not good at clone technique. I'm at the top in the taijutsu class." Reckless man. Sasuke continued to be dismissive. He had no interest in this idiot who didn't excel in school. The opponent in his eyes was a genius who could set records in various subjects of the ninjutsu school. Although Naruto in this life is no longer the same as before, he is not good at ninjutsu and his impulsive and reckless character has not changed. Among the schools, Naruto's taijutsu has always been among the best. But in terms of ninja tool control, ninjutsu learning, and knowledge theory, Sasuke was ruthlessly crushed. Being ignored by Sasuke continuously made Naruto even more angry and he gritted his teeth. "You be asterisk 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 D Sasuke, I really need to teach you a lesson." Just when the atmosphere between the two was strong, Sasuke, a pure and bright voice suddenly sounded. Follow the sound. It was a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam with a sakura pattern. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, walking all the way from the direction Sasuke came from just now. Beautiful women looked around in the streets, calling to Sasuke. When she saw Sasuke, her eyes lit up and she hurried over with small steps. She quickly ran up to Sasuke, put one hand on her hips and pointed at Sasuke with the other, scolding him mercilessly. "Sasuke, you sneaked out without eating breakfast." Seeing this beautiful woman, Sasuke was a little flustered, and he explained nervously, "Yui, I didn't sneak out, I came out openly. I didn't eat breakfast because our instructor didn't let us eat breakfast." Yui didn't care about Sasuke's reasons at all and continued to scold him. "Why don't you have breakfast? Why don't you want to eat well?" There was resentment and self-pity in her tone. "What if you don't eat well and your body collapses? What will we do if you collapse? What will happen to the Uchiha family? If your body breaks down, how will you ever have children in the future, the Uchiha clan?" Puff. TNK was drinking soy milk just now. When Yui approached Sasuke with a foul expression and said she wanted to challenge him, TNK looked like he was watching a good show. But hearing such shocking topics still made him unable to recover for a long time, and he even sprayed soy milk on Naruto. After having children, are young people today's spare time already so rich? An inexplicable sour taste spread in TNK's heart. Having a baby? Naruto's face turned red as he looked curiously at the beautiful woman in front of Sasuke. This woman is wearing a cheongsam decorated with sakura patterns. She is tall, graceful, and slender. A face with oval seeds and a broad mind. The slim-fitting cheongsam reveals white arms and a beautiful figure. Because he looked too closely, Naruto's nose felt hot and blood flowed from his nose. Have a baby. It was just too intense. Sasuke blushed with embarrassment, and his fair face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He felt that everyone's eyes on the street were full of hostility. The eyes of passers-by were staring at him like knives, including the guy named TNK who he regarded as the target of challenge. He could read in the eyes of passers-by that they were envious, jealous, and wished they could replace him with his own body. He also vaguely heard strange words such as winner in life, leader of all evil, sinner, burned to death, apology with death. Sasuke argued dryly, "Why do you have to bring up having a baby again? Why has it become the scene he fears most?" At this moment, a little girl with pink hair suddenly jumped out. The girl is young and looks about the same as Sasuke. Broad forehead, wearing a headband. The little girl pointed at Yui and asked loudly, "Sasuke, who is this shameless woman and why does she force you to have a child with him?" Naruto whispered, "Sakura-chan." The woman named Sakura stared at the beautiful woman named Yui with an angry face and said angrily, Suzuki is mine, don't try to take Suzuki away. Suzuki covered his forehead with his hands and said through gritted teeth, "What the hell, little Sakura, why are you causing trouble?" The chaotic posture in front of him made his whole head almost explode. Yui stood in front of Suzuki like a tigress protecting her calf. She looked at little Sakura fiercely. "What do you mean by taking away Suzuki? Suzuki is mine. Suzuki wants to continue the Uchiha family with us. Suzuki will not have children with anyone other than me and Kyuka." Suzuki yelled as his feet jumped in panic. "When did I say this?" Yui looked at Suzuki pitifully. "Suzuki, do you still want to have children with another woman?" She was like an abandoned harem, about to cry. "I didn't expect that my Suzuki would turn out to be such a playboy." Then, she cheered up again and talked to herself to cheer herself up. "Yui, come on, don't back down. It doesn't matter even if Suzuki is a playboy, as long as he is Suzuki, everything is okay." Suzuki went crazy. "Don't make up your own mind, what a playboy." He could feel the anger in the passers-by's eyes getting a little stronger, and the emotions that burned him to death became even hotter. Yui looked at Suzuki with gentle and tolerant eyes. "There are only 3 of us left in the Uchiha family. For the continuation of the Uchiha family and the growth of the bloodline, Suzuki, you want to become a playboy." She sobbed in self-pity and spoke reluctantly. "Kyoka and I will support it. I won't be a playboy," Suzuki said frantically. Suzuki felt that every minute and every second he was suffering from the anger of passers-by. Why things turned out like this? "Suzuki, you're so kind." Uchiha Yui was so happy that she hugged Suzuki into her arms and muttered happily, "Suzuki, you are so good." Many passers-by angrily stared at the brat and cursed incessantly. G winner in life. Little Sakura shouted frantically, "You old woman, let go of Suzuki. Suzuki won't like you. You're too old." She rushed to Yui's body and pulled Suzuki away forcefully. Suzuki finally breathed fresh air again, looking like he had been saved. The next second, he began to face the scene of collapse again. Yui and little Sakura, one on the left and one on the right, faced Suzuki. "Tell me, should you choose her or me? Tell me, choose me or her." Looking at the scene in front of him, Tenkei was also filled with emotion. Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka, they are the other 2 remaining survivors of Uchiha besides Suzuki. They were able to escape and survive the Uchiha genocide, which had something to do with Tenkei. The extermination of the Uchiha clan happened 5 years ago. At that time, Uchiha Suzuki was only 7 years old, and Tenkei was only 8 years old. With Tenkei's 8-year-old strength, if he wanted to participate in the Uchiha clan's genocide, he would be seeking death. No matter how talented Tenkei is, he is facing the conspiracy of the entire Konoha high-level collective. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, facing Shinura Danzo, facing the entire armed force of Konoha, that is also the end of seeking death. What's more, Tenkei has no particular fondness for the Uchiha clan. It was not without reason that the Uchiha clan would reach the point where the entire clan was wiped out. In a time of peace, the old Third Hokage is in power. The atmosphere of Konoha can be said to be very relaxed, and Konoha has always been kind to all major families. In such an era, such a shocking tragedy should not have occurred. But that's what happened. The Uchiha clan is so hated. Every big family will be treated differently by others, with envy, admiration, jealousy, and yearning. But unlike other big families in Konoha, the Uchiha family is very unpopular. They are very closed-minded and very proud. Years of war have made peace very precious, and everyone is trying their best to maintain this peace. In this era, other big families know how to hide their clumsiness, cover up their strengths, and know how to make friends with other forces in the village and unite with each other. Everyone knows how to maintain the overall peace. This is the common requirement of everyone. Peace is the most important. However, the Uchiha clan only knows how to risk the disapproval of the world to fight against this long-awaited peace. Once upon a time, Uchiha Madara, the head of the Uchiha family, was a powerful ninja as famous as the god of ninjutsu, Senju Hashirama. The Uchiha family is also as famous as the Senju family. But for many years since Konoha was founded, no one from the Uchiha family has ever been a Hokage, and the development of the Uchiha family has always been feared and restricted by the Hokage. This made the Uchiha clan, who regarded themselves very highly, always believe that Konoha had treated them badly. The kind of pride revealed in the bones because of the strong blood inheritance boundary, coupled with the belief that Konoha has wronged their clan. This has caused many conflicts and frequent conflicts between the Uchiha family and other forces in Konoha. Having determined that everyone else is bad, as the Konoha police force, the Uchiha clan will inevitably favor their clan members and make enemies everywhere. This attitude of the Uchiha family has further aroused the dissatisfaction of other forces, which has further aggravated the Uchiha family's clique and favoritism. Because of this distasteful attitude towards everyone secretly calls the Uchiha clan the Pink Eye clan. Even when Tenkei showed his prominence in the ninjutsu school, he often encountered hostility from classmates with pink eyes. The unanimous camaraderie and favoritism have allowed jealousy and arrogance to penetrate into the bones of the Uchiha people. When they see the weak, they discriminate against them. When they see the strong, they unite to resist and be hostile. The Uchiha clan is full of superiority and hostility towards people outside of their own clan. It's no wonder that when the Uchiha clan was wiped out, no one was willing to speak for them. But I have to say that although they have many enemies, not everyone in the Pinkai family is annoying, and not everyone deserves to die. There are always some families who are a little transparent, not so annoying, and even very innocent. Although TNK had no ability, he directly participated in the extermination of the Uchiha clan. But change your thinking, there is nothing that TNK Monopoly cannot do. According to the tense atmosphere in the village, tensions were rising in the village. A few weeks before the Uchiha massacre, TNK found a way to use a fake identity to entrust a well-paid task. The mission specially selected 2 female ninjas with better personalities among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka. On the one hand, he couldn't bear to see the entire Uchiha clan wiped out. TNK's abilities were limited and he could only do his best. On the other hand, it's just an attempt anyway, and maybe you can get some destiny points. TNK was not short of money or ideas, so he secretly helped the Uchiha family. I don't know if it was because the village really felt guilty about the Uchiha family's plan to exterminate the entire family, but the mission was not blocked and passed smoothly. When the Uchiha clan was exterminated, 2 women, Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka, escaped because they were on missions outside. After that, the 2 people who completed their mission and returned to the village learned that their entire clan had been wiped out. Faced with such news, they were unable to resist, so they chose to retire and no longer be ninjas. Since then, Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka have been at home, relying on the Uchiha family's inheritance. Now it seems that they are living a good life. They seem to be taking care of Suzuki wholeheartedly, and want to have children with Suzuki to continue and strengthen the Uchiha family bloodline. TNK sighed softly. This ending seemed pretty good. Although he had no intention of dealing with the stinky kid Suzuki, it seems that with a little effort by chance, he helped Suzuki and gave him a home. Although there will be a strange feeling that creates a winner in life. TNK shook his head gently, no longer paying attention to the winner in life who was created by himself. Ignore Suzuki's harem Shura field. Because she wasted a lot of time, TNK simply went to the pastry shop and bought freshly baked steamed buns. While Suzuki was busy dealing with the Shura field and the harem and was exhausted, TNK was walking towards home. He quickened his pace and carried the chakra, just like a dragonfly touching water. His body transformed into a black shadow, flying across the roof. A few minutes later, TNK returned to the family. He gave the hot meat buns and soy milk to his sister, and chatted with her about the interesting things he encountered on the road. After waiting for his sister to finish breakfast, TNK also left home and walked towards the mission center in the Hokage building. TNK walked from home along the road directly to the Hokage building. The Hokage building has 3 floors in total. The lobby on the first floor looks like a modern government affairs center. There are many chairs in the lobby and various signboards. Consultation, reception, entrusting tasks, receiving tasks, seeking help. This place is like a government hall in modern society, used to receive villagers with various needs. Most of Genin's daily tasks can be obtained in the lobby on the first floor. The daily entrustments of villagers in the village are also received by the staff in the lobby on the first floor. In addition, some simple bounties and long-term tasks are hanging in the hall for a long time. It was still early and there was no one in the government affairs hall, only the staff nodded and said hello to everyone who came in. After nodding with the other party, TNK walked from the corner of the first floor to the second floor. Compared with the spacious and bright first floor, the second floor seems crowded, narrow and much more formal. The second floor is divided into different offices, some open and some closed. There are different door numbers hanging on the door of the office. Administrative department, medical department, mission center, conference room. The village's top management, daily meetings, and daily work are all held in different offices on the second floor. Above Chunin, the daily task center is also on the second floor. Generally, Chunin and Jonin are in the mission center on the second floor after receiving the mission. You still need to go to the Hokage office on the third floor, and Hokage will make the final confirmation. Compared to the chores and trivial matters that Genin handles, Chunin and Jonin are the senior forces in the village. All missions involving Chunin and Jonin are of high risk and impact and must be confirmed and arranged by the Hokage himself. The third floor is the Hokage office and some important information rooms. In the village, Hokage serves as the village's highest combat power and decision-making power. The place where the Hokage is the safest place. Important information is placed here without making people worry. TNK went straight to the mission center on the second floor. At the place where the task was handed in, a middle-aged man with a pineapple head, a scarred face, and a black vest greeted TNK. "Good morning, TNK, are you here to hand in another task?" The middle-aged man's tone was familiar and enthusiastic. He is the village's elite Jonin Nara Shikaku, the current leader of the Nara clan, the father of Nara Shikamaru, and a high-level manager of the Konoha Administration Department. In a world dominated by ninjas, although ninjas have strong fighting power, managing a village and a country requires more than just fighting power. Most ninjas are too focused on fighting and strength, and are often deficient in decision-making and management abilities, and may not even be stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, in the village, the most powerful person in combat is the shadow, but the shadow may not really be the manager of the village. Even the old and strong third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen relies heavily on advisors with strong decision-making abilities in daily matters. Nara Shikaku is one of the few ninjas in the village who can manage a powerful city. TNK also respects such a professional with outstanding strength and wisdom. TNK waved the scroll in his hand and said in a relaxed tone, "This is this month's task, 1 month's worth, 10,000 detonating charms. Do you need to count them?" Nara Shikaku took the scroll from TNK's hand, checked it briefly, and placed the scroll on the shelf next to it. "You have been doing this task for several years, and there is no problem. This month's inventory has just ended. When the next batch of talismans is delivered, we will take inventory together." TNK shrugged and said calmly, "It's up to you. Anyway, I'm only responsible for the production. You can handle the other things." He smiled slightly. It's still the old rule, half is converted into money, and usually converted into contribution points. Nara Shikaku picked up a list from the shelf and drew on it with an ink pen. Looking at the numbers on the list, he clicked his tongue in admiration. "You are indeed the most famous genius in the village. Just from making detonating talismans, your income is more than that of several jonin combined. Mastering a high-end craft is much better than being a ninja. How about I ask my son Shikamaru to learn how to make detonating charms from you?" Nara Shikaku said quite emotionally. "My son Shikamaru is also a genius. Even if he is not as good as you, he will not be much worse. If he can make detonating charms as quickly as you, his income will be much higher than mine in the future." TNK smiled and waved his hand. "I'm not hiding it, asking Shikamaru to learn how to make detonating talismans with me. Who will inherit your Nara family's family business? What's more, your family is tied to the Yamanaka family and the Akamaike family. Shikamaru has no chance. Fly solo. And in the world of ninjas, money is not just important." Nara Shikaku nodded. "That's right. They still have to inherit the title of Inoshikacho. That's a pity." TNK said easily, "I gave Shikamaru a lot of ninjutsu scrolls before. If he is willing to practice well, he will not just make this his main job like me. It is still easy to make some pocket money during the weekdays. No wonder Shikamaru rarely asks for pocket money from home these days." Nara Shikaku suddenly realized, "I also saw him often inviting Koji to dinner, and I asked him why he had so much private money. You are also a jonin of Konoha, a senior manager of the administrative department. Shikamaru's pocket money should not be deducted, right?" There was a hint of teasing in TNK's tone. Nara Shikaku smiled softly. "That's not the case. I'm not happy that Shikamaru can be more energetic. Thank you for taking care of Shikamaru on weekdays." "You are welcome," TNK said in a relaxed tone. "You guys get busy first. I'll go to the information room on the 3rd floor to redeem some ninjutsu information." Making detonating charms and selling them to villages at low prices has been one of TNK's most important daily tasks over the years. His reputation as a genius in Konoha was largely due to this daily task, and it began to spread as a rumor. For ninjas, the mission is more than just fighting, more than just protecting important people or escorting goods. A large ninja village is like a large city. Everything in the city and aspects of tasks must be summarized in the Hokage building. This is an S-level ninjutsu that TNK purchased in Monopoly Mall. Because of the special bloodline boundary restrictions, the ninjutsu Tsukuyomi, which can only be performed by Mangekyo Sharinan, only cost TNK 3 million taels of pocket money. Purchasing the ninjutsu Tsukuyomi is a great attempt by TNK. In this world, unlike ordinary ninjutsu, many specific ninjutsu require specific bloodline boundaries before they can be used. Just like this ninjutsu Tsukuyomi, it is a ninjutsu that Sharinan automatically masters after awakening to Mangekyo. There is no way to practice this ninjutsu. TNK wants to know how these specific ninjutsu, which are like innate supernatural powers and cannot be practiced, can be explained through ninjutsu theory. Although there is no Sharinan, TNK believes that the knowledge of Tsukuyomi will be more valuable than the ninjutsu of Tsukuyomi. The facts were just as he judged. Although as TNK expected from the beginning, Tsukuyomi cannot be used on others without Mangekyo Sharinan, but all of Tsukuyomi's own knowledge and theories were actually mastered by TNK through the Monopoly Mall. This is a great knowledge that those ninjas who can cast Tsukuyomi have never mastered and cannot understand. Ninjutsu Tsukuyomi is the ultimate use of spiritual power other than chakra. After studying the boundaries of blood inheritance, TNK discovered that in many cases, the special blood inheritance boundaries are like a kind of innate magical power. Those ninjas with innate magical powers can naturally master these innate powers without even practicing, just like Sharingan's eye opening, which is a special power integrated into the blood. Because power comes too easily, those ninjas who have inherited a special bloodline often don't know the principle and source of their power. Powerful supernatural powers rely on instinctive talent. Ninjas in the special realm of blood inheritance do not know the principles of their talents. They only have magical powers, but they cannot truly understand the principles of realizing magical powers. In TNK's view, these ninjas with special blood inheritance boundaries really have a treasure trove without even realizing it. Can't cast Tsukuyomi on other people, TNK doesn't care. Mastering the complete theory of using ninjutsu Tsukuyomi, TNK discovered the greater power hidden in Tsukuyomi. Without Mangekyo Sharinan, even after mastering the theoretical knowledge about Tsukuyomi and becoming a master of the theory, TNK still cannot use Tsukuyomi on others. TNK can only use Tsukuyomi on one person. TNK can only use Tsukuyomi on himself. With the skills of a master of theory and his extraordinary mental power, it became possible to use Tsukuyomi on himself. As the person who knows ninjutsu Tsukuyomi best in this world, TNK can say it without any hesitation. As a gifted magical power, those ninjas who only know how to use it but do not understand the principle greatly underestimate the role of Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi space is composed of spiritual power, which is beyond the limits of the material world. In the Tsukuyomi space, all space, time, and quality are controlled by the will of the caster. In Tsukuyomi's world, no matter how much time passes, there is only a moment in the real world. Such a terrible ninjutsu, used to torture the enemy, is really putting the cart before the horse. In TNK's imagination, such a terrifying ninjutsu is simply an enhanced and super-enhanced version of bullet time. Extending one's sense of time in an instant is Tsukuyomi's true potential. In a moment of reality, the controller of Tsukuyomi space can extend his own time. Using this method to fight against the enemy, you can completely extend your own time to several days and nights when the opponent uses ninjutsu. You can learn all the methods used by the opponent in an instant and come up with a million ways to kill the opponent. This is simply the seventh sense of the small universe. If one can completely master the Tsukuyomi space, the same trick will not be used on TNK a second time. Of course, this is the ninjutsu that TNK is still developing, its most ideal and complete state. Time ninjutsu. This is the ninjutsu TNK ultimately hopes to create. The ideal is beautiful, the reality is cumbersome, and the road is tortuous. The potential of Tsukuyomi space is unlimited, but the consumption of Tsukuyomi space is also very large. Even if it is not used to fight the enemy, using Tsukuyomi space for yourself will cause a huge burden. Fortunately, TNK is trying to change all this. Tsukuyomi is a very special ninjutsu, and its consumption is also very special. Even the complete ninjutsu Tsukuyomi consumes very little chakra. This is because it is necessary to pull other people's spirits into the Tsukuyomi space. The variant used by TNK, Tsukuyomi, consumes even less chakra. Tsukuyomi is not so much a ninjutsu as it is the ultimate use of spiritual power. In ninjutsu Tsukuyomi, chakra is just an introduction to the spell. What really consumes Tsukuyomi is mental power. Tsukuyomi is extremely energy-consuming. The true meaning of Tsukuyomi lies in the ability to extend a moment of time infinitely in the spiritual world. No matter how long the illusion lasts in Tsukuyomi space, the real time only passes by an instant. And Tsukuyomi's consumption is also here. The time of concentration is infinitely stretched. As long as the illusion lasts, the spirit of the caster is equivalent to having endured the illusion for the same period of time. The complete Tsukuyomi is a ninjutsu that is also suffering itself. A person can usually only maintain his undivided attention for 4 to 5 hours a day. Overload operation can only increase 1 to 2 hours. After a ninja practices hard, this time will be several hours longer than that of ordinary people. But these are already the limit of the human body's load. After exceeding the physiological limit, the brain will be tired, the reaction will be slow, and people will continue to be distracted and anxious. Therefore, the original Tsukuyomi is a ninjutsu that defeats the enemy with one move, and it is also a ninjutsu that makes oneself semi-cruel. In addition, Tsukuyomi's spell range is very short, and once it is cracked, it will suffer severe backlash. But all these shortcomings can be changed for TNK. He didn't need to stretch it out too long. What he chose was the power to compress Tsukuyomi's space. If we talk about a complete Tsukuyomi, one moment can be stretched to 3 days and 3 nights, or even to no limit. TNK only needs to extend his time. He only needs to extend his 1 minute to 10 seconds, even shorter. As long as he can master such skills, any ninjutsu or any physical technique will become a joke in his perception of the speed of light. This is the unique time ninjutsu he is creating, light years. Gain insight into the entire world with the speed of light. Taking the speed of light as 1 year, this is the ninjutsu TNK wants to create, a time ninjutsu that has never appeared in this world. Light years. TNK has high expectations for time ninjutsu. Once this jutsu is perfected, it will be the most powerful jutsu he has ever created in this world. Mastering the power of time and space may be able to break the world and go to more vast and wonderful worlds. In TNK's mind, he wants to complete the time ninjutsu, light years. At least it has to go through moment, dusk, night, and eclipse moon. It needs to go through many stages before it is possible to achieve the final light years. This may be something that you cannot do in your lifetime, but it is more valuable precisely because it is challenging. Once he truly masters the secret of time, TNK will surpass all ninjas and surpass the Sage of Six Paths. Even if Satsuki Kagaya is resurrected, he can't do anything to TNK who masters the time ninjutsu. In TNK's Tsukuyomi space, the boundless sea of darkness, the boundless outer world. He couldn't tell whether it was rough waves or calm, just like the infinite concept lurking, beyond all perception. It was an unknown mystery that he could not explore or detect. In the middle of the dark sea is a pure white land, like a bright moon dotted in the night sky. In the midst of TNK's thoughts, the pure white pure land is like the sea parting. In the pure land, an ink pond and a paper mountain appeared. To the left is the ink pool, pitch black and turbid waves rolling. On the right is the paper mountain, which is flawless and covered with snowflakes. TNK formed a seal with his hands and said silently in his heart, "Paper release Fulong technique." The paper mountain exploded with a roar, and pieces of snowflakes danced. The world of flying white paper is controlled by invisible hands. An invisible hand blew up a thick tornado. The paper mountain was like an adsorbed piece of snowflake. The white paper danced around the thick tornado, forming a white long-headed dragon. The black ink pool began to roar at the same time, as if it was provoked by a long dragon. Thick ink billowing out of the ink pool, more and more thick ink poured out, turning into a long snake like a black Yuryuaki. The long black snake was winding and circling, and the long black snake was eagerly testing the long white dragon. The long black snake tested and swarmed towards the long white dragon. Dragons and snakes dance. The long snake made of thick ink and the long dragon made of white paper are intertwined with each other, rolling and roaring. The black snake and the white dragon intertwined and merged with each other. In the dance of the dragon and snake, the ink snake and the white dragon continue to intercourse and merge. When they finally fit together, a black and white angry dragon stands tall and majestic in the small world. TNK formed seals again and shouted loudly, "Fulong technique solution." The black and white angry dragon is like hearing the horn from the sky. The high-spirited angry dragon lowered its noble head and slowly lay on the ground. Wait until the weather is calm and look again. An angry dragon has turned into millions of detonating symbols spread on the ground. Paper release Fulong technique. Privately, it is also called paper escape money printing machine technique by TNK. With the help of secret techniques, paper escape, ninja techniques, and super beast fake paintings, while others were still making detonating symbols one by hand, TNK had already started printing detonating symbols like a money printing machine. If this ninjutsu were rated, it would be a proper SSS level strategic ninjutsu. Of course, the difficulty of this technique is also a proper SSS level. It only requires specific talisman paper, specific medicinal ink, and exquisite operation technique. A single ninjutsu can create millions of detonating charms in a short period of time. After calming down, TNK waved his hand gently. The angry dragon disappeared, the ink pond and the paper mountain reappeared, and everything returned to its original state. After all, using Fulong technique is different from printing with a real money printing machine. At least, the money printing machine will not explode suddenly, and the Fulong technique controls millions of detonating symbols at a time. Any error in any detonating symbol will cause a chain explosion. Any slight mistake will detonate the entire Fulong. Taking the size of the talisman in front of me as an example, the detonated talisman is enough to blow up half a village. This full fire technique is much more powerful than the tailed beast bomb. Only within the Tsukuyomi space, in this absolute space where time, space, and quality are all controlled by oneself. That's why TNK was so generous, casually creating an explosive talisman dragon composed of tens of millions of detonating talismans. Everything in Tsukuyomi space is controlled by TNK. Only here, incredible training can be easily started. It is precisely because of such infinite magical effects that TNK can responsibly say that the Tsukuyomi used by others is just buying a casket for a pearl, wasting the true potential of this technique. After resting for a while, TNK continued to practice the Fulong money printing machine technique. The reason why the Fulong technique is called the money printing machine technique is because this technique can really print money directly. Mastering the magic of paper escape, it is too easy for TNK to create counterfeit banknotes like banknotes. But for TNK, printing money is really not necessary. The price of a detonating talisman is 300 taels. The detonating talisman is not only a large denomination banknote, but can also be used to hit people. It will not depreciate if you hoard it. Printing detonating talismans is much more valuable than printing banknotes. Once again, he manipulated the intersection of the black snake and the white dragon, and once again performed this wild and violent unique ninjutsu, like looking up at the stars from the top of a snow-capped mountain, or looking down into the abyss from a vast canyon. Every operation of Fulong technique is walking a tightrope. After many consecutive attempts, it occasionally failed. When there is any slight error, an out-of-control detonating talisman is like igniting explosives in a gunpowder magazine filled with explosives. The huge talisman dragon was like an angry dragon rushing over the river, and the wind howled. In an instant, it vented its millions of accumulated anger to the entire world. The overwhelming explosion swept across the world in just an instant. Light, endless light. Heat, endless heat. The dark sea in Tsukuyomi space was suddenly pierced by infinite light in an instant, revealing countless twists and grotesques, indescribable desires and strange thoughts under the darkness. The scene where the Fulong technique exploded was a bit like the mushroom cloud that illuminated the sky and earth that I had seen on TV in my previous life. Seeing this magnificent scene like the heaven and earth opening up and the stars falling, TNK couldn't help but sigh. Explosion is art. After several attempts in Tsukuyomi space, TNK reduced the size of Fulong to 1/100th. After this operation again, the control difficulty of Fulong technique immediately plummeted. After shrinking, Fulong is now easy to control again. With every movement of his hands and feet, the talisman dragon flies to the sky and escapes from the ground, shuttling back and forth. So 3 times. TNK pondered, and the light and shadow flashed. He has returned to the quiet room of his home. In the quiet room, the thick black ink in the jar was still churning, and the white paper on the ground was ready. There is a faint medicinal aroma of gunpowder in the air. I tried my hand many times in Tsukuyomi space and returned to reality, but only for a moment. Everything is just like the last second. No changes were made. TNK formed a seal with his hands and chanted in his mouth. Paper release Fulong technique. The talismans placed on the ground danced gracefully, driven by the chakra. The talisman revolves around the whirlwind controlled by chakra, winding in midair. In the jar, the thick black ink turned into a long and thin snake. The long ink snake hangs in the air, winding up, entangled repeatedly around the dancing white dragon. The difficulty of using this technique in reality is dozens of times more difficult than in the spiritual world of Tsukuyomi space. After all, everything in the spiritual space is under TNK's control. The time, space, and quality of the monthly space are all under the control of the user. Whether it is the chakra or each talisman, they can be used like an arm and a finger. Chakra and talismans in reality are not so easy to control. But for TNK, these were all expected. At this time, the talisman paper and thick ink he controlled shrank hundreds of times. After this choice, he used the Fulong technique, which was really easy to use, and he was able to do it with ease. Slowly, the white paper and the thick ink became entangled together. The two blended and merged with each other, slowly turning into a long black and white dragon. Fulong technique solution. The long dragon slowly landed on the ground, stopped its flags and drums, and turned into a pile of talismans on the ground. No further attempts were made. TNK used the sealing talisman to seal the jar containing the special medicinal ink again. He took out a special sealing scroll and sealed all the detonating symbols on the ground into the sealing scroll. The 10,000 detonating charms just turned in at the Hokage building were replenished like this. Making 1 million detonating talismans at one time is still a bit difficult for TNK, but making 10,000 detonating talismans at one time is already a piece of cake. Heke said to himself, when I have time, I can use this technique a few more times. I won't have to make detonating talismans this year. I should try to develop more other talismans. With such professional ninjutsu, the number of detonating talismans is already too much for TNK. From the very beginning, we were tasked with making 100, 300, 500, and 1,000 detonating charms a month. His mission now is to hand over 10,000 detonating charms in 1 month. Since turning in tasks to 10,000 coins, TNK has never improved the speed of completing tasks. Although his speed of making detonating talismans has been increasing, he still has to consider the acceptance ability of others. This secret technique, Fulong technique, was created by himself and is an unprecedented secret technique. Without exposing this technique, it is impossible to make explosive talismans any faster. And exposing this technique is even more impossible. Whether it was for his trump card or to prevent the village from lowering the price of the detonating talisman, he had to hide his clumsiness. Once this technique is exposed, the most dire consequences will be that the village may force him to make unlimited detonating talismans. Money moves people's hearts, but people's hearts are unpredictable. With the help of Fulong technique, Tsukuyomi space is special. The speed at which TNK makes detonating talismans is already astonishing and sensational. Detonating charms are expensive because they are difficult to make. Only after completing one mission can you purchase a detonating charm. TNK's reward for turning in the detonating talisman every month is similar to an S-level mission. With his own strength, if he really let go of his full strength to produce the detonating talisman, His output value alone can exceed that of an entire village of ninjas. Under such temptation, even the seemingly trustworthy Hokage may not be able to resist the opportunity to greatly increase the village's strength. Don't try the evil in people's hearts. I put away all the tools and put them in the cabinet on the wall. Then he placed the scroll with the detonating talisman sealed in a secret compartment on the floor of the house. After leaving the workshop, TNK returned to the yard, sat on the rocking chair, and began to close his eyes and meditate. Using Tsukuyomi this time, even if it's just hypnosis himself, practicing in Tsukuyomi space still requires a lot of effort and mental energy. Under such exhaustion, you need to take a good rest. Afternoon, Konoha Hospital. A handsome young man dressed in white, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, walked into Konoha Hospital. Konoha Hospital, located in the west of Konoha, is where TNK works daily. Good afternoon. The little nurse in white uniform greeted TNK with a smile. Good afternoon. Greeting colleagues and nurses from the medical department along the way, TNK came to her own private clinic. When he walked into the consultation room, he was slightly stunned when he saw someone else inside. Immediately, he greeted the other party. Hey, it's Niji. I didn't inform you. Why are you suddenly free to come to the hospital? After teaching Niji medical ninjutsu, TNK would naturally not let go of free labor. When encountering some special illnesses, the genius would call Niji for help. With the clairvoyance ability of his white eyes, Niji can quickly diagnose many conditions without touching the patient and help TNK provide auxiliary treatment. It must be said that the Hayaga family was born to learn medical ninjutsu, Niji said calmly. The previous mission just ended. Teacher Guy took Xiaoli for a special training alone. I was training alone at home and got into a bottleneck, so I came over to take a look. The genius shrugged. Since you're here, just take a look at the cases and files yourself. There are no appointments for surgery today. If you come here, you can only guard the outpatient clinic with me. There was no one in the clinic at this time, and Niji and TNK were chatting casually. Where's your sister? Niji asked his teammates how Tiantian was doing. The mission has just ended. I'm taking a few days off. She should be shopping. TNK's tone seemed very relaxed. After all, she was her sister, so of course she had to be treated differently. In addition to training, enjoy life. Aren't you going to accompany me? Niji was a little curious. TNK said righteously, after all, I am also the pillar of Konoha Hospital. It's not time to get off work. Do you think I will skip work because of this? The hospital doesn't need you to be on duty. Didn't you say last time that patients who want to see you have to make an appointment in advance? Niji said. TNK, who was being disgraced, said calmly, if you want to see me for surgery or to treat difficult and complicated diseases, you should naturally make an appointment in advance and let me prepare. For ordinary minor problems, I can cure them with medicine. I just do it casually. Of course, it doesn't have to be that troublesome. As Konoha's master of medical skills, of course I have to be here at all times. Does this make our hospital more professional? Niji smiled non-committally. TNK changed the topic. Yeah, that's right. You should be Chinin this year. Have you considered what job to choose? In the ninja village, Genin is like an intern, led by a teacher to do some practical training such as D-level and C-level. And Chinin is already a ninja who can stand alone. After becoming Chinin, ninjas have become the backbone of the village. They are officially organized and have a high degree of freedom. Not only can Chinin choose the direction of his studies, he can even lead Genin independently to complete tasks. The teacher of the ninjutsu school, Irika, is Chinin. TNK's question stopped Niji. Niji seemed hesitant. The advice you gave me, with the help of white eyes, is that it would be better for me to choose the medical department. TNK nodded. This is my suggestion to you. What are your own ideas? Niji said a little embarrassed. Now is a peaceful era. Most of the time, the medical department helps villagers treat illnesses, and there is very little time for actual fighting and meritorious service. The lack of fighting will have a great impact on me improving my strength and accumulating meritorious deeds. After all, I'm not a genius like you. I can accumulate the merits to be promoted to Jonin just by relying on production tasks and ninjutsu inventions. Niji's tone was a little helpless. He was a little hesitant about TNK's suggestion. Rationally, he knew that the advice TNK gave him was the most reliable way to improve his strength and status. He knew that TNK's guidance and help played a very important role in improving his strength. But he wanted more. He wanted to grow up quickly. In order to change his destiny and change the Hayaga family, he wanted to grow up faster. The routine and stable life of the medical department could hardly meet his expectations for rapid growth. He needs to improve his strength and accumulate merit. He is not as versatile as TNK. TNK is so powerful that he can stand out from the crowd wherever he goes. Whether you are making detonating talismans or developing ninjutsu at Konoha Medical Department, you can quickly accumulate merit. Everything he wants can only be achieved by himself. In non-war years, it is difficult for the medical department to accumulate a large amount of meritorious service due to its daily tasks. Niji asked, "You should be a special jonin soon, right?" TNK was sitting on a chair with a backrest, his arms lightly resting on the back of the chair, and he was talking casually. "I have already achieved my merits for promotion to special jonin, but my promotion speed is too fast. As you said, this is a peaceful era. The department's promotion quota is very strict, and the promotion order has not been issued yet. With the mission of making detonating talismans over the years, and the rewards accumulated from the development of ninjutsu, TNK has long been qualified to become a special jonin in terms of meritorious service. But TNK is still a chinin now, because he has just been promoted to chinin for less than a year, and if he wants to be promoted to a special jonin, the quota is limited. Jonin already has high-level power and status among the village chiefs, and is the top of the ninja promotion. Jonin enjoys good perks and treatment, and the normal path to promotion is very difficult. To be promoted to jonin, in addition to huge meritorious service, you also need a very high personal reputation, as well as the support of the upper echelons of Konoha, each of which is indispensable. This is a peaceful time, unless it is specially approved by the Hokage. Otherwise, he would become a jonin just half a year after being promoted to chinin. There has never been any precedent for such a speed. Even Kakashi, who was in the war years, took 6 years to be promoted from chinin to jonin. And Kakashi is the son of Konoha's White Fang, so you can imagine how difficult it will be for jonin to advance. TNK is the same age and level as Niji, and he was the only one who took the chinin exam last year. During the chinin exam last year, Teacher Guy did not register his students. Teacher Guy hoped that the students would have one more year to accumulate knowledge. He hoped that the 3 students could pass the chinin exam together. TNK doesn't have this worry. He is not familiar with the team members. He had already set a goal and had no intention of forming a long-term team with his teammates. Therefore, for the chinin exam last year, he roped in his instructors and team members and signed up to take the chinin exam. Although he relied on his extraordinary strength to crush all the way and lead his teammates to the finals, the chinin exam is not something that can be passed just by holding on to your thighs. TNK has outstanding strength and easily passed the chinin exam and became a chinin. As thigh pendants, the other 2 team members enjoyed a close-up experience of taking off with a master and crushing the chinin exam. In the final personal battle, he was still defeated. In last year's chinin exam, among the graduates of their class, only TNK became a chinin. For students who have just graduated from ninjutsu school, taking the chinin exam is really too difficult. Normally, it takes at least 3 to 4 years for genin to advance to chinin. At that time, those 15 to 16-year-old graduates can just wash away their immaturity. After becoming chinin, most chinin will never have the chance to be promoted to jonin in their lifetime. Only the best among chinin, through 10 to 20 years of hard work, can become special jonin through years of meritorious service. As for becoming a jonin, you have to be a true genius, and all of them are top talents in the ninja world. Don't look at the comics, one jonin after another looks very ordinary. In the real world of Hokage, jonin is the pinnacle of most ninjas' lives. Except for a few super geniuses from big families, it would take half a lifetime for an ordinary ninja to advance to jonin. The instructor in Hineda's class, Korone Ui, has just been promoted to jonin this year. Korone Ui is 27 years old this year. She became a chinin at the age of 13 and took 14 years to become a jonin. It is really difficult to advance to jonin through the normal way. Thank you all for your support. Today is the weekend. The author is not going out and is working hard on coding. There are 5 updates throughout the day. This is the first update. It is very difficult to advance to jonin through the normal way. Naturally, TNK would not spend his time taking on ordinary tasks over and over again. He had already planned that after becoming a chinin, he dropped out of class and entered Konoha Hospital for further training. Working in the hospital and having enough time to practice ninjutsu, TNK can turn the knowledge he has into power. Practicing medical ninjutsu can further explore the potential of the human body. It doesn't matter if there is no special blood succession boundary. After becoming the most powerful medical ninja, you can create the most powerful blood succession boundary by yourself. He doesn't need to be born into a wealthy family. As a time traveler, he himself is a unique wealthy family. In less than a year, he relied on his extraordinary medical technology and ninjutsu inventions. TNK has become the backbone of the medical department at Konoha Hospital. With your own private clinic, you can recruit assistants and form your own medical team. With its own team, TNK naturally wants to recruit some talents. Niji is a talent that he is very optimistic about and very suitable for. It has to be said that although he wants Niji to be his assistant, his own experience cannot be copied by other ninjas. It does take a long process for Niji to accumulate the merits of becoming a jonin in the position of medical ninja. Niji's concerns are justified. Regarding Niji's worries, TNK could only click on the reminder to stop. Compared to jonin status, jonin strength is more important. A ninja must rely on strength to speak for itself after all. With Jonin strength, it is only a matter of time before he becomes a Jonin. The village will not leave high-end combat power unused. When faced with a manpower shortage, it is very easy to become a Jonin with Jonin strength. While they were chatting, there was a knock at the door of the consulting room. Boom, boom, boom. Next to the door, a young man wearing a vest, with thick dark circles under his eyes, who looked listless and had not woken up, walked in. Someone came to the house for consultation. Looking at the person coming, TNK took out a registration form, holding an ink pen in his hand, and asked casually, "Name?" The visitor yawned and said listlessly, "Don't you know my name?" TNK said disapprovingly, "This is the process. You also need this process when you go to the Hokage building to pick up the mission." "All right," the other party raised his hand, looking helpless. Moonlight Blast. TNK wrote down Yu Guangfeng's name with a pen and looked at Yu Guangfeng up and down. "Let me tell you, Hayate, you are young and weak, and you look like you are weak and have a weak kidney. As a Taijutsu ninja, this is a serious disqualification." Moonlight Hayate looked at TNK with disgust. "Men, there are always so many days in a month. A kid like you wouldn't understand." TNK looked at Yu Guangfeng with doubtful eyes. "Based on your years of illness, I doubt that you only have a few days a year. And it doesn't take more than a few minutes." Moonlight Gale looked at TNK dissatisfied. "To spread rumors in front of seniors, it's really outrageous for young people nowadays. After all, I am also a Taijutsu ninja. Let alone a few days a month, I will be fine every day. Just brag as hard as you can." TNK looked like he had seen through everything. "Your thick smoky makeup and dark circles have never gone away. You cough all day and night, and you can't sleep well, every day. Just because you have such a powerless look on your face, I've been deceived by you since I was a child. Only when the moon shines brightly can I accept you." As if being told about pain, Moonlight Gale didn't even refute. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and asked cautiously, "Well, Dr. TNK, I have a persistent problem of coughing at night. Is there any way to alleviate it?" TNK said coldly, "Are you afraid now? With your physical condition, not to mention your short life, and coughing all day and night, if anyone gets married to you, they will definitely sleep in separate rooms. Go and stand by the wall, I want to check." Moonlight Hayate stood obediently against the wall. "Take off your shirt. Is it useful?" Moonlight Hayate said, a little embarrassed. "Are you a doctor, or am I a doctor? You don't even know about your own disease. Have others been cured of it in the past few years?" Seeing TNK getting angry, Yu Gale immediately raised his hands in surrender and quickly took off his clothes. Under Moonlight Hayate's clothes, there is a thin and pale body, which does not show the strength and sturdiness that a Taijutsu ninja should have. TNK shook his head. "Your physical fitness is too poor. As a Taijutsu ninja, you don't have enough muscles. You rely entirely on the explosive power and flexibility of your skills. Niji, check Moonlight Hayate's lungs." Niji stood in front of Moonlight Hayate, violently moved the chakra, and opened his eyes. A large amount of chakra was concentrated on his eyes, and the blood vessels around his eyes were bulging, looking horrifying. In Byakugan's sight, Moonlight Hayate's entire body had turned into a specimen composed of the human body's meridians and blood vessels. Niji carefully observed Moonlight Hayate's lungs and analyzed them in detail based on Moonlight Hayate's previous conditions. In Moonlight Gale's lungs, a large amount of diseased tissue is spreading. The diseased tissue is eroding the normal lung flesh and blood, affecting the health of his lungs. After several previous treatments, Moonlight Gale's lung tissue has recovered. However, the diseased tissue is too large, and the patient cannot rest on weekdays. This slow treatment is not effective. As Niji spoke, he drew a pattern of Moonlight Hayate's lungs on the paper. Looking at the pattern Niji drew on the paper, listening to Niji's analysis, TNK analyzed. Long-term lung disease leads to physical weakness and frequent coughing. Coughing aggravates the condition and tears the lung tissue. If the diseased tissue is too large, it will accelerate the spread of the diseased tissue. He looked at Yu Guangfeng with stern eyes, knocked on the table, and said sternly, "Moonlight Hayate, I've told you many times, find some time to rest and take long-term care. With my medical skills, your disease can definitely be cured. You don't need to replace the entire lung. You just need to cut off the lesions bit by bit and use ninjutsu to stimulate the growth of the lungs. In just 1 year, the disease will be cured. You are young, you have a fiancé, you are considered a winner in life, and you don't even want to see a doctor. Are you in a hurry to buy a house, or are you in a hurry to seek death?" TNK looked at this guy with dissatisfaction and ignored his treatment plan many times. Cough, cough. Moonlight Gale coughed hard and argued, "It's easy to say take a year off. Do you think everyone is like you? 10K rich people, the life of a ninja is not that easy. I have been hampered by my illness for many years. Most of my income is spent on medical treatment and recuperation." Moonlight Hayate looked helpless. "Do you think I want to be like this now? But what can I do? Who doesn't work hard? Xian's work in Umbu is even harder. After a year of training, do I want Zian to support me? How could he not know that his illness required long-term recovery, but years of illness had emptied his savings? As a special jonin, he is even often taken care of by his girlfriend. Unable to give his beloved woman a happy life, and even having to accept help from her lover, how could he bear to watch Zian doing hard and dangerous work alone in Umbu? Besides working hard, how can he repay those trust and tenderness? After listening to Yueguang Gale's words, TNK finally understood. Moonlight Hayate has been coy about his plan to rest for a year, and it turns out that's the reason. TNK looked at this in surprise. The guy who usually looked a bit out of character turned out to be quite reliable. I can't tell you, you look so weak, but you're still a macho man. Tisk. Stop being so verbose, Moonlight Gale said carelessly. My uncle is in good health. The slow treatment plan will not delay the condition. TNK's tone softened a bit after hearing Moonlight Gale's explanation. You are lucky. Niji, an old Chinese medicine doctor, has made great progress recently. He is a grandmaster in massage, acupoint and acupuncture. He will cut off the diseased tissue and supplement it with other methods. The new treatment plan will be much better. Come a few more times and you will be relieved of your cough. The situation will be greatly alleviated. Niji? Isn't he just your assistant? Moonlight Hayate looked at Niji hesitantly. In the past, TNK had done all the treatments himself. TNK shrugged. Bai Yan is so arrogant, I can't help but envy him. That's right. A good line of inheritance will save you years of struggle. Regarding TNK's arrangement, Yueguang Blast chose to trust him. After years of illness, only through TNK's treatment did he see hope. Following TNK's instructions, Moonlight Hayate lay steadily on the medical bed, undergoing Niji's surgery. Niji looked through Moonlight Hayate's lungs with his Byakugan, used Gentle Fist to cast Chakra Scalpel, and cut a small incision in Moonlight Hayate's body. The invisible sharp blade follows the diseased tissue and removes a small part of the diseased lung. Used Chakra Suture to remove the diseased part from the small opening. TNK then used Healing Jutsu to perform Healing Chakra, stimulating the growth of the removed part. The wounds in the lungs grew rapidly under the stimulation of chakra. The whole operation process ended very quickly with the speed of a ninja. After completing the operation, Moonlight Hayate's face turned a little whiter. There was also a thin wound above the lungs. TNK took out bottles of various sizes from the medicine display cabinet in the room. He pointed to a transparent glass bottle containing a milk-like liquid. This is a high-concentration nutritional supplement. It is much more effective than Bingliang pills. Drink it now. It has just stimulated the growth of lung tissue and consumed a lot of your energy and chakra. Moonlight Gale followed the instructions and drank the supplement in the bottle. TNK took out 5 more small bottles and warned. The above instructions and dosage, 3 times a day, can relieve coughs. I have recently reduced training and strenuous exercise. The new lung tissue cannot withstand the damage. Moonlight Swift Wind silently put the small bottles containing pills into his pockets. Looking at the silent Moonlight Gale, TNK continued to persuade. Hayate, make your decision early. During your training, you can consider temporarily changing to a supporting job. Ninjutsu School and Konoha Hospital have enough supporting positions. I will reduce some of your medical expenses. You have reached the level of Jonin at such a young age. After your body recovers, it will be very quick to be promoted to Jonin. If you drag this kind of body, you will die if you are not good. Mao Yuzian was abducted by others. Moonlight Gale hesitated for a moment. Let's talk about it again. Speaking of nonsense, having the opportunity to support your fiancé for a period of time is something that many people would not envy. What do you have to be ashamed of? If you die, you will really be a drag on your fiancé. TNK said angrily. I am a special Jonin, how can I die so easily? Moonlight Hayate looked nonchalant. TNK shook his head. I hate people like you who don't follow the doctor's advice the most. Next time I see Mao Yuzian, I will give her a good talk. Moonlight Gale put on her clothes, took the medicine prepared by TNK, and left the consultation room. When he was at the door, he turned around. Thank you very much. Then, he turned around and left without hesitation. After Moonlight Gale left, TNK still felt dissatisfied. I think I have to advise Uzuki Zian that if you want to make money, being a ninja is not the best job. If you want to be a ninja, don't rush to make money at the moment. If you don't cultivate yourself well, Moonlight Hayate will be finished sooner or later. Then, he sighed again. Speaking of which, if medical ninjutsu cannot be improved more and the cost can be reduced, not everyone can enjoy it. After all, Moonlight Hayate is also a special Jonin. He has a long-term illness and is so poor that he dares not rest. It is a damn thing. After Tsunade left Konoha, Konoha Hospital's strength and foundation have declined a lot. Without a capable leader, Konoha's medical department seems to have slowly become a fringe department. As Niji knows, it's difficult to get meritorious service and awards in the medical department. With this understanding, many talented ninjas are unwilling to work in the medical department. This has further led to the marginalization of the medical sector. Without outstanding talents, the progress of medical ninjutsu will be very slow, which will lead to high medical expenses, which in turn will make it difficult for everyone to see a doctor. TNK has a long way to go if he wants to support the entire medical department with one person. Although he knew that the medical department needed geniuses and reforms, he had never known that the problems in the medical department had become so serious. TNK tilted his head and looked at Niji. As you saw what happened just now, the medical department is currently short of medical ninjas who can handle the situation. Even this special Jonin, Moonlight Hayate, is affected by the lack of medical ninja skills. If there is a real war or emergency, medical ninjas can easily excel. Before Niji could answer, TNK continued. You don't have to make a decision in a hurry. I will always reserve your position in the medical team for you. You can take care of both sides at the same time. When you are in the village, you come to work in the medical department. When you receive a mission, you go out to do the mission. The strength and combination of your team are very suitable. I would not worry if I really changed my teammates. Niji looked at TNK gratefully. Thank you very much. TNK smiled softly and spoke without hesitation. If you have strength, you will get preferential treatment. If you have ability, you can change many things. The power in your hand is used to create convenience for yourself and to change things that you don't like. As long as we become stronger, we can make the world change in the direction we want, TNK said in a positive tone. Konoha is the strongest and most economically prosperous village among the 5 great ninja villages. But even among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha, which is the strongest, the economic level is only unsatisfactory. In the original work, Naruto, as a war orphan, has lived on relief funds since childhood and has received special care from the 3rd generation. But even so, Naruto lived in poverty, often drinking expired milk, and his favorite food was instant noodles, and cheap and affordable food like Ichiraku ramen. Naruto is like this, but other ninja villages are facing even worse situations. In other ninja villages, even such an embarrassing life cannot be guaranteed. In many corners of the world, in more backward corners, it is not a rare example of children competing with wild dogs for food. Children are like this, and adults are not like this. Genin's income is very low, just like the police at the bottom. He has to work hard to make a living. Chunin is already the backbone of the village, and his income far exceeds that of ordinary people. However, Chunin also has ambitions. Chunin wants to become a jonin, but he still cannot make ends meet. At any time, practicing requires spending a lot of money. Tools, nutritional supplements, and even medical treatment for injuries during training. Jonin's income is higher and he is already a high-ranking member of Ninja Village, but like Moonlight Hayate, once he suffers from chronic diseases, his income can only be used to pay for medical treatment. Finally, in order not to hinder my fiancée who was working hard in Umbu, I never dared to calm down and recuperate. This is a ninja, a civil servant in the village, a high-income group. Ordinary people's lives will only become more difficult, unless you have a special skill. Simple villagers who rely on manual labor can really only just support themselves. If there are too many children, they have to be sent to ninja school so that they can succeed in the future and become ninjas and break away from their status as farmers. In the world of Hokage, many people have seen this dark and twisted side, and many people hope to change the status quo, but none of them have been able to change the world. Without the advancement of science and technology, any changes in human governance and official governance cannot change the reality. After all, people rely on production to survive. Only the development of science and technology and the advancement of productivity can change the entire world. Ninjas are the super productive forces of this world. In TNK's view, ninjas as weapons of war are too extravagant and wasteful. In the afternoon, after receiving several patients one after another, it was finally time to get off work. Locked the case form back into the cabinet. TNK and Niji walked out of the hospital. TNK had just left the hospital and not long after walking, she saw 2 familiar figures. Wearing an orange coat and blonde hair, Naruto crossed his fingers behind his head and walked with a swagger, looking relaxed and happy. Wearing black shorts and half-length black hair covering his ears, Sasuke tilted his head slightly, with the corners of his eyes looking down, and his cold expression became even stiffer, looking like he had been shocked. "Hi, brother TNK." Naruto greeted TNK happily. Seeing that Naruto seemed to have something to do with TNK, Niji said goodbye in advance. Naruto ran to TNK's side, following in TNK's footsteps and talking excitedly. Sasuke stood on the other side of TNK with a cold expression and allowed Naruto to talk. Only make corrections at critical times. Naruto kept mumbling. It turns out that our instructor is quite powerful. Although he seems unreliable and late, he is very powerful. As expected of Jonin, my taijutsu was completely unable to break through his defense. He asked us to snatch the bell from his hand. How could such a simple thing bother me? I rushed forward first, but I didn't expect that I couldn't beat him. He is much more powerful than Mizuki. Sasuke said calmly. Kakashi is a famous elite ninja in Konoha. Of course, he cannot be compared to Chinin, Naruto said boastfully, but I'm not bad either. After all, I'm also a master of physical skills. He underestimated the opponent and was beaten by me in a hurry from the beginning. I almost got the bell. In the world of ninjas, there is no such thing as a slight difference, only a slight difference, Sasuke corrected. Naruto said dissatisfied, why do you keep interrupting me? Because I was also present, so don't add any extraneousness to your words. During the quarrel between the two, TNK slowly restored what happened. No wonder. Naruto and Sasuke, they had just passed Kakashi's test. For today's test, Kakashi seems to be following previous experience. Kakashi didn't know enough about his disciples and underestimated Genin's strength from the beginning. He tried to deal with Naruto while watching Making Love in Heaven, but was caught off guard by Naruto, who was far more powerful than Genin. Fortunately, Kakashi is one of the most skilled players in the village, with rich combat intuition and experience. Even if he misjudged his actions, he immediately found a way to deal with them. Kakashi, who dropped Make Out in Heaven, immediately resumed his Jonin demeanor. Too bad he wasn't facing just one Naruto. Although Sasuke was surprised by Naruto's strength, he had Sharingan's insight. He knew how to seize flaws in the battle. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he still cooperated with Naruto to attack Kakashi. Under the full force of Naruto and Sasuke's attack, their amazing synergy broke out. Their strength is not inferior to that of the Chunin, but once they attack together with all their strength, Kakashi, who cannot use powerful ninjutsu and cannot display his strength, cannot easily deal with it. During the battle, Naruto relied on his instincts and suddenly burst out the 8 inner gates at the last moment. With extraordinary speed, Kakashi grabbed the bell while he was unaware. Naruto and Sasuke, grabbing the bell seemed to disrupt Kakashi's plan. Kakashi found reasons, saying that they were excellent, but little Sakura had no effect at all, so he wanted to eliminate little Sakura. Only the two of them were able to have lunch, but neither Naruto nor Sasuke gave up on little Sakura and shared lunch with her. Then Kakashi shows up again and says they passed the test. While TNK was restoring what had happened, Naruto and Sasuke were still arguing about each other's omissions and mistakes during the battle. They seemed to really be at odds with each other. TNK interrupted their quarrel and congratulated, "Congratulations on becoming Genin. Being able to grab the bell with your strength in the hands of elite Jonin Kakashi is proof of your strength. Your strength has far surpassed that of Genin. To celebrate, shall I treat you to Ichiraku ramen?" TNK thought that if he only ate ramen, it would not take long before he would still have enough food to eat when he returned. It was rare for Naruto to come and share happy things, so he couldn't be too cold. "Great, let's go eat Ichiraku ramen together." At the mention of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto immediately forgot about the quarrel and the conflict with Sasuke. Thinking only about dinner, I started to swallow my saliva. TNK smiled softly, he was such a simple guy. A group of them arrived at the entrance of Ichiraku ramen. This very famous shop is ordinary in appearance. An ordinary small shop is not very big. Facing the street, there is a small wooden house that looks old and has a sense of history because it is a bit old. With the half-open curtain, you can see the steam coming out. After walking in, a row of simple chairs surrounded the counter. At the counter, the boss, Uncle Ichiraku, is preparing various ingredients. "Uncle Ichiraku, we are here again." As soon as he walked into the store, Naruto started yelling. He hurriedly grabbed a seat, picked up his chopsticks, and tapped the table gently. "I'm so hungry. Today, I will eat at least 10 bowls of ramen." As soon as he walked into this store, Naruto felt hungry and could eat no matter how much food he had. At this time, he remembered again that he had not eaten breakfast. During the test, the food for 2 people had to be shared among 3 people. "It's Naruto, welcome with a drink." Uncle Ichiraku's slit-like eyes looked at Naruto with a smile. Naruto is the most regular customer in his store. A few days ago, he just got a 10-year membership card. "I just had to eat 3 meals a day in a restaurant instead." No boss would dislike such a customer. "The ramen you like will be ready right away, as much as you want." TNK sat calmly on the chair next to Naruto and spoke calmly. "Uncle Ichiraku, I want a bowl of clear soup ramen, not too much noodles. I have to go back for dinner later." "Okay, I'll be fine soon, Mr. TNK." Uncle Ichiraku looked at Sasuke next to TNK again. "What kind of ramen does this gentleman want?" Sasuke sat next to TNK and said expressionlessly, "Whatever." Uncle Ichiraku said seriously, "There is no such thing as casual ramen. The purpose of Ichiraku ramen is to make the best ramen and satisfy the customer's favorite taste." He introduced Sasuke. According to taste, the types of ramen in the store include miso ramen, soy sauce ramen and tonkotsu ramen. Miso ramen has a rich texture, soy sauce ramen is delicious and refreshing, and tonkotsu ramen has a mellow and rich flavor. Sasuke hesitated, he glanced at Naruto and then at TNK. Then he pointed at TNK, same as his. "Okay, special clear soup ramen." Uncle Ichiraku turned around, looked at a delicate and gentle girl, and spoke loudly. Icarus, prepare 10 bowls of pork bone ramen with more meat. 2 bowls of clear soup ramen with more vegetables. After saying that, Uncle Ichiraku poured the prepared ramen into the hot pot and started cooking. The wait was not long. Naruto had been staring intently at Uncle Ichiraku's action of cooking noodles, smelling the sound of thick soup in the air, looking impatient. Sasuke seemed very silent, as if he was contemplating some emotion, and the expression on his face was changing. Tenkei glanced at Sasuke and said flatly, "If you have anything you want to ask, please tell me now. I will go home after eating the noodles." Sasuke suddenly hooked up with Naruto and came to him. This behavior was very strange. Tenkei could more or less guess what Sasuke was thinking. His purpose was not simple. Listening to Tenkei's words, Sasuke finally gathered the courage to ask the question he wanted to ask from the beginning. Obviously Naruto is just an inconspicuous guy in school, why is he so powerful? When fighting against his mentor, he actually performed better than me. Sasuke asked in an incomprehensible tone with some loss and confusion on his expression. I never slacked off when training. In school, I was the top student, and I never failed in all my grades. At home, I didn't have weekends or rest. I kept training with Yui and Jingxiang. Why did I will you lose to him? Today's test was difficult for him to understand. He was obviously just an inconspicuous crane tail, but he actually showed strength that surpassed him. If he hadn't said what he saw, he would never have believed what he saw. Why am I worse than a crane tail? There was a hint of panic in Sasuke's tone. Have all his efforts over the years been in vain? Why was he reduced to the point where he couldn't even compare to the tail of a crane? Naruto's pork bone ramen has been served. Naruto took the big bowl of ramen from Uncle Ichiraku and was eating the ramen in big mouthfuls. Listen to Sasuke's question. With ramen in his mouth, he looked at Sasuke with wide eyes and said dissatisfiedly, "I'm not a loser, I'm just not good at clone technique." Seeing Sasuke feeling sorry for himself for losing to Naruto, Tenkei frowned slightly. "You are too arrogant and your vision is too narrow. Why do you think losing to Naruto is something unacceptable? If I were to say that, in your eyes, the loser is more talented than you and works harder than you, would you still think that losing to Naruto is unbelievable?" Sasuke clenched his fists tightly and argued in a firm tone. "How is it possible? How could my talent be inferior to his? How could I not be as diligent as him?" Sasuke's dark eyes stared at Tenkei, not believing what the other person said. How could his talent be lost to a lowly guy? Without weekends or holidays, day and night training, how could it be possible to not work as hard as a lifter? Tenkei looked at Sasuke coldly and asked calmly, "What exactly gives you the confidence? That makes you think that you should be better than Naruto, just because your last name is Uchiha? Just because of your birth, you think that you should be better than others? Who gives you such arrogant confidence?" Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and he gritted his teeth. "Not only because my surname is Uchiha, but also because I have never slacked off. I am proud of my origin, but I am also working hard to practice, and I have not slacked off at all. In order to kill that man, I am willing to make all efforts. Why would I lose to him?" Tenkei shook his head slightly. "Your vision is too narrow and you are too obsessed with your own emotions. Do you know anyone in school? Do you know what kind of people your classmates are and what efforts they have made? Those are not important at all." Sasuke said stiffly. "These are important." Tenkei said solemnly, "A ninja must not only know how strong the enemy is, but also how big the world is. Intelligence is the most basic and important skill for a ninja. Do you know what kind of strength your mentor Kakashi has and what ninjutsu he is good at? You want to challenge me? Do you know what ninjutsu I am good at and what secret techniques I know?" Tenkei asked Sasuke one question after another. He knew that these questions were things that Sasuke could not consider. Looking at Sasuke, who remained silent, he continued, "If you think you are just a genin, you don't need to consider these things for the time being. Then, as a genin, why do you think you are qualified to challenge me? Open your eyes and look at the world. You know nothing about this world, and you know nothing about the people around you. Don't think that you are the only one working hard in this world." When Naruto heard Tenkei praising his talent, he scratched the back of his head with his hand and smiled happily. When he heard Sasuke question him, a surge of momentum built up in his chest. Over the years of training, he has accumulated strength and confidence. Naruto felt a surge of pride in his heart. "I won't lose to this proud and stinky guy." Naruto said loudly to Sasuke, "Remember these words well, the asterisk 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 D Sasuke, you are not the only one working hard in this world. Have you ever tried wearing thick weight-bearing training clothes and running continuously until you fainted? When the sweat poured into the weight-bearing training clothes, it became sticky and smelly, irritating the whole body and itching in pain, and you have to continue. Have you ever tried running until you lose consciousness? You tried it the day before, when you hit a wooden stake, your hands were so red and swollen that they were about to rot. They were just cured by the healing technique. The newly formed wounds were itchy and painful when the wind blew, so they were tied with bandages and continued. Hitting stakes? Have you ever tried that day in and day out? Have you ever tried to insist on one thing and be laughed at by everyone, but still shout it out loud without any scruples? Just for such a goal, all the efforts are valuable. Naruto stared at Sasuke closely. Only after you have experienced all this, will you be qualified to ask why your strength is not as good as mine. TNK patted Naruto's shoulder lightly and looked at Sasuke condescendingly. These are the trainings Naruto has gone through. His strength is accumulated bit by bit in these trainings. Do you really think you are qualified to be stronger than him? If Naruto in the previous life had no one to point out and guide him, at the very beginning, he was a tailgater. So in this life, Naruto received the most professional guidance and the most rigorous training. No one can ignore Naruto's strength, and no one can ignore Naruto's efforts. Sasuke's body trembled slightly, as if he was angry, as if he was experiencing unspeakable pain. Faced with the question, he squeezed out a few words in a stiff tone. I can bear this too, I won't lose to him. TNK said non-committally. Since you want to try it, tomorrow, you can experience it for yourself. Experience what kind of training Naruto has undergone over the years. He said in a cold tone, since you look down on Naruto, then try to keep up with Naruto's training. If you can't even keep up with Naruto's training, then just keep the title of Crane Tail for yourself. I'm not a loser. I'll make you look good tomorrow. Naruto ignored Sasuke and began to eat his ramen with peace of mind. He wanted to save more energy for tomorrow's training. With blazing fire in his eyes, Sasuke said firmly, I will never lose to you. No matter what, no matter who it is, he will never lose, and he cannot lose. Carrying those burdens, he could not afford to fail. Looking at the two people with high fighting spirit, TNK smiled. Old enemy? I hope their fighting spirit can stimulate each other's growth. Thanks for the support of shouting and screaming and shouting and shouting, and thanking Zhao001573 for the support of rewarding 200V. I will try to continue with 5 updates today, but there is a bit of lag, and I hope I can write it out. The red clouds on the horizon in the distance surround the red sun, reflecting the beautiful glow. The morning air is fresh and refreshing, and the cool breeze sweeps away people's sleepiness and irritability, awakening Konoha to a new day. TNK came to the training ground in the southeast of the village, near the Death Forest. At this time, there were already people running around the training ground doing morning exercises. As TNK said, at any time, you are not the only one working hard. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have also arrived at the training ground. They were wearing different training uniforms, one on the left and one on the right, facing each other with high spirits. Naruto wears orange training clothes, the same style as Kamizen Ryu in the manga. The orange training uniform fits the body, revealing 2 strong arms. On the back of the training uniform, in a big circle, there is a big one. Woo! Sasuke is wearing the Uchiha family uniform, black short-sleeved shorts with a fan pattern on the back. Seeing the two people's high spirits, TNK didn't say much. He took out 3 huge green kettles from the seal scroll he carried with him and placed the kettles gently on the ground. He opened Shikai and explained the rules of training. Because it is daily training, you can drink water once every 10 laps around the village. First, run 50 laps around the village as a warm-up, and then start the formal training. TNK took out 3 paper charms and gestured. This is a weight-bearing talisman, which seals the technique used for confinement. It will absorb the pressure of the atmosphere while running, and strengthen the restraint on the body step by step. The effect of this technique is better than a simple weight-bearing garment. It is directly attached to inside the clothes. It will be automatically triggered when running quickly. This weight-bearing charm is one of his daily inventions. TNK gave one to each of Naruto and Sasuke. Are the weights of the weight-bearing charms the same? Sasuke was keenly aware that the patterns on everyone's weight-bearing charms were slightly different, so he asked. Naruto rushed to answer, of course it's different. Brother TNK is the strongest. Of course he won't use the same weight-bearing charm as us. As for me, Naruto grinned, I am stronger than you, and the weight-bearing charm I use is much heavier than you. The weight-bearing charm you use is the one I used the year before last. Sasuke handed the weight-bearing talisman in his hand to TNK, I want to change it to the same one as him. Naruto said disapprovingly. You be ********** D Sasuke, this is your first time participating in this training. You should be thankful that you can keep up with our speed. You still want to carry the same weight as me. Are you going to give in immediately? TNK smiled softly and did not pick up Sasuke's weight-bearing charm. You and Naruto have different specialties. I will not ask Naruto to compete with you in ninjutsu, nor will I ask you to have the same physical strength as Naruto. This weight-bearing talisman was specially prepared by me according to your current strength standards. If you exert all your will, you can complete today's training, but as long as there is a trace of doubt or slackness, you will be exhausted in the middle, so don't underestimate today's training. Naruto has the power of 9 tails and several years of training, which are not comparable to Sasuke. Naturally, TNK would not use Naruto's special standards to ask Sasuke. Listening to TNK's warning, Suzuki silently took back the weight-bearing charm and attached it to the inside of his clothes. Alright, TNK clapped his hands, attracted their attention, and spoke loudly. Start moving your body, we don't have extra time to waste. The first is to open the restrictions of the muscles, slowly stretch the elasticity of the muscles, and activate the body from slow to fast. Don't underestimate this link. As ninjas, our bodies are very strong, but when fighting, even the slightest error will be it affects our power play. In addition to physical strength, skills, and flexibility, each of these factors affects the performance of our strength. I know a special Jonin. His physical strength is very poor due to illness, but he relies on explosive power and skills to exert his full strength. His taijutsu will not be inferior to that of your instructor Kakashi. It was Suzuki's first time to participate in this training, so TNK needed to explain the training process to him in detail. In order to attract their attention, he specifically cited the examples of Moonlight Hayate and Kakashi. Ninja warms up quickly. A few minutes later, TNK began to lead them, running around the training ground. He explained to them as he ran. Running is the most primitive training and the best talent of human beings. In ancient times, humans chased prey by running and killed wild beasts alive, becoming one of the most powerful predators in the world. As ninjas, running is equally important to us. The speed of running determines the speed at which we travel. In missions, faster speed determines faster rescue and faster transmission of information. Even the enemy is never invincible. Escape from your opponents, and running will never get old. In her previous life, TNK once considered learning a fighting technique. Like all newbies, at first, he searched online to find out what fighting techniques he could learn the fastest and have the strongest fighting skills. It's best to be able to fight 3, or even 5. Of course, it would be best if you could play more. Finally, after searching for information many times, TNK found the only martial art that met the standard, an answer that was the same as in the novel. When going out, the most useful fighting technique is called running. As long as you can run all the way without being caught and keep distance, just like flying a kite, you can outrun others and kill them. 1 against 5 or 1 against 10 is possible. As for other orthodox fighting techniques, let alone 1 against 3, if you want to fight someone heavier than yourself, 1 against 1 is enough. Professional fighting skills, without 1 or 2 years of high-intensity training, will hardly produce any results. Fighting is a professional skill. Any professional technology cannot be mastered in a short period of time. In the ninja world, running is as important a skill as light kung fu. TNK took Naruto and Suzuki and kept running around the training ground. As their speed increased, they became a blur in the eyes of other trainers. When the speed gets faster and faster, even the huge training ground seems a bit small. At this time, TNK led everyone away from the training ground and started running around the entire village. Hoo ho ho! The howling wind sounded in TNK's ears. As they ran so fast, the morning breeze turned into a strong wind in their ears. Like a sharp arrow, they rushed out against the wind at an astonishing speed. The ninja's running posture is very strange. The two hands are spread back like wings, and the body leans forward, relying entirely on the swing of the legs to maintain balance. If you are an ordinary person, if you use this way of running, not only will your running speed be reduced, but you will also easily lose your balance and fall. However, when the running speed increases to multiple times that of ordinary people, the seemingly stupid running posture has other effects. When the running speed exceeds 200 km per hour, just like a real wingspan, when a ninja runs, the position of his arms can slightly take advantage of the rising airflow. With the help of the lift of the air, a fast-running ninja can jump more easily, fly into the air more easily, and use ninja tools more easily. Although this running posture is not in line with the effect of human body balance, it is in line with the effect of ninja fighting. In the first 10 warm-up laps, Suzuki seemed to be at ease. At this time, the weight-bearing talisman absorbed very little atmospheric pressure, and simply running would not be able to defeat a qualified ninja. But slowly, as the weight-bearing talisman absorbed more atmospheric pressure, the weight-bearing charm became heavier and heavier, Suzuki's breathing became heavier and his steps began to become heavier. The effect of the weight-bearing talisman began to show. The physical strength of a ninja is far greater than that of an ordinary person. If he runs like an ordinary person, he will not be affected even if he runs for a day and a night. But once the weight is added, the physical exertion increases rapidly. The balance of physical strength that could have been restored while running was broken, and the physical strength was quickly consumed. And this is just the beginning. In addition to going around the streets of the village, TNK also led them up to the building and quickly passed over the roof. TNK explained to Suzuki while running. In the village, there are some routes that can be passed directly from the roofs. Most of these houses are warehouses and shops and are uninhabited. Their roofs have been specially reinforced. In battles and emergencies, these shortcuts will play some special uses. Of course, on weekdays, these routes are more used to train everyone's balance and coordination. Naruto said gruffly, looking like a senior. The mission of a ninja does not just stay in the city. In the wild, ninjas need to experience various harsh environments, such as deserts, swamps, forests, climbing on rooftops, etc., which are just the simplest basics. At this time, Sasuke was speechless. His leg muscles began to cramp and his body began to stiffen. He underestimated the difficulty of training. Running at full speed was easy for a ninja. If the balance of physical strength can be maintained, the ninja can even run continuously. But once the weight is added, the speed of physical exertion has increased many times. As the atmospheric pressure increased, the weight-bearing talisman became the straw that broke Sasuke's back. His physical strength was consumed extremely quickly. No matter what others said, Sasuke remained silent. He had to maintain his strength. While running on the rooftops, TNK would point to some of the courtyards and tell them where they were. "That's the residence of Hyaga Niji, the man who came out of the hospital with me yesterday." Looking from a distance, they could see Niji training in his yard. "Is that a handstand?" Naruto's voice was breathy, but he still had the strength to speak. TNK said calmly. "Niji is doing a handstand on his fingers." Amazing, there was a hint of surprise in both Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. Use your fragile fingers to support the weight of your whole body. The requirements for the hardness of the fingers and their own balance are very high. People who can do handstands with their fingers will be very strong in hand skills. They didn't stop and continued running. TNK slowly explained to them on the road. Niji can use any of the 10 fingers to stand upside down on a spike. This is the power of Konoha Gentle Fist. Although it is not as rough and direct as the Steel Fist, the explosive power and control of Gentle Fist, which is also unmatched by the Steel Fist style. Gentle Fist is a very special taijutsu school in Konoha. Even though Niji looks soft and weak on the surface, even I dare not say that I can completely defeat him in taijutsu. Hearing these words, Naruto and Sasuke were shocked. Someone who was only 1 year older than them actually had such strength. Sasuke's heart felt even heavier. The fatigue from training and the pressure in his heart were all oppressing him. He observed Naruto and TNK with the corner of his eyes. TNK's strength surprised him. With such intensity of training, TNK's expression hardly changed at all. Even that idiot Naruto could still talk. He was carrying the lowest weight, but he almost felt like he couldn't hold on anymore. The intensity of these trainings far exceeds his training at home. Sasuke couldn't help but start to wonder, am I really so weak and incompetent? TNK continued to explain to them. Steel Fist style focuses on destruction and explosive power, with the purpose of destroying the enemy. Gentle Fist method is good at control and restriction. High-end practitioners of Gentle Fist method can use all the acupoints in the body to cast invisible chakra needles as attacks. Ordinary ninjas will be defeated immediately once they enter the realm of Gentle Fist. As for ninjas who want to control the distance and fight from a distance, they will taste the power of Niji's more terrifying secret techniques. Along the way, TNK ran around the entire village with Sasuke and Naruto, and introduced them to the situation of the entire village. "Over there, that's the Nara family, and that person is Nara Shikamaru, your classmate. I guess you are not very familiar with him." Shikamaru is a guy who is very afraid of trouble and a little lazy, but he is also a genius. His IQ is as high as 200. The Nara family's shadow secret technique is even more famous for its weirdness. With extraordinary planning, the weak can defeat the strong. That pineapple head is so powerful. Naruto looked surprised and his tone sounded incredulous. TNK said in a serious tone, "Do you think that a genius like Shikamaru doesn't need to work hard? The ninjutsu he is currently performing, Super Beast Pseudo Painting, is a very unique and comprehensive ninjutsu. In addition to the family-inherited ninjutsu, even Shikamaru, who is a genius, must work hard to learn other ninjutsu. That's the direction of my family. My sister Tian is good at body flicker technique and ninja control. As long as you keep a distance, no one can get close to her. The current strength of each of those people I just mentioned is above you." Hearing this, Sasuke's heart tightened and he almost fell down while crossing a house. There are actually so many peers in the village who are stronger than him. The thought of this shocked him. Amazing! Naruto had a look of amazement on his face and he shouted excitedly, "I will train hard and I will surpass them soon." TNK watched Naruto and Sasuke's reactions calmly. Naruto is indeed a strong-willed and indomitable immortal. Any pressure will only become his motivation. All it takes is a breakthrough for him to unleash his amazing potential. As for Sasuke, he is much more immature. Judging from the current situation, Sasuke is far behind Naruto in terms of strength and potential. If Sasuke had not accepted Orochimaru's legacy, it would have been extremely difficult for Sasuke to rely on his own efforts to reach the heights of Uchiha Itachi. The 9 tails in Naruto's body determines whether Naruto can go all the way to the dark side of chakra. With the chakra of 9 tails as the backing, Naruto's strength will continue to increase as long as he works hard and explodes. As for Sasuke's Sharingan, the side effects are too great. Before Sharingan obtained the eternal Mangekyo, he killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 losses. This kind of plugin has great side effects. Before the outbreak is over, I have lost half my life. Just like Kakashi, chakra is missing from beginning to end. Compared to Naruto's almost immortal eruption and recovery, Sasuke's treatment was much worse. After running 50 times around the village, they returned to the training ground again. In the spacious field, more ninjas are training here. Some of them were using kunai and darts to shoot at the targets in the training ground, and some were conducting combat training. Everyone is cherishing their own time and working hard to improve their own strength. TNK picked up the water bottle on the ground in a corner of the training ground and took small sips to replenish water. Seeing Sasuke put his hands on his knees, bending over and gasping for air, TNK nodded slightly. At least the perseverance is good. On the 30th lap, Sasuke was almost unable to hold on. By the 40th lap, Sasuke was already relying on perseverance. In the last 10 laps, TNK even secretly slowed down and avoided difficult areas such as rooftops. Fortunately, Sasuke did not let him down and persisted after all. Being able to persist for 50 laps in the end shows that Sasuke's perseverance is pretty good. TNK had already anticipated the current situation. Although Sasuke also trains on weekdays, different training intensities and different training methods have completely different effects. First of all, the Uchiha clan itself is not a family that is good at taijutsu. With Sharingan's insight and amplification of genjutsu, the Uchiha clan has always been Grandmaster Ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, who had a Sharingan, gave up his family's sword skills and embarked on the path of ninjutsu and genjutsu. As an orphan of the Uchiha clan, even if Sasuke does taijutsu training on weekdays, he usually only follows the lower standards of the ninjutsu school. As the last man of the Uchiha clan, enjoying the care of Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka, he will also bear their pressure. Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka will not let Sasuke train regardless of the limits of his body. Moreover, Sasuke himself probably wouldn't dare to train to exhaustion easily. Those nightmares, those midnight terrors and nightmares, turned Sasuke into a child who was ripened early. Such a child is sensitive, extreme, and insecure. It is impossible for him to devote himself to training like Naruto. TNK, who was well aware of Sasuke's current state, picked up a green kettle and handed it to Sasuke. Drink more nutrients, this is just a warm-up. Hearing this, Sasuke was a little doubtful about life. Is this just getting warmed up? He took the kettle and drank it in large gulps. His feet were a little soft and he was shaking from time to time. Gyalu. After drinking half a bottle of nutritional supplements, he finally regained some strength. He breathed a long sigh of relief and cleared his mind of other things. The extreme training left Sasuke's mind blank. The entanglements and doubts were squeezed out of the brain by fatigue. He had forgotten the frustration and discouragement he had just felt. He had been able to persevere until now, and all he had left was his chaotic instinct. By this time, he had forgotten his purpose and his distracting thoughts. He could only firmly believe that the person in front of him would not watch him die unexpectedly like this. He encouraged himself over and over again, at least I can't lose to Naruto, I need to try my best. I can't give up, I can't faint. At least make it through today. TNK said lightly. This is just a warm-up. You should have seen the pair of passionate masters and apprentices in green clothes on the road just now, right? Their warm-up was to run 200 laps around the village. Sasuke was speechless. He no longer had the energy or thought to be surprised or complain. Like a robot, he quietly waited for TNK's arrangements. He breathed hard, accumulating any trace of strength. This little bit of physical strength may determine whether he can persist until the end of the day. TNK is making arrangements for Naruto and Sasuke. Next, do 1,000 push UPS first. The weight-bearing charm is not allowed to be taken off. TNK said calmly, you just ran and only used your leg muscles. Next, you need to train the muscles of your upper body. First warm up with 1,000 push UPS. If you find it difficult, you can divide it into 3 groups. Do 400 each time, and you can rest for 60 seconds between sets. After 1,000 push UPS, there's the parallel bars. TNK pointed to the horizontal and parallel bars next to him. There, you have to do 1,000 pull UPS, which can be done in 4 sets. And then there's 1,000 dips, also in 4 sets. After completing 3 upper body movements, your leg muscles have rested enough. Then continue to train the leg muscles, jump sideways 2,000 times, and run back and forth 400 times. Once these are completed, it will be formal physical training. At that time, you can take off the weight-bearing talisman and hit the human target. Just hearing about these projects makes Sasuke a little dizzy. After hearing that, after completing these items, it is the real physical training. He felt like he was seeing stars in the daytime, with stars in his eyes. He shook his head, not thinking about anything. He was afraid that if he thought too much, his brain would consume his last bit of energy. He drank all the nutritional supplements in the water bottle vigorously and began to lie on the ground and do push UPS. Naruto also dropped the water bottle, put his hands on the ground, and started doing push UPS. Unlike Sasuke, who was exhausted and dizzy, Naruto has the recovery power of 9 tails. When TNK was running just now, he deliberately took care of Sasuke's speed, which made Naruto's initial consumption not big. After the rest just now, Naruto had almost recovered from the energy he had consumed along the way. Now he is doing push UPS at a speed that is really smooth and easy. TNK watched this scene silently. With the practice of 8 inner gates, Naruto's physique has been stimulated, and the recovery power brought by 9 tails chakra has also been strengthened. Naruto wants to open more doors in 8 inner gates, but has the burden and repetition reached a bottleneck? What an amazing physique! Naruto's nearly infinite physical strength shocked TNK again. He had just opened the first gate of the 8 inner gates, and ordinary training was almost ineffective. Such a buggy physique is really enviable. Seeing Naruto's potential, he looked at Sasuke, who was holding on. TNK couldn't help but shook his head secretly. Sasuke's innate advantages are much worse than Naruto. It seems that I have to be a grandfather again and arrange a path for Sasuke to advance. Which secret technique and which path to advancement are suitable for Sasuke? TNK pondered secretly in his heart. Seeing Sasuke gritting his teeth and persisting, a bright light flashed in TNK's mind. The secret technique of the Akamike clan is quite suitable for Sasuke. However, imagining that Sasuke had used the Akamike clan's secret technique to become Akamike Sasuke, TNK hesitated. Never mind, he didn't rush to speak, but turned to look at Naruto. Naruto, you get up first, separate 3 shadow clone, and go to the side to do push UPS together. Oh, Naruto got up from the ground and formed seals with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique, bang bang, bang bang. More than 10 Narutos suddenly appeared in front of TNK. A group of Narutos looked at each other. It seems like there were too many. How about you all do push UPS? Naruto scratched his head and said stupidly. A Naruto shadow clone crossed his fingers behind his head and spoke unhurriedly. Why should I do push UPS? I'm a clone. I'm just responsible for fighting. Don't call me out if nothing happens. By the way, why do you want shadow clone to do push UPS? Naruto suddenly reacted and asked TNK curiously. TNK explained slowly. Naruto, your strength has increased very quickly. Because of your strong physical fitness, your taijutsu training has reached a bottleneck. Your physical strengthening has reached a certain limit, and simple repeated training will no longer be of much use to you. If you want to continue to make breakthroughs at 8 inner gates, you need to add some new training methods. A group of Narutos looked at each other, showing their lack of intelligence, with blank faces and did not understand. TNK continued to explain. Shadow Clone is a very useful auxiliary ninjutsu. The experience of Shadow Clone and the information received will eventually be fed back to the caster the moment the clone disappears. This is my secret to practicing 8 inner gates. I use Shadow Clone in my body to practice physical skills at the same time. Within a limited time, I can get several times the amount of training and get several times the fatigue. This has a very good effect on breaking the body's limits. Although Shadow Clone has many limitations, it can be divided into several people and train at the same time. This technique also has terrifying potential. In the later period, Kakashi used this method when he guided Naruto to practice ninjutsu. Although he does not have the rough nerves of Naruto or the resilience of 9 tails, as a doctor of ninjutsu and a master of theory, TNK can also obtain additional training effects through the Shadow Clone technique. With the improved Shadow Clone technique, TNK doesn't have to burn himself with passion like Might Guy and Xiao Li. He can use reason and technology to make up for his lack of physical talent. Shadow Clone technique brought him several times more physical training. In addition to the Shadow Clone technique, he also prepared numerous nutritional potions and healing spells as supplements. He alone is a medical team and a scientific team. If passion is not enough, technology will make up for it. Able to open the 8th inner gates to the 5th gate, TNK's attainments in physical skills are also at the master level. Guiding Naruto was no problem. Naruto has a mutilated immortal body, and 9 tails recovery ability can also imitate his training method. Listening to TNK's careful guidance to Naruto, Sasuke got up from the ground. I want power, I want to become stronger. No matter what kind of devil training, I can accept it. As long as I can become stronger, I am willing to do anything. Sasuke's tone was full of desire for power. He looked at TNK expectantly, wanting more guidance. TNK shook his head slightly. You want devil training? Do you know what devil training is? Devil training is to make you think day and night, stimulate your wisdom, and hone your will. Without the growth of wisdom and will, physical suffering will not become a big deal. Wisdom and will can determine a person's success. Achievement. Whatever it is, I can handle it, Sasuke said without hesitation. TNK did not answer Sasuke's words directly, but asked, do you know what you are lacking? Today, I asked you to train with Naruto, not to discourage you. I hope that you can see clearly what you are missing. Sasuke mused about what he lacked. Thinking back to the training just now, he looked at Naruto next to him and thought about the master and apprentice who had run 200 laps around the village to warm up. Sasuke replied, I lack a strong body. Tensei nodded slightly. It can be said that Sharingan is your greatest advantage and also your greatest disadvantage. You focus all your attention on developing Sharingan, but when Sharingan itself makes little progress, your efforts will be dragged down. Sharingan is strong, but who cares? Uchiha Madara is strong and he is Sharingan. But Senju Hashirama is stronger, he doesn't have Sharingan. Sharingan is a powerful path, but it is not the only path, nor is it the strongest path. When you can't control Sharingan, it can even become a drag on you. Sharingan is a very powerful lineage boundary, but it is also a very restrictive lineage boundary. Sharingan made the copy ninja Kakashi, but without Sharingan's drag, Kakashi's talent can become another Konoha's White Fang. And if Kakashi doesn't lose his motivation, and Konoha's White Fang is paired with 8 inner gates, Kakashi's future peak achievements will not be lost to Might Guy. Tensei looked Sasuke up and down. Every powerful ninja must find a unique path based on his own advantages. If you imitate others, you can only imitate the most superficial things. You have no way of knowing the wisdom and will hidden in the other person's body. Nara Shikamaru, IQ 200, has powerful and strange family secrets. He is studying the ninjutsu I taught him. Hyagan Niji, the ability of the Byakugan is not inferior to that of Sharingan. With the special Taijutsu gentle fist method, Niji is an out-and-out Taijutsu genius. Now, he is learning medical ninjutsu from me to increase his foundation. Tenkei's eyes turned to Naruto again. Uzumaki Naruto is not good at ninjutsu, but he has the special physique of the Uzumaki clan, with amazing chakra and recovery power. Under my guidance, he practiced Taijutsu desperately, and he was able to defeat Shinin by relying solely on Taijutsu. When Tenkei mentioned that the 2 peers who were above them in strength, Sasuke and Naruto, pricked up their ears and listened intently. When talking about Naruto, Naruto smiled happily. It turned out that I am so powerful. Naruto looked at Sasuke provocatively. You be asterisk d Sasuke, now you know how powerful I am. Sasuke snorted and turned his head, ignoring Naruto. Tenkei looked back at Sasuke and said casually, they are all better than you, and they all have their own strengths. So, what do you know? Tenkei questioned Sasuke. Hatred? Thinking of killing that man? Do you think you are the top student and are excellent in every course? You just have no characteristics. Tenkei's words made Sasuke feel like he was hit hard and his face turned dark. It turns out that I am so weak. Tenkei continued, ninjas need their own path. It is useless to be excellent in every subject in the ninjutsu school. A subject that surpasses those of your predecessors is the foundation for you to become a powerful ninja. After all, Tenkei's face showed a smile. You only need one way to kill someone. Sasuke was shocked to hear these analyses. These were things he had never thought about, and no one had ever told him. No one taught him this. After the Uchiha family was wiped out, Sasuke only had 2 relatives left, Yui and Kyoka. Yui and Kyoka are very kind to Sasuke and take good care of him, but as a former marginalized figure in the Uchiha family, Uchiha Yui and Uchiha Kyoka are not very strong, and they can only be considered average among the Chunin. Just because they are marginalized characters, they are not like Sasuke who only thinks about revenge. After the death of their family, they chose to retire and stop being ninjas. They could peacefully have children with Sasuke and re-strengthen the Uchiha family. On a daily basis, they guide Sasuke in his training, but lacking strength and vision, their guidance on Sasuke's training can only be based on their experience, and the effect is similar to that of teachers in ninjutsu schools. These instructions are fine for laying a foundation, but they are completely insufficient if you want to build a strong person. What do I do? Sasuke's mind was very messed up. Everything Tenkei said broke his many years of thinking and concepts as a student. He never knew that all his efforts were taking detours. It turns out that in his eyes, the person chasing after him is excellent in all aspects. In the eyes of a truly strong person, it is just a waste of energy without focus, and a random effort without any characteristics. Tenkei said calmly. Excellence in all subjects in school can only be exchanged for good grades in school. In reality, only the ability to surpass your predecessors will make you a truly strong person. You don't have Naruto's physique, nor do you have that man's genius intelligence. If you repeat that man's path, you will only go astray and never catch up with him. Sasuke asked eagerly, what should I do to surpass that man? Tenkei chuckled and said, although it's a bit of a shock to you, your talent is really not as good as that man's. Sasuke's heart tightened and he spoke without hesitation. I'm willing to pay any price, even death. What should I do? Sasuke clenched his fists. Even if his strength and talent are not as good as that man's, I am willing to fight to the death. Even if we both die together, I will kill that man. Listening to Sasuke's determination, Tenkei pondered for a moment. Your talent is not as good as his, so you can't follow the same path as him. You need to make your own path. You don't have Naruto's physique or Shikamaru's intelligence. If you want to break through quickly with strength, you can only take the route that uses your own advantages. TNK analyzed slowly. Sharingan is your advantage and also your disadvantage. You need to find ways to expand your advantages and make up for your disadvantages. Sharingan has strong side effects, which prevents you from using Sharingan as a regular method. Sharingan is your trump card. Once you open your eyes, you must kill your opponent as soon as possible. Excessive use of Sharingan can cause great harm and even extend your life. Even that person has these shortcomings. Hearing the man's weakness, Sasuke clenched his fists tightly and said eagerly, I can't surpass that person in ninjutsu, but I can surpass him in taijutsu. Indeed, you can only surpass him by focusing on his weaknesses. TNK continued. The gap in time will only make the strong stronger and stronger, and the gap between the weak and the strong wider. To surpass that guy, you have to find his weaknesses and find ways to compensate for Sharingan's flaws. In terms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, you are already several years behind. It is impossible for you to catch up with him. Just like it is impossible for you to catch up with Naruto in taijutsu. The weakness of the Uchiha family is that it consumes too much chakra and relies too much on the power of Sharingan. The side effects of Sharingan are too great, causing the body to become increasingly weak and even lead to loss of life. With Sasuke's talent and hard work, it is impossible to surpass his brother who is much more talented and much older than him in ninjutsu and genjutsu. But in terms of strength and physical strength, if Sasuke wants to surpass that person, he only needs targeted training, which is not difficult to do. TNK slowly said his advice to Sasuke. A strong body can help you maintain a Sharingan state longer. Sharingan has the amplification of ninjutsu and genjutsu, and the physical advantage will make you more comprehensive. Sharingan allows you to resist that person's genjutsu and his ninjutsu, while taijutsu allows you to defeat him in battle. Hearing the answer given by TNK, I felt a glimmer of hope beyond that person. Sasuke asked excitedly, how do I get a strong body? The Akamike family's method is good. You can refer to their example. The Akamike family accumulates fat and converts the calories in food into chakra. Relying on their huge body and energy reserves, they have physical strength and recovery capabilities beyond ordinary people. Compared to Naruto's innate amazing physique, the Akamike family artificially created a physique with super strength and super recovery ability through acquired ninjutsu. Sharingan has the amplification of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The Uchiha family's weakness lies in their physical strength and physical fitness. Having a strong body will make you more comprehensive. A well-rounded ninja can choose tactics that are beneficial to him. When you encounter a ninja who is good at ninjutsu and illusion, you can use taijutsu. When you meet a ninja who is good at taijutsu, you can use illusion and ninjutsu. If you were to have a figure like Akimichi Koji, your movement speed would be greatly reduced. Sasuke looked at TNK suspiciously. Thinking of becoming like Akimichi Koji, he was not sure whether the other person was really helping him. TNK smiled. The thought is that you are not familiar with the secret arts of the Akamike clan. What you saw, the chubby Akimichi Koji, is the daily state of the Akamike clan. The daily state is used to maintain body balance and accumulate physical strength. The purpose of getting larger is to accumulate more energy and combat effectiveness. Once in a fighting state, the Akamike family can burn a large amount of body fat, burn a large amount of body energy, and obtain chakra that is several times greater than the normal state. During this process, the body will shrink and return to a strong state. The entire combat state is based on a kind of seal, and then the seal is released. The strength increases explosively, and then consumes a lot of energy, waiting for the next time to accumulate energy. Listen, Sasuke is going to learn the Akamike family's ninjutsu. Naruto's imagination was wide open. If Sasuke turns into Akamike Sasuke and turns into a fat man, little Sakura will definitely abandon Sasuke and fall in love with me. As a result, Naruto's intelligence suddenly exploded, and his brain was spinning rapidly. He shouted encouragement to Sasuke. Sasuke, this method is very suitable for you. Just become a little plumper and you can gain strength. It's very good. This is a very simple truth. The more you eat, the less likely you are to be hungry and the better your physical strength will be. This secret technique allows you to eat a lot of delicious food on weekdays and store up several times more food than you currently have. Physical strength and chakra. When you use this technique to explode, your strength will instantly increase several times. When the time comes, use Sharingan however you want. Use ninjutsu however you want. With great strength and strong recovery, you are simply invincible. Even Kakashi-sensei can't beat you. Naruto encouraged Sasuke with a warm smile. He patted Sasuke's shoulder gently. Sasuke, this technique is really suitable for you. Is this technique really so powerful? Sasuke looked at TNK and Naruto suspiciously. Their explanations all sounded reasonable. But why did he always feel that something was wrong in the words of these two people? Is this technique really suitable for me? Of course it's true, TNK said righteously. The Akamike family's ninjutsu is very good. In daily life, the energy is accumulated and suddenly explodes during battle. It is a well-known thing that the strength can be increased several times. Why don't you use this technique? Suzuki asked. TNK waved his hand. I don't need to worry about my chakra just yet. Daily ninjutsu is enough for me to deal with all situations. I don't need this ninjutsu yet. Suzuki hesitated. It looked like this ninjutsu was really good. He looked at Naruto and thought of Naruto's amazing taijutsu and amazing physical strength, which he envied. I will think about it. The thought of becoming as tall as Koji made him unable to make up his mind. He whispered, at least discuss this with Yui and Kyuka. Seeing that Suzuki couldn't make up his mind, TNK and Naruto both had disappointed looks on their faces. TNK sighed softly. Okay, if you make up your mind, I will guide you in practicing this technique. I can only give you my opinion. It is your freedom to choose or not. Also, if you don't believe me, you can go to Kakashi to guide you. Kakashi also has Sharingan, and his fighting style is also very suitable for you. TNK felt it was a pity that he could not change the second pillar into Uchiha Koji. The secret technique of the Akamike clan is a secret technique that he is still studying. Using food to extract chakra and using the body to store excess energy is a very imaginative ninjutsu. With the help of seal scrolls and some high-concentration nutritional potions, the secret technique of the Akamike clan can create a physique with super recovery power. Although, in the short term, the huge body is not beautiful enough and will also affect the speed, as long as these situations can be improved. This would be a very promising path. From this technique, TNK thinks of a comic book he once read called The Prisoner of Food. The gourmet hunters in the comics rely on gourmet cells to ingest food with amazing energy and convert it into physical strength. Each of those powerful food hunters has the power to destroy the world. Destroying a continent with one blow is a very simple matter for those food hunters. Of course, there are no gourmet cells in the world of Hokage, but there are some similarities. If chakra can be used, it can act as part of the gourmet cells. The secret technique of the Akamike family can open up a path with unlimited potential. If you can make your body stronger or even increase the density of your body, it only takes a little progress. The secret technique of the Akamike family will be TNK's evolutionary path to create a super strong physique, comparable to that of an immortal. Tell Suzuki about this path because Suzuki is really suitable for this path. It has the advantages, or limitations, of Sharingan. Suzuki's promotion route cannot be separated from Sharingan after all. The biggest drawback of Sharingan is excessive consumption and the side effects on the body. If Suzuki can use the secret technique of the Akamike clan, he can suddenly burst out during the battle and maintain a high-intensity Sharingan with his amazing chakra. This would be a safer and more effective explosive ninjutsu than the Curse Seal. And if Suzuki can find a way to improve the Akamike family's secret technique, TNK can integrate this secret technique into his own power system. This will be an effective way to enhance your own foundation. Suzuki didn't agree to practice the Akamike clan's secret technique, and TNK didn't care either. After all, there are many techniques that he needs to study now. As the most knowledgeable ninjutsu doctor in Konoha, he has too many ninjutsu to study and master. Changing Suzuki was just a temporary move. Since Suzuki didn't want to, he didn't say anything more. When Suzuki needs strength, he will naturally come to him. He said loudly towards Naruto and Suzuki. Okay, you have rested enough, let's continue training. 1,000 push UPS, 1,000 pull UPS, 1,000 dips. Jump sideways 2,000 times, run back and forth 400 times, remove the weight-bearing charm, and hit the human target. Once he returned to training, Suzuki immediately recalled the advantages of having an inhumanly strong body. When he hit the human-shaped target with trembling hands and deformed movements, everyone else turned their heads away and couldn't bear to watch. At the end of the training, Naruto still looked unfinished, while Suzuki was already shaky and almost unsteady on his feet. Naruto was the first to step forward and walk up to Suzuki with a gloating look on his face. Suzuki, your body is really too weak. You should take good care of yourself and think more about the technique that brother TNK told you. He patted Suzuki's shoulder hard, almost knocking Suzuki's weak feet to the ground. Suzuki gritted his teeth and said, I'll think about it. Will you come again tomorrow? Naruto looked at Suzuki expectantly. Suzuki squeezed out one word dryly through his teeth. Come. TNK looked at the two of them calmly. Naruto will lead Suzuki in tomorrow's training. Remember to train step by step and don't tire him out. Naruto said with a smile, I will take good care of Suzuki. 1 month later. Konoha Village. In a quiet and elegant small courtyard, the early morning sunlight poured into the house through the half-opened window. The sunlight gently shines on TNK's face, reflecting his handsome face. TNK is sitting on a wooden chair, with a small dark red square table in front of him. He leaned his elbows on the table, holding a gleaming carving knife in his right hand and a black kunai in his left hand. The carving knife carefully carved on the kunai. When the carving knife infused with chakra is cutting on the kunao, it is like cutting a piece of black jade. Carving one knife after another, the black iron filings slowly slipped from the fingertips. On the kunao, complex runes slowly appeared, and Tianke was like writing special words with a carving knife in his hand. When the last knife fell, Tianke gently put down the carving knife in his hand. He gently tapped the kunao in his hand with his fingers to clean up all the iron filings in the gaps. Immediately afterwards, he tried to pour his chakra into the kunao. With the concentration of chakra, the complex and dense runes on the kunao seem to come alive. The tadpole-like lines flow on the kunao and repeat. Staring for any longer will make you dizzy. Tianke stretched out his index finger, forced a drop of blood from the fingertip, and dropped it into the kunao. After the blood dripped into the kunao, the flowing tadpole-like lines were faintly stained with a hint of dark red, and slowly solidified on the kunao. Tianke muttered softly, opened the properties panel. Named Tianke, titled Monopoly Destiny Points, 1500 Wealth, 20.5 million Tails, Skills Possessed, Secret Technique Paper Release, Advanced, 8 Inner Gates, 5th Gate, Flying Thunder God Technique, Elementary, Tsukuyomi, Beginner, Gentle Fist, Elementary, Medical Ninjutsu, Intermediate, Time and Space Ninjutsu, Elementary, Sealing Technique, Intermediate, Cooking, Intermediate, Acupuncture, Beginner. The 3000 Destiny Points I gained not long ago were invested in the Flying Thunder God Technique. These 3000 Destiny Points helped Tianke upgrade the Flying Thunder God Technique to the elementary level. Even the Time and Space Ninjutsu has been upgraded to the elementary level. Flying Thunder God Technique, developed by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, is a time and space ninjutsu that uses techniques to teleport. Like the Shadow Clone Technique, this is a very convenient and useful ninjutsu, but the Flying Thunder God Technique is much more difficult to learn than the Shadow Clone Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique uses sealing techniques to seal one's own information. He also used the summoning technique to summon his own existence. Through special props, you can reverse your own information, so that you can be summoned to the designated location where you are. This series of complex processes is extremely difficult to use even if you understand the theory. The Flying Thunder God Technique was invented by the 2nd Hokage and made the 4th Hokage famous for its golden glitter. But after the death of the 4th generation, no one in Konoha could master the Flying Thunder God Technique. Because the ninjutsu was too complicated, even Tianke had to use destiny points to shorten the training time and master the ninjutsu directly. Finally finished, Tianke stood up, breathed a long sigh of relief, and stretched. Put the kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God's spell into the specially made pocket. He picked up his pocket and walked toward the door. After walking out of the courtyard, Tianke walked towards the entrance of the village. He planned to go outside the village and experiment with the Flying Thunder God Technique. Along the way, Tianke saw master and disciple Xiaoli who had gotten up early for training, as well as Naruto and Suzuki who were competing with each other. Letting Naruto lead Suzuki seemed like a good decision. Recently, Tianke can always watch Suzuki and Naruto competing in the same training in the morning. From the beginning, I could only rely on perseverance to support me, but now I can keep up with the progress. Suzuki has improved a lot during this time. Under his reminder, Suzuki used Sharingan to memorize Xiao Li's running posture and movements, and constantly corrected his movements and postures based on them. With these training and supplementary measures, Suzuki's physical skills improved by leaps and bounds. During this period of time, Tianke did not accompany Naruto and Suzuki to train. 8 inner gates after opening the 5th gate, he has put his physical training on hold. Recently, his focus has been on the Flying Thunder God Technique and the secret techniques of the Akamike family. When the 8 inner gates open to the 5th gate, if the body's recovery ability cannot be improved, continuing to open the door will become a self-harming ninjutsu. This is unacceptable to Tianke. The secret technique of the Akamike family is the key to making up for the flaws of the 8 inner gates. The Flying Thunder God Technique is the ninjutsu he prepares for his sister every day. Tian has a very good talent in space-time ninjutsu. In its original history, it was even called the legendary mobile warehouse. At the beginning, Tianke also considered teaching his younger sister 8 inner gates every day. It's a pity that even though Niji's hard work are not inferior to that of Xiao Li and Naruto, Niji still failed to master the 8 inner gates. For 8 inner gates, the most difficult thing to open is actually the first gate. This is the line between qualified and unqualified. In Tianke's understanding, 8 inner gates requires a kind of qualification similar to being naturally strong. 8 inner gates is not just a matter of hard work, which can lead to successful cultivation. In the original world, except Might Guy, Xiao Li, only Kakashi has ever used 8 inner gates. In the world of ninjas, there is no shortage of hard-working ninjas, but it doesn't take hard work to master the 8 inner gates. Possessing the talent inherited from Konoha's White Fang, but lacking the hard work of hard training, even the talented Kakashi can only open one of the 8 inner gates. Following Niji's example, Tianke also gave up the idea of teaching his sister 8 inner gates. Not only does it require special talent, but this technique is too hard. Ninjas who practice 8 inner gates have scars and bruises all over their bodies for many years. TNK couldn't bear to let her sister suffer like this. Fortunately, although 8 inner gates is powerful, it is not an irreplaceable ninjutsu. With the knowledge of the entire Hokage world, TNK will not be troubled by this little thing. Niji didn't learn the 8 inner gates, but he had medical ninjutsu that was more suitable for his talent. For his sister Tiantian, TNK even prepared body flicker technique, summoning technique, and time and space ninjutsu. Tenten is good at ninja tools and time and space ninjutsu in the original work. Tiantian possesses a unique spatial ability, space-time warehouse. She can seal the ninja tools she uses in the space scroll she carries with her. Possessing powerful space capabilities, one person can rival an army in transporting supplies every day. In the original work, Tiantian failed to make a big breakthrough in the direction of space-time ninjutsu, which is a pity. After all, Tianation's family belongs to the common people. Although the family situation is good, there is no accumulation of ninjutsu resources in the family. In the class he was assigned to after graduation, although Might Guy was an expert in physical skills, his knowledge base of ninjas was really not much better. Might Guy's father, Might Day, is a 10,000 years genin and has always been ignored. Might Guy was able to become jonin because Might Dai opened the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Death, and used the 8 inner gates formation to defeat the 7 swordsmen of the Mist Ninja, killing 4 of them. Might Dai achieved astonishing results at the cost of his life, and then became famous, allowing ninjas who relied solely on physical skills to become jonin. Might Guy was born into a genin family and focused all his attention on taijutsu. His reserve of ninjutsu was no better than that of an ordinary chunin. His guidance and help to Tiantian and Niji can only be limited to physical skills. To a large extent, this limits the development potential of Tiantian and Niji. This time, with a brother like TNK who is a doctor of ninjutsu, Tianation's talent will certainly not be buried anymore. For TNK, his cute and sensible sister is the closest person to him in the world. The ninjutsu prepared for my sister will of course be the best. Whether it's summoning technique, body flicker technique, or flying thunder god technique. As long as his sister can learn it, he has already prepared it for her. The gate of the village. TNK walked straight and came to the gate of the village. Although everyone calls Konoha a village, the actual size of Konoha is comparable to any prosperous city in ancient times. The gate at the entrance of the village is more than 10 meters high, and the city gate and city wall are specially made of wood. It is said that these were built with special wood summoned by the first Hokage using wood style. Although it is made of wood, its durability and hardness are not as good as those of stone walls. This is not the first time I have seen the gates and walls of Konoha, but every time I see it, TNK is always amazed when I think of how first Hokage used wood style technique to build a village. With this technology, if you become a real estate developer, you can make a lot of money. The real version is, ninjas are the primary productive force. The huge gate was open, and the plaque above the gate was engraved with Konoha's Uzumaki emblem. On both sides of the Uzumaki emblem are 2 large characters for nin. Walking out of the village gate, there are rows of protective forests outside. TNK left the village and quickened his pace. Swish swish swish. He ran at full speed. The protective forest on the roadside quickly retreated in front of us. After running at full speed for 5 minutes, we were already about 10 kilometers away from the village. TNK left the road and walked into a forest on the side of the road. After walking 100 meters in the forest, TNK came to a huge ginkgo tree. I looked up and down at the huge ginkgo tree. The thick and strong tree trunks are tall and majestic, and the green leaves are swaying in the wind. TNK took out a specially made kunao engraved with the flying thunder god's mark from his pocket. He dug a small hole in the ground and buried the special kunao engraved with the flying thunder god's mark in the small hole. Fill in the small holes and level the ground. Sprinkle old soil and dried leaves on top, and all traces will be covered up again. TNK cleared his footprints and left the big tree with the flying thunder god's mark buried there. Returning to the road again, TNK continued to run forward along the road. I continued to run 20 kilometers ahead. TNK once again buried a kunao with the flying thunder god's mark under a coniferous tree beside the road. Then at 50 kilometers, TNK buried another flying thunder god mark next to a small dirt bag on the roadside. Then, 100 kilometers away, next to a creek on the roadside, TNK buried kunao one after another with the flying thunder god's mark in different locations. At this time, he was already more than 100 kilometers away from the village. It's far enough. TNK clapped his hands, took a deep breath, and circulated the chakra in his body. Ninpo flying thunder god technique. Silently, there was a feeling of weightlessness and dizziness like a roller coaster, a twisted feeling of oppression of internal organs in a different space. The space seems to be folded. In an instant, TNK appeared in front of a huge ginkgo tree. Looking at the huge ginkgo tree in front of her, TNK gently touched the tall trunk of the ginkgo tree. A real touch. There are slight burrs on the strong and hard trunk. Feeling this real touch, TNK laughed. Ha 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 ha. The distance of more than 100 kilometers is approaching in a blink of an eye. I still underestimated the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique. This technique was invented by the second Hokage, improved by the fourth Hokage, and carried forward. It condenses the highest wisdom of the two Hokages. Relying on the specially made kunao, this technique can actually ignore distance, move instantly, and directly cross boundaries of hundreds of kilometers. What a terrible ninjutsu! Stepping lightly on the solid ground, TNK felt a sense of relief and joy in her heart. He has mastered this technique. Even just scratching the surface of the Flying Thunder God technique will help him immensely. Instant teleportation, freedom of coming and going. This kind of ninjutsu is a super ninjutsu that can be used as a trump card to save one's life. No delays, no loopholes. Flying Thunder God technique is even more rogue than the Invincible Paladin and the Hearthstone in the game. Mastering such strategic ninjutsu, unless the caster takes the initiative to stay and die. Otherwise, no one can keep a ninja who can teleport instantly. Thinking of this, TNK couldn't help but feel a little sorry for 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. This was a person who could change the world. It's a pity that he couldn't use his full ability and sacrificed his life to protect the village. War has brought too many disasters to this world. Too many people who could change the world were consumed in the war, and too many ninjutsu that could change the world were lost in the war. A Senju Hashirama can realize, I will build thousands of mansions to protect the poor people in the world and make them happy. A Namikaze Minato can achieve, same-day delivery, police all over the world. A Senju Tobirama can realize, shadow clone learning machine, where it will not click. Ninjas are the primary productive force. One after another, these ninjas are enough to change the world. Their power was wasted in meaningless wars, and they died in the war before they could benefit the world. I felt a little sorry for those ninjas who died early before they could truly demonstrate their abilities. TNK once again began experimenting with the Flying Thunder God ninjutsu. Send again. Call. After a while, TNK appeared next to a small dirt bag. It was surrounded by gravel, and not far away, there was a lizard crawling on the ground. The scene changed again, and with a strong sense of weightlessness, TNK appeared under a coniferous tree again. Then he returned to the stream. Finally, the scenery changed and TNK returned to the ginkgo tree again. He sat down against the huge ginkgo tree. Shaking his head, he took out a bottle of nutritional potion from the seal scroll he carried with him, and took a swig. After many teleportations, a dizzying feeling of weightlessness always surrounded TNK's body, and his body also felt a slight sense of oppression. Multiple long-distance teleportations in a short period of time seem to have some side effects. The consumption of chakra is also a bit high, but it is still within the acceptable range. While feeling his body, he recorded his experiences and side effects of using the Flying Thunder God technique. The process of these experiments is an essential process for practicing any ninjutsu. Only by personally experimenting with the effects and side effects of ninjutsu can one properly use ninjutsu in combat. Next, we need to experiment with short-distance teleportation. Relying on his strong physical fitness, the abnormality after the teleportation was quickly alleviated. TNK added another note. It seems that in addition to pure physical training, we also need to strengthen our resistance to the side effects of teleportation. Next, TNK nailed the kunao engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique to different trees. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he kept running through the woods. TNK is experiencing the functions and limitations of this technique bit by bit. This is an extremely convenient technique. Especially when it comes to long-distance teleportation and fixed-point teleportation, it's almost like a teleportation array. No, it should be said that it is more convenient than the teleportation array. TNK was thinking in his mind. The Flying Thunder God technique, in terms of speed, cooling time, and method of use, is much more convenient than the teleportation array. The spells buried in advance should be able to be retained for a long time, but this also needs to be calculated later. Short-distance teleportation, consumption and side effects are also greatly reduced, so this technique can be used by 4th Hokage in daily combat. Although the Flying Thunder God technique can be used in combat, using the Flying Thunder God technique in combat requires a strong talent. Human reaction speed is limited, and even a ninja cannot control the speed beyond the human body's reaction. Even Kakashi's Reikiri requires the cooperation of Sharingan. This technique, which is much faster than Reikiri, is also much more difficult to control than Reikiri. If you want to use the Flying Thunder God technique in battle, you must calculate the opponent's trajectory in your mind in advance. The Flying Thunder God technique is too fast. If you rely on your eyes to see it, your brain will make a judgment and then attack. Such a slow reaction process cannot adapt to the speed of Flying Thunder God technique. Only rely on the results calculated in advance. When the caster is fighting, it is like completing a specific set of actions, like writing a picture scroll in space. A series of actions calculated in advance, without fighting or communicating with the enemy. Just completing a settlement will take away the lives of all enemies. This is a very scary technique. After a series of experiments, TNK has a preliminary understanding of the effects and limitations of the Flying Thunder God technique. Next, it's time to go back. Carefully clean up your appearance and cover up the traces of training. TNK walked out of the forest, returned to the road, and walked towards the village. It wasn't long before he walked forward. Two sneaky figures appeared in front. TNK was wary and looked towards the two sneaky guys. The two people were very vigilant, and the moment TNK appeared, they immediately spotted him. Before TNK asked, the two men rushed forward suddenly. They bared their teeth and claws, showed fierce eyes, and rushed towards TNK. Those were two guys dressed like death heavy metal and bad bosozoku. They wore heavy gas masks, bandages all over their bodies, black cloaks, and camouflage-colored pants. The hands are covered with thick machine arms, and the machine arms are equipped with ferocious and weird claws. Paired with the long hedgehog hair, it looks like someone just came from another planet. They waved their ferocious machine claws and attacked TNK quickly. Seeing this scene, TNK reacted in a flash of lightning. These two people are ninjas from other villages. He looked like he had been beaten and was about to kill someone and silence him. TNK sneered. What kind of idiot dares to plot evil within Konoha? This place is only a few kilometers away from Konoha, and there may be ninjas passing by at any time on the road. In a place like this, they dared to attack the ninjas of Konoha. They were just two idiots. Catch it first and then talk about it. Facing the two people who were rushing towards them, TNK took the initiative to greet them without dodging. Seeing TNK's reaction, the two strange-looking ninjas showed a hint of joy in their eyes. Idiot, you didn't even run away. The kid opposite, facing two adult ninjas, didn't even know how to escape. Are all the ninjas in Konoha so stupid? The hedgehog with short hair smiled ferociously, with a cruel light in his eyes, and he suddenly opened his machine arms. Stupid or naive, go to hell. Suffer death. Rusty. The machine arm quickly fired out shurikens and attacked TNK. The long-haired hedgehog followed closely behind the shuriken, waving its claws and attacking TNK. In a short period of time, two strange-looking ninjas relied on instinct to launch a coordinated offensive. Seeing the enemy's cooperation, TNK became more vigilant. Still a veteran. Seeing the shuriken thrust towards me, he paused in his steps, and with the momentum of his forward movement, his leg muscles suddenly exploded like compressed springs. His palms changed with him, and his power rose from the ground. His whole body was like a fully stretched bowstring, and all his strength was used by the swing of his body to shoot out in the air with his palms. 8 trigrams air palm, call. The invisible air wave came out of the palm, just like an invisible weapon, violently knocking away the flying shuriken. The power of the palm knocked away the shuriken, but its power was not reduced, and it was coming in an instant, directly attacking. The invisible palm force tore open the air, and the ninja who struck in front of him felt like a majestic mountain was pressing down on him. The strong wind blew and the fierce wind pressure made him breathless. Faced with the sudden situation, before he could react, the invisible mountain had already crashed into him fiercely. Boom! Like hitting a violent rhinoceros in the air, the ninja flew backwards faster than when he came. This is not over yet. After TNK hit the 8 trigrams air palm, he followed him like a shadow, caught up with the ninja who was knocked into the air, and struck hard again. Bang 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 bang. Continuous heavy palms hit the ninja and kept knocking him away. Damn it! Another ninja was now following behind. He raised his rough and ferocious machine arm, just to launch a sneak attack and cooperate with his companions after they took action. Unexpectedly, the situation turned around. In a flash of lightning, their cooperation was violently broken by their opponents. This is hitting the iron plate. This is Jonin's strength. He is obviously a teenager, but his strength is so terrifying. What a monster! The ninja was anxious and angry. It was obviously a simple task. How could such an accident happen? Just when he was racking his brains, trying to break the situation, his pupils shrank. Unfortunately, the enemy disappeared. Before he had time to think, his fighting instinct urged him to swing the ferocious machine claws behind him. The claws were still in midair, and a fierce wind pressure had already made him unable to move. He just felt like he was hit by a fierce and rough hammer, and his whole body flew out. His vision went dark, and the only last thought left was that this move had knocked his companion away. So weak. TNK clapped his hands, stopped, looked at the two strange-looking ninjas who were knocked unconscious, and commented like this. He knocked away the ninja who rushed in front of him with his first palm, and the subsequent pursuit and attack were just a cover. When attacking the ninja in front of him, he used the enemy's body to block the sight of the other ninja. At the moment when his line of sight was blocked, he activated the body flicker technique in the blind spot of the opponent's line of sight. Even if the other party has good vigilance, once the distance is close. Under the absolute strength gap, the other party did not even have the ability to resist, and was already defeated. The strength is not good, and the cooperation is average. Those who dare to attack Konoha at the door of Konoha seem to be stupid in intelligence. These two guys, I don't know where they came from. TNK began to prepare to interrogate the prisoners while pondering the identity of the other party. Facing the defenseless captive, he first used the gentle fist method to seal the opponent's chakra. After tying up the prisoners tightly, separate the two people, and first use genjutsu to interrogate one of the ninjas. Then use the information obtained from the ninja to interrogate another ninja. The chakra was sealed all over the body by gentle fist, and they were trapped in endless illusions. The two stupid ninjas were easily tricked out of all the information. It turns out to be Zabuza Momoki's subordinates. It seems that the incident in Wave Country is about to begin. After some interrogation and combined with the vague plot in his memory, TNK already knew the current situation. The two strange-looking ninjas in front of them are the rebellious ghost brothers of the Mist Ninja Village. They are Zabuza's subordinates and were sent by Zabuza to assassinate Tajuna. These two people turned out to be Chinin from the Mist Ninja Village. It seemed that the strength of the Mist Ninja Village had declined significantly. Even if they didn't meet me and met Kakashi, these two people would still have no chance of survival. The strength is too weak, and it is destined to end up as a secondary role. I saw a reader asking about the heroine. The author said that the novel is written for readers, so you can give your opinions in the comment area about the heroine. Then I will do a vote for everyone to choose. The heroine or the harem is up to the readers to decide. The afternoon sun hangs lazily in the sky. The green leaves were rustling in the wind. On an uneven road, a young man, dressed in white, walked forward gracefully. Came back. TNK vaguely saw the huge city gate at the entrance of Konoha village in the distance. In the direction of Konoha village, several familiar figures walked towards me. With silver gray hair, a mask covering the lower half of his face, and a lazy expression, he is Heite Kakashi, and Konoha Team 7 led by him. Behind Kakashi is Uchiha Suzuki, wearing black short-sleeved shorts with sharp eyes and a cold expression. On the left and right, one was Uzumaki Naruto with an excited face, curious eyes, and interest in everything. One is Harano Sakura, who is a lady on the outside but wild on the inside. Between Naruto and Harano Sakura was an old man wearing a bamboo hat and holding a pipe. Is it really today? TNK muttered secretly. He continued walking forward. Hey, brother TNK. Looking at TNK, Naruto cheered happily and waved to him. He ran over quickly, looking excited, dancing and grinning loudly. Brother TNK, we are going out to do a mission. TNK smiled. Come on, your road to Hokage is getting closer and closer. Naruto said happily. This is a sea-level mission, not one of taking care of children or finding kittens and puppies. Grandpa Hokage was persuaded by me and finally understood my strength. This time, let us protect an old man from the country of waves. I'm leaving the village soon. I'm so nervous, Naruto said, dancing happily. This is my first time leaving the village. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? Brother TNK, do you need me to help you bring local specialties? I wonder if there will be any accidents during the mission. When encountering an accident, should I rush forward directly, or should I wait until Mr. Kakashi is about to lose and then try to turn the tide? Kakashi has already walked over. He looked at Naruto helplessly. Naruto, I'm right next to you, please pay attention to me and don't talk nonsense in front of the client. Meeting this dumb-looking team member, Kakashi suddenly felt that this operation might not be so easy. The old man wearing a hat and smoking a pipe looked at Naruto with suspicion. Why would you let an unreliable idiot kid protect me? Naruto scowled angrily and pointed at the old man with dissatisfaction. Smelly old man, I will become a super excellent ninja in the Hokage. You should be grateful to be protected by me. The old man looked at Naruto with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Smelly old man. Naruto was indignant and wanted to speak again. Kakashi quickly put his hand on Naruto's head. Don't be rude to your client. It's really lively. TNK smiled. Are you going to the country of waves? He asked. Kakashi nodded slightly and introduced TNK. This is our client, Mr. Dejuna, the bridge builder of the country of waves. Our mission this time is to protect him in the country of waves until the task of building the bridge is completed. Sure enough, TNK already understood everything. He looked at Naruto and Suzuki gently, encouraging them. Come on, complete this mission well. You are already strong. It's time to show your abilities. He reminded, on the way to the country of waves, you need to be more careful and pay attention. I heard that there are fog ninjas appearing in the country of waves recently. Kakashi's tone seemed relaxed. He smiled, as if he were going out for an outing. It shouldn't be that troublesome. Our mission this time is just a sea-level mission, so we shouldn't encounter ninjas. TNK smiled and did not refute. Maybe, but I can't say for sure. Dazna waved his hand impatiently. If we don't leave, it will get late, and we still have a long way to go. Naruto pointed at Tajuna dissatisfied. Smelly old man, it's just noon now, it's still very early. If you weren't too slow, we would have reached the Kingdom of Waves very soon. Kakashi hit Naruto's head with his hand, looking helpless. As I said, don't be rude to the client. He looked at TNK with some embarrassment and said, "We are going to work on our mission. Let's talk next time." TNK looked at everyone with a smile on his face. "Go and do your work. Goodbye, brother TNK." Naruto waved goodbye to TNK. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and his group, TNK continued walking towards the village. He thought to himself, now that Naruto and Sasuke's strength has improved a lot, and with the cooperation of Kakashi, there is no need to worry about Naruto's safety. On the other hand, Zabuza and Haku need to pay attention. After all, they are two talented people. It would be too wasteful for them to die like this. It's different from the two trash Chunin just now. Zabuza and Haku are very good tools and should not be wasted. Taking them under his command is the best choice. But how to get them into your hands is another problem. Kaijin Zabuza is not someone who easily accepts being inferior to others. TNK returned to his small courtyard while thinking about it. Walked from the small courtyard to a quiet room in the back room. TNK found a movable floor in the corner of the quiet room near the cabinet. With a squeak, the heavy floor was gently pushed open. Under the movable floor, a row of steps was exposed, leading to a dark basement. As TNK walked down the steps, the lights in the basement came on. The semi-large basement is only the size of one room, and it is the inside and outside of the quiet room on the ground. In the basement, there is a row of bookcases. On the bookcases are placed some more precious ninjutsu materials than those on the ground. Beside the bookcase, there is a dark red wardrobe. Opening the closet, TNK found a black uniform. Quietly walking to a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror, he looked in the mirror and modified his appearance. The upper body is a black windbreaker with wide cuffs, the lower body is loose black trousers, and a white belt is worn around the waist. After changing into a pure black uniform, TNK's indifferent temperament became domineering. His stature has grown by more than 10 centimeters, and his face has become mature and cold, just like what he will look like more than 10 years later. Without looking carefully, it is difficult to see what it looks like now. What you have to do next cannot be done in your own way. On the main road outside Konoha village, Kakashi and his party noisily escorted their client, Tatsuna. After leaving the village, we didn't walk long. Kakashi suddenly stopped, his face was solemn, and he spoke in a deep voice. "It smells like blood." Everyone stopped. Sasuke instantly pulled out the shuriken from the leg strap and stood in front of Tajuna. He carefully watched his surroundings. Naruto opened his head and looked around with questions in his eyes. "Where is it? Where is it?" Just in front, Kakashi's expression relaxed, and he dragged out two strange-looking guys from next to a big tree. They were two weird guys wearing thick gas masks and bandages all over their bodies. "Already dead?" Seeing that the guy being dragged showed no reaction, Sasuke asked calmly. Kakashi put his hands on the necks of the two guys. He reached out and pressed on the other person. "It's dead. The body is still hot. He died not long ago." Little Sakura seemed a little nervous. She blocked the shuriken in front of her and asked curiously, "Who are they and why did they die here?" "It looks like he's a ninja from Mist Ninja Village." Kakashi examined the two corpses carefully and slowly came to a conclusion. "I think I already know who killed them." Kakashi pondered, simulating the whole thing in his mind. Who dared to kill people at the gate of Konoha? Who did it? I must teach him a lesson. Naruto walked forward and looked at the two strange corpses curiously, looking filled with indignation. Kakashi gave Naruto an annoyed look. "Run towards the village now. If you are fast enough, you can still catch up with him." "What?" Naruto was shocked. That man actually went to attack the village. He yelled, "Let's go and notify the others." He was about to run towards the village in a hurry. Kakashi covered his forehead with his hands and had given up communicating with Naruto. Sasuke quickly grabbed Naruto. "Naruto, these two are fog ninjas. They appeared at the entrance of Konoha village with all their equipment. That's the problem. They probably had evil intentions and were killed by ninjas passing by in the village. Your concern is wrong." Sasuke shook his head and explained helplessly to Naruto. "Oh, it turns out he's the ninja in the village." Naruto grinned and crossed his fingers behind his head, hiding his embarrassment. "It's such a shame. If we had gone out earlier, we would have been the ones to deal with these two bad guys." The man went to the village. Teacher Kakashi's words make people think a lot. Listen to Naruto again and go out early. An idea flashed in Sasuke's mind. "Teacher Kakashi, are you saying that Brother TNK killed them? How could it be that Brother TNK killed them?" Naruto shouted with disbelief. Kakashi looked at Sasuke approvingly. This was his judgment. "We just met TNK at the entrance of the village, although I didn't pay attention at the time. But looking back now, he specifically reminded us that there are fog ninjas in the land of waves recently, so we should be careful on the road." "It's unprovoked. Why would he remind us of this?" "I think this is the reason." Kakashi looked down at the two dead Mist ninjas and analyzed them calmly. It would be too hasty to make a judgment based on this alone. Naruto still didn't believe it. Idiot Naruto. Little Sakura looked at Naruto dissatisfied. Kakashi-sensei hasn't finished speaking yet. Kakashi nodded and continued his analysis. Of course it's not just this reason. These two are already Chunin of the Mist Ninja. They are not weak in strength. The ninjas of the Mist Ninja village are famous for fighting to the death at all costs. With two Chunin working together, only Jonin can handle them easily. These two ninjas don't have any wounds on their bodies. Their internal organs were broken using heavy techniques. Being able to kill two Chunin so easily, and getting some information from their mouths, plus just appearing here. There are so many coincidences. It's hard for me to think of anyone else besides TNK. Kakashi held his chin with his hand, so much information verified that it was TNK who killed the two Chunin in front of him. Naruto belatedly realized what he was doing. It's amazing. You can kill two Chunin so easily. When we saw brother TNK just now, we couldn't tell that he had experienced a life and death battle. Little Sakura also nodded. There's no dust on big brother TNK's clothes. He doesn't look like he has fought at all. Kakashi smiled softly. For you, this is a life and death battle, but for him, that may not be the case. Listening to Kakashi-sensei's analysis, Sasuke squeezed the shuriken tighter. He asked nervously, Teacher Kakashi, how strong is brother TNK? Kakashi thought for a moment and answered. It's unfathomable, even I can't see through his strength. Little Sakura had an expression of disbelief on her face. How is it possible? He is only 1 year older than us. How can he be better than the teacher? She had seen Kakashi survive Naruto and Sasuke's combined attack with ease. Kakashi looked very calm. Although it is a bit unbelievable, this may be difficult for you to accept, but it is the fact. There are indeed ninjas in this world who are younger than you, but whose strength is far superior to mine. Naruto said with high spirits, I have known for a long time that brother TNK is the most powerful, and I will try my best to surpass him. Kakashi looked at Naruto speechlessly, not knowing whether to encourage his courage or to say that he didn't know the heights of the world. Sasuke remained silent and didn't speak, just squeezed the shuriken tighter. Without continuing to dwell on these things, Kakashi set his sights on Dejuna. Now, what I want to determine is, Mr. Dejuna, why are these ninjas from the Mist Ninja village here? Dazna had been silent just now, but when he saw Kakashi turning his eyes to him, he seemed a little flustered, and the hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. Why are you asking me? What do you mean? The others also looked surprised and looked at Kakashi. This place is not far from Konoha. It is too dangerous for hostile ninjas. Without receiving the mission, it is impossible for those fog ninjas to appear here. Kakashi's tone was filled with calm analysis and wisdom. TNK just reminded us to pay attention to safety. I think the fact that these mist ninjas appear here must have something to do with you. The mission targeted by the ninja is already a B-level mission or above. As our client, we need to know who the opponent we are facing is to protect you from successfully completing the bridge. Seeing Dejuna's nervousness, Kakashi confirmed his suspicion. Mr. Dazna, you may have some unavoidable reasons, but concealing information will make it very difficult for us. For ninjas, true intelligence is the most important information. If the client cannot even reveal the true intelligence, this is a threat to yourself and our safety. If you want us to continue the mission, it's a bit overwhelming. Sorry, that teacher. Dazna's tone was a little low. This is something I didn't expect at first. My enemy, the guy who wants my life, is indeed an extremely terrifying guy. Kakashi asked with a solemn expression, who is he? You should have heard of this man. He is the boss behind the shipping company, the super-rich Kato. Kato Company, one of the richest people in the world. Kakashi was slightly surprised. Tatsuna said in a hateful tone. He is not only the boss of the shipping company, but also the leader of the underground mafia. He colludes with ninjas, traps the mafia, smuggles drugs, sells arms, and makes plunder. He is a heinous villain. Relying on the power under his command, he monopolized all transportation in the country of waves. He forced people to pay high prices. In order to get rid of Cardo's plunder, we want to build a bridge. This threatens Cardo's interests, so, he kept trying to kill me. Then why don't you explain the situation directly? Kakashi asked. There was a trace of bitterness on Dejuna's face. The country of waves is a poor country and is exploited by Cardo. Even the daimyo doesn't have much money. I'm just a smelly old man who wants to change my hometown. My savings are not enough to pay the high fees for B-level tasks, he muttered. Forget it, I'm just an old, poor, smelly old man. If you don't protect me, I'll die. However, for an old, poor, stinky old man like me, even if I die, you won't care. After I die, I will cry my heart out. Only my precious grandson who has just turned 10 years old will cry. Dejuna muttered loudly to himself. And my precious daughter, she will spend the rest of her life alone with resentment towards the Konoha shinobi. Smelly old man, I will protect you. Since I am targeting the Hokage, I won't just back down from my first mission. Feeling the call of duty, Naruto said with high spirits. Tatsuna ignored Naruto as he continued to talk in self-pity. Oh, this is not your fault. Everything is fate. It is our bad fate. My grandson is destined to lose his dear grandfather. My grandson and daughter are destined to be bullied and lonely. People take care of them." He sighed and looked at Kakashi secretly. Okay. Seeing this shameless old man, Kakashi waved his hand helplessly. "Let's continue to protect you." He sighed inwardly, what a terrible client. The country of waves. On the vast and boundless sea. Dressed in black, a young man with a stern face walked leisurely on the sea. The man in black had a long knife on his waist, a black scabbard in one hand, and a delicate and compact telescope in the other. He walked all the way across the sea, silently like a ghost walking on the sea full of thick fog. Looking from a distance in the thick fog, a looming bridge appeared. The man in black said softly, "Going forward, we will reach the kingdom of waves." He raised the telescope in his hand and observed the situation ahead. Kakashi and Naruto have already landed, and Zabuza will appear soon. We have to hurry up and don't let Kakashi, Naruto and the others kill Zabuza and Haku easily. As he spoke, he put the telescope in his arms. Then, he quickened his pace and ran quickly on the sea. With light and agile footwork, he stepped on the sea surface step by step, causing subtle ripples. As he ran, his figure became hazy, and his whole person was looming and ethereal, like a fairy floating in the mist. This person was TNK. After he returned to the village, he did not stay too long. He returned home, put on special clothes in the secret room, and changed his appearance. Used the Flying Thunder God technique again and appear outside Konoha village. Along the way to the country of waves, TNK began to follow the footsteps of Kakashi and others. The corpses of the two mist ninjas were left by him specifically to remind Kakashi. After he killed the two mist ninjas, he threw them on the roadside. He believed that with Kakashi's experience, he would be able to find the information he wanted to reveal from the bodies of the mist ninjas. Things were just as he expected. When he returned from home to the place where the two ninja corpses were placed, the corpses had already been disposed of by Kakashi. Along the way, he followed the direction of Kakashi and others and slowly followed them. Walking from the main road to a pier, Kakashi and others got on a small boat. TNK, who didn't want to be seen, walked all the way across the sea and followed their boat to the land of waves. At this time, it was close to the location of the country of waves. Continuing along the bridge is the territory of the country of waves. After the bridge, there is a huge pier. The country of waves lies close to the sea, and most of the buildings are built along the docks. Kakashi and others were already ashore at this time, and Zabuza was about to take action. Worried that Zabuza would be killed directly by Kakashi and the greatly improved Naruto and Sasuke, TNK quickened his pace. Like a gust of wind, he quickly swept across the sea and boarded the pier. The timing is just right. Ahead of the dock is a wide road with dense woods on both sides. TNK walked along the woods, and before walking too far, he saw Zabuza, Kakashi and others confronting each other. TNK did not step forward directly, he lurked aside and observed carefully. Really? On a big tree not far away, a young man wearing a mask and dress strangely lurked behind the leaves, observing Kakashi and his group from a high position. This is White. TNK looked at this slightly thin boy. He was such a person, his potential was still higher than Zabuza's. It will be on the shelves the day after tomorrow. The results of this book are not very good, but as long as everyone supports it, I can keep writing it. I have never asked for a reward because I am not sure whether the books I have written are that good. As long as everyone is willing to continue reading, I will be satisfied. I don't dare to say how well the book is written, but the stories I wrote are stories that others have not written and no one will write. This book does not have a protagonist who kills everything instantly and tramples on everyone everywhere, but this book has a unique Hokage world. I hope you all like this story. Thank you for your support. The Land of Waves Pier. There are dense trees on both sides of the wide road. On a huge banyan tree, a strange man with bandages all over his body stepped on a huge beheading knife inserted in the trunk of the tree. The bandaged man squatted on the beheading sword, looking down at Kakashi and his group. I didn't expect to meet Sharinan Kakashi here. It's really troublesome. The bandage weirdo's voice came out through the bandage wrapped around his mouth. His voice was hoarse and dry, like a stone scratching on glass. Dry and hoarse voice, condescending scrutiny. Although this man was alone and dressed more like he was seriously injured and disabled, the coldness in his eyes and the indifference in his voice gave Kakashi a hint of death threat. Kakashi stared closely at the weird man in front of him, covered in bandages, while recalling the other person's information and reading it out of his mouth. The rebellious ninja of the Kiri ninja, Zabuza Mamakai, a powerful ninja known as the Ghost. Listening to Kakashi's reminder, Naruto was a little nervous and a little excited. Naruto clenched his hands into fists and looked up at Mamakai Zabuza. Is this my first battle? It is indeed a strong opponent. Just looking at the bandaged man's eyebrowless face and cold eyes made him feel numb all over. Kakashi did not look back at Naruto, he stared at Zabuza closely, wary of his every move. He whispered to Naruto, "Naruto, don't mess around. Your mission is to protect Mr. Tatsuna. Unlike other opponents, this ninja is not something you can handle. Kakashi-sensei, you seem to underestimate me a little too much, Naruto said eagerly. Sasuke did not speak, but stood by Naruto's side with practical actions, supporting Naruto's words. Arrogant brat. Zabuza looked at the group of people at his feet with cold eyes, like a butcher thinking about where to strike. Kakashi's expression was serious and his voice was stern. Naruto, this is different. At least, don't take action now, he warned again. Mamakai Zabuza, a powerful ninja among the Mist Ninjas who is famous for his silent assassination technique. He once served as the captain of the Mist Ninja assassination team. Don't underestimate him. Although your strength is good, when you encounter such an assassination master, a single oversight may cost you your life. Therefore, you must not relax your vigilance. This time, it is my battle. You must protect D.A. Mr. Zena. Zabuza stared at Kakashi coldly. I want that old man, and I hope you won't say no. Kakashi didn't answer Zabuza's words. He reached out and pulled away the forehead protector covering his left eye, expressing his decisive attitude with practical actions. Under the forehead protector, under a scar that penetrated the eye, there was a scarlet eye. In the scarlet eyes, there are 3 black shadows that are constantly rotating like tadpoles. Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura, follow the precautions during training and form a swastika formation to protect yourself and Mr. Tatsuna. Zabuza snorted, after all, I made this wrong decision. I hope your Sharingan can be as powerful as the legend. Zabuza raised his hand to the sky and placed his other hand on his chest. Ninjutsu Mist Shadow Technique. Thick mist quickly spewed out from around him. The thick fog was like clouds summoned out of thin air, a vast expanse of light that instantly covered the sky and the earth, blocking everyone's sight. Seeing Zabuza summon the thick fog, Kakashi felt a shiver in his heart. This is trouble. The weather today is already very foggy. When meeting this guy who is good at assassination, he has to distract himself from protecting the client. Thinking of the difficulty of the task, Kakashi had a slight headache and secretly became a little more vigilant. Zabuza merged into the fog, and a dry and hoarse voice came from the depths of the thick fog. When I was still in the Mist Ninja Assassination Force, the manual I carried with me contained your information. The man who copied thousands of ninjutsu, the copy ninja Kakashi. I'll take your head. Zabuza's erratic voice came from all directions. Throat, spine, carotid arteries, clavicle, lungs, liver, kidneys, heart. Zabuza kept talking about the fatal wounds on the human body. In the thick fog, he intimidated the inexperienced young ninja with his tyrannical killing intent. In the face of the tyrannical murderous intent, newcomers who lack experience are like recruits entering the battlefield for the first time. They looked up at the thick white fog and felt the oppression coming from all directions. Those murderous auras were like needlepoint weed-ons, irritating their exposed skin, eyes, nose, ears. Everywhere exposed is like a sharp knife, with its sharp edge pressed tightly against it. The vast thick fog seemed to have turned into a monster that swallowed everything, swallowing up their inner courage and confidence. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke who were trembling slightly in the thick fog, Tenkei secretly regretted in his heart, even if you are not weak and have not experienced life and death, will you still be affected by murderous aura after all? In his opinion, the current limitations are far less difficult. Zabuza's strength is about the same as Kakashi's, or even slightly weaker. With Naruto and Sasuke helping him, it should be easy to take down Zabuza. It's a pity that Naruto and Sasuke have not passed the test of life and death. They have to face this blood-stained killing demon for the first time, but they can't display half of their strength. In the thick fog, Zabuza asked in a cold and dry voice, "Guess which one I will start with and which part I will start with. Is it an old man, a dwarf, or a little girl?" Zabuza provoked these young ninjas provocatively. Stimulated by his murderous intent, Sakura and Dejuna were trembling all over and sweating profusely. "Don't underestimate me, you bandaged weirdo who is pretending to be a ghost." Listening to Zabuza's contempt for him and threats to little Sakura, Naruto was filled with anger. He shouted, "I want to be a Hokage man, bandage freak." Zabuza's cold voice became even more terrifying, and his murderous intent became even more ferocious and cruel, attacking Naruto. Flaw. Naruto, who had been standing still, suddenly rushed out. Whoosh. Regardless of everything, Naruto relied on instinct and rushed towards the direction of the murderous intent without hesitation. Naruto's impulsiveness shocked everyone. "Naruto! What are you going to do?" little Sakura exclaimed. "Come back, Naruto!" Kakashi shouted loudly, "Don't go in." Kakashi stepped forward quickly, wanting to stop Naruto. Like a flash of light, Naruto rushed into the thick fog and disappeared into the thick fog in an instant. Damn it! Kakashi stared in the direction of the thick fog. Naruto's yelling came from the thick fog. "Don't underestimate me. Bandage freak, remember my name, I'm going to be the Hokage Suzumaki Naruto Shadow Clone Technique." In the thick fog, a series of ping-pong-pong sounds were heard one after another. Everyone looked at each other, and Naruto actually rushed in alone and started fighting with the terrible ninja. Sasuke, little Sakura, protect Mr. Tajuna, I'm going to find Naruto. Kakashi couldn't suppress the worry in his heart and warned Sasuke and little Sakura. He followed the sound of fighting and chased after them. TNK could see clearly from the side, and he was speechless for a while. Should I say it's a beast-like intuition, or a brainless fool? Naruto's name as an unexpected ninja was really not just talk. TNK could see clearly that in the thick fog, Naruto was chasing Zabuza all the way. Yes, you read that right, it was not Zabuza who was chasing and beating Naruto, but Naruto who was chasing Zabuza. Everything happened so incredibly. Haze is a double-edged sword. Unless you have special abilities and props, such as white eyes, or the special telescope in TNK's hand. Otherwise, the fog does not distinguish between friend and foe, and both sides will be affected at the same time. On weekdays, Zabuza relied on his superb silent assassination skills to get through the thick fog like a fish in water. Ninjas without special training will lose their sight and be at a loss once they enter the thick fog. People who lose their vision, even ninjas, will be greatly affected. In the fog, a ninja who loses his sight will be like a blind man, facing being beaten from both sides at all times, and can easily be attacked by enemies hidden in the thick fog. Using thick fog to block the line of sight and secretly attack the enemy, this is the silent assassination technique. This has always been Zabuza's specialty. But this time, Zabuza met someone even more shameless. Naruto was stunned just now. He didn't think about anything and rushed directly in the direction of murderous intent. He rushed in too hastily and didn't think about the way out. This is something that no normal ninja would do. In Zabuza's many years of ninja career, he has never encountered such a situation. When encountering such a stunned young man, even Zabuza couldn't react in time, and Naruto rushed right in front of him. Naruto rushed to Zabuza and directly activated the shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of Narutos surrounded Zabuza in the thick fog. Even if Zabuza uses the Grandmaster's silent assassination technique, the thick fog will still affect him after all. In this mist, surrounded by dozens of indistinguishable ninjas, even Zabuza was in a hurry, being chased all the way, panicking and not choosing the right path. At this time, Naruto, after several years of training by TNK, was the best among the Chunin in terms of physical skills alone. Even if he faced ordinary Jonin, he would not be at a disadvantage. Not to mention, at this time, Naruto also used the right time and place to benefit people and people. Under the thick fog, even with the Grandmaster's silent assassination technique, Zabuza was actually almost half-blind. In the thick fog, a half-blind man would certainly be invincible against those completely blind ninjas. But the half-blind man was surrounded by dozens of guys with flexible bodies and exquisite physical skills in the thick fog. Faced with such a situation, Zabuza was not defeated because of his experience in many battles. Facing such unreasonable Naruto, Zabuza was chased and beaten until he couldn't hold his head up. When Kakashi was chasing after him, he happened to see a group of Narutos chasing him until Zabuza couldn't lift his head and fled in all directions. Kakashi blinked, unable to believe what he saw in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a clone. He carefully and vigilantly paid attention to all movements in the thick fog and looked at Naruto vigilantly to guard against Zabuza's sneak attack. Boom! In the battlefield, a Naruto kicked Zabuza hard in the ribs. Zabuza blocked the decapitating sword in front of him and kicked one of Naruto's shadow clone away. Missed shadow technique, solution. Zabuza, who was chased by Naruto all the way, finally couldn't hold it back anymore, and with the help of the beheading sword, he finally released this ninjutsu. TNK almost laughed out loud. The famous Zabuza, the vicious ghost who was grandmaster of the silent assassination technique. He was beaten to the point of losing his temper by the unreasonable Uzumaki Naruto, who used the arrogant shadow clone of strength in numbers. Finally, as a last resort, he unlocked his best ninjutsu. Ninja battles sometimes really don't make sense at all. Zabuza unlocked the ninjutsu and the mist quickly dissipated. The fog dissipated and everyone regained their vision. It turns out to be Zabuza for real. Looking at Zabuza in the field, Kakashi felt annoyed. I thought it was a clone just now, so I didn't follow Naruto to attack the opponent. If we seize the opportunity, we might be able to end the battle. Zabuza gritted his teeth and looked at the man in front of him, with blonde hair and a tanuki face. He never imagined that his silent assassination technique would be broken by such a stupid young man in an unreasonable way. Uzumaki Naruto, I remember you. Remember to write down my name on the first page of your notebook. Naruto said carelessly. The battle just now made his self-confidence explode. Such a powerful ninja was actually being chased by him. He couldn't help but mutter, so I'm so powerful. I didn't expect Naruto to be so powerful. Kakashi looked at Naruto in surprise. This kid had chased Zabuza all the way just now, forcing the opponent to use the Kiri shadow technique that he was best at. Looking at this scene, Kakashi looked relaxed. He looked at Zabuza again and asked in a lively tone, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Kakashi said in a relaxed tone, I thought it would be a big trouble, but I didn't expect that my students are so capable. In the thick fog, even your Grandmaster's silent assassination technique cannot fight against dozens of Grandmaster's Taijutsu shadow clone at the same time, although it seems to be a big advantage. But Kakashi didn't want to have a life-and-death showdown with Zabuza. Ninjas like them who had experienced various battles would have various trump cards. This mission is to protect Tajuna from building a bridge. To get the money from the sea-level mission, he has to work hard with a jonin. This is something Kakashi is unwilling to do. Zabuza said nothing, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he jumped back suddenly. Various different handprints appeared in his hands. Jo Shenmao Zi Hayu Jo Wu Yu Zi In Su Yinisai Jo Wei Si Hai Wei Zi Ren Chen Yu Chen Yu Jo Wu Wei Yinisai Zi Shenmao Hai Chen Wei Zi Jo Shen Yu Ren Zi Hayu. Water Style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Water Style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. Two huge water dragons composed of chakras suddenly collided together. The water splashed everywhere, the waves surged into the sky, and the ferocious water dragons were like huge monsters that rolled over the river. The monsters hit violently and collided with all their strength. Under the huge pressure at the impact point, a surging and bursting water column rushed into the sky. The turbulent water jets spurted out, the waves splashed everywhere, and the huge waves surged into the sky. The collision of two huge water dragon bombs caused everyone on the battlefield to experience the wash and baptism of the stormy waves. Standing firmly on his feet, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to Zabuza's actions and did not cause any accidents due to letting down his guard. If the powerful ninjutsu composed of 44 seals was not blocked, Zabuza would be overturned. Puffed, puffed. Naruto spat out water vigorously, and without noticing, when encountering Zabuza's large-scale ninjutsu, his remaining shadow clone was instantly washed away. I didn't expect that bandage weirdo to be so strong. Seeing this natural disaster-like scene, Naruto truly understood the strength of his opponent. Just now in the thick fog, he rushed forward impulsively with a rush of blood. Relying on the strength of Shadow Clone Technique's numbers, he kept suppressing Zabuza. Under such a situation, he couldn't help but feel a little contempt for Zabuza's strength. Until now, the opponent's powerful ninjutsu directly broke his arrogance. If there is no matching ninjutsu, no matter how many Shadow Clone there are, they will be completely powerless in the face of such a natural disaster. Tin-K stood on a tree, quietly watching the turbulent water under the tree. Fortunately, I was prepared in advance and almost got hit. This Zabuza is indeed very strong. If it weren't for his missed shadow technique, he would have been broken by Naruto by chance. With the obstruction of the thick fog, Zabuza is still able to fight even when facing Kakashi and his team who have become stronger. The mutual restraint of ninjutsu is indeed wonderful. In the thick fog, Zabuza's strength is even higher than Kakashi's, but when he encountered the unreasonable Naruto army, he was forcefully forced to take the initiative to unlock the ninjutsu. The other side. Zabuza stared at Kakashi coldly, a hint of worry rising in his heart. It's incredible that this guy can completely copy my ninjutsu. Even the power of the ninjutsu is not inferior to mine. There's also the troublesome kid. If they join forces, I'm afraid it won't be easy this time. In the flash of lightning, Kakashi and Zabuza attacked each other again. Zabuza's decapitation sword is powerful and heavy, swinging and slashing like a hungry tiger descending from the mountain, while Kakashi's kunao is fierce and cunning. Stab after jab, like a spiritual snake spitting out a message. The two of them fought like they were walking high in the sky, placing themselves above the abyss with every move they made. We can't wait for the kid over there to react. A trace of anxiety arose in Zabuza's heart. It was not that easy to defeat Kakashi, a jonin, in a short period of time just by relying on taijutsu. I missed Kakashi again. Zabu cut his finger to the sky, placed his hand on his heart, and formed the seal again. Opposite him, Kakashi copied his movements exactly. Damn it, can you even imitate this ninjutsu? Zabuza was secretly worried while forming seals. Got to be faster than him. He sped up the speed of his seal formation. Kakashi copied his movements exactly. Yin Jo Shen Mao Zi Hayu Jo Wu Su Yin Su Yin Si Jo Shen Mao Water Style Grand Falls Technique. Water Style Grand Falls Technique. Zabuza looked at the huge waves in front of him in shock, like mountains and rivers bursting their banks, like the roar of the sea, and huge waterfalls falling suddenly from the sky. The surging waves were in front of him in an instant. How can he be faster than me? Zabuza's face was full of disbelief. In his shock, the monstrous waterfall had knocked everything away and pressed in front of him with overwhelming momentum. Boom! The rolling waves, the fierce waves, slammed into Zabuza's body. He was like a powerless boat, being overturned by the huge waves and flying around. Like a rootless leaf, the whole person is swayed by the wind when encountering the roaring wind. Bang! Zabuza spun and fell to the ground. Pain, weakness, fatigue, and all kinds of negative pressure came from the body. Ignoring the countless alarms in the body, Zabuza started fighting. Why are you faster than me? Can you predict the future? Yes, your death has come and everything is over. Kakashi's scarlet eyes showed a sharp light. As a ninja, he would never be soft-hearted when he should kill. Bang bang bang. A few rays of silver light flashed. Blood splattered. Several sharp thorns pierced Zabuza's throat. Zabuza's face still showed panic and surprise. Bang! Zabuza fell heavily to the ground. A skinny ninja with a strange hook mask and pigtails appeared in front of everyone. A strange mask, a slender figure, two thin black pigtails on the ears, and a childish voice. "Excuse me, thank you so much. I've been looking for an opportunity to kill Zabuza." The masked boy lowered his head and thanked everyone politely. Kakashi walked up to Zabuza and put his hand on Zabuza's neck. The neck was pierced, and the pulse and heartbeat had stopped. He died. Seeing the other party's attire, Kakashi stared at the masked boy and asked, "Are you the Mist Ninja's pursuit force, the one who hunts down the traitorous ninja?" The masked boy nodded slightly, with a hint of relief and joy in his voice. "That's true. Thanks to your help, I was able to find the right opportunity." "Ninja hunting force?" Naruto looked confused. The masked boy explained calmly. "The pursuit force, that is, the organization in the village that hunts down traitorous ninjas. I am one of them. My mission is to hunt down defecting ninjas." Naruto looked at Zabuza's body and then looked at the guy with the weird mask. He was a little unbelievable. A kid who looks about the same age as me can actually kill a guy like Zabuza. The guy who could create ninjutsu like a natural disaster just now died like this? Killed by a kid about his age. Kakashi comforted Naruto. "Naruto, you are already very strong. If you hadn't forced Zabuza to unlock the Kirikage jutsu just now, the battle would have been even harder. But how can this guy be so powerful? He obviously doesn't look impressive at all." Naruto still couldn't believe it. It's obvious that his strength has improved greatly, but in the end, he still can't compare to a child who appeared out of nowhere. Kakashi pressed Naruto's head gently. "You will catch up with him soon." The reason why he killed Zabuza so easily was because of a sneak attack. In a head-on battle, Zabuza will not lose so easily. Listening to Kakashi's comfort, Naruto finally felt better. This guy died so easily before he even recorded my name in his notebook. I'm really unwilling to accept it. The masked boy came to Zabuza's body. "I'm sorry, but I need to get rid of the bodies because they hold too many secrets. I need to go first." After saying that, the masked boy formed a seal with one hand, and a whirlwind blew up on the spot, picking up some fallen leaves. He disappeared into the air like a shadow. Seeing this scene, TNK said silently in his heart, "Yeah, Shun Shen." Using the single seal and skillfully using the body flicker technique, he pierced Zabuza's throat with multiple steel needles from a distance of more than 10 meters, avoiding the real vital point. This young man is truly extraordinary in strength. After considering that Shiro is not a professional ninja, he learned all his ninjutsu from Zabuza. And some of the techniques he has used are not what Zabuza is good at, so they can only be learned through self-study. At a young age, relying on self-study, he can be so powerful. His qualifications are truly extraordinary. If you don't consider Sharingan's potential to evolve into Mangekyo, or even Rinnegan, and purely in terms of talent and qualifications in ninjutsu, Shiro's ninjutsu qualifications are definitely above Suzuki's, and may not even be inferior to Uchiha Itaka's. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei. Under the tree, Naruto and Suzuki rushed to Kakashi and helped Kakashi, who fell to the ground. Continuously using Sharingan, copying Zabuza's powerful ninjutsu, Kakashi's little chakra was exhausted. After the masked boy disappeared, he finally fainted and fell to the ground, holding on to his strength. Seeing Kakashi being supported by Naruto and Suzuki, he walked towards Tajuna's house. TNK left a shadow clone to follow Naruto and his party. He himself stepped on the branches, took steps, and chased Haku and Zabuza, who had just disappeared. Shiro was carrying Zabuza alone, and he had to treat Zabuza's injuries, so he couldn't go far. A few minutes later, TNK saw Zabuza and Haku. In the forest, there is an open space surrounded by big trees. Taking off the mask, Bye-Bye has a beautiful face, a calm temperament, and pigtails. Kneeling next to Zabuza, who was tall and covered in bandages. Zabuza had already woken up. He sat on the ground with his legs spread apart, his hands resting on his knees, and a huge beheading knife stuck to his side. He half lowered his head and spoke in a dry and hoarse voice. "I've seen through Sharingan, just next time." Although he lost to Kakashi, Zabuza believed that the next battle would not be like this one. "Next time, you will really die." A voice suddenly sounded. "Who?" Suddenly hearing a stranger's voice, Shiro and Zabuza were startled. Could it be that someone was chasing them? Suddenly, Shiro was standing in front of Zabuza. He held a kunao in his hand and stared closely at the man in black who suddenly appeared in front of him. One was dressed in black, with a long knife hanging from his waist. A man in black with an aloof temperament, aloofness, and a stern face appeared in front of them. TNK didn't hide his appearance, strode forward, and appeared directly in front of Haku and Zabuza. TNK was not optimistic about Zabuza's idea of making a comeback. There are no tricks to a ninja's strength, so it would be ridiculous to think about coming back next time. Even if Zabuza had Haku to stop Naruto and Sasuke next time, and faced Kakashi one-on-one again, he would just die. When he learned Kakashi's intelligence, Kakashi also figured out his trump card. Who are you? Bai stared closely at the man in black who appeared in front of him. Feeling the invisible pressure coming from the other party, as vast and boundless as the sea, accommodating all things. Shiro's heart tightened. With such momentum, even Mr. Zabuza couldn't compare to it. This is a super master, TNK said with a pleasant expression and a calm tone. You can call me Tianming. It will be put on the shelves tomorrow. There will be 10 updates on the day it goes on the shelves. Within half a month after it goes on the shelves, there will be 5 updates every day. The performance of a book depends on this period of time. Even if you are handicapped, you have to work hard. Thank you for your support. TNK looked pleasant and said calmly. You can call me Tianming. After noticing that the other party answered the question, Bai's nervousness eased a bit. As long as you can communicate, Zabuza-sama was seriously injured. At this time, you cannot have a head-on conflict with the person in front of you. A gentle smile appeared on Bai's face. Sir Tianming, I'm sorry, it's not convenient for us to entertain you now. Mr. Zabuza has been injured, so we have to leave. Bai Sun thought that as long as the other party didn't stop him, he would immediately take Zabuza away from this dangerous man. TNK smiled and exposed Bai's little thoughts without caring. Do you think this statement is useful? You have to try. Now is not a good time to fight. Shiro suppressed his smile, stood in front of Zabuza, and spoke calmly. Zabuza looked calm. He sat on the ground, his posture unchanged, his elbows resting on his knees. Bai, don't be rude. Since this gentleman is not in a hurry to take action, I think he wants to talk to us. Zabuza's voice was calm and his tone was calm. When faced with the dilemma of life and death, he was very open-minded. Although unable to do anything, the career of a ninja is more than just the strength to fight. Seeing Zabuza's ability to bend and stretch, 873 TNK moved slightly. In the world of ninjas, these famous ninjas have all survived through hundreds of battles. None of them are simple people, he said in a calm tone. As expected, even though he is called a ghost, he is still a ninja who knows how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Young-headed ninjas don't live long, Zabuza said lightly. Then, the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitched, and he remembered the scene of being chased by Naruto. The atmosphere at the scene relaxed. TNK spoke calmly and unhurriedly. I want to hire 2 of you to work for me. Working under Cardo is too humiliating for you. I will give you 2 a stage and will not interfere with you too much. As long as you agree, I will take action to cure you. The injuries on your body. Zabuza said calmly, if you refuse, are you going to kill us? Bai stared at TNK closely, paying attention to his every move, waiting for his answer. Even if he dies, he must die before Mr. Zabuza. TNK's expression showed no fluctuation and he spoke calmly, Aid. Although rejection is not the answer I want to hear, I will not take advantage of others. I will give you time to think about it. Bai's face softened slightly, but his vigilance still remained. Zabuza did not answer directly. I am an evil demon with blood on my hands, Zabuza. How can I just succumb to others casually? I will not deceive or conceal a strong man like you. Cardo is not my employer at all. I just like his wealth. After the mission, I plan to kill him. Zabuza never thought about pretending to be a coward and deceiving the other party. In the world of ninjas, there are endless secret techniques to restrict others. For the truly strong, pretending to agree will only anger the other party if they are discovered. Even if you are an evil ghost, haven't you ever succumbed to Mizuki's command? TNK said calmly. TNK was not surprised by Zabuza's rejection. If Zabuza, a dignified demon, could be subdued by just 1 or 2 words, he would not become a traitor to the Kirin ninja. Mizukage never really made me surrender. I defected from the Kirin ninja because of the assassination of Mizukage. Zabuza seemed to be saying something self-evident. Just because Mizukage can't do it, doesn't mean I can't do it. There was an absolute confidence hidden in TNK's tone, and his sharp eyes stared at Zabuza again. Zabuza did not refute the man in front of him comparing himself to Mizukage. Life and death depend on the other party's hands. Should you shut up or should you shut up? Seeing Zabuza's silence, TNK shook his head slightly. Sure enough, it's not that easy. In this case, I'm not willing to take advantage of others' danger and force you. Your life is in my hands now, and I don't even bother to threaten you. I will hire you at the cost of saving your life. Zabuza raised his head slightly and spoke calmly. If you plan to kill us first and then let us go to save us, then forget it. Although I don't want to die, I won't kneel down and beg for mercy. No, I won't threaten you. TNK spoke in an understatement with a sense of confidence in his tone. Let's make a bet, Zabuza. It can be seen that you are not willing to lose to the copy ninja Kakashi. Since you plan to continue completing the mission, you will naturally die in Kakashi's hands next time. When you were about to die in Kakashi's hands, I saved your life. As a reward for your life will belong to me. Be my subordinate, Zabuza said mockingly with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then you made the wrong calculation. I won't lose to Kakashi again. Since you are so confident, that's even better. This bet is settled. There was an inexplicable meaning in TNK's tone. Zabuza hesitated. He was not one to be content to be inferior to others. Even if he had to risk his own freedom, he was very unwilling to do so. But the person in front of him is not easy to get along with. He has already rejected the other party's solicitation. If he really offends the other party, it will be very bad. Now that he can't move, it would be even more impossible for Bai to face the opponent alone and want to protect himself. Seeing Zabuza's hesitation, TNK showed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. He chuckled, turned his gaze to Bai, and spoke to Bai gently. If Zabuza only wants to die, let him die. His potential has been exhausted and he is just an addition. You are the genius who has not yet grown up, the rough jade that has not yet been carved. He said calmly, I'm more optimistic about your future. How about you, are you willing to be my assistant? Zabuza's face became very ugly. He was actually being poached in front of his face, but he was still seriously injured, unable to take action or refute. Shiro smiled, and he looked at Zabuza worriedly. He turned his head, looked at TNK, and spoke respectfully. I am Mr. Zabuza's tool, and of course I will abide by Mr. Zabuza's decision. I believe that we will not lose next time. In order to avoid Zabuza's embarrassment and conflict with the other party, Shiro decisively agreed to the bet. Sir Tianming, the bet is settled. Immediately, his tone changed. But it's a pity, Lord Tianming, you will definitely lose this bet. Mr. Zabuza will definitely kill the copy ninja Kakashi. Bai changed the topic and spoke in a positive tone. Zabuza-san can definitely kill Kakashi. Such words finally made Zabuza's expression improve, giving him a step down. He said in a cold tone, I won't lose. TNK said non-committally, if it can be done, you will all be free. The enhanced versions of Naruto and Sasuke faced off against Shiro, and the fully restored Kakashi faced off against Zabuza. TNK also has absolute confidence in the outcome of the battle. He even had an idea. In the past few days, he could think of some way to send some recovery potions, or simply put them in their meals secretly. Even in times of crisis, it is not impossible to secretly give Kakashi some stimulants. All in all, Zabuza will definitely lose this time. Kakashi is not fighting alone. The development of the matter surprised Zabuza. The other party really didn't force them. 143 He was a little confused as to why the man in front of him was trying to recruit him. He asked directly, I don't quite understand why you would want to recruit me. There was a hint of lonely pride in Zabuza's tone. A ghost's life is never about becoming a loyal subordinate like a dog. If you think you can make me surrender with threats or strength, then you are too conceited. For Zabuza's pride, he doesn't care about wealth. His tone was calm, and he read out Zabuza's past bit by bit. Kaijin Zabuza, a Kirito ninja, because of his shocking actions of killing more than 100 candidates. He changed the assessment rules of the Kirito Ninja Village, which is known as the Blood Mist. In the Mist Ninja Village and the Blood Mist, the biggest difficulty in the ninja exam is to have classmates fight each other when they graduate. The companions who used to eat and live together, and were close to each other, in the next second, are faced with fighting each other, life and death situation. Those memories of helping each other, competing with each other, and supporting each other suddenly became the help to kill each other. It wasn't until, that year when you were taking the ninja exam that one person killed more than 100 other candidates, and then the exam rules in Blood Mist were changed. TNK calmly told Zabuza's most horrifying past. There was no emotion in his tone. There is no anger and disgust, no fear and hatred, no support, no affirmation, no attention, and no contempt. He simply told it. Although you killed more than 100 candidates, you also completely changed the assessment rules in the Blood Mist. In the past 10 years, more than 100 candidates have escaped this blood test. This may not be something you did intentionally, but things in the world are so wonderful. Many things will have unexpected results in the end. I don't need a loyal dog, but even a ghost will have a place in this world. TNK proudly talked about his ambition. I want a world, and I want you to be able to participate in the thoughts of this world. I want to see what path a ghost or a simple boy will take in the new world. Speak out your thoughts, because wealth does not hide your uniqueness. Shocked by TNK's ambition and desire, Haku and Zabuza were speechless for a long time. Speak easily to change the world's requirements, speak easily, and make the world follow your own wishes. Such a person is either a genius or a madman, and most likely a madman. TNK gave by one last look. Don't die so easily. As promised, next time you are about to die, just call me in your heart. Maybe I will suddenly appear to save you. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the distance without looking back. 50 years of life are like a dream or an illusion. There is life and there is death. What regrets does a strong man have? A handsome man dressed in black, with a long knife hanging from his waist, strode away while singing loudly. What a weirdo. Artig. With incomprehensible eyes, he watched the strange man who wanted to recruit them and then left gracefully. Seeing the other party's free and open-minded behavior, a yearning arose in his heart. Such a character really makes people look up to him. There is life and there is death, so what regrets does a strong man have? Zabuza was filled with awe as he softly recited the song he sang loudly when the other party left. A ninja career is like this. This man's temperament and demeanor were the first he had seen in his life, and they were far beyond what Mizukage could match. He murmured to himself, in this world, madmen are not terrible, but madmen with extraordinary strength are the most terrifying people in the world, because such madmen with extraordinary strength can change the world and make the world conform to themselves. A madman with extraordinary strength can make the world crazy and make those who oppose him crazy. After leaving Zabuza and Haku, he did not leave directly. He walked all the way to the towns of the country of Labo to learn about the situation. For many years before, he had been living in Konoha and rarely went out. Ninjutsu and training require a lot of time. After graduation, he went directly to Konoha Hospital. For a long time, he had little time to walk around and see the world. Some of the world in front of him was within his expectation, and some was beyond his expectation. This is a world that is similar but completely different from the previous life. No matter which world we are in, there are similarities. Living in the Fire Country, the most powerful of the 5 great nations, Konoha is the strongest ninja village. The village where TNK lived since he was a child is already one of the most prosperous areas in the world. Apart from Konoha, probably only the capitals of major countries can see the prosperity of this world. On the prosperous side, this world has luxury and prosperity comparable to the previous life. A dazzling array of products, colorful entertainment, a bustling market, and busy shops. This is the luxurious and prosperous side of the world. After leaving Konoha, along the way, TNK saw another side of the world. Wilderness everywhere, endless weeds, and rugged roads. There are wilderness forests and birds and beasts everywhere. This is a world that is still very primitive and has not yet developed. In this world, ninjas are both a gift and a curse to this world. With the power of ninjas, the world has overcome some difficult journeys. Relying on ninjutsu, this world has some prosperity unique to this world in advance. Medical ninjutsu, machine ninjutsu, and summoning ninjutsu have brought this world a luxury that was difficult to achieve even in previous lives. Those with good family backgrounds and noble status can enjoy pleasures in this world that are beyond human capabilities. They can hire 107 ninjas, buy ninja tools, enjoy the services of ninjas, and receive special preferential treatment. Ninjutsu, illusions, combat, medical treatment, these are luxuries that could not be achieved even in previous lives. There is no lack of feasting, singing, dancing, sensual dogs and horses in this world. The power of ninja is the bright side. The power of ninja is also the dark side of this world. Ninjas have become the murder weapons of this world. With the help of ninjas, violence and crime are happening all the time. Those poor and backward people live in dire straits and are far inferior to the lives they lived in their previous lives. Here, in the country of waves, is the other side of the world. The country of waves is like a huge and dilapidated town. There are dilapidated wooden huts everywhere. On both sides of the street, there are incomplete doors and windows covered with paper, and there is air leakage everywhere. There were only a few pedestrians in front of stalls covered with sheds and curtains on the road. The things for sale above are also crude and in small quantities. TNK walked slowly in the town. Seeing him carrying a long knife at his waist, passers-by retreated. Along the way, he saw strange and bizarre sights. There are passers-by everywhere who look sallow and skinny and have no vitality. Materials are in short supply here and the residents are poor. The store was empty, lacked vegetables, lacked meat, and lacked all daily necessities. All the signs revealed a bleak scene. From time to time someone on the street shouted, "Thief!" The victim didn't call for help, but the thief's henchman. When the thief is discovered by the owner, he is not only not afraid, but also gathers his followers to threaten the owner. Robbery in the street, stealing in the street, beating people in the street, everything happened openly in front of TNK's eyes. Some adult men and women hung a huge wooden sign around their necks, "Sell yourself into slavery and do anything." The younger child was kneeling on the ground, covered in mud and black. In front of them is a tattered small bowl. When they see someone, they shout, "Have mercy on me, I haven't eaten in several days." If a kind person really comes forward to give alms, immediately, more emaciated, weak, and even disabled children surrounded him. One is more pitiful than the other, and one is more miserable than the other. This is a city that is almost desperate, and this is a country that is almost desperate. Even without talking to anyone or hearing anyone's complaints, TNK could feel the despair and anxiety spreading in the air. Along the way, we saw depressed towns and deserted shops. TNK couldn't even find a place to eat. While TNK was wandering along, a timid voice asked, "Sir, are you a foreigner?" It was a little girl who looked to be 11 or 12 years old. She was a little thin, with fair complexion and was wearing an old dress that had been washed white. She was timid and looked at TNK cautiously. TNK squatted down, smiled, and looked at the little girl gently. "Yes, I am a foreigner." "You are so smart. How did you guess it?" "In fact, it is not difficult to see. He is dressed in black, clean and spotless, and has a long knife on his waist. At first glance, he is not a local." He spoke like this just to ease the atmosphere and avoid scaring the other person. Listening to TNK's praise, the little girl's nervous mood relaxed a lot. She blinked, with a smile in her eyes, and whispered, "Actually, it's not that I'm smart. I often observe passers-by on the street. I've seen most of the people here. This is my first time meeting you, sir. Did you call for something?" TNK asked in a gentle tone. The little girl whispered, "Sir, I saw you were shopping on the road but didn't buy anything. You must be unfamiliar with this place. My store is nearby. If you want to eat or stay, you can go to my store." "Home." TNK was a little surprised and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid of me?" "You know, the people on the road just stayed away when they saw me." His outfit was specially designed to look like a strong man, and there was an aura of dominance between his brows. He was wearing black clothes and carrying a long knife at his waist. Even when walking on the road, he showed an aura of calmness and self-power. When I was walking around the town just now, whether it was passers-by or bandits, they all felt a little weaker when they saw him. This little girl could ignore all this and even invited him to her house for dinner, which surprised him quite a bit. "I know sir is not a bad person." There was a hint of innocence and confidence in the little girl's words. Intuition or talent? Seeing the little girl's answer, TNK had some guesses. "Thank you very much. I'm just looking for a place to eat. You can call me Tianming. What's your name?" "My name is Xiaoa." 0.4 TNK stood up and said, "I'll trouble you, Xiaoa." Xiaoa waved her hand and carefully led the way. "My home is a bit remote, but not far from here." As she walked forward, she looked back at TNK from time to time, as if she was afraid that he would get lost. They walked along a narrow alley. "Would you like to buy some ingredients? I see that the shops here seem to have nothing to sell." TNK casually asked about the situation here. Xiaoa shook her head and said emotionally. Seeing this depressed and dilapidated scene and hearing this shocking tragedy, TNK asked, "So what do you eat on weekdays?" "Everyone eats vegetables and grains grown at home and does not spend money outside, even if you have a little money." Xiaoa clapped her fingers and scolded everything. "I also need to use it to buy salt, clothes, and tools, because those things are very expensive, right?" TNK suddenly understood why the place was so poor. Xiaoa hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Things shipped from outside are very expensive, and we can't ship things here. We don't have money to buy things, so we can only save as much as possible. That's why you're looking for guests from out of town on the street." TNK immediately understood why this little girl was soliciting customers from out of town on the street. He reminded Xiaoa, "Of course it's right to help the family, but you are still too young. When soliciting guests, you must be careful of bad guys." Xiaoa smiled and said obediently, "My mother told me the same thing. She didn't want me to go to the streets. There were too many people on the streets and it was unsafe." She wrinkled her small nose, "But I am already 11 years old. I have grown up. I have to take care of my mother." She said with a proud tone, "I am very smart. I can distinguish who is a good person and who is a bad person." Along the way, Xiaoa took TNK through several alleys and came to a deserted street. The streets are dilapidated and deserted on both sides, with 2 rows of wooden houses facing each other, and various signboards hanging at the door. You can vaguely see some of the liveliness that once existed. "It wasn't like this here before." Xiaoa frowned. "We were not so poor before, and the market was still very lively. When everyone went to the market, there were many people visiting the nearby shops." Her voice sounded sad. "Now, most of them have moved away. There is no business in the store, and everyone has gone back to the countryside. My friends have also gone back to the countryside." TNK comforted softly, "Everything will be fine. I saw a bridge being built at the pier. I believe the bridge will be built soon. When the bridge is built, everything will be fine. Things shipped from outside will become cheaper, and things from here can also be shipped out. The shops will become lively again, and your friends will also come back from the countryside." "Yeah." Xiaoa nodded vigorously. She said excitedly, "I also heard that a very big bridge is being built at the pier." She stretched out her hands and made a big image with her hands, but she was a little depressed again. I also heard that the bridge often stops working and bad people want to destroy the bridge. TNK stretched out his hand and rubbed Xiao's head. I'm sure the bridge will be built soon. Xiao's mood rose, with a smile on her face, and she said optimistically, when the bridge is built, everything will be fine. That's my home. Xiao pulled TNK's sleeve and walked towards a small shop on the corner. At the entrance of the small shop, there is a semi-old signboard, Sakura Flower House. Although the shop is not big, it is decorated in a unique style. Sakura flower embroidery hangs on the wall, and a beautiful sakura flower screen separates the shop into two worlds with different temperaments. After entering the shop, Xiao shouted loudly in a clear voice, "Mom, a customer is here." She yelled and ran to the counter. She took out a teacup and found an iron teapot from under the counter. She poured TNK a cup of tea. The tea seems to have gone cold. She touched the teapot and found it was indeed cold. She stuck out her tongue and said sheepishly, "I'm going to make some tea again." TNK held down the teapot and said with a smile, "No, the weather is very hot, it's good to drink something cold." Xiao was a little hesitant, but that's not good, serving guests with cold tea. At this moment, there were footsteps coming from the back room. An elegant and calm woman with long braids limped out. Seeing the woman, Xiao immediately rushed forward. She asked anxiously, "Mom, why are you hurt? What happened?" "Nothing." The woman comforted Xiao and said softly, "My mother accidentally fell when she was going downstairs and sprained her foot. Is it really okay?" There was some doubt in Xiao's eyes, and she looked at her mother worriedly. "Of course it's okay," the woman said with certainty. She walked to TNK's side with a smile on her face and spoke in a gentle tone. "Hello, guest, I am Xiao's mother Maiwako. If you are hungry, guest, I will go cook now." TNK looked at Xiao's mother. There was a bit of nervousness and worry on her smiling face, and her body movements were a bit stiff. It didn't look like the injury was just a fall. "Mom, is that Kato company making trouble again? It must be those bastards who want to take away our shop." Xiao didn't believe 153's mother's statement, so she asked again. Maiwako's smile froze on her face. She slowly turned around and looked at her daughter. Her tone was slightly trembling. "Xiao, we may have to move and leave here." The sudden news made Xiao unable to recover. "Move, leave here? Where are we going?" Xiao seemed at a loss. "Mom, do we really want to leave here? Where can we go? We have no relatives in the countryside. We have nowhere to go." There was a cry in Xiao's voice. "Other shops on this street have been sold to them, and there is nothing we can do." There was deep helplessness hidden in Maiwako's words. Xiao couldn't accept it and said, "But the money offered by Kaduo Company is simply an open robbery. Their bid is not even 1/10 of the price of the shop." Maiwako shook her head helplessly. "They are robbing openly, but there is nothing we can do now. There has been no business in this street for a long time, and everyone has moved away. Everyone can no longer afford to eat, and the store cannot continue to open. I can go to the street to attract customers," Xiao said with persistence in her tone. Seeing her daughter's understanding, Maiwako's eyes showed a little tenderness. She rubbed Xiao's head and spoke softly. "Xiao, you are a good boy, but the streets are getting more and more unsafe now. We are getting poorer and poorer, and we can't do business. Cardo's people are running rampant everywhere. If you don't leave here soon, I'm afraid you're going to have an accident." "Mom, I'm not afraid of them," Xiao said with courage. Maiwako hugged Xiao and said excitedly, "Kato is cruel and ruthless. We are helpless. If we offend Kato, Mom is not afraid of death, but you are still young, so Mom must take good care of you." "Mother." Xiao looked at her mother sadly. She murmured to herself, "Maybe once the bridge is built, everything will be fine. A big bridge is being built at the pier. Maybe once the bridge is built, everything won't be like this." Maiwako showed a hint of pain on her face. Too many people have lost their lives for the sake of the bridge. Even if the bridge is built, what will happen? There was deep helplessness in her tone. The fleet is more difficult to control than the bridge, but the fleet has been occupied by Cardo's men. If the fleet is like this, even if the bridge is built, what will happen? As long as Cardo sends people to guard the bridge, what can everyone do? After building the bridge, it will be cheaper for Cardo. Is there really nothing that can be changed? A trace of despair flashed in Xiao's eyes. Although she is young, she is very sensible. She can understand that what her mother said is right. If the Kato cannot be driven away, even if the bridge is built, it will be much cheaper. Just like the fleet, the bridge will only become Kato's private property. The helpless mother and daughter cling to each other and comfort each other. "I'm sorry, sir, for letting you hear bad things. It's really rude of me." Maiwako suddenly remembered that there were other people at the scene. She stood up sideways and quietly wiped the tears from her waist with her sleeves. "Ms. Maiwako, you are right. If you can't get rid of Kato, even if you build the bridge, it will be cheaper for Kato. TNK was a little surprised by Maiwako's knowledge, and he tried his best to comfort Maiwako. You are a wise woman, and Zayawa is also a smart girl. I believe that you will get over the current difficulties soon and everything will be fine. Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Maiwako was a little moved. She took a deep breath and said, I'll cook for you. We don't have much food at home, so I can't just order. Please don't mind. TNK said quickly, I'm sorry to bother you, don't worry about this. Maiwako limped towards the kitchen. The store fell into silence again. Mr. Tianming, is everything really like this? Zayawa's tone revealed sadness. The lively and optimistic little girl who had just been on the road felt like her innocent wings had been broken at this moment. Her eyes were empty and her mood was low, as if she already had the answer in her heart. TNK comforted her and said in a positive tone, Don't worry, everything will be fine. This time, Mr. Dasna, the craftsman who built the bridge, hired ninjas to protect the bridge. Cardo's conspiracy will not succeed so easily. Cardo may die in a few days. A spark flashed in Zayawa's eyes, revealing a glimmer of hope. Immediately, the spark quickly extinguished, and hope was drowned. She shook her head. A few years ago, everyone had this fantasy. Everyone hoped again and again and was disappointed again and again. Everyone hopes that Cardo will be arrested because his crime is exposed. Everyone hopes that Cardo will offend the daimyo and be imprisoned. Everyone hopes that Cardo will be killed if he offends the jonin. Everyone hopes that Cardo will receive retribution, get sick, and die. However, these are all false. No one will punish Cardo, no one will hinder Cardo, and no one will judge him. Kato is getting richer and richer, his status is getting higher and his life is getting better and better. Even ninjas have become Cardo's lackeys and accomplices. There is no retribution. Kato is well fed and well clothed. He is in better health than everyone else. He will live longer than us. Zayawa hugged herself with both hands and huddled up. Kato will never receive retribution. Cardo is the living retribution. He is the retribution for all of us. Looking at this helpless little girl, YK felt a little sad in his heart. At her age, she shouldn't have to worry about this. He gently rubbed Zayawa's head with his hand and said softly, everything will pass. Even if you leave here, it is not a terrible thing. The country of waves is very poor, but the world is very big. There are many prosperous countries. I know that there is a village in the country of fire called Kanaha. Kanaha is very prosperous, and every child there can go to school. Even orphans are provided with relief from the village. As long as the children there work hard, their lives will get better and better. Looking at the poor little girl in front of him, TNK felt more proud and moved in his heart when he talked about Kanaha. He recalled something the third Hokage often said. As long as there are leaves flying, fire will burn. The shadow of the fire shines on the village and makes new leaves sprout. Only when you leave Kanaha and see the other side of the world can you truly understand the will of fire. In this world, there are too few people who are willing to defend the weak and have the ability to defend the weak. Is there really such a beautiful place? Listening to TNK's words, Zayawa's tone became more energetic and yearning. She said to herself, yes, good money, I've heard of it, that's Kanaha. Kanaha is the most powerful village in the world, and the people in the village are all powerful ninjas. Every time anyone who knows ninjutsu can protect themselves and their family. They are all powerful and will not be bullied. If a bad guy like Cardo appeared in Kanaha, everyone would definitely drive them away. A smile appeared on Zayawa's face. With curiosity and longing, she asked TNK, Mr. Tianming, are you a villager in Kanaha? Are you a ninja? Have you been to Kanaha? She was like a curious baby who suddenly had endless interest and yearning for Kanaha. TNK answered her question slowly while thinking, I lived in Kanaha for a while. Kanaha is very beautiful. There are many people there. There are all kinds of delicious food and beautiful clothes in the shops. Lots of toys. There's a school there, the outskirts of Wave Country. In a tall and magnificent mansion. The house is brightly lit. In the hall, a short and fat man with a fierce look on his face was loudly reprimanding the two warriors in front of him. A short, fat man with a ferocious face, one hand wrapped with a bandage, wearing a black suit and a mustache. He had a cane hanging in his hand and cursed loudly. Damn little pretty ninja, how dare you treat me like this? How dare you hurt me and break my hand? I'm Kaduo, and I've never done it before. He said angrily, I have never been so angry before. I'm going to kill him, kill him, kill him. Cardo waved the cane in his hand, furious, and shouted angrily. In front of him were two tall warriors. A samurai has a big beard, one eye is covered by a black eye patch, leaving only one eye, and his naked upper body is tattooed with terrible tattoos. Another warrior, wearing a pointed hat, with hair shawl on both sides, and his face was pale, like a zombie. It's all your fault, it's all your waste. Cardo pointed his cane at the two warriors and cursed. You two losers can't even deal with a pretty-faced ninja, and yet you still claim to be powerful samurai. He took his cane and poked the two tall warriors next to him. You two losers, why don't you die? The two scary-looking warriors lowered their heads and did not dare to speak. The two warriors were stabbed by Cardo's cane and backed away, grinning. Facing Cardo's reprimand and punishment, they did not dare to show any resistance or dissatisfaction on their faces. Kato yelled furiously, "I'm going to hire more people, and when that be Dizabuza, that pretty boy, and those ninjas are both hurt, I'll kill them immediately. After killing them, I will hang their bodies, and I will let people know the price of resisting me." Damn waste. Cardo whipped the two warriors in front of him with his cane. Seeing the two warriors not daring to resist and groaning in low voices, the anger in Cardo's heart finally eased a little. There are also those bastards from the country of waves. They dare to disobey me, Cardo, and hire ninjas to deal with me. I won't just let them go. Cardo's words were filled with viciousness and malice. Once those ninjas are dealt with, it will be their turn next. The bridge, Cardo smiled cruelly, those idiots, let them build a bridge for me. The built bridge is mine too. Everything is mine, even their lives, their wives and daughters, are mine. After getting furious, Cardo's voice finally calmed down. Seeing that Cardo's anger had finally subsided, the two frightened warriors finally breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior with a hat and a zombie face said carefully, "Sir, we have collected another beautiful woman from the Kingdom of Waves and have sent her to your bedroom." Seeing that Cardo's expression softened a little, the warrior continued, "Her family used to be a merchant family. Under the oppression of our company, they went bankrupt. The whole family has become our slaves, and there will definitely be no future troubles." Kaduo snorted and his tone became calmer. "You two are useless, that's all you have." Thinking about what was going to happen next, Cardo's face turned red. He hit the floor with his cane several times, waved his cane, and pointed at the zombie-faced warrior. "Zwolai, go find me a whip." Recalling what happened today, he cursed and said, "Damn pretty boy, how dare you hurt me?" Jolie hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, "Sir, this beauty is different from the women I sent a few times before. It would be a pity if she spoiled her." Seeing Kaduo's fierce gaze, Jolie spoke quickly, "Sir, last time, didn't you want some servants with business talent? She is such a person. She has been doing business with her father since she was a child. We spent a lot of effort and used all kinds of dirty tricks to win the prize. Kato jumped up on the spot. He flew into a rage and shouted loudly, "Why am I so angry? It's not because you are useless. You actually let me be humiliated in front of my face. As my subjects, shouldn't you commit seppuku? Now you dare to teach me how to do things." Cardo's eyes showed cruelty. "Otherwise, you can replace that woman and let me vent my anger." The zombie-faced warrior shuddered. Thinking of the women who had been torn to pieces by Cardo, he shook his head desperately and did not dare to speak again. "Zero, please give me flowers. Trash, get out." The two warriors rolled and crawled away. Kaduo spat and ignored them. Kato walked into the cubicle room and took down a black whip with fine thorns from the wall. The black whip was shiny with oil, and there was a hint of bright red that could not be washed away on the protruding thorns on the whip. With a look of excitement on his face, he walked to the bedroom door in a swaggering manner. "Open the bedroom door and walk into the bedroom. Little beauty, here I come." Cardo's voice revealed cruelty and ferocity. He strode into the bedroom. When I walked to the bed, suddenly, he stopped. The scene in the bedroom was beyond his expectation. A handsome man dressed in black, with a long knife on his waist and a cold expression, was sitting on a luxurious chair. Beside him, a woman with slim figure and pretty appearance wearing tools stood quietly. Hole, who are you? How dare you enter my bedroom? Cardo was furious and threatened, "What do you want to do? As long as I shout, dozens of warriors will rush in immediately." As he spoke, he stepped back. He had just been taught a lesson by a ninja today, and he was a little more wary. Although his heart was already furious, when facing a stranger, he immediately thought of retreating. Until he retreated to the bedroom door, he finally felt confident. What surprised him was that neither the man in black nor the woman. They ignored him completely, as if he was just a ball of non-existent air. Such contempt made Kaduo even more angry. He said fiercely, "If you don't have an answer that satisfies me, you are dead." Did you hear those words? The man in black suddenly spoke, but he was not talking to Cardo, but to the woman wearing tool next to him. "If you didn't hear it clearly, I can ask you to listen again." The man in black tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair. On the armrest of the chair, from a piece of talisman paper covered with strange patterns, Cardo's fierce and vicious voice suddenly came out. 10,000. Cardo's anger was burning, but in his heart, what spread faster was boundless darkness and surging fear. Fear swallowed up the anger. He was like a wandering soul who had been driven out of his body, watching helplessly another self, a manipulated self like a doll. The self turned around and walked stiffly in front of the man in black. TNK uses puppet strings to control Cardo. "Don't worry, you still have 7 days to live, just enjoy these long days." TNK took out a black insect egg from his clothes and stuffed it into Kaduo's mouth. Puppet worms are quite expensive, so it's not a waste if they are used on you. Cardo watched helplessly as he swallowed a fist-sized black insect egg alive. The sticky, ugly egg slid down his throat and directly into his stomach. He could even feel that in his stomach, the egg was vibrating, coming to life, and seemed to be rolling in his stomach. Vomit. He wanted to vomit, but he couldn't control himself. Cardo had goosebumps all over his body. He found that he seemed to be able to speak 04 words again. "Who are you?" he asked eagerly. TNK ignored him. "We can talk." Cardo spoke quickly. "I will give you money, a lot of money. I am the super rich Kato, and I am very rich. I can give you gems, beauties, famous knives, famous paintings, everything you want." TNK smiled softly. "Now, everything you have belongs to my maid, Hainda Yuka. You actually try to use my maid's things to negotiate terms with me. It's really outrageous." Kato begged bitterly. "Please, let me go. I will give you all my property, I just ask you to let me go." TNK said coldly. "I guess everyone you killed has begged you like this. You have never let them go, so why do you ask me to let you go?" "I'm different from them," Cardo said without hesitation. "They are just useless trash, poor and smelly trash. I have a smart mind and I can help you make money." TNK sneered in his heart and continued to look at Cardo, wanting to hear what else he could say. Cardo said quickly, "If you want to accept my property, you can only do it if I cooperate fully. My most valuable thing is not my money, but my brain. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to be your servant. I will help you make more money and make you the richest man in the world." Listening to Kato's words, Hainda Yuka was shocked. She immediately knelt on the ground and kept talking. "Master, I will also work hard to make money for you. Everything about me belongs to you, master." She couldn't imagine what a terrible ending it would be if Cardo's reasons moved the man in front of her. Cardo said with resentment in his tone, "She is just a useless woman. She can't do anything. Their whole family has become my slave. Sir, as long as you let me go, I will help you find as many women as you want." Cardo did not dare to resent the ghost-like man in front of him. He directed all his resentment towards the others around him. A trace of fear and despair flashed in Yuka Hainda's eyes. "Master, everything you have in Yuwa belongs to the master, and Yuwa will be absolutely loyal to the master. Please master not to abandon Yuwa." TNK said lightly, "Get up, Yuwa, I told you, I don't like maids who kneel down all the time." A hint of surprise flashed in Yuka Hainda's eyes, and she immediately stood up. "Thank you, master." A trace of astonishment flashed in Cardo's eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He kept saying, "Sir, I am the more valuable slave, and I am the most profitable person in the world. Whether it is beauty, wealth, or anything else, I will help you grab it." TNK said in an understatement, "I don't need trash as a subordinate who steals and eats people without spitting out their bones. I can help you make money, make a lot of money. I have a smart mind, I am the most powerful businessman, and I am the richest man who can make money. You can't just kill me." Cardo continues to convince TNK. "No, your head is worthless at all, you are nothing, you know nothing. You are not a businessman, you have never made any money, you are not a rich man, you are just a brutal robber." TNK saw through Cardo with cold eyes. "You have never made a penny from a real business, all you have done is take other people's money into your hands." "No," Cardo argued, "I am a rich man. My wealth can prove it. The shops I own and the subordinates I have can prove it." TNK had a weird smile on his face. "No, none of that can be proven, just like what you have done. Those wealth already belong to my maid, you don't have a penny, you don't even have yourself. Treat the person in his own way. It's fair that the money Kaduo robbed will be robbed again." 393 TNK's words caused Cardo's brain to fall into chaos. "If my money is robbed, it is not my money. So, the money robbed is not my money?" For such a scourge as Cardo, TNK has not the slightest thought of recruiting him. If we say that before coming to the country of waves, TNK thought that Cardo could become a world-class rich man and that he had some ability to become a world-famous rich man, even if he is a bad guy, he is still a capable bad guy. However, after some observations in the country of waves, he already knew it. Kaduo's abilities and Kato's methods of making money are all skills that cannot be put on the table. Although Cardo is a world-renowned rich man, this is not because of Cardo's outstanding business ability. In this world, the world is uncertain, wars are recurring, and all kinds of reckless heroes take advantage of the chaos. Just like many troubled times in history, the world is in chaos, and those who appear on the stage are often not heroes, but monsters. Cardo is just such a demon. Relying on his ruthlessness and skill in plundering, during the war, he set his sights on plundering ordinary people. In a short period of time, he quickly accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Just like some chaotic times in previous lives, various richest men emerged endlessly by relying on illegal and criminal means. This does not mean that they have any ability. This only means that they are fierce enough and desperate enough. In an era of chaos, there is no lower limit for competition. When competition breaks through the bottom line, they are invincible and have no opponents. When the world is truly at peace and proper management is needed, they slowly disappear. In this process, they will only think that they are destined by fate. Just like Cardo, as his wealth and fame grow, his methods become more and more fierce and his ambitions become bigger and bigger. With blind confidence in his huge power, Cardo's vision is no longer limited to plundering ordinary people. He now begins to hire high-level ninjas, intervenes in a country, and wants to rule the country of waves. Seeing the tragic scenes he saw and heard in the country of waves, TNK had already sentenced Cardo to death. If it is those scientists, technical talents, people who lead the progress of the times, no matter how much wealth they have, it is not too much. They are the real people who change the world, and they are the people who bring progress to the whole world. But this kind of rich people who rely on violence and plunder are people who dedicate themselves to the world. 350. Even if they own the whole world, the longer they live, the longer they will harm the world. Only dead Kato is a good Kato. The country of waves. A small forest near the pier. Under the large jagged tree, Naruto and Sasuke stood under the tree, breathing heavily. They looked helplessly at the large tree covered with scratches in front of them. I didn't expect that just climbing a tree would be so difficult. The two of them looked bitter and experienced a lot of hardships. After Mr. Kakashi was injured, he has been recuperating these days. In order to prepare for the next battle and improve their strength, Teacher Kakashi taught them new training methods. Climb a tree. Just like before. Kakashi, who fell into a coma after the battle and woke up from the coma, soon noticed something strange about the ninja who took Zabuza away. Ninja hunting troops, when hunting down traitorous ninjas, usually dispose of corpses on the spot in order to avoid long nights and accidents. A small ninja, regardless of the weight difference, deliberately took away Zabuza's body, which made Kakashi a little worried. Coupled with the technique of piercing Zabu's throat with flying needles, it was very similar to suspended animation in medical methods, under continuous doubts. Kakashi is ready for a new battle. Before the battle, they were intensively carrying out intensive training. Naruto and Sasuke have great potential. Kakashi specially guided them and let them do tree climbing training. The so-called tree climbing refers to a unique training method for ninjas. Concentrate the chakra on the soleace of the feet and absorb it on the tree trunk through the chakra on the soleace of the feet. Ninjas with strong chakra control can walk freely on rugged tree trunks relying on the power of chakra as if they were walking on flat ground. Rested for a while. Sasuke asked Naruto, he was a little curious, didn't Big Brother TNK teach you to climb trees? Naruto shrugged. I don't even have time to practice physical skills. I don't have time to practice climbing trees. Brother TNK has never taught me a single ninjutsu. He said he wanted me to focus on mastering the 8 inner gates first, and then he would teach me when the physical skills reached a bottleneck. Ninjutsu. Sasuke nodded in agreement. That's right. 8 inner gates is a taijutsu that can compete with Jonin after all. If my physical strength could be as good as yours, I would definitely focus on taijutsu first. Sasuke looked at Naruto with envy, his amazing physical strength and recovery power. Only those who have trained with Naruto can understand what an advantage that is. In the same amount of time, Naruto could at least do twice as much training as him. Over time, this will create a terrible gap in strength. I'm also a little curious. I'm training in physical skills. Have you never learned to climb a tree before? Naruto was a little curious. Sasuke poked the ground with the kunao in his hand, his tone was a little awkward. My previous training failed to focus on the key points. Each subject had no focus. It is not easy to catch up with the school's record in every subject. In the end, I failed in every subject. You can only do your best in your homework. When he was in school, he always wanted to surpass that person's record. Therefore, a lot of thought was spent on various subjects of ninjutsu. It's a pity that even after putting in a lot of effort, he still couldn't surpass that person's record learned, Naruto said with a clear look. However, being able to get excellent in every subject is very impressive. Naruto was also envious of Sasuke's talent in ninjutsu. Except for physical training, I was at the bottom of every other course in school. In terms of adaptability and comprehensive ability, you are much better than me. Sasuke shook his head and said in a self-deprecating tone, what's the use of comprehensive methods? We are ninjas, not a street competition, to see who has better tricks and comprehensive skills. His tone was a little low. The last time I met Zabuza, I couldn't help him at all. He looked at Naruto with envy in his eyes. It's not like you, who chased and beat Zabuza and forced him to clear the thick fog. Mentioning his excellent record, Naruto beamed. It's just my luck. Kakashi-sensei said that my tactics were just right to restrain Zabuza. A large number of shadow clone, coupled with close-range taijutsu, kept chasing him, leaving him no place to escape. But in the next battle, we may face that masked boy, Sasuke said with a serious face. They will definitely find a way to make up for the last flaw. In the next battle, they should separate Teacher Kong from us. Naruto said with high spirits, the two of us deal with that masked boy together. We can never lose such a battle. Keep training. The two continued training with high spirits. Naruto and Sasuke, struggling to control the chakra, walked carefully on the tree trunk. Where they didn't notice, TNK had been behind the tree, quietly observing them. He seemed a little dissatisfied with Naruto and Sasuke's performance. TCH, all the training I have done on weekdays has been wasted. When it comes to chakra control, I have to start from scratch. I don't even know how to draw parallels. Is it because Naruto's idiot aura has infected Sasuke too? Although TNK did not teach Naruto and Sasuke to climb trees, in fact, daily training already included similar projects. Ninja training may seem ever-changing, but in fact it remains the same. The classification of ninja training is divided into three major categories: illusion, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. All training categories and branches are extended from these three projects. In fact, whether it is physical arts, illusion arts, or ninjutsu, in the final analysis, they are divided into two categories, mental and physical. When regrouping, the mind and body can also be concentrated on one project, that is, full concentration. Concentration may be a common feature of all training. Concentration is the watershed between geniuses and ordinary people. The more focused one is, the more fully a person's talents and potential will be unleashed. In physical training, it actually involves physical exercise and mental tempering at the same time. If they can clearly understand the truth, Naruto and Sasuke, who have a solid foundation in taijutsu, can actually easily understand by analogy. Instead of saying, "I have never received training to climb trees," while the two were concentrating on their training, TNK quietly used a chakra thread to pull Naruto's backpack away. After pulling Naruto's backpack over, TNK opened Naruto's backpack and took a look. Sure enough, all the messy things were mixed together. Kunao, shurikens, darts, kettles, toilet paper, all the mess together. Perfect. Seeing this very Naruto-style backpack, Inzei is very satisfied. He paid no attention to the tangled mess. He secretly wondered, what should I put in it? Nutrition potion, recovery potion, stimulant potion, take a little of everything, TNK muttered. Forget about suicide potions and the like, there's no need to bother dealing with Zabuza. Zabuza's strength isn't up to that level yet. He sealed the auxiliary medicine he had prepared in advance into a kunao-sized sealing scroll. Then, he put the prepared seal scroll into Naruto's backpack. Then, he unscrewed the cap of the water bottle placed in Naruto's backpack. The backpack got wet. Even if Naruto was a fool, he would always open the backpack and take a look. If that didn't work, he would have to sneak these things into their food. While thinking about it, TNK quietly put Naruto's backpack back to its original position. Everything was ready. He hid aside and quietly observed. He was bored in the tree, thinking about a ninjutsu problem, while watching Naruto and the others wrestling. Bang! A Naruto fell from the tree. It's like a competition. Boom! The same Sasuke fell from another tree. TNK's eyelids twitched as he hit on the side. This wrestling posture could give him 9 points, but he wouldn't give him a single point for fear of making them arrogant. Naruto and Sasuke fell one after another, leaving smoke and dust billowing, and leaving scars everywhere. Finally, the two fell from the tree too many times and decided to take a break again. Naruto grinned and walked over, picked up his backpack, and rummaged through the messy backpack for the water horse. The backpack is wet. Feeling the water leaking from his backpack, Naruto felt a little depressed. He took the kettle out of the backpack, turned the backpack upside down, and shook it vigorously, until everything poured out of the backpack. Shuriken, darts, kettle, toilet paper, kunao. There was also a gray seal scroll that caught Naruto's attention. While Naruto picked up the seal scroll from the ground, he was a little curious. When did I put this in? He couldn't recall when he brought this sealing scroll. Is it the potion that Brother TNK gave me before and I haven't finished it yet? He carefully opened the seal scroll and became happy when he saw the various potions inside. There really is a lot left. It seems that I am quite economical on weekdays, and there is still a lot left. Naruto, what are you drinking? Sasuke had just finished drinking the water and turned to look at Naruto. He saw Naruto sorting out his backpack and found some bottles and cans from somewhere. These are some potions made by TNK Daigo. I have some left. Naruto opened a bottle of white nutritional potion and took a swig. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero, he shook the bottle in his hand. Sasuke, do you want a drink? Sasuke looked suspicious. I don't remember you taking this with you when you go out. He had been sleeping with Naruto in a bedroom of Tatsuna's house for the past few days, and he didn't remember that Naruto still had these things on him. Naruto smiled happily. I even forgot about it. I just discovered it. My kettle was not tightened tightly and my backpack got wet. I poured everything out and discovered it. Are you sure you brought this yourself? Sasuke was a little confused. Naruto disagreed. It couldn't have come from the sky. That's true. Sasuke nodded and looked at the familiar bottles and jars. It was impossible that they were specially sent to them by the TNK conference. Zero, he still looked very cautious. Didn't you check it? Is there anything to check? Haven't we drank many times? Naruto didn't care and drank a bottle of nutritional potion. He took out a bottle of nutritional potion and handed it to Sasuke. This is yours. There is also a recovery potion. Naruto said happily, you can give this to Kakashi-sensei. TNK was speechless when he saw this scene, even though he put it in Naruto's backpack specially. What he was bullying was Naruto's carelessness and poor thinking. But Naruto didn't check it, didn't have any doubts, just took the nutritional potion and drank it, and no one was there. However, Naruto's physique is not afraid of being poisoned, so he can do whatever he wants. With Naruto's assurance, even Sasuke forgot to continue questioning, and unscrewed the bottle cap and added some nutrients. It seems like the matter is settled like this. If Zabuza doesn't lose this time, there will be something wrong with him. Things went incredibly smoothly. I originally planned to put the recovery potion directly into their food if they hadn't deceived Naruto. Seeing that the matter has been settled, TNK no longer needs to follow Naruto and his group. He left the forest and walked towards the town of Wave Country, the country of waves. The lively market was bustling with people. People in the market shouted loudly and greeted each other. Have you been to the East Market? A middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat asked an old man carrying a basket. The newly opened stalls on the east side have a lot of cheap clothes, and the quality is no worse than the previous ones that were several times more expensive. The old man lifted the basket in his hand, revealing several brand new sickles in the basket. I saw the shops next door, as well as hoes and farm tools for farming, and the prices were much lower than before. The old man couldn't hide the smile on his face. Although I don't know what happened, it is always right to buy more now. Maybe the price will rise back in a few days. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, I plan to buy some new clothes for my wife. As they talked, they hurriedly ran around the market. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corners of TNK's mouth raised slightly. The new maid Hinde Yuka is quite capable. From what he had seen and heard in the past few days, a lot of changes had occurred in the town in just a few days. Cardo's power has shrunk a lot. Some new supplies have also arrived in the market, and the prices are not that expensive. After going to Cardo's house and taking control of Cardo, TNK handed over Cardo, who was controlled by the puppet insect, to his new maid Yuka Hinde. He gave Hinde Yawa 7 days and asked her to try to find out the details of Cardo's property and power. Unexpectedly, this capable maid's performance exceeded TNK's expectations. Yuka Hinde didn't just figure out Cardo's situation. She also controlled and shrunk Cardo's power, and even improved the town's economic depression. She's a really good maid. TNK had a satisfied smile on his face. Next, after regaining Zabuza and Shiro, we can directly deal with Cardo and completely take over Cardo's power. Although it was a chance encounter to accept Hinde Yuka as a maid, TNK's series of actions after that were not impromptu. Disrupting a force is not just as simple as killing the leader. After the leader of a force is killed, the force will not disband on the spot. After killing Cardo, Cardo's men will support a new leader. The new leader will even do more bad things in the name of revenge for the old leader in order to gain recognition. As long as one force is still there, as long as the entire force has not been disintegrated, just killing the leader will not change anything. Unless the entire force is uprooted, simply killing the leader will only cause civil strife within the force. Let the remaining small bosses fall into competition and fight each other. Only when a force completely depletes its wealth in civil strife and fighting will the force completely die out. In order to reduce the chaos caused by Cardo's death, TNK had considered cultivating a new force and a new agent early on. From the beginning, he had the idea of letting Zabuza and Haku become his agents. But that day in Cardo's mansion, he found a better choice. Hinde Yuka is a more suitable agent than Zabuza and Haku. An angry guy like Cardo must be killed. But after killing them, it would be somewhat troublesome to just let Zabuza and Shiro take over Kato's forces. After all, Zabuza is a traitorous ninja. He is facing the pursuit of the Mist Ninja Village and cannot show his face. Even Bai, as a ninja, is not suitable for showing up directly. As a high-end military deterrent, ninjas can easily arouse the vigilance of other forces with every move they make. As for Hinde Yuka, she was born in a business family. Although her family was in decline, she had been exposed to it since she was a child and had a good foundation. When she grew up, she ran her family's business successfully and was a very good businessman. It is a pity that when a good businessman encounters unreasonable bandits, even if he has great business talent, he will not be able to use his strength. If he hadn't met TNK, this would have been an unexplainable ending for a scholar meeting a soldier. Business TNK cannot defeat the evil forces after all. She was lucky enough to meet TNK when she was at the lowest point in her life. She was kidnapped by Cardo's men and sent to Cardo's home, where she met TNK, who was about to get rid of Cardo. She jumped at the chance. She is very aware of current affairs. In order to save her life and take revenge on Cardo, she resolutely defected to TNK. TNK needs to support a force, and Hinde Yuka fits his requirements very well, both in terms of identity and ability. With such a choice, he naturally doesn't mind planting a spokesperson who is sensible and aware of current affairs. Under such circumstances, taking Yuka Handa as a maid is the logical and best choice. These days, Yuka Handa's performance makes TNK very satisfied. Thinking about his future plans, TNK didn't stay on the street longer. He walked along the alley and returned to the small shop where he had been staying recently, Sakura Flower Shop. In the past few days, Zayawa's mother Maiwako seems to have made up her mind to move. Zayawa no longer goes to the street to solicit customers. They have been packing their luggage at home these past few days. When TNK returned to the store, she didn't see Zayawa. Maiwako was the only one sitting on a chair in front of the store, staring blankly at the deserted street. She looked a little dazed, as if she was recalling the past. Seeing TNK coming back, Maiwako stood up quickly. She walked up to TNK and hesitated to speak. "What's the matter, Mrs. Maiwako?" TNK asked. "Mr. Tianming, I'm sorry." Maiwako looked a little embarrassed. "We are moving in a few days. I don't know how long you will need to stay. If it is inconvenient, I can introduce you to my friend's house." After making up her mind to move, she really let go of everything and wanted to leave this place. "I will only stay here for 7 days in total. If you are not in a hurry to move out immediately, I hope I can live here," TNK said in a gentle tone. "Are there 3 days left?" Maiwako nodded and smiled. "We will move out in 3 days. "Excuse me then," TNK smiled. He took out some money from his pocket and said, "This is the rent and living expenses. 27, too much, too much." Maiwako looked at the silver coins TNK took out and kept saying, "It's really too much, from Qingzhou, and the living expenses from last time haven't been spent yet." "Not so much." She took out a small part of the silver and returned the rest to TNK. TNK didn't pick up the money. He smiled. "Let's put all this aside for now. My requirements in life are a bit high, so please don't save money for me. There are a lot more things for sale in town these days, and the prices are right. You can buy a little more, maybe they will come in handy. Even if you are moving, you still need to prepare some luggage." Maiwako looked at TNK with a grateful face. "I'm really sorry to trouble you, sir. This is my first time writing a book in Filu, and the book-to-subscribe ratio is 5:1, which is not good. It's not as good as God tier, but I'm not too ambitious either, so I'll be satisfied without fighting. I am very grateful to everyone for your support in writing such a story." Early morning. The country of waves, Sakura Flower House. TNK walked out of the room and was about to go out. At the entrance of the store, Zayawa stared blankly at the deserted street outside. She was a little depressed and said sadly, "Tomorrow, we will move." She said to herself, "I have grown up here since I was a child. My mother raised me by herself, relying on this small shop and the care of the neighbors. My mother and I depended on each other, and we did not have the countryside. If our relatives leave here, we will have no home." TNK walked up to Zayawa, squatted down and looked into Zayawa's eyes. "The situation in the town has improved a lot in the past few days. Maybe I won't have to move." A glimmer of hope arose in Zayawa's heart. Then, she shook her head again. These changes might just be Kato's conspiracy. Unless everyone can get rid of Kato, this country will not get better. TNK reached out and rubbed Zayawa's head. He smiled. "You can't say for sure, Zayawa. You have to believe that good things will probably happen." Mr. Tianming went out. "Did you hear any news?" Zayawa asked curiously. "In addition to Kato's sudden death, it's hard for me to think of anything good that could happen in this country." TNK smiled and said, "I heard that Kaduo is sick and will die soon. They say it's retribution." Zayawa wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, "I don't believe it. Do you think I'm a child?" 437 "Okay, you're an 11-year-old kid." TNK laughed. Seeing Zayawa's wrinkled face, TNK said mysteriously, "I have news that I will tell you quietly. Don't tell anyone else." Seeing TNK's solemnity, Zayawa was filled with curiosity. Her round eyes blinked and flickered. "I definitely won't tell anyone else," TNK said with a serious face. "I have reliable information. Kato has offended the ninjas and has been imprisoned. He will soon lose his life." "Really?" Zayawa had doubts on her face. Then, she smiled happily. "If this is true, I would be so happy." "Of course it's true," TNK said with a firm tone. "Look at these days, Kato has not shown up, and there is no one of Kato's men on the road. Even the things in the town are not that expensive. This is because Kato is about to die. Kato's bad guys will all be driven away." Zayawa was stunned as she listened to evidence one after another provided by TNK. "Thinking of the huge changes in the town these days, is it true?" Zayawa looked blankly at TNK, with some expectations and some timidity in her tone. "Mr. Tianming, is this true?" "Of course, it's absolutely true. I went out today to deal with these things," TNK said calmly. Zayawa asked eagerly, "Mr. Tianming, are the ninjas who imprisoned Kato a bad guy or a good guy? If they were good guys, we wouldn't have to move." TNK stood up and smiled. He's probably a good person. Okay, Xiaoa, I'm going out. He looked down at Xiaoa. You should receive good news in the evening. After saying that, TNK walked towards the door. Mr. Tianming, Xiaoa ran over quickly and grabbed TNK's sleeve. Xiaoa had a brave and curious look on her face. Can I go along and have a look? After hearing TNK say that she had to deal with matters related to Cardo, she couldn't bear her curiosity and wanted to know more about the situation. Mom will be worried. TNK hesitated and rejected Xiaoa's request. Xiaoa acted coquettishly and said obediently, I will be very obedient, I will just take a look and I won't say anything. TNK thought for a while. Okay, go and talk to Mrs. Maiwako and ask us to go out for a walk. Then, after you go out, you must be obedient. We will go to the bridge later to watch the ninja battle. If you are disobedient, I will send you back right away. TNK made 3 chapters in advance. Aha, Xiaoa nodded desperately. With a joyful look on her face, she said, I'll tell my mother right now. Xiaoa quickly ran to the back room and told her mother. Immediately, before Mrs. Maiwako could finish nagging, she ran out happily. TNK did not make a mistake. Taking care of a child is still very simple for him. When the time comes, just leave a clone. The country of waves, next to the bridge at the pier. TNK was much slower because he had a little girl with him. When they arrived in front of the dock, Zabuza, Kakashi, Naruto, Suzuki and Shiro were tentatively launching attacks against each other. TNK took Xiaoa and stopped on a boulder near the bridge. On the boulder, he used the ceiling technique to create a simple hiding place. From his commanding position, TNK overlooked the entire battlefield, just like everyone guessed. This time, Zabuza learned the lesson of failure. At the beginning, he let by lead Suzuki and Naruto away, deliberately separating Kakashi from them. This is a very effective and targeted tactic. Although Kakashi knew this early on, there was nothing he could do to stop it. As the attacking party, Zabuza can choose the battlefield at will, and if they want to protect the bridge and workers, they can only respond passively. Seeing that the battle below was still stalemate, TNK breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous, I was almost late. He looked serious and spoke to Xiaoa in a solemn tone. The battle of ninjas will be very dangerous. Although they can't find us up here, they should not move or talk too much. Shikun must be careful. Xiaoa nodded obediently and looked curiously at the venue. Is that a ninja? Which side is the good guy and which side is the bad guy? She didn't know either side of the battle, so she could only judge based on intuition. The fierce guy with the big knife and the bandage, he's a bad guy. The guy opposite him wears a mask and has silver hair. He seems to be a good guy. But the one wearing the mask seems to be a good guy too. And the guy with the blonde hair looks like a good guy and a bad guy at the same time. The same goes for the guy in black clothes. Xiaoa frowned and shook her head. It's so confusing, my brain is all messed up, I can't figure out who is the good guy and who is the bad guy. TNK was slightly surprised to see that Xiaoa could tell who was a good guy and who was a bad guy just by relying on intuition. He held his chin with his hand and carefully considered Xiaoa's talent. Only Zabuza looks like a bad guy at first glance. Naruto and Suzuki look like good guys and bad guys at the same time. Is this through chakra and different temperaments to distinguish good from evil? It's quite suitable for investigation. TNK had noticed before that Xiaoa seemed to have some unique talents. He thought that if she could channel her talent, it would make the life of the helpless mother and daughter easier in the future. Maybe when you leave, you should leave her a note on practicing chakra. In the battlefield, TNK first paid attention to the battle between Shiro and Naruto and Suzuki. Kakashi has rich experience. Even if he is facing off against Zabuza, he will not be at a disadvantage and will not get into trouble easily. And the battle between Shiro, Naruto and Suzuki, no matter which one dies, is not what he wants to see. Fortunately, Naruto and Suzuki have become extraordinary after his training. Regardless of strength or performance, they did not disappoint TNK. Both Naruto and Suzuki's taijutsu are extraordinary. The two of them cooperated equally well, with Naruto as a violent attacker, violent MT, or BT for short. He ran rampant and was extremely fast. He fully utilized his physical skills and momentum that could beat Zabuza violently in a short period of time. Facing Naruto's powerful taijutsu offensive, Shiro was unable to resist, and repeated Zabuza's experience of being chased by Naruto. He could only barely dodge Naruto's attack by using one-hand seals and continuously releasing the 1, 2, 3 ninjutsu, while gliding quickly on the ice on the ground. Suzuki has a Sharingan, which has its own tracking and imitation skills. He is a ninja who is very good at cooperating. While Naruto was going on a rampage, Suzuki helped Naruto check for leaks and fill in the gaps, suppressing Shiro's ability to exert his strength. With the cooperation of the two, their strength is not inferior to that of Jonin. Faced with the predicament, Bai could only rely on the advantage of forming seals with one hand to support himself with his wrist. Shiro threw out a string of flying needles, barely able to force Naruto away from the close attack. He formed seals with one hand again and performed ninjutsu. Shien Shi Shui Xiang, great fireball technique. Sasuke matched Naruto's movements and formed seals with his hands. Thousands of water needles collided with huge fireballs. Water and fire are incompatible, and the huge water mist, with scalding temperature, separates them in the battle. He is truly a brat who should not be underestimated. Zabuza was also observing the battle between Shiro and his opponent during the breaks in the battle. Seeing such a battle scene, even Zabuza felt worried in his heart. Will we really lose to them again? No, absolutely not. Zabuza shouted loudly, Shiro, stop hiding your strength, these two brats are extraordinary. If this continues, you will be the one who will die. After hearing these words, Naruto stopped pursuing, his offensive stopped temporarily. Sasuke also stopped and looked at Naruto curiously, not knowing what was going on. Naruto said loudly, Guy in the mask, if you have any special skills, use them quickly. You will be defeated by us later. Sasuke looked confused. When facing the enemy, he reminded the enemy that Naruto was stupid. Kakashi looked helpless and reminded loudly, Naruto, this is a battle, there is no need to be so fair. The corner of TNK's mouth twitched slightly. Naruto's surprise was that he really didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Sometimes he accidentally injured the enemy, and sometimes he accidentally injured the friendly army. Even Bai was stunned for a moment. Soon, he came back to his senses, lowered his head and spoke in a sad tone. It's a pity. I don't like this technique very much, so I never want to use it. But as a tool, I can't let Mr. Zabuza down. In order not to lose to you, I can only use this technique, which reminds me of bad memories and makes me hate it. A huge amount of chakra emerged from Bai's body. A mass of cold air that was almost visible to the naked eye, like water mist, continued to rise from his body towards the surroundings. He clasped his hands together, and invisible pressure spread everywhere. The water on the ground spread quickly, connecting to a ground made of ice and snow. Countless icicles and ice walls suddenly rose. The icicles and ice walls were like a huge cage, locking Naruto and Sasuke inside. Secret technique magic mirror ice crystal, Bai said in a tone without any emotion. This is the limit of my blood inheritance. Welcome to this cold, dead kingdom. TCH, they're just some cold mirrors. Naruto poked the ice mirror next to him with his finger. Hiss. It's so cold. The moment it touched the ice, Naruto quickly retracted his fingers and kept breathing hot air on his fingers with his mouth. Really cold. Sasuke looked helpless. Are you stupid to touch other people's mirrors directly? Naruto looked at Sasuke with a confused expression. How can we break the mirror without touching it? Suffered seeing the sudden appearance of the ice and snow magic mirror. Kakashi's heart tightened and he said solemnly, the blood inheritance limit. That's right, it's the limit of blood inheritance. Zabuza stared at Kakashi eagerly. Don't even think about interfering. Your opponent now is me. Kakashi said calmly, that's what I want to say, just teach Naruto and Sasuke about the battle over there. Naruto and Sasuke are very strong. They are very good ninjas. If they fight 2 against 1, they will never lose. These days, Kakashi has seen Naruto and Sasuke's efforts and progress. Facing the current predicament, he still has absolute confidence in Naruto and Sasuke. Zabuza sneered and said, you have no idea how strong Shiro is. His ninjutsu strength is superior to mine. By using that secret technique, the outcome of the battle is already determined. Zabuza continued to put psychological pressure on Kakashi. This is the limit of Bai's blood inheritance, ice escape. In that mirror, Bai can move at an unimaginable speed through the reflection of shadows. In that mirror world, even if those 2 little ghosts are good at physical skills, their speed is like a snail in Bai's eyes. They are already dead. What about that? Kakashi said disapprovingly, Naruto has super strong physical skills and always performs unexpectedly. He is an excellent ninja. And Sasuke, he is a descendant of the best clan of Konoha Shinobi. He bears the name of Uchiha, and he is also a talented ninja with a lineage of blood inheritance. They won't lose to your men, let alone. There was a hint of coldness in Kakashi's voice. Even if I want to help them, I should kill you after that. As long as I kill you, everything will be over. TNK is quietly observing the boundaries of Bai's blood inheritance. I have to say that the ice crystal mirror is a very powerful technique. Speed and strength, if any one of them reaches the critical value, will produce 5.7 terrible effects. There was a saying in the previous life that martial arts in the world cannot be broken unless it is strong and fast. It refers to Bai's current situation. After integrating into the magic mirror, he gained all-round vision, which was more comprehensive than the Byakugan, and had extremely sharp senses. At this moment, Bai's reaction speed and attack speed increased several times. In this case, in this magic mirror world, it is not uncommon for Bai to catch bullets with bare hands. The speed of Naruto and Sasuke, in Shiro's eyes, became like children who had never learned to fight. TNK silently analyzed in his mind that if he wanted to fight against this technique, he could not confront the opponent head-on in the realm of the magic mirror. It is necessary to use the critical value beyond this field to defeat this terrible technique. For Naruto, it is necessary to use the chakra or power several times that of the caster to break this ninjutsu through brute force. On the bridge, in the realm of the magic mirror. By merged into the magic mirror, and through the reflection of the mirror, he constantly shuttled back and forth in one mirror after another. Through mirror reflection, he can appear anywhere: sky, ground, southeast, northwest, up, down, left and right. No matter where you are, you will be attacked by him. The flying needles are like raindrops, like a school of fish in a fish tank, swimming in and out of a small space. This was a fight Naruto and Sasuke had never experienced before. There has never been a moment when they felt so helpless. It was like being enveloped by the malice of the entire world. Flying needles, tiny thorns, float in all the air, unstoppable and nowhere to escape. Flying needles and thorns pierced their bodies. Blood is constantly flowing, and physical strength is constantly passing away. Is this his true strength? Naruto felt a pang of regret. Seeing Sasuke covered in bruises and pierced by flying needles, Naruto's heart was filled with sadness and regret. I'm too arrogant. He stood in front of Sasuke and said regretfully, I shouldn't have given him a chance to take action. We were already almost winning. Laugh. Sasuke pushed Naruto away violently and used his kunai to block the flying needle stabbing behind him. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and several flying needles pierced Sasuke's body. There were too many flying needles, and even if he resisted with all his strength, he could not avoid all the flying needles. Sasuke said calmly, this is a ninja, facing unknown enemies and unknown tests all the time. Only by passing every test can a ninja's career continue. Once he cannot survive, he will die anywhere in the world. Give up. In the mirror in the sky, Bai's strange face wearing a mask was reflected. He looked down at the bruised Naruto and Sasuke. I don't want to kill you, so just give up and wait quietly for everything to end. Ninjas are tools used to fight for important people. As long as you stop here and kill the old man, everything will be over. You don't need to die, and I can complete my mission. Bai said sincerely, you don't need to lose your life for an old man. We are powerful ninjas that you can't fight against. Failure in the mission is not a shameful thing. I don't agree with that at all. Naruto struggled to straighten up and spoke firmly. I absolutely do not agree with this unreasonable statement. He said with excitement, ninjas may be tools, but ninjas are definitely not tools to fight for personal gain. He pointed his finger in the direction of Zabuza and said hoarsely, that B************* D colluded with Cardo and wanted to destroy the Bridge of Hope in everyone's hearts. Such a B********** D will never be able to become a ninja that I recognize. Brother TNK once told me that ninjas are tools to protect people's happiness. Naruto glared at Shiro with an angry look and said in a decisive tone, I will never agree with what you say. That's very well said. White-haired, sharp and strange smile. He kept shuttling back and forth in the magic mirror, flashing back and forth. Flying needles stabbed Naruto from all directions. He vented all his anger on Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke tried their best to resist, but could not avoid the all-pervasive attack. Can you guard your happiness? With this cursed power? Shiro's voice was laced with resentment and pain. Relying on the power of killing, relying on the power of despair? There was infinite indifference hidden in Bai's voice. Ninja is a tool for killing, ninja is a tool for destroying happiness, and ninja is a tool for realizing ambition. Ninja can be any tool, but the only one cannot be a tool for guarding happiness. The power of a ninja hides killing, and the power of a ninja hides a curse. Haku paused in the mirror in front of Naruto. He stared straight at Naruto. Ninjas can only bring disaster. Naruto, who was pricked all over by flying needles, showed a mocking smile. I don't agree with your statement. He grinned happily and said, I practice hard to gain everyone's approval and to protect the happiness of the village. I want to become a Hokage, I want to be the shadow that protects everyone, and I want to protect everyone's happiness. This is why I, Uzumaki Naruto, became a ninja. You are wrong. Bai said in an affirmative tone, power is cursed. He ignored it and spoke excitedly. I was born in the land of water, a small snow-covered village. My parents are very loving, and they love me very much. Everything was happy, everything was beautiful. Until, this curse made me wake up from this beautiful dream. The continuous civil wars have made the people of the Water Kingdom understand the curse of power. They believe that people with blood inheritance boundaries are demons who will bring disaster. Just like the bloodline I have, everyone with blood inheritance boundaries, people with great power. They are all constantly participating and causing killings. There was a deep hollowness and emptiness in Bai's tone. No one can escape, no one can hide. Power naturally carries a curse, and it will always follow everyone who has the power to die. Even after the war is over, nothing will change. We conceal our identity, hide our strength, quietly hide among the crowd, and survive in the world. But as long as there is a flaw, we will be exposed from the crowd like demons. We are distinguished from the crowd and searched for. Only death can relieve us. My mother once hid her own power. She was happily married, lived a happy life, and had children happily. She thought she had become a human being, and she thought she had achieved happiness, but it's all just an illusion. Her identity was discovered by my father. She thought she was already a human being because she had been living with others, but in my father's eyes, she is just a monster. My father killed my mother, and he wanted to kill me. I was afraid, and I resisted. When I woke up, my father was already dead. Everyone in the village was dead, and they died under the cursed power. The power is cursed. It curses my father, my mother, and everyone in the village. I will use this cursed power to wake you up. Strength cannot be cursed. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. I will use my strength to guard my happiness. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke and looked directly at Bai. Come on, I will use my power to guard happiness. He yelled. First door, open the door, open. Second gate, close the gate, open. Third gate, Shenman, craftsman. Naruto's body turned red, and red mist filled his surroundings. An invisible pressure, like a wave of air, blew from his body to all directions. The blood vessels on his face bulged, and blood-red meridians appeared on his face. An astonishing momentum and ominous aura surrounded Naruto. Naruto's injuries all over his body slowly healed in an instant. The astonishing pressure pressed on Bai's body. Looking at the horrific scene in front of him, he murmured to himself, "How terrifying and what an evil force." Naruto exploded with all his strength, power, and speed, becoming extremely terrifying. Shiro shot a flying needle at Naruto from the magic mirror. Before the flying needle even got close, it was blown away by Naruto's amazing chakra. He had just passed through a mirror, and the mirror in place was shattered by Naruto's fierce attack. Bai was stunned for a moment. He had thought that these mirrors would not be broken. Even Mr. Zabuza has never broken his mirror. Shiro's flaw was immediately caught by Naruto. Naruto was like a golden flame, a huge fireball, slamming into the mirror where Shiro was staying. Boom! The lenses flew around, and Bai was violently knocked out. Bai got up from the ground and stood there blankly. I can't beat him, it's all over. I lost, I failed, I was an inadequate tool. Bai bowed his head and stood there. A tool that loses its function loses its value. He whispered softly, power is cursed, and I am also cursed. Everything is over. Bai closed his eyes and quietly waited for death to come. Boom! A fierce airflow hit Bai's body. There was no pain as expected, nor emptiness as expected, so Bai opened his eyes. I'm not dead? Shiro raised his head and looked at Naruto incomprehensibly. The boy with blonde hair, red eyes, a ferocious face, and 3 civet cat patterns on his face looked at him condescendingly. You are wrong. Strength cannot be cursed. I will use my strength to guard happiness. Bai took off his mask, stretched out his limbs, and lay on the ground like a minister. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. What a powerful ninja. Naruto looked at the man in front of him who had taken off his mask in surprise. This man seemed familiar. Then, an extreme weakness and powerlessness swept through his body. Oops, using the power that 8 inner gates has not yet mastered is too messy. Naruto fell forward uncontrollably. Naruto, Sasuke reached out to help Naruto. Someone was faster than him, the one who took off the mask. Shiro helped Naruto up and handed Naruto his chest to Sasuke. He will become a great ninja, a ninja who can guard happiness just like he hopes. There was an inexplicable meaning in Bai's tone. Sasuke took Naruto and backed away slowly, looking at Shiro warily. Bai showed a smile. I also asked to protect my happiness. He formed the seal alone and suddenly disappeared from where he was. On the other side, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi reached a stalemate. Kakashi summoned a group of ninja dogs and suppressed Zabuza with a slight advantage. Haku suddenly appeared next to Kakashi and Zabuza. Seeing Haku's sudden appearance, Zabuza's spirits were lifted. He said excitedly, Shiro, if you win, I know you will win. Let's kill Kakashi together. Kakashi's face darkened, and he asked in a low voice, how are Naruto and Sasuke? Zabuza laughed loudly, since Shiro appears here, of course they are dead. No, Zabuza-sama. Haku refuted Zabuza's statement. He looked at Zabuza with a smile. Naruto and Sasuke are fine, I lost, it's all over. Zabuza was furious. Haku, are you crazy? Now as long as we join forces and kill Kakashi, we will win. Baiwen looked at Zabuza and said calmly, Zabuza-sama, we lost, everything is over. Are you crazy? Zabuza looked at Shiro incomprehensibly. This Bai would never disobey him. All of a sudden, it's like crazy why this change happened. Bai, are you under an illusion? This was the only reason Zabuza could think of. He said loudly, come here and I will help you undo the illusion. Shiro showed a happy smile. Zabuza-sama, I'm very happy today, I have an important person again. Shiro smiled, it's Naruto-kun. He is as important to me as Zabuza-sama. He told me that ninjas are not tools for killing, but ninjas can be tools for guarding happiness. I was convinced by him. I don't want to die. I really want to watch Naruto grow up. I really want to see the world in Naruto's eyes. I want to see the person who can teach Naruto that ninjas are tools to guard happiness. Stop it, Zabuza-sama, we lose. Haku looked at Zabuza pleadingly. I won't lose. As long as I kill Kakashi, Kato's property will be mine. With this money, I can make a comeback. Zabuza held the beheading sword and rushed towards Kakashi. Shiro, help me kill Kakashi. Zabuza couldn't figure out what had happened to Shiro, but he knew that as long as he killed Kakashi, everything would go back to how it was before. I haven't lost yet. After escaping Zabuza's attack, Kakashi quickly took a few steps back, using his ninja dog to deal with Zabuza. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge amount of chakra was compressed in his hands. The electric light flashed, and a dazzling ball of lightning condensed on his army. Reikari. Haku rushed up and grabbed Zabuza's hand. Zabuza-sama, stop it, we lose. Zabuza pushed Haku away fiercely. I won't lose. In Chiron's dictionary, I can only die, not lose. He picked up the beheading sword and charged at Kakashi again. The decapitating sword collided with Reikari, and Reikari tore the decapitating sword apart, heading towards Zabud. Seeing all this before his eyes, Wanwan lost all hope. Is there no way for a cursed person to break the curse except death? Just like his mother, even if she wanted to live, she was not qualified. He felt cold in his heart and looked at Zabuza tenderly. At least, he could die with him. At this time, although life and death are determined by destiny, it is determined by man and not by God. An inexplicable song suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Dressed in black, with a long knife on his waist, a handsome man with an indifferent expression tore through the thick fog and walked over. He gently pressed one hand on the handle of the knife, watching Kakashi and Zabuza who were fighting. I have a sword for you to taste. The man in black drew his sword with one hand and sang a cappella. The bright moon was there at that time, and it illuminated the colorful clouds. In the eyes of everyone, a round emerald cold moon suddenly rose from the scabbard. The moonlight is like water, accompanied by the wind. The knife is not fast, but when you see it, it is like moonlight, it has already fallen on you. The moonlight fell on the beheading sword. Just like a Category 12 typhoon blowing on the plains, Kakashi and Zabuza were like flying fallen leaves, blown away by the fierce wind. So strong chakra nature transformation. Countless messages flashed through Kakashi's mind, as his brain sent out endless alarms. This person's strength is definitely higher than that of Zabuza and I. He is invincible. He spoke quickly. I am a ninja of Konoha. Our purpose is to protect this bridge of hope and prevent them from destroying the hope in the hearts of the people of Wave Country. The man in black had a slight smile on his lips. Your mission has been completed, you protected the bridge, it's all over. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. The man in black said calmly. Zabuza and Haku have withdrawn from the mission. They will not stop the construction of the bridge. The sudden news surprised Kakashi. Kakashi's face was solemn. Are you from Cardo? Cardo cancelled the mission? Of course not, the man in black said lightly. Kato is not qualified to tell me what to do. Cardo is already died? Everyone looked shocked and remained silent for a long time. A gleam flashed in Zabuza's eyes, and he felt helpless in his heart. He actually had prepared a means to cut off my retreat from the beginning. He sighed. This time he was completely defeated. Once Cardo died, all his plans came to nothing. If you continue to fight, you will die in vain. Zabuza glanced at Haku, and according to the agreement, TNK saved their lives, and at this time they had become TNK's subordinates. Bai's face was filled with relaxation and joy, as if a huge stone had fallen from his heart. Seeing the smile on Shiro's face, Zabuza suddenly relaxed in his heart for some reason. No need to wander anymore, it seems good to stop here for a while. Kakashi thought for a long time and asked, how did Cardo die? How do you plan to treat the people of the country of waves? Once Kato dies, his battle with Zabuza no longer needs to continue. But after Cardo, Kakashi is very worried about how the people of Wave Country will be treated. I think I can answer these. A woman with a slim figure and pretty appearance walked over. Beside her were two young warrior guards. The samurai wear loose gi, with weird tattoos on their exposed arms and necks. The tattoo is meticulous and strange, revealing an unusual deterrent effect. Kakashi felt a chill in his heart. These two warriors were no ordinary warriors. His eyes kept scanning the exposed tattoos, which seemed to resemble a ceiling formation. The pretty woman walked over and bowed slightly to the man in black. Sir Tianming, everything is ready. Then, she turned around and spoke. Kato died last night. When he was dying, he handed over all his property and the entire company to me. Now, Kato Company is controlled by Yuka Hainda, and I have decided to rename Kato Company to Tomorrow Group. This time, not only will we not block the construction of the bridge, we will also support the transportation of the bridge. After this, we will change the company's business projects and integrate the company's operations into the country of waves. We want to bring a new tomorrow to the people here. Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. He didn't believe what this woman said, but he could clearly see the information revealed in it. Kato is dead, and Indo's power has been taken over by this woman. Kakashi lowered his forehead protector with his hand to cover the Sharingan on his left eye. He said lazily, "I hope everything is as you said." The boulder in Kakashi's heart slowly fell, as long as he was not a worse person than Kato. TNK looked at Kakashi with a smile. Although the battle is over, the remaining matters must be completely resolved. This time, I will serve as an intermediary to help Ms. Hainda Yuka of Tomorrow Group and Mr. Tatsuna, the representative of Wave Country, sign a mutual cooperation contract. You can serve as Mr. Dejuna's escort and witness this moment that changes the history of the country of waves. He invited Kakashi to witness this history together. Kakashi didn't refuse, and he didn't feel relieved even if he didn't see it with his own eyes. He said calmly, "Excuse me, the fog has lifted." At this time, many villagers suddenly appeared on the bridge. The villagers gathered around and talked loudly. "Mr. Dejuna, I'm sorry, we're late." Dazna looked at everyone excitedly. "It's fine if you're here, or if you're sleepy." Seeing the villagers who had regained their confidence, Dazna was very pleased. He said loudly, "The hope of the country of waves is still there, and the bridge is still there. Cardo is dead, and everything can start again." "Kato is dead?" The villagers were shocked by Dazna's words. "Is it true, Mr. Dejuna? Cardo is really dead." After receiving Dazna's affirmation, the villagers cheered. "Heaven, you finally opened your eyes, sent down the gods, and brought the devil Dazna to hell. God, I praise you, the devil has finally disappeared. Finally, the day has come. The day I have been waiting for has finally come." After a burst of cheers, the villagers fell to their knees and cried bitterly. They hugged each other and cried, feeling sad and happy at the same time. "I have been waiting for this day for several years. Daughter, it's a pity that you couldn't wait until this day. Son, did you hear that? Cardo is dead, and the devil who killed you has finally gone to hell. You don't have to worry about us underground." Looking at the scene in front of him, TNK walked to Bai's side. TNK said to Bai, "See? Power cannot be cursed, and quality can be used to guard people's happiness. Zero, please give me flowers." A flash of understanding flashed in Byaku's eyes, and he asked in a low voice, "Master Tianming, is this the world that those great ninjas see in their eyes?" TNK had a smile on his face and did not answer directly. "You can see with your own eyes the world seen by those great ninjas." TNK glanced in Naruto's direction. "Just like that kid, if you keep moving forward, you can see the world in his eyes." Looking in the direction of Naruto, Shiro had a happy smile on his face. "I really want to see the world in Naruto's eyes." He helped the wounded, surrounded, and cheered by the villagers. The group returned to the town. In the crowd, Zayawa saw her mother. Zayawa quickly ran towards her mother. "Zero, Zayawa, I'm looking for you." Seeing Zayawa, the boulder in Maiwaza's heart finally fell. Zayawa ran to her mother. "Mom, why are you here?" Maiwako lowered her head and looked at her daughter tenderly. "When Mom was at home, I heard someone say that something happened on the other side of the bridge. You hurried out in the morning and didn't say where you were going. I was worried about your safety, so I came here." "Mom, we don't have to move anymore." Zayawa had a thick smile on her face. "Zayawa, what are you talking about? We have put away everything, please don't lose your temper." Mihizi touched Zayawa's head and warned her daughter. Zayawa said quickly, "Really, Mom, Kaduo is dead." "Forget it." Maiwako looked at her daughter with pity. "Mom knows you don't want to move, and Mom doesn't want to move either, but now the country of waves is no longer safe, and we have no other choice." "Mom, Cardo is really dead." Zayawa pulled Maiwako's sleeve reluctantly. Maiwako touched Zayawa's forehead with some worry. "Zayawa, are you okay? Don't scare Mom." "Yeah, Mom, if you keep doing this, I'm going to be angry." Zayawa puffed up her face and was a little angry. "I don't have a fever, and I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to you. What's going on? Tell Mom slowly." Maiwako comforted Zayawa gently. Zayawa said excitedly, "Mr. Tianming told me when he went out in the morning that Kaduo was about to die. That's why these changes have taken place in the town. There are fresh vegetables, cheap clothes, and Kaduo. Many of his subordinates were also missing. Big. Listen to the evidence from your daughter." Thinking back on the changes in the past few days, Maiwako nodded. "This is possible. But it could also be Cardo-esque conspiracy," she added mentally. Zayawa continued, "Just now, we were at the bridge, watching the battle of ninjas. You are really brave." Hearing that her daughter was actually watching the battle of ninjas at the bridge, Maiwako's heart skipped a beat. Zayawa took Maiwako's hand and attracted her attention. The ninjas on both sides started fighting, and when one was about to die, Mr. Tianming stopped them and told them to stop fighting. Maiwako opened her mouth wide, showing a look of shock. To be able to stop both sides, isn't Mr. Tianming more powerful than both of them? She had no idea that that kind-looking man could actually stop the fighting ninja. Of course, 497 mentioned the scene just now. Zayawa looked excited, and she danced and gestured. I saw, Master Tianming, just using one hand to draw the sword, a big moon appeared on the bridge. She drew a large circle with her hand, like the moon. The moonlight flashed, and two powerful ninjas flew away. Zayawa took a breath and continued. Then I learned that there were two ninjas, one was hired by Kato to stop the construction of the bridge, and the other was hired by Dejuna to protect the bridge. At this time, a woman came out. The woman told everyone that Kato is dead. Now Kato Company has changed its owner and name. She wants to support the construction of the bridge and do business with everyone. Maiwako had some doubts on her face, it couldn't be some conspiracy. Will not, Zayawa shook her head vigorously, I can see that that woman is in awe of Mr. Tianming. Mr. Tianming also promised everyone that he would be the go-between for the future matters and solve all the troubles. Zayawa said firmly, I believe that with Mr. Tianming acting as a middleman for everyone, everything will be fine. A series of news filled Maiwako's brain, she murmured to herself. If it can really be like that, Lord Tianming will be the person who saved a country. Zayawa muttered silently, save a country's people. Recalling what she saw along the way, infinite yearning arose in Zayawa's heart. Lord Tianming, you have the power to save a country. The country of waves. The mansion that once belonged to Cardo is now the residence of Heinda Yuka and TNK's laboratory. In the study room, TNK sat on a large back chair and listened to Heinda Yuka's report. Heinda Yuka held a stack of information in her hand and reported to TNK the current situation of Tomorrow Group. Under the special request and care of the master, Tomorrow Group has shrunk its sphere of influence. We have given many benefits to the residents of the country of waves to join the Tomorrow Group. The generous treatment has made the residents of the country of waves proud to join the Tomorrow Group. Through the new members, we have completely replaced the original power of Cardo Company and brought the group completely under control. We completely saved this country and took control of this country. Heinda Yuka looked at TNK with burning admiration. It was the man in front of her who saved her and the country. Listening to Heinda Yuka's report, TNK nodded slightly. He tapped the armrest of the chair gently with his finger and spoke slowly. Kato's previous power seemed huge, but was actually vulnerable. He relied on violence and money to maintain his rule, but no one was truly loyal to him. It is precisely because of Cardo Company's external strength and internal leadership that our plan will be realized so smoothly. Realistic comparison is always the most convincing method. Realistic comparison surpasses any propaganda and rhetoric. Kato's evil and violence are ahead. Tomorrow Group only needs to give a little gift to make the people of the country of waves recognize us wholeheartedly. Civilians are so easily satisfied. The admiration in Heinda Yuka's eyes became even more intense. The man in front of me changed everything in the country of waves in a short period of time, TNK said calmly. Now we need to avoid Cardo's mistakes. We need to integrate Tomorrow Group into the country of waves and truly become a company that the people of the country of waves cannot leave. Only then can we fundamentally control this country. Just like those powerful ninja villages, they are connected with a country. They and the country are both prosperous, but they may not be harmed if they are damaged. This is the ultimate development of power. The people of Wave Country got a good job, became a member of the Tomorrow Group, and were tied to each other. Tianming gathered some of the interests, but purged many of the remaining forces and turned them into a regular, upright force. Although short-term gains were sacrificed, in the long run, the group gained lasting vitality and became a truly powerful force. Everything will go according to the master's plan, Heinda Yuka promised with a passionate tone. I am very satisfied with Heinda Yuka's series of performances. All plans, he just put forward an outline. The real tedious and tiring tasks are all left to the maid Yuka Heinda. And Yuka Heinda fully demonstrated the ability of a perfect maid. This is much more capable than those female secretaries in previous lives. The woman who controls a country is his maid. What else is more satisfying than such a maid? A week later. The country of waves. In a small town near the pier. TNK took Zabuza and Haku and observed them all the way. Along the way, Zabuza remained silent. Recalling the previous dilapidation and depression of the country of waves, the vitality bloomed before my eyes. Looking at everything in front of him, Zabuza said in a deep voice, is this the change you want? In a short period of time, the country in front of us has undergone earth-shaking changes. TNK said calmly. The vitality of a country are like grass weighed down by stones. As long as the stones are removed, it will immediately glow with vitality. I looked at TNK with admiration. This country is completely different from before. Is it much better than before? Tianming asked 4.5. Yes. Lord Tianming, you saved this country. Bai said affirmatively. It would be great if the Kingdom of Water became like this. Shiro saw the changes in the country of waves, saw the Tomorrow Group, and gained people's support. This was a sight he had never imagined before. TNK said in a serious tone, this country will be handed over to you next. You need to protect the company and this country. He asked Zabuza and Haku to protect the company and protect the security of Wave Country. But on the surface, you are traitors and cannot show your face openly. He said in a relaxed tone, daily protection will still be given to those special tattoos. What you have to do is to secretly protect Hainda Yuka and ensure my plan. The Tattooed Warriors are a team specially created by TNK that combines sealing techniques, curse seals, and ninjutsu spells. To master ninjutsu, the combination of knowledge, theory and practice is indispensable. To fully master a ninjutsu, in addition to understanding theoretical knowledge, a large number of operational experiments are also required. Before coming to the Land of Waves, some of the ninjutsu practices TNK lacked most were undoubtedly those special ninjutsu and forbidden technique that required human experimentation. Even Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, was driven out of the village because he was studying the forbidden technique related to human experiments in Konoha. Naturally TNK would not make such a mistake. Konoha is his base camp, where he can only study some superficial ninjutsu. Some taboos in ninjutsu that cannot be exposed require other identities and arrangements in other places. In Konoha, TNK was trained more as an assistant and a friend. If you want to cultivate tools, there is another way. Friends have the benefit of friends, and tools have the benefit of tools. Friends can tear each other down and be equal to each other. But when dealing with tools, you must treat them with kindness and power, keep a distance, and maintain a sense of mystery. These tattooed warriors are handy tools made by TNK. TNK once recommended a tattooed boy transformation plan to Xiao Li. Xiao Li did not agree at the time, but TNK has been making technical reserves for this plan. Coming to the country of waves this time allowed him to escape from the special environment of Konoha. The country of waves gave him broader experimental opportunities and experimental materials. Simply dealing with those villainous samurai under Cardo would be somewhat of a waste. As resources are recycled and reused, using these villainous warriors to conduct ninjutsu experiments is a perfect move that benefits the country and the people, and the entire world will benefit. It is different from Xiao Li's transformation plan for the tattooed boy who gave up chakra, became immune to illusions, and reduced damage from ninjutsu. These tattooed warriors mostly use simplified versions of curse seals, and at the same time add the auxiliary function of extracting energy from food. The tattooed warrior accumulates more physical strength in daily life, and at critical moments, improves his strength through overdraft and explosion. Although whether it is a curse mark or an outbreak of tattoos, lifespan will be shortened. But as quick basic strengthening skills, these tattooed warriors will be high quality and cheap soldiers, which can be used as the official combat power of the Kingdom of Waves. Zabuza and Haku are another layer of protection for the Tomorrow Group hidden deep in the dark. Under such multiple protections, TNK can confidently and boldly show off his talents and implement his own plans in the Kingdom of Waves. Bai said firmly, we will definitely protect the company and the safety of the country of waves, so that Master Tianming's plan can be implemented smoothly. TNK had a smile on his face and his tone was full of expectation. Transform the country of waves into a manufacturing center and an international logistics center. Let the villagers join the factory and let the country of waves develop and grow. Just thinking about such a plan makes people look forward to it. This is TNK's plan, the plan to transform the country of waves. The location of the country of waves is very special. On the map, the country of waves is a small island surrounded by sea. All around the sea are the territories of other countries. To the west of the Kingdom of Waves is the Kingdom of Fire, the most powerful country, and to the east is the Kingdom of Water, one of the 5 major kingdoms. To the north is the Kingdom of Iron, the Kingdom of Tang, and the Kingdom of Thunder, and to the south is the Kingdom of Bears and the Kingdom of Craftsmen. Such a country is like a small island surrounded by a group of countries. Because of this special location, the country of waves became an independent country. No country wants to occupy such a small island. The territory is too small, the population is too small, and there are enemy countries on all sides. Such a country has no occupying value. From a strategic position, the country of waves has absolutely no chance of development and growth. It is a small country where you have to take a boat to go out, there are no dangers around, and the territory is small. It is impossible for such a country to develop and grow. It is precisely for this reason that the country of wave has always been poor and no one pays attention to it. As a result, Kaduo has a rich man and plans to build a country. If it were another small country, even a small country like the country of fields, the country of grass, or the country of rain, it would not be possible for a rich man to start. Even TNK, even if he took control of the country of waves, had no hope of relying on such a weakest country to fight against other big countries. His plan is to maximize the disadvantages of the country of waves into its advantages. For a small country like the country of waves, it is purely a daydream if it wants to expand its territory and develop. But as a force that does not want to grow and prefers to stay in a corner, the advantage of the country of waves was immediately revealed. The country of waves is too small, so small that no one notices it, and so small that there is no threat. 0a Please give me flour sa aaa Such a country will not put any country on guard. By taking a boat, the country of waves can directly communicate with 8 countries. Even the Kingdom of Fire, which is located in the center of the continent, does not have as many surrounding countries as the Kingdom of Waves. In addition, the country of waves is surrounded by sea, so water transportation is the cheapest. As a strategic location, the country of waves is worthless, but as a logistics center, the value of the country of waves is truly revealed. Through the country of waves, all important countries in the world can be connected. Such a country may not be qualified and powerful enough to be a country. But if the country of waves is turned into a huge company, such a company sitting on a small island will be a very powerful company. TNK looked at Bai and warned. 0 Bai, you should also learn more about these business methods on weekdays. If you want to leave in the future, if you don't become a ninja, a job can support you and Zabuza. Zabuza looked helpless and said in a dissatisfied tone, why should I rely on the sun to support myself? Then, his thoughts changed and he reacted. Zabuza looked at TNK in surprise. You actually plan to let us leave in the future? 5 years, it only takes 5 years. TNK said calmly, serve me with all your strength and do things for me at the cost of your life. In 5 years, you will regain your freedom. I have no need of slaves. Your life is worth 5 years of service. Of course, if you are still willing to stay when the time comes, I will very much welcome you. TNK knew that an ambitious person like Zabuza was not so easy to conquer. Even if he surrenders for a moment, he may not be willing to do so, and he may even be lazy secretly. Give Zabuza some time and restraint, like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey's eyes, so as to inspire Zabuza's fighting spirit and let him serve himself wholeheartedly. What's more, TNK believes that in 5 years' time, it will be easy for him to be the enemy of a country. With Sage of 6 Paths, Atsutsuki Kagaya as his goal, he only needs a few more years, which is beyond what Zabuza can hope to achieve. 5 years later, he will be enough to change the world. By that time, he will no longer need a subordinate like Buza who is not easy to worry about. When the time comes, it will be Zabuza who begs to work under him. Of 66th Bridge of Hope. 5 years is 5 years, a light flashed in Zabuza's eyes and he spoke firmly. Although my life is far from measurable in the value of 5 years, I will serve you wholeheartedly for 5 years. 5 years from now, my freedom will belong to me again. If there is a chance to regain his freedom, Zabuza will certainly not let it go. He immediately made a decision that, in his opinion, did not require consideration at all. The corners of TNK's mouth raised slightly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. He looked Zabuza up and down and spoke in a relaxed tone. Zabuza, you are really conspicuous with your bandage. Do you want me to give you a beauty treatment and treat your scars? This way you can change your outfit, show your face, put on a suit when the time comes, and pretend to be a successful person, a business elite or something. TNK held his chin with his hand, as if thinking about how to change Zabuza's look. As for the fact that you don't have eyebrows, I can also give you a semi-permanent eyebrow tattoo, which is guaranteed to transform you into a handsome man. The solemn atmosphere was broken by TNK's words. Zabuza was speechless. Cosmetic surgery, semi-permanent eyebrow tattoo, what the hell is that? He really didn't expect that this unfathomable guy in front of him actually had a wicked side. Zabuza looked away and ignored TNK. Shiro looked at Zabuza's face seriously. Mr. Zabuza, Lord Tianming's suggestion is worth considering. Zabuza scoffed and quickened his pace. A feeling of loneliness suddenly arose in his heart. Since the last battle, even Bai has become worse. As they walked along, they came to the bridge in the country of waves. A broad and solid bridge connects the country of waves to the other side. The bridge was finally built. When there was no obstruction and threat from Cardo, the villagers became enthusiastic. They enthusiastically joined the construction of the bridge and worked day and night to build the bridge. Coupled with the help provided by Tomorrow Group, the Bridge of Hope in the eyes of the people of the country of waves was completed a week ahead of schedule, and now it is finally completed. On the bridge, truck after truck of cargo supplies were being transported through the bridge to the town in the country of waves. The materials from the country of waves were also transported to the other side through the bridge. Everything is thriving. The workers transporting supplies all had joy and vitality on their faces. Just like TNK said, the vitality and vitality of a country are like grass weighed down by stones. As long as the stones are removed, the grass will immediately glow with vitality. And now the country of waves is such a place full of hope and vitality. TNK and the others walked to the bridge. Naruto, Kakashi, Suzuki, Little Sakura and the others were also observing the completed bridge. The bridge is built, their mission is completed, and they are leaving here. Mr. Dasna looked at the bridge he built with his own hands and said with emotion, Thanks to you, if it weren't for your help, we would have given up long ago and we would not have the hope and change we have now. Mr. Tajuna looked at Naruto. This bridge is the Bridge of Hope and the Bridge of Courage in the Land of Waves. I thought of a good name for it. What's its name? Naruto asked curiously. Let's call it Naruto Bridge. We hope that this bridge can guard the happiness in people's hearts just like you, Naruto. We hope that this bridge can bring happiness to the people of the Land of Waves. Kakashi smiled with narrowed eyes and rubbed Naruto's head with his hand. Naruto, you have become a powerful ninja. There is a bridge named after you. Naruto escaped from Kakashi's hands. He combed his hair that was messed up by Kakashi's teacher with his hands and said embarrassedly, "The bridge is everyone's credit. It's better to call it the People's Bridge, otherwise, it should be called Konoha Class 7 Bridge or something." Everyone laughed. Naruto shouted loudly, "The bridge is finally built, we can go back. There should be a lot of bonuses for completing the sea level mission. I want to treat everyone to a big meal." Zabuza walked up and looked at Naruto with scorn. "You almost lost your lives, but in the end you completed a sea level mission. You are such brainless fools." Zabuza had always been a little bit upset about being forced into a panic by Naruto. When he heard that they were leading a sea level mission to deal with him, he felt even more unhappy. Seeing this former enemy, Naruto didn't feel angry, so he scolded him back. "You bandaged weirdo with no eyebrows, you still have the nerve to say, if it weren't for you, how could we have been injured?" The bandaged weirdo with no eyebrows. Hearing this even more outrageous nickname, Zabuza was furious. "You brat, do you want to die? Come on, watch me drive Shadow Clone and beat you everywhere," Naruto shouted. Shiro covered his mouth with his hands. Naruto-kun and Zabuza-sen really get along. Who is in tune with him? Naruto and Zabuza said in unison. Seeing the noisy two people, Tenkei smiled slightly. He looked at Kakashi and his group in a friendly manner. "The Kingdom of Waves welcomes you to come often. I believe that when you come here next time, the mission you receive will definitely not be a sea-level mission." Dazna touched his head in embarrassment. He had previously concealed the mission to save money, but now he has been laughed at by everyone. He suggested, "Otherwise, I will report this mission to Konoha again, and I will pay you for the B-level mission." Dazna looked at Tenkei in awe. "Thanks to Mr. Tianming for saving this country, with the support of Tomorrow Group. This country's economy has improved greatly. Now I have received a reward for building this bridge. I can still get the reward for the B-level mission." Tenkei did not let the villagers bear the cost of building the bridge themselves. He asked Tomorrow Group to invest part of the money and share the use of the bridge. Naruto waved his hands quickly. "Didn't you already pay for it? Ahashi's name, Zhao, just name it after our class." "Then, this bridge is called Konoha Class 7 Bridge?" Dejuna asked others for their opinions with his eyes. "This seems good." Kakashi pinched his chin with his hand and said seriously, "Although I think the name Kakashi Bridge would sound better." "Kakashi-sensei, that's enough." Little Sakura yelled dissatisfied, "Why not call it Suzuki and Sakura-chan Ahashi? Why did you suddenly involve me?" Suzuki looked confused. Naruto immediately said loudly, "Naruto and Sakura-chan Ahashi are not bad either. Don't call me that name." Little Sakura decisively drew a clear line with Naruto. The laughter and noise of the group echoed on the bridge. On the Konoha Class 7 bridge, there was a lot of traffic, showing a vibrant scene. "Thanks for studying hard and tipping 788V every day for your support. Scholar." Konoha Village. A clearing on the edge of the Death Forest. Huge trees surround the clearing. There were 3 people standing in the clearing. Every day, Xiaoli and Niji stood apart, ready to watch each other. Next to them, Tenkei, wearing a white robe, was standing under a tree. He spent a lot of time observing the fight between the 3 of them. Tenkei observed and thought in his mind. A 3-party melee is much more complex and difficult than a simple battle. In a one-on-one battle, you only need to defeat the opponent. In the melee, you must not only be wary of your opponents, but also be wary of other people who may join the battle at any time. Normal battles between ninjas are always on the line. If you have to be on guard against possible sneak attacks during a battle, this will turn the entire battle into a physically and mentally exhausting exercise. If you encounter the opponent using a combination of vertical and horizontal methods, the entire battle will become more complicated and troublesome. The multi-party melee further developed and turned into a war. War is the most complex part of everything. And now, such a complicated battle happens to be what Tian Tian and the others need to face next. In the open space, Xiaoli was the first to speak. Xiaoli shouted towards Tian Tian. "Tian Tian, let's defeat Niji together 310 first. Among the 3 of us, he is the strongest. If we don't eliminate him first, he will definitely win in the 3-way melee." Niji assumed the unique posture of gentle fist and responded unhurriedly. "Tian Tian, Xiaoli's speed restrains you, you should wait until we are both injured before leaving the country." Tenten held the seal scroll in one hand and the kunao in the other. She smiled and took a few steps back. "Please feel free to do so. I still need to think about what to eat later. Tian-Ke touched his chin with his hand, muttering to himself. They are becoming more and more skilled in fighting. Compared to the naive and innocent days before, where they could easily be fooled, they now look like they are in a state of indifference. This kind of battle is becoming more and more interesting. This is not the first time they have conducted this training every day. He is about to face the test of the Chunin exam. Tian-Tian specially dragged her brother to do intensive training for her and her companions before the exam. This special training for a three-party melee was exactly what Tian-Ke had arranged for them. In Tian-Ke's opinion, Tian-Tian, Xiaoli, and Niji are all sufficiently powerful to take on the role of Chunin. Having reached the standard in terms of strength, what they need to pay most attention to is the comprehensive capabilities of tactical, arrangements and combat analysis. Just like in the original history, in this Chunin exam, only Shikamaru became a Chunin. Suzuki, Naruto, and Niji, who were more powerful than Shikamaru, failed to advance to Chunin. This is not a shady secret or a conspiracy. This is because Chunin and Genin are fundamentally different. This difference is not just about strength. From Genin to Chunin, ninjas have become the backbone of the village. Chunin is not only an important fighting force in the village, Chunin is also the middle-level management of the village. As a middle-level manager of Konoha, Chunin assumes the duties of team leader on a daily basis. A qualified Chunin must have excellent judgment and organizational skills, and must take on the responsibility of formulating plans and protecting teammates. Genin can become the commander who directs civilians to avoid danger and escape when the village is facing war. Chunin, on the other hand, has to command Genin during the battle and analyze the complex situation on the battlefield. Develop plans and arrangements that fit the current situation. In the Chunin exam, strength is just the basic threshold. In addition to strength, the village values a Chunin's judgment and organizational skills that can make plans, execute orders, and make correct arrangements. Therefore, in order to ensure that everyone can successfully advance to Chunin, Tian-Tian, Xiaoli, and Niji's Chunin pre-exam assault has become what it is now. In addition to basic training, Tian-Ke repeatedly asked them to execute and simulate tactics in battles. Once the battle changes from two sides to multiple parties, the complexity of the battle becomes extremely unusual. Just like the battle in front of me. Xiaoli spoke first, saying there was no way around it. In the melee between the three, Xiaoli was the one in the worst situation. Xiaoli cannot use ninjutsu, and relying solely on physical skills, his attack range and attack methods are very weak. In a single battle, Xiaoli is certainly not afraid of anyone, but once entangled, without the advantage of speed, even a master of physical skills will face a very difficult battle. Regardless of whether he was facing Tian-Tian, who had the advantage from a distance, or Niji, who could fight at a distance or close up, fight or resist, Xiaoli didn't have many advantages. In every three-party melee, Xiaoli must try his best to improve his disadvantages through vertical and horizontal combinations. When he can win over Tian-Tian and eliminate Niji together, he will have a great chance to defeat Tian-Tian in the end with his speed advantage. And Niji, although his strength is the most outstanding among the three, he has been defeated many times when facing 1 against 2 and facing the entanglement between Tianation's ninja tools and Xiaoli. Under this situation, he must also learn to be good and hide his edge to avoid getting himself into a situation of being besieged. And every day, she also faced a difficult choice. If she helps Xiaoli besiege Niji and eliminate Niji early, it will be very difficult for her to match Xiaoli's speed alone. And if you help Niji eliminate Xiaoli, she will be restrained by Niji's revolving heaven. To become the final winner, she must defeat Niji and Xiaoli at the same time when both are injured. And such a move may lead to her being besieged by Niji and Xiaoli and eliminated early. Therefore, although there were only 3 people in the entire three-party melee, the final battle situation, victory or defeat, was full of various possibilities. No matter who wants to win in this battle, they must rack their brains and rely on their own ninjutsu and their own wisdom. Even relying on his own eloquence, through persuasion, through diversion, through disguise, through various means, he finally won. In the battlefield, the 3 people who were in a stalemate had already started their war chant. Xiaoli and Niji's eyes met, their hearts moved, and they both rushed towards Tian-Tian. Tian-Ke sighed slightly. It seems that this time, my sister will be eliminated early. Both are taijutsu ninjas. When Xiaoli and Niji are unable to win over Tian-Tian, they are more willing to eliminate Tian-Tian in advance in a 3-party melee. After all, if you lose to the same taijutsu ninja, you can blame your own lack of strength and draw lessons from it. But in the battle, being defeated by Tianation's ninja tools and traps, Xiaoli and Niji were able to gain much less. This is a wonderful tactical application and response. In the battlefield, Tian-Tian uses the seal scroll to summon dense kunao and shoots at Xiaoli and Niji in the open space. Kunao is like a rain of arrows all over the sky, black sharp arrows, densely packed and overwhelming, like floods sloping and waterfalls hanging down. Black sharp arrows fell from high altitude, tearing open the air and making a whooshing sound. Faced with overwhelming kunao attacks many times, Niji and Xiaoli have learned how to deal with them. Xiaoli spread the bandages on his hands and spun around. His whole body was like a giant spinning top that was constantly spinning. The top was spinning extremely fast, causing violent wind and waves in place. The white bandages were scattered all over Xiaoli's body. As they rotated at extremely high speeds, they transformed into a white barrier wrapped around the top. The white barrier relied on the traction of the high-speed rotation to resist the overwhelming kunao attack. Black kunao fell on the white barrier like raindrops, just like rain falling on Uzumaki, being tossed around and splashed in all directions by the huge torrent. Niji clasped his hands in a circle, performed the gentle fist method, and continuously struck out with both palms, guarding the 8 trigrams area surrounding him without leakage. Chakra shoots out through the orifices all over the body. The invisible airflow stirred up smoke and dust, and under the smoke and dust, Niji seemed to be wrapped in a hazy, illusory, and real translucent air cover. All the kunao, after entering the air shield, were blown away by the huge power contained in the air shield. Some kunao were even pulled and reflected back in the direction of Tiantian, 04. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tianke nodded slightly. His sister took action in advance, and the timing was very clever. Ninjas who mainly focus on long-range attacks face two physical masters like Xiaoli and Niji. The most important thing is that they must not be allowed to get close. If Xiaoli and Niji can be suppressed, my sister will have a chance to win this time. Tiantian continued to shoot out ninja tools and the overwhelming kunao surrounded Xiaoli and Niji with no way out. Qianken was sent away with a throw. It should be said that he was some scoundrel or a bully. Regardless of whether you are a taijutsu master or a ninjutsu master, as long as you have not reached the level of Sage of 6 Paths, your physical strength and chakra will always be limited. Although chakra is also needed to control ninja tools, it is not as effective as defending against such an overwhelming and all-pervasive attack. If the consumption continues, my sister will definitely win. Xiaoli and Niji obviously also know this ending. At this time, Xiaoli had emerged from the high-speed rotation, and he shouted towards Niji, "Niji, I'll help you block the kunao. You defeat Tenten first." Before Niji could answer, Xiaoli had already rushed to Niji. His hands turned into afterimages, relying on high-speed attacks to resist the kunao in front of him. Compared to Niji's unique gentle fist method and the 8 trigrams field, Xiaoli seemed more anxious. His high-speed rotation and explosion cannot last long. As a master of physical arts who practices the steel fist style, defense has never been Xiao Ji's strong point. The steel fist style is good at attacking and has amazing speed. They always rely on speed to avoid attacks. Once they fall into Tianatian's unreasonable fighting style, they will be dragged into the most unfavorable war of attrition. Niji saw Xiao Li's dilemma and immediately used Gentle Fist, cooperating with Xiao Li to advance the battle line. Although the Gentle Fist method is good at defense, if he uses chakra to consume the opponent's ninja tools, he will not be able to resist Tiantian if he continues to consume them. Once Xiao Li and Niji cooperate fully, Tianatian's advantage will be greatly reduced. Even with a semi-rogue style of play, being poor is not really invincible. Niji's 8 trigrams air palm, Xiaoli took advantage of the gap to grab the kunao and threw it back. These long-range counterattacks began to affect Tianatian's fire suppression. With weak firepower, he immediately seized the opportunity to break the situation. Once the distance is closed, even if Tiantian can use the body flicker technique skillfully, the two physical skills masters are still better than the body flicker technique in short-distance changes. Although with the help of his clone technique, he set up traps every day, leaving Xiao Li and Niji in disgrace. But in the end, such a small probability of winning with 1 against 2 did not happen after all. Niji and Xiao Li worked together to defeat Tiantian. After defeating Tiantian, Xiao Li, who had consumed a lot of energy, immediately surrendered. Seeing that the battle was over, Tianke stepped forward. He carefully inspected everyone's injuries. "They're all skin injuries," Tianke said while treating everyone's injuries. "In terms of combat, you have nothing to fault. The Chunin exam is not too difficult for you, so don't worry too much. Next, resume your daily training. The Chunin exam will begin soon. Please don't get injured during this period." After receiving Tianke's approval, Ryuji smiled happily. "Haha, after a while, I will be a Chunin." Niji also said with emotion, "It's been such a difficult year." Tiantian happily held Tianke's hand. "Soon, I will be a Chunin like my brother." Tianke looked at his sister with a smile. "Becoming a Chunin, you can truly be on your own. After becoming a Chunin, you can choose tasks more independently. You will have a lot more time, and you can also choose the direction you want to develop. Whether you are going to the medical class, sealing class, or other departments for further training, you can submit an application. It's really good." Tiantian leaned on Tianke's shoulder and smiled happily. Tianke turned his head again and looked at Xiaoli and Niji. "Okay, training is over. Let's go back to take a shower and take a rest. I'll treat you to dinner later." "Okay, let's eat. By the way, can I call teacher guy?" Xiaoli raised his hands and asked TNK like a good student. Sure. TNK smiled. At this time, call out. A big bird flew across the sky and kept making a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound, looking in the direction where the big bird was flying. Sorry, dinner will have to wait until next time. 737 TNK looked at everyone apologetically. The big bird just now was the ninja beast that summoned everyone. The Hokage is summoning everyone. At this time, we should be talking about the Chunin exam. Brother, leave early and come back early. I will prepare delicious food for you at home. Say goodbye to my brother affectionately every day. Goodbye, brother TNK. Xiaoli waved his hands to say goodbye. Niji waved his hand, goodbye. After receiving the summoning order, TNK quickly rushed to the Hokage building from the Death Forest. When he arrived at the conference room in the Hokage building, the third Hokage had not yet appeared. Everyone else was chatting in the conference room, waiting for the meeting to start. TNK saw Kakashi and Irika. They were chatting about Naruto. Within a few minutes, Moonlight Gale also walked in. Although Moonlight Hayate still looks lazy, after this period of treatment, the dark circles on his face have almost disappeared. Yu Buanfeng smiled at TNK and said hello, then returned to his lazy look. Other ninjas came in one after another. Without waiting long, the third Hokage walked in and the meeting began. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth and sat behind the podium in the middle of the conference room. Facing the ninjas in the audience, he said in a serious tone, I think everyone already knows what I'm going to say. Backstage. Seeing Hokage's serious face, Kakashi said calmly, it's already this time, everyone has been ready. Moonlight Hayate still had a lazy expression. Other countries should have already notified me. I have already met ninjas from other countries in the village. The Chunin exam is scheduled for a week later. The third Hokage said with a serious expression. I officially announce that 1 week from now, on July 1st, we will hold the Chunin selection exam. Some ninjas in front of the podium couldn't help but whisper. There's only 1 week left, so the time is a bit tight. It was a little too hasty. The third Hokage ignored everyone's complaints. He continued, now, those responsible for guiding the newcomer genin, please come out. Kakashi, Kurane Ui, and Asuma walked out. Seeing that only 3 people came out, TNK discovered that the number of genin students graduating this time was surprisingly small. He wondered whether it was because Nine Tails attacked the village 12 years ago that there were very few newborns that year. The third Hokage looked at the 3 people in front of him. Kakashi, Ui Kurane, Asuma, among the newcomers you are responsible for, are there any suitable candidates to take the Chunin exam? To take the Chunin exam, you need to complete 8 basic tasks, or you may be directly recommended. TNK knew that the third Hokage's inquiry was a routine rule. Genin in the past, after a year of training, can choose independently whether they need to register for Chunin. However, the new students lack strength and knowledge and may misjudge the situation. It must be confirmed and approved by the teacher leading the new student before the new student can register to take the Chunin exam. Kakashi spoke first, his tone calm. I, Heide Kakashi's 7th class, recommend Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Harano Sakura. In my name, Heite Kakashi, take the Chunin exam. Ui Kurane spoke immediately. I, Kurane Ui, from class 8 recommend Inyazuka Kiba, Hayaji Hinata, and Abarame Shino. In my name, Kurane Ui, we will take part in this Chunin exam. Next up is Asuma. I, Asuma's class 10, recommend Nara Shikamaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi Cha. G to take part in this Chunin exam in the name of me, Saratobi Asuma. Will all newcomers in this period directly take the Chunin exam? The third Hokage was slightly surprised. Although they are all very capable, this decision is still a bit unexpected. Wait a moment, Irika suddenly stood up, looked at third Hokage, and spoke loudly. Lord Hokage, please allow me to say a few words. Irika turned around and looked at Kakashi, Ui Kurane, and Asuma. Although it's a bit rude, I still want to say that the 9 genin I just recommended are all students I taught at the ninjutsu school. Although they are all excellent, it would be a bit abrupt and too time-consuming to ask them to take the Chunin exam now. They should be allowed to accumulate more experience before taking the Chunin exam. I cannot agree with your current approach. Kakashi said calmly, the age when I became Chunin was 6 years younger than Naruto is now. Irika said with a dissatisfied look on his face. That was different. It was the war years. If you are like this now, you will destroy them. Everyone knows that the Chunin test is also called the death test. If, Kakashi interrupted Irika with a cold expression on his face, these low-level tasks now are just for students to show off. They should also see the real ninja world. If you can't even pass this level, it would be no shame to destroy them. Hateful Irika glared at Kakashi, I don't agree with that at all. Okay, Irika. TNK walked out of the queue and looked at Irika with a smile. Irika, the Chunin exam is of course very dangerous for the candidates, but danger is not a reason to avoid the exam. Students will show what they have learned in the exam, and the rest is our business. His tone became very serious. We are the backing of the candidates. This is Konoha, and this is our base camp. If we were in Konoha's home court, we would not be able to guarantee the safety of the candidates. So, when the candidates go to other countries to take the Chunin exam, how should they deal with it? TNK patted Irika on the shoulder. I actually agree with what you said, let the freshmen practice for one more year before taking the exam. But now that the instructors have decided, the remaining tasks are ours. The safety of candidates depends not only on whether they are strong enough, but also on whether we are cautious enough and take precautions. So, there is nothing wrong with letting them take exams and see the world. TNK actually agrees with Irika's idea. Although the freshmen of this class are quite capable, they are still too immature if they want to become Chunin. Naruto and Sasuke are good, but apart from their experience and ability, they are much worse. As for the others, their strength was far inferior to that of Naruto and Sasuke. The freshmen of this class, except Shikamaru, even Naruto and Sasuke, need some luck to become Chunin. Listening to TNK's words, Irika was a little shaken. He hesitated, but, okay Irika. Kakashi stared at Irika sharply. Don't always treat students as your children. They are my subordinates now. That's right. The third Hokage looked at TNK approvingly. We are the candidates' strongest support and backing. Facing difficulties, what candidates have to do is not to escape, but to use their full strength. As for the remaining things, protecting the safety of the candidates, this is not the candidates' business, it is our task. The third Hokage looked at everyone with a majestic look. This is Konoha, can't we even protect our own students, the kings? The third Hokage set its sights on TNK. I have decided that the medical team responsible for the Chunin exam and the rescue mission will be led by TNK. After the meeting, TNK will be promoted to Special JA. Nin. Third Hokage warned TNK. This time, the Chunin exam, there are many potential ninjas in the village who are going to take the exam. The exam may be more difficult than in previous years, so we must protect the safety of the candidates. TNK smiled and said confidently, this is exactly what I want to do. The heroine voting has been set, and the heroine selection range is Hinata and the heroine in the drama, Hinata and the original heroine. Well, the author is a Hinata fan and prefers single female protagonists. However, the final arrangement will definitely depend on everyone's vote. The third Hokage stood up. Next, I will trouble you all more. After that, he ended the meeting and left the conference room. Following the third Hokage, everyone left the conference room. When he walked out of the door, Yu Guangfeng waved to TNK with a smile on his face. Congratulations, TNK, for suddenly becoming a special JA. Nin. Now you are on the same level as me. TNK looked as usual and spoke in a relaxed tone. There is no equal. I am a medical ninja. In the hospital, even JA. Nin and Hokage have to obey me. Moonlight Gale didn't pay attention to the teasing in TNK's words. He rubbed his hands and said happily, you have made history and become the first guy in the history of Konoha to be promoted to JA. Nin in just 1 year. Aren't you going to treat us all to a big meal? 857 If you want to cheat on me, just say so. This is not a good excuse. TNK complained. Might Guy grinned, showing shining white teeth. That's very good. After all, it has created a new history in Konoha's history. I think the Nohara barbecue restaurant I often go to is good. For the barbecue, Might Guy started making noises without any hesitation. I think this proposal is very reasonable, Kakashi said seriously. An attitude that if you don't rub it, it will be in vain, and if you rub it, it will be in vain. When they heard that there was food, the ninjas who were familiar with TNK stopped and started to cheer. Speaking of which, I heard that store has new specialties, and I kept clamoring to go there last time. Asuma continued to add another blow. I think it is necessary for us to conduct reconnaissance, and today is just the right day. TNK was speechless for a while. He had created too much history. If he treats guests every time, even if he has money, he won't have that much time. But seeing a group of colleagues surrounding him, he couldn't say these words. All right, TNK raised his hands in surrender. That's okay. I think, next, everyone should find a place to have a good talk about the arrangements for the guests. He thought that in addition to the dinner party, there were also some mission matters that really should be discussed. For example, arranging the venue, preparing props, arranging personnel, etc. Even if it is not his responsibility, he must at least have an overview. This way we won't end up not knowing who will be responsible when the time comes. After all, his sister has to take exams every day this year. If his sister asked, he would be embarrassed and say that he didn't know. TNK suggested, in the afternoon, I will book the Nohara barbecue restaurant and invite everyone to have dinner together. We can discuss the mission matters carefully. He looked at the other people and said, if you are willing, you can invite the students in your team to join us. A very good suggestion, and Moonlight Gale was the first to agree. I just have some other work to do, so I won't have lunch and will wait for dinner together. I'll see if I can call Zian. I think you won't mind. TNK can't complain. Are you so poor that you have to bring your fiancé copyrighty along with you to make a living? Moonlight Hayate really opened her fingers and counted them. Recently, my expenses have been too high and life has forced me to save money. You have done your best to treat me during this period, but the expense is also disappointing. In order to recuperate, I can only choose some easy tasks recently, and the task rewards and subsidies are also much less. There was sadness and emotion in his tone. The long list of bills that have accumulated makes me feel more and more how difficult life is. I took a look recently and found that the price of the house I plan to buy has increased a lot recently. 11 Moonlight Gale looked at TNK seriously. I heard that you can receive gift money when you get married. If you, a rich man, are willing to give me a big red envelope, I will find a good day to get married to Zian. If the gift money is enough, I might be able to pay the down payment and buy that house as a wedding room. He counted on his fingers. When your body recovers, you might be able to advance to JA. Nin. Then the mission rewards and salary subsidies will be much higher. If you work hard for a few years, you should be able to pay off the debt ahead of schedule. You really? TNK was completely speechless. Moonlight Gale even started to calculate the wedding gift. The life of a poor ninja is really shocking. Although Zian also has some savings, these are her private money and cannot be used. Moonlight Hayate looks like an extremely good man. What a good house slave who loves his wife. TNK looked at Yu Guangfeng with contempt. You kid doesn't understand. Moonlight Hayate looked like she was enjoying it. Asuma nodded in agreement. I will definitely give you a red envelope when the time comes. Moonlight Hayate immediately held Asuma's hands enthusiastically. Thank you so much, Asuma. You are the first person to promise to give me a big red envelope. Asuma looked confused and froze on the spot. Did I just say the word big? Moonlight Gale looked at TNK again, looking pitiful. TNK had no choice but to surrender and said, I will give you a big red envelope. Moonlight Hayate turned her head towards Kakashi and Might Guy. Kakashi and Might Guy showed no expressions, as if they didn't hear anything. Moonlight Blast suddenly turned into a body bent forward, helpless and decadent. I don't count on your red envelopes anymore. After all, people like you who can't receive wedding red envelopes won't give them to others. Kakashi touched his face with his hand and spoke in a narcissistic tone. That's the problem with being liked by too many people. Although I think what you said makes sense, for some reason, I want to beat you up. Scenery Gale glared at this narcissistic golden bachelor. According to well-known gossip, Kakashi has always been ranked at the top of the list of girls in Konoha who want to fall in love the most. I agree. Asuma agreed. I also second the proposal. TNK was not to be outdone. TNK was very surprised that he was not on the list. He comforted himself that it must be because I was 0.2 years too young. A group of resentments from ordinary men towards the winners in life. You are indeed my lifelong enemy, Kakashi. As expected, you are the only one who understands my troubles. Might Guy touched his chin with his hand and spoke in a tangled tone. That's the problem with being liked by too many people. TNK and the other three turned their heads and completely ignored Might Guy's words. The group of people joked with each other, chatted and laughed and left the Hokage building. After leaving the Hokage building, TNK said goodbye to the others and walked towards home. When I got home, the seductive aroma of food filled the quiet courtyard. When I walked to the kitchen, Tiantian was cooking in the kitchen. TNK washed his hands and started to help Tiantian wash vegetables, select vegetables, cut vegetables, and stir-fry vegetables. The two of them didn't speak or chat. They cooked a large table of delicious food in the kitchen in tacit understanding. Bundle. In the living room, a table of delicious food filled the dining table. While eating delicious food every day, he asked Chinen about the exam. Brother, have you made arrangements for the Chinen exam? Everything has been arranged, and the exam will start in 7 days. 10K answered as he picked up a piece of braised beef. Teacher Guy should give you the application form for the Chinen exam in 2 days. Just fill out the application form and wait for the exam. Swallowing the braised beef in his mouth, the tender and juicy beef, the mellow and delicious taste made him addicted to it. Every day, your cooking skills are getting better and better. I am fascinated by your cooking skills. As long as my brother likes it, being praised by my brother, I smile happily every day. Eat more. I bring vegetables to my brother every day. You should also eat more. These are the meatballs you like. TNK also didn't forget to pick up some food for her sister. After finishing the meal, Tiantian continued to hold TNK and ask questions. Chinen exam, is there anything else I need to pay attention to? Nervousness and worry about exams are common emotions among candidates all over the world. TNK said while recalling 04. The Chinen exam, the first one is the theoretical exam. Do you want to read more about the theoretical knowledge of ninjas? I gave you a book last time. The test points and key points are specially marked on it. He added, although you can cheat on the spot, you can still take a look at some theories. Of course, some of them are also nonsense, so don't worry about it. In terms of theoretical knowledge, it's actually just some task requirements, don't take them too seriously. Just memorize them by rote. Thinking that her brother had given her a thick comprehensive encyclopedia of Chunin exam theoretical knowledge, Tian shook her head quickly. Forget it, I'll just cheat on the spot. Haha, Tian smiled and said, that's okay, after all, you still have to remember a lot of things. Speaking of which, when I took the exam, I really answered all the questions myself. Although I got full marks, the most important thing was not that. The first theoretical test is not difficult for you at all. He continued, the second exam will be in the forest of death. It is not difficult for you. Except for a few special candidates, everyone else will be unable to fight back against you. Are there any special candidates that need our attention? Hearing his brother say there were special candidates, Tian asked cautiously. As for Sand Shinobi, the information I got is that Sandstorm Gaara is very dangerous. But unless you meet him in the ring in the last game, your mission will not conflict with him. In short, when the time comes, just focus on your own tasks. If you encounter a particularly powerful ninja, retreat first. After all, this is just an exam, not to compete with anyone. Tian reminded her sister carefully. Aha! Tian nodded. I know, brother, I will remind Niji and Xiaoli when the time comes. By the way, brother, wouldn't it be against the rules to reveal exam information to me like this? Tian is a little worried that revealing candidate information will affect his brother. Tian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, don't worry about that. We don't have any requirement not to disclose exam information. The exam regulations and so on are used to screen out ninjas who don't meet the conditions. A truly qualified ninja has never been blocked by these regulations, he explained to Tian. The Chunin exam is twice a year, and the questions in each exam are similar. There are also some candidates, many of whom have taken the Chunin exam multiple times, so the rules of the Chunin exam are not actually confidential items. So that's it. Tian understood immediately. After taking an exam, you will have experience for the next exam. Those who have not taken the exam can also get information from other people. Tian nodded and continued talking. Actually, this is also a part of Ninja Intelligence Collection. The information about the Chunin exam is not confidential. After you decide that you want to take the Chunin exam, you can get a lot of information about the Chunin exam in the past few days. Of course, most candidates may not think of this. After all, there is no experience. I guess most candidates don't know this information. Tian can understand why everyone doesn't think of this. If it weren't for her brother's reminder, she wouldn't have thought that she could collect information about the Chunin exam in advance. Tian said with a smile, generally speaking, if teachers want students to be more likely to pass the exam, they usually take the initiative to disclose some information so that students can prepare countermeasures in advance. If teachers want students to see the world and learn to deal with situations on the spot, they may not take the initiative to tell students information about the exam. For you, as long as you are careful in this Chunin exam, your group can basically pass. So it is more important to know more information and avoid omissions. Tian nodded thoughtfully. She said with emotion, it seems that the strength of a ninja is not just about combat power. Collecting intelligence, having a good relationship with the teacher, and even having a powerful brother are all part of the strength of the ninja. Haha, you can say that. Tian looked at her sister with a smile, relying solely on personal strength. There will be many things that cannot be taken into consideration. There are 87 genin taking the exam in Konoha this time, except for your group. Only Naruto Suzuki has a chance. Shikamaru is pretty good, but I don't know how strong Koji and Ino are. As for the remaining 80 or so candidates, most of them are here to see the world. Most of them will be rejected in the first round. More than 80,827 people took the exam. Tian was a little surprised. Are they all genin from the past few sessions? Tian nodded. It's all genin from the past few years. With the many genin accumulated in the past few years, it seems that this Chunin exam is not that simple. Hearing that many senior genin are waiting for this exam, I feel some pressure every day. Tian smiled and said, don't worry, most of the candidates who have been taking the exam for several years are not very good at it. This is also true. If a ninja born from a civilian background is not talented enough, it will be difficult for him to obtain ninjutsu resources. Without talent or resources, their potential will soon be exhausted. Even if you can take the Chunin exam multiple times, in fact, most ninjas will never become a Chunin in their lifetime. More than 80 people in Konoha signed up, mainly for another reason. He continued to explain, this exam is a local exam in Konoha. During the local exam, most genin will try their luck and give it a try. It will be even more dangerous when you go to a foreign country to take the Chunin exam. At that time, the number of people who sign up for the Chunin exam will be much smaller. Only elite genin who are confident will go to foreign countries to take the exam. Tian asked curiously, if it's dangerous, Why do they go to other countries to take the Chunin exam? Because I had to go. TNK explained, although the Chunin exam is just a test for the candidates, for the village, the Chunin exam is a scaled-down version of the arms race. It is the epitome of arms drills and war drills between countries. It actually has such meaning. Tian was so surprised that he couldn't open his mouth from ear to ear. I thought it was just a simple exam. This is the difference in perspective between Chunin and Genin. TNK said slowly, at the Chunin stage, when a ninja considers problems and focuses on them, he must consider them from the perspective of the entire village and country. Genin just needs to follow orders and do some simple tasks. Chunin is completely different. It has reached the Chunin stage. Every Chunin is an expert who can stand alone and solve problems. In order to solve the problem, we will not hesitate to sacrifice other people's lives. In fact, just like this exam, the candidates risk their lives to take the exam, all for the strategic goal of the village. Although the battles between young people are not as cruel and bloody as Jonin and Chunin, the strength of the young people can reveal the potential of the village. Young people are the future and heritage of the village. The stronger a country's newcomers and young people are, the stronger the country's future will be. The Chunin exam, through bloody exams and battles between candidates, limits competition among countries to a smaller scale. How cruel! Tian couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah, it's cruel. TNK said calmly, from the overall strategic perspective, consider it from the upper level. The candidates are all pawns and expendable resources. The Chunin exam is the last event. Daimyos and celebrities from various countries will be invited, and the village will let them come to visit the final Chunin exam. At that time, the daimyo of each country and the leaders of the ninja village will be able to see everyone's performance. In the Chunin arms race, the country that gets more exposure and wins will gain an advantage in the subsequent negotiations. A good impression and strong influence will lead to more missions and more financial support, and the losing ninja may not only lose his life, but will also be disliked even if he returns to the village. TNK sighed, the world of ninja is cruel and terrifying. Tian looked at TNK with some worry. Brother, will many people really die in the Chunin exam? Will those classmates and friends we know die worthless because of an exam? Thinking that those familiar people might die inexplicably because of an exam, Tian suddenly felt heavy in his heart. TNK reached out and rubbed Tian's hair. Don't worry, I will take care of everyone. I am the captain of the medical emergency team for this Chunin exam. I will try my best to keep everyone alive. I will also become stronger. Only by being strong can I protect everyone like my brother. Tian suddenly felt full of energy. In the next few days, everyone focused on the arrangement of the entire Chunin exam. All relevant information has also entered everyone's eyes. In the conference room, everyone was busy making various plans and arrangements. Should San Shinobi be worthy of being one of the 5 major countries? Seeing the number of applicants for San Shinobi, TNK was slightly surprised. This was almost half of the number of applicants in Konoha. They traveled so far to take the Chunin exam, aren't they afraid of something happening? Moonlight Hayate sounded complaining. So many ninjas need to be monitored and prevented from causing sabotage. It is really a crazy task. Shiranui Genma said calmly, now that San Shinobi and Konoha are allies after all, this situation is understandable. He held a form and shook it slightly. There are 21 people in Rain Shinobi, which makes me even more curious. I heard that Rain Shinobi is developing rapidly now and has always wanted to expand its influence, so of course it will not let go of a stage like the Chunin exam. Asuma provided the information. He knew there are 6 people in the Kusanagi village and 6 Taki ninjas. I remember that when I took the exam, neither Kusanagi nor Taki ninja sent anyone. In such a small village, candidates should be gathered together and sent together. In this way, with good luck, one group will be able to advance smoothly. 3 Oto ninjas. This village seems to be newly established. Has anyone heard of it? Forget it, there are only 3 of us anyway. Based on their respective intelligence and comprehensive analysis, everyone classified different candidates into risk levels based on relevant intelligence. Ninjas with high levels of danger will be subject to stricter surveillance and vigilance. TNK took the one with the highest risk level among all the candidates' information and showed it to everyone. This is the most dangerous person among the candidates who need to be vigilant. I need to remind everyone that this candidate is extremely dangerous. Kakashi held the information about Gaara in his hand and said in a bad tone, Sandstorm Gaara seems to be the Jinchuriki of San Shinobi village. Now, San Shinobi village has let its own Jinchuriki go. If other countries take the Chunin exam, I think it's best for everyone to pay attention. TNK emphasized, everyone should be aware of Jinchuriki's destructive power. Even if he enters Konoha through normal means, we must be careful and vigilant. Why I think there is a conspiracy here. Jinchuriki should not appear in other countries' villages, Irika said with lingering fear. After all, we are the organizers of the Chunin exam, and we cannot easily drive each other away. In short, we need to report this matter to Hokage, Asuma said with a solemn expression. From a large amount of information, various hidden crises were discovered, and everyone felt a little more stressed. This time the Chunin exam was unusual. Jinchuriki is a very special kind of power. In terms of pure strength, each of the 5 major countries is superior to Jinchuriki. It is even said that some elite Jonin from the 5 major countries, relying on thorough preparations, Jonin plus a few Chunin, can control and capture Jinchuriki through traps and sealing formations. However, the value of Jinchuriki to various countries is definitely not comparable to that of a few Jonin, because Jinchuriki is a special weapon. Senju Hashirama's decision to distribute Jinchuriki to the major powers was not unreasonable, nor was it because he was hot-headed. Jinchuriki is a special balancing tool, the biggest, or fundamental, function of Jinchuriki. It is used to deter other countries on the battlefield. Just like nuclear weapons, using Jinchuriki for one-on-one combat is just using anti-aircraft cannons to kill mosquitoes, making a fuss out of a molehill. But once on the battlefield, Jinchuriki turns into a nuclear weapon and a map cannon, nearly endless chakra, map cannon like ninjutsu, and even the strategic tailed beast bomb. Jinchuriki can't defeat the cage alone, or even the cooperation of multiple Jonin, but Jinchuriki is an unparalleled grass-cutting killing machine on the battlefield. The Jinchuriki on the battlefield is a monster that makes both Jonin and caged out their lives every minute. Jinchuriki have low IQs and are prone to losing control. Their value lies not in fighting alone, but in destroying armies. It is precisely because of the extremely useful but useless function of Jinchuriki. Senju Hashirama divided Jinchuriki among the great powers. On the one hand, as a kind of balance, on the other hand, Konoha cannot afford the consequences of many, good money, Jinchuriki losing control. This is actually all about distributing nuclear bombs and sharing risks. The 5 major countries may be strong or weak, but by assigning a nuclear bomb Jinchuriki, they can protect their own village from being attacked and prevent enemy countries from launching unprovoked wars. After all, once Jinchuriki appears on the battlefield, the battles and numbers of ordinary ninjas become a joke. Whether you use Jinchuriki to defend your home, or use Jinchuriki to launch terrorist attacks, this is the power that can destroy the Legion. Just like nuclear bombs in reality, because of Jinchuriki, the war in the ninja world will not develop into a world war, nor will there be unprovoked attacks on the homeland. Senju Hashirama may initially want to rely on Jinchuriki to reduce or even eliminate war. Unfortunately, just like nuclear weapons, even with nuclear weapons, the war will only shrink from a full-scale war to a local war. Society has not developed to a certain level, resources are not rich enough, and products are not rich enough. The benefits of work do not come as quickly as robbery, so countries have no intention of development and focus on robbery. Now I heard that a nuclear bomb from another country entered my home. The group of people responsible for the Chunin exam couldn't help but have a headache. Konoha village, inside the Hokage office. In the spacious office, 3rd Hokage held a pipe in his mouth and remained silent. Under the white royal robe, the 3rd Hokage's old face looked a bit gloomy. There was a long silence. The 3rd Hokage finally asked, "Has the information been confirmed?" In front of him, Asuma held a piece of information in his hand and said solemnly, "After multiple intelligence confirmations, we have conclusive evidence that this Sand Shinobi village, the student taking the Chunin exam, Sandstorm Gaara, is the one-tailed Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi village." 3rd Hokage took a long puff of cigarette and swallowed the hot smoke into his lungs. Feeling the heat and depression, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a heavy tone. Sand Shinobi actually sent the one-tailed Jinchuriki here. What are they planning? Asuma spoke in detail. Sandstorm Gaara, the son of 4th Kaze Kage, became the Jinchuriki who sealed one-tailed Shikaku before he was born. Because he was sealed with Shikaku's power while in his mother's body, the seal was incomplete and his power could easily go out of control. According to our intelligence sources in Sand Shinobi village, one-tailed Shikaku's Jinchuriki has unstable control over his own power. Within Sand Shinobi village, the attitude towards this Jinchuriki is mixed. 4th Kaze Kage even issued an order to execute him. Asuma's face was heavy and his tone was firm. Such a dangerous person appears in Konoha. It's hard for me to believe that 223, he just came to take the exam. I recommend banishing Sandstorm Gaara, banning him from taking the Chunin exams, and banning him from staying in Konoha. I approve of the expulsion of Sandstorm Gaara. Kakashi raised his hand in agreement. I agree too, TNK said calmly. It's such a headache, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and said slowly. Although I don't want to see Jinchuriki from other countries appear in our village, but as the organizer of the Chunin exam, we really have no reason to refuse them to participate in the Chunin exam. What more reason do you need? Asuma looked ugly and argued in a dissatisfied tone. Putting an unstable Jinchuriki in a village in another country is a provocation enough to trigger a war. Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the pipe with his hand and knocked it heavily on the table. We are the most powerful Konoha shinobi village among the 5 great shinobi villages. We have the advantage in the alliance and must show the tolerance of the great powers. Jinchuriki are not allowed to enter the villages of other countries according to the private tacit understanding of the major countries. However, these private tacit understandings have never been formally stated. These are unspoken rules that cannot be brought to the table. Just like the Chunin exam, although it is a military performance, it is still a Chunin exam after all. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was very helpless. Now that the Sand Shinobi are our allies, we have no reason not to let them take the Chunin exam, and we have no reason to drive the other side's ninjas out of Konoha. Asuma argued with reason and said excitedly, if we don't drive the opponent away, if Jinchuriki breaks out in the village, who will bear the losses to the village? Have we forgotten the painful lessons of the past? From the analysis of the intelligence collected this time, this Chunin exam contains a hidden conspiracy against Konoha. If it is not handled carefully, Konoha will suffer extremely painful losses. Ahem! Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed hard. We are Konoha, the most powerful of the 5 great ninja villages, and there have never been fewer conspiracies staring at us. Whether it's Cloud Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, or Rock Shinobi, no one is eyeing us covetously. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke firmly. No matter what the conspiracy is, we can only bear it. This is the awareness and burden of being a big country. Without conclusive evidence, relying on speculation to trigger conflicts is the greatest damage to Konoha. Just for the sake of Konoha's face, you don't even care about the safety of the village? Asuma argued with a red face. I don't agree with this reason. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head vigorously. Okay, Asuma, next, I will arrange for Umbu to keep an eye on one-tailed Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window. He put his hands on the window sill and looked at the prosperity of Konoha. The Chunin exam will continue. We can only continue with all the conspiracies and machinations. This is the fate of ninjas. Stubborn. Asuma walked out angrily. Well. Seeing this scene, TNK sighed and walked out of Hokage's office. This is the burden of being famous, and you have to suffer the consequences to save face. During this Chunin exam, TNK certainly did not forget the biggest threat lurking in the dark. Even if the plot is vague, Orochimaru's plan for the collapse of Konoha is such a major thing that he certainly cannot forget it. TNK once considered whether to reveal Orochimaru's attack plan. This is actually not difficult, relying on ninjutsu, some anonymous letters, and small notes. He was absolutely sure that he would not be tracked or discovered. But after participating in the arrangement of the Chunin exam during this period, Yinkei no longer had such thoughts. Just like the situation now. It's not that Konoha doesn't know that there are dangers and conspiracies hidden in the Chunin exam, but as the leader of the alliance, Konoha cannot arbitrarily refuse and prevent one-tailed Jinchuriki from participating in the Chunin exam, even though he shouldn't be here. This is the price that Konoha must bear as a powerful nation and the demeanor of a great nation. He couldn't even refuse one-tailed Jinchuriki to take the Chunin exam. It is even more impossible for Konoha to terminate the Chunin exam in order to prevent Orochimaru. Unless TNK can lead people and block Orochimaru in a corner, the war will really break out. Otherwise, even the third Hokage already knew that Orochimaru would attack the village during the Chunin exams. The Chunin exam will still be carried out without compromise. There's nothing we can do about it, it's because of our reputation. If Konoha wants to be the boss, even if his teeth are broken, he can only swallow them. Who allows Konoha to occupy the most prosperous land and accept the best commissions? In order to retain the remaining power and the majesty of the boss, Konoha can only show an inclusive and strong style of a big country. Asuma considers the safety of the village, and Third Hokage considers the international status of the village. Both of them were right, they were both working for the future of the village. The difference is that the status is different and the choices made are also different. Asuma cares about the safety of the villagers and the loss of the village, and he will not hesitate to damage the reputation of the village. But Hokage's focus was never on a specific person in the village. Hokage focuses on the whole concept of being a village. In the face of this concept, anyone can sacrifice, as long as the village grows stronger. For the reputation and status of the village, a lot of losses are acceptable. This is the most fundamental conflict and difference between superiors and ordinary people. After walking out of Hokage's office, Asuma came to the rooftop. While smoking, he looked down at the familiar village. Kakashi and TNK sat down next to Asuma. Kakashi looked at the village below and said calmly, "Third Hokage, there is actually some truth in what he said. Just because the other party is a Jinchuriki, it is forbidden for Gaara to take the Chunin exam and he is kicked out of Konoha. Such a move is really difficult to convince the public." Asuma snorted disapprovingly. "Kakashi, you don't rebel so easily, do you?" Kakashi shrugged. "Okay, I just comforted you with the above sentence, you don't have to worry about it. The important thing now is that Third Hokage has rejected our proposal. Ha ha ha." Asuma smiled helplessly and shook his head. "He is the Hokage after all," he said in a hissing 523 tone. "Of course I know, what the old man said makes sense. He has been a Hokage for decades. Who can speak to him about the truth? I'm just so angry. I've been suppressed by him all my life with all kinds of big principles and high-sounding principles. Ha ha ha, TNK laughed. I can see that as the son of the Hokage, you have suffered greatly. Asuma helplessly put out the cigarette but in his hand. I'm not trying to fight against the old man. I've already passed that age. It's just that the old man is too stubborn. He never understood that things are different now. I have been wandering outside for many years, and I have seen some things about the world over the years. Although the old man is a third Hokage, he has experienced great storms in his life. But his eyes can only hold this village, and he can only see the immediate interests of the village. But I know that the world is different from before. TNK nodded. The situation in Konoha and the situation in other ninja villages are changing. Yes, Asuma said with emotion. During the years when I was wandering outside and needed to hide my identity, I saw a lot of things that I would never see in the village. When first Hokage was still there, Konoha was truly powerful. He and Uchiha Madara teamed up to create Konoha and intimidate the entire world. The first generation is known as the god of ninjutsu, and is known as the man who single-handedly settled troubled times. After the first generation and Uchiha Madara fought in the Valley of the End, the first generation suffered from old injuries and passed away. Konoha no longer has the strength to suppress the world as a country. TNK nodded. Times have changed, and now is an era where heroes are rising together. Asuma continued. When second generation formed an alliance with Cloud Shinobi, they were seriously injured and died by a sneak attack by Cloud Shinobi's rebellious ninja. That was when Konoha's strength was at its lowest. The old man took up Konoha on his shoulders and became the third Hokage at that time. He has been fighting for most of his life, and he has indeed supported Konoha. He is the longest reigning Hokage in Konoha and the most familiar Hokage to everyone. There was a time when Konoha was in Sunin, the fourth Hokage. It was another era of prosperity for Konoha. Well, Kakashi sighed. That era of prosperity did not last long and soon fell apart. Sunin left, the fourth generation passed away, and finally the third generation supported Konoha. Asuma lowered his head, with a lonely expression on his face, but now Konoha is prosperous on the surface, and its high-end power is actually close to a fault. The old man is no longer what he was 30 years ago. He is old. Sunin left the village, the fourth generation passed away, and there are currently no ninjas in the village who can reach their height. Now is another low point in the decline of Konoha's strength. TNK's tone was solemn. San Shinobi came prepared this time. Konoha must act cautiously in the face of the current situation. Asuma's voice was a little deep. The old man thinks that as long as he is still here, Konoha will still be the same powerful Konoha. He thought he could protect Konoha for the rest of his life, but he forgot that he was already old. Konoha also has its ups and downs. How long can he support Konoha? Asuma gritted his teeth, his tone trembling. If San Shinobi really betrays the covenant this time and comes prepared, can the old man really withstand this time? Asuma asked himself. He didn't believe that the old man could survive this time. In the past few years in Konoha, first Hokage, second Hokage, and fourth Hokage have all died on the battlefield. The old man is already the longest-serving Hokage and the longest-living Hokage. If the San Shinobi really launches an attack on the Chunin exam, the old man will be in danger this time. This is what he is really worried about, and what makes him most angry. Thinking of the possibility mentioned by Asuma, Kakashi took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. I will contact Master Jiraiya and ask him to come back before the Chunin exam. Now we can only be more careful. This is Konoha after all, and we are not without the strength to fight. TNK said with a heavy tone, I just hope that the village will not suffer too much loss. TNK knows more about the subsequent history than Asuma's premonition. In the original history, Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan and killed the third Hokage. The village suffered great losses due to Shukaku's destruction. Konoha has had a hard time getting through this crisis. Even though Tsunade returned and took over as fifth Hokage, Konoha has been struggling to support it. It wasn't until Naruto and this generation of genin grew up that Konoha regained its strength. It can be said that this time Konoha's collapse plan has pushed Konoha's declining strength almost to the bottom. If it weren't for the collective outbreak of the new generation, Konoha would really decline. TNK is determined to stop this. But if you only commit 1,000 days to be a thief, how can you prevent 1,000 days from being a thief? Konoha's current strength is declining. Facing Orochimaru's plan, Konoha can only resort to tricks. Strength. Asuma sighed. Knowing that everything requires strength, you can muster some energy. Kakashi patted Asuma's shoulder. Asuma looked helpless. I'm not like the old man. I don't have his firm will. The reason I have the strength I have now is not to embarrass him. Why? He looked Kakashi up and down. Kakashi, you have the nerve to accuse me. You do have this talent, but unfortunately, your fighting spirit is not much better than mine. Asuma turned to look at TNK. The one who is most likely to surpass Sunan and catch up with Hokage is actually you, 5.3 TNK. Although I have never fought against you, I can tell that your strength should not be inferior to mine and Kakashi. You are much younger than us and have much potential. The future of Konoha will be left to you, Asuma said with emotion. TNK waved his hand. Stop doing this, you look so old-fashioned. You who are upright and in your prime are just lazy, but at my age, you have to work hard for the village. How about your faces? Ha ha ha, Asuma touched his head sheepishly. I'm used to following the old man's example, and my words will go astray without even realizing it. Speaking of which, the weather is nice today, Kakashi, don't you think so? He quickly changed the subject. Kakashi turned his head and looked at the familiar village in front of him again. I wish peace could last forever. The Chunin exam is proceeding without a fight. On the day of the exam, TNK sent his sister out early in the morning. Along the way, he secretly sensed the Flying Thunder God technique signposts he had placed in the village during this period. With the assistance of the Flying Thunder God beacon, he can come and go freely in the village. Even if he faces Orochimaru head-on, he is not afraid. In addition, these Flying Thunder God beacons also allow him to come and go freely to support the entire village. Although it was impossible to get Orochimaru to give up the idea of attacking Konoha, at least, this time, he will greatly reduce Konoha's losses in the war. All the way to the ninja school, the first exam is about to begin. Watching my sister Tiantian enter the examination room with her companions, TNK came to the lounge and waited for the first exam with others. In the lounge, Kakashi and Asuma sat bored, quietly waiting for the results of the exam. Asuma looked out the window and asked back, 04, when do you think the opponent will launch an attack if they target Konoha this time? The Chunin exam begins, and Asuma's sense of ominousness becomes more and more serious. He began to think about what time the enemy would choose if he took action. TNK thought a little, mixed with memories of the plot. If I were asked to take action, I would choose the Forest of Death and the finals as the opportunity to launch an attack. What's the reason? TNK's views coincide with Asuma's, and he wants to hear TNK's side of the story. TNK analyzed slowly. The Death Forest is a large place and is easy to lurk in. It is very easy for enemies to hide in it, if it is to weaken the younger generation of Konoha. In the Forest of Death, attacking those geniuses with potential is a sabotage operation with low risk and high profit. Asuma nodded seriously and agreed. Potential is potential after all. Before it is realized, genius can easily die young. Taking action against Konoha's potential genin, although there is no short-term effect, it will have a great impact on Konoha's future. And in the finals, that's even less so, TNK said coldly. When celebrities from all walks of life gather together, there will be many people with mixed eyes, and those people have high status. We can't even take the initiative to interrogate them. At this time, the enemy is most likely to mess around. On such an occasion, it is also the easiest to attack Konoha's momentum and prestige. When the time comes, we will even need to allocate manpower to protect those daimyo. Kakashi frowned and said solemnly, "This is what I'm worried about. If the other party really wants to launch an attack at that time, we will really be in big trouble." Thinking of the situation TNK mentioned, Asuma had another headache. Sand Shinobi shouldn't be so bold to take action against the daimyo. After all, Sand Shinobi still needs to gain more trust in order to attack Konoha. TNK said disapprovingly, "That's what I say, but I don't think Sand Shinobi will attack Konoha unilaterally. What's more, when the time comes, we don't dare to bet, right? After more than 10 years, this kind of thing is very clear. What's more, a small change in the real world can cause a chain reaction. Of course TNK can only make plans based on the worst possible outcome. In short, the focus of prevention is the Forest of Death and the final assessment." Asuma said in a serious tone, "I think it is more likely to be during the final assessment." Kakashi looked out the window. "I hope Master Jiraiya will be back by then." TNK crossed his fingers behind his head and looked up at the ceiling. "We are still short of manpower. Just monitoring these ninjas is a huge trouble. Maybe we should pay more attention to the key points. Jinchuriki Gaara is the top priority, and the sealing team needs to be arranged to be on call at any time. I can still hold on to the medical team. As for those guys lurking in the dark, I have to rely on you," Kakashi said calmly. "After all, I am also from Umbu. I will not be careless about this kind of thing. I have already made arrangements for the sealing class. I also have arrangements for the guard. It's not like Asuma is doing nothing these days. Then there's nothing to worry about," TNK said calmly. "After all, we are Konoha, the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. After taking precautions, I don't believe that those conspirators who came all the way can really defeat us head-on." Listening to TNK's words, Asuma and Kakashi also relaxed a lot. With some countermeasures, the atmosphere in the lounge has relaxed a lot. Rested for a while. Kakashi looked at TNK and asked curiously, "I remember that the examiner for the first exam was Marino Ieki, the sadist from the torture and interrogation department. Your sister is going to take the Chunin exam this time, aren't you nervous? TNK's tone was very relaxed. If I were to take the Jonin test every day, I might be nervous. As for the Chunin, I want to see if they can break my test record. Kakashi and Asuma looked at each other and smiled bitterly. I'm afraid your exam record will be difficult to break. TNK said lightly, it's not too difficult. You can cheat on the theory test, and it's not difficult to get a perfect score. What's more, that's not the point. As for the second round of exams, the Forest of Death, they also have an advantage over me. Kakashi shook his head. You passed the exam in the Forest of Death in less than an hour, and you still want others to surpass you. This is too unacceptable. TNK smiled. I have calculated that the Death Forest is only 10 kilometers from the entrance to the tower. With Chunin's strength of 523, running at full speed, it only takes 5 minutes to reach the tower. It will be a little troublesome to get the scrolls together, but there is a half chance that as long as your luck is not too bad, you can get the scrolls by defeating 2 teams. He sounded a little regretful. If I had been lucky and could get the scroll the second time, I would have no problem reaching the tower within 30 minutes. Asuma smiled bitterly and said, you monster, other Chunin exams are all trepidatious. You just rushed through the exam, completely destroying the meaning of the exam. Kakashi chuckled softly, you are too strong. When you took the exam, your strength was far beyond that of Chunin. Therefore, the assessment standards are completely meaningless to you. No one else can have your level of strength. It's almost impossible for them to break your record. TNK said disapprovingly, you have underestimated others. The future strength of this generation of newcomers to Konoha will surprise you. That's a good thing. Kakashi nodded. I am very shocked by the potential of Naruto and Sasuke. If it weren't for this, I would not directly recommend them to take the Chunin exam. Seeing Kakashi showing off his students, Asuma said not to be outdone. Seeing Kakashi and Asuma both looking confident in their students, TNK said, then let's make a bet. He said softly, I bet that my sister's team can break my record. How about you just bet that your students can pass the Chunin exam? Kakashi touched his chin. It's nothing to bet on. I'm quite confident in them, but what should I bet on? In this way, I really don't have a wife for the time being. TNK's bet was just a temporary idea and he had no idea what to bet on. The bet will be decided when the time comes. Anyway, it's just a request. If you can agree, then agree. If you can't, forget it. We are all ninjas. We all know what we can and cannot do. That's fine. Kakashi agreed directly. I am very interested in your medical ninjutsu. Although I can't learn it, I would like to make a bet for a skilled doctor. Of course I will not miss such an opportunity. Asuma nodded. I don't have any requirements for ninjutsu. I hope to help Hong find some genjutsu that is suitable for her. As a doctor of ninjutsu, you should have this information. No problem. TNK smiled. Then it's settled. After making a bet and chatting for a while, it was time for the first round of exams. Everyone left the lounge. TNK said, next, I'm going to the Forest of Death. The medical team will be responsible for treating those candidates who have abstained. Will you follow them together or wait outside? Kakashi touched his chin. After all, we are the instructors of the candidates. It is not appropriate to appear directly in the examination room. However, we will observe nearby. If there is any accident, you can send a signal for help and we will rush over as soon as possible. Asuma nodded in agreement. Kakashi is very thoughtful. We will patrol nearby. As long as you send a signal, we will rush over immediately. Fair enough. TNK thought about it for a while. After all, the exam will last for several days, so it is really appropriate to put the 3 Jonin here. In this case, I'll leave first. I can solve ordinary problems. If there is a problem that I can't solve, I will send a signal for help. Having made an agreement, TNK bid farewell to Kakashi and Asuma. After leaving the lounge, he called the medical team on standby. TNK and the medical team came to the temporary medical point near the entrance of the Death Forest. Through the temporary medical point hidden aside, you can see the registration point at the entrance of the Forest of Death. At this time, Mitarashi Anko, the examiner of the second round of examination, was at the registration point at the entrance of the Death Forest, arranging the next examination. Mitarashi Anko carelessly directed the candidates on site. Everyone must personally sign a death consent form, 3 death consent forms, and exchange a task scroll with the examiner. There are 2 types of task scrolls, the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. After entering the forest, no matter what method you use, you must collect different books of heaven and earth. Then enter the mission tower in the middle of the Forest of Death. Even if you pass the maximum time limit for the exam is 120 hours, which is 5 days, you must complete the task within 5 days to pass the exam. Within 5 days, those who fail to gather the scrolls to enter the tower, or if someone in the team dies and cannot continue fighting, will be eliminated. In addition, strictly prohibited, before reaching the tower. Mitarashi Anko looked at everyone with a smile. Friendly reminder, please try not to die. In the temporary medical center, a pretty girl in her 20s with a black ponytail and an oval face was looking at the examiner Mitarashi Anko, who was making arrangements in the distance. She frowned and complained softly, "Anko is scaring the candidates again." She turned her head, looked at TNK, and asked, "Captain TNK, why do the examiners always deliberately fail to remind candidates that they can exit the exam just by opening the scroll every time they take an exam?" TNK was paying attention to the younger sister among the candidates. Tian and Niji have obtained the scroll and are waiting to enter the Death Forest for the exam. Listening to his companion's inquiry, he turned his head and looked at him. "Nii, it's not easy to become a Chunin. Since you have taken the exam, you must give it your best. It is not a good thing to give the candidates a way out in advance. By not telling them this information, I hope they will collect it themselves. But this will be very dangerous. Those ninjas who cannot exit the exam in time may lose their lives and be left disabled." Yunyi frowned, unable to understand this approach. Next to Yunyi, a man with a crew cut and a white mask said in a calm tone, "In the world of ninjas, you can lose your life at any time. The dangers you face when taking exams in the village are much smaller than when performing tasks outside the village. If you can't accept these risks, then there is no need to be a ninja. What's more, aren't we waiting to treat them now?" TNK nodded. "You're right, being a ninja is not a safe and secure job. Whether it's a task or an exam, you have to bear risks." At the examination registration point, candidates have begun to enter the examination room through different entrances one after another. Seeing the candidates entering the venue one after another, TNK spotted a guy who he suspected was Orochimaru among the crowd. It was a grass ninja wearing a big bamboo hat. His pale skin was like that of a dead person, and his black eyes were unwavering, unlike a living person. TNK remembered that in the original plot, Orochimaru entered the Death Forest, attacked Suzuki, and left a curse mark on Suzuki. Is this the person in front of me? On the other side, Tian and his group entered the Forest of Death. Unlike those other candidates who immediately lay down as soon as they entered the Forest of Death, Tian and his group swaggered towards the tower in the center of the Death Forest. Xiaoli had some doubts about the tactic in front of him, so he asked cautiously, "Aren't we being too high-profile like this?" Wang is good. Tian's speed does not slow down, and he talks excitedly. "It just needs to be high-profile. I told my brother that I want to break his record in this exam." "What's brother TNK's record in this exam?" Xiao Li asked curiously. "We don't have much time to clear the mission and enter the tower within 1 hour." Niji had already opened his eyes, looking around for traces of other teams. Xiao Li almost fell off the tree. 5 days turned into 1 hour, it's too soon. "Yeah, so we have to hurry up." Tian looked around and asked, "Niji, have you found any traces of other teams? There is a 50% chance that at least 2 teams must be killed to collect the scrolls. If you are unlucky, you will need more. By the way, don't choose an opponent that is too strong. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to fight against each other in the arena competition." Found it. Niji quickened his pace, seeing Tian and Niji looking very excited. Xiaoli felt that he couldn't keep up with his teammates, thinking, 5 days turned into 1 hour, is that too hard? I remembered the examiner's numerous instructions, including a lot of survival tests and potential tests. It takes 5 days to pass in 1 hour. Is this really good? Shouldn't we make plans, collect intelligence, lurk, even lay traps, and then complete the mission? Niji said quickly. Xiaoli, don't forget our hard work this year. Our goal should not just focus on passing the exam. Only by breaking records. This is youth. Tian spoke loudly with a passionate tone. Youth is about transcending limits, youth is about breaking records. Teacher A is watching us. Yes, this is youth. Xiao Li immediately understood the true meaning of the Chunin exam as if he was struck by lightning. I understand, youth is about burning, youth has no limits. Chunin exam, here I come. Xiao Li's eyes were filled with tears, and his heart was filled with endless fighting spirit. Tenten and Niji exchanged glances. Xiao Li is really easy to deceive. 410. They rushed quickly and soon saw the Rain Shinobi team digging a trap beside a small road. Xiao Li's face was flushed at this time, and infinite strength surged through his body. Seeing the enemy suddenly appear in sight, he rushed over quickly, and I went first. Just as Tian was about to stop him, he saw Niji rushing forward. Niji said as he rushed, "It's just the beginning. They haven't had time to set up a trap yet, so they can take action directly." The trio of Rain Shinobi are confused. What about the promised 5-day mission? We agreed to lurk and collect intelligence, but what happened? It's only been 5 minutes, what happened? What the hell is going on? Surprisingly, a boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a red face and green skin, who didn't look easy to mess with, rushed over directly. A boy who looks even more difficult to mess with a master's demeanor in white clothes and white eyes. The 3 Rain Shinobi subconsciously put their hands into their ninja tool bags and were about to throw out the ninja tools. Leaf Hurricane, 8 Trigrams Air Palm. As soon as the 3 Rain Shinobi were approached, they immediately discovered something even more terrifying. Is this Genin's strength? When they flew into the sky, the question became, is this Genin's strength? There was no more time for them to think. A burst of boundless darkness had summoned them into the abyss of consciousness. Tian Tian ran over and complained, "You are too fast, I haven't had time to take action yet." Niji ignored Tenten's complaints and took out the scroll directly from Rain Shinobi. It's a pity that it's the scroll of earth. If it were the scroll of heaven, we could go to the tower now. Xiaoli clenched a fist with one hand and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. 5 minutes have passed now. Don't waste time. The record set by Brother T&K will be broken with our youth. Wak Niji didn't say much, used his Byakugan with all his strength, and continued sprinting through the forest. Immediately afterwards, another pair of Rain Shinobi suffered great misfortune. Like the previous team, they had just entered the forest for a few minutes. All the teams are thinking about hiding their whereabouts. They gathered together to discuss traps and plans. There was no team at all. Thinking that there would be someone, they rushed forward to grab the scroll without any scruples. On the one hand, it is the gap in strength, on the other hand, it is dark under the light. Most teams were misled by the examiner's statement that the task would be completed within 5 days. They didn't understand that a real master wouldn't need more than half a day. Just entering the forest, no one had time to set traps and familiarize themselves with the terrain. At the beginning of the battle, the competition was about outright strength. It's the Earth Scroll again. Niji reluctantly threw the scroll in his hand to Xiaoli. If you were less lucky, it will be difficult to break the record. After sweeping through a team again, Xiaoli clenched his fist, and said passionately, "It's okay. At this speed, we can defeat a team in 5 minutes. There is no problem in breaking the record. Hurry up." Niji once again rushed to the front to lead the way. He is not as optimistic as Xiaoli. Not every team is weak, not to mention that in the forest, the most numerous are Konoha's ninjas. He didn't want to take action against the ninjas in the village, so the only options he had to take action were Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi. Such a high-profile hunt was, after all, too high-profile. The more times you hunt, the more dangerous it becomes. If it takes longer, people may even join forces to target it. At most, we can only hunt 2 teams, and Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi will start to form a team. Just as he expected, after hunting 2 teams again, Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi have started to join forces. Although the Death Forest seems very big, after more than 20 teams are put in at a time, there will be 1 team within 1 kilometer on average. A group of high-profile hunts like Niji's have been noticed by everyone within a few times. The candidates in Konoha were shocked that such a powerful monster appeared in their village. Candidates from other villages were shocked that as soon as the game started, they became the targets of monster hunting. Suddenly, an undercurrent surged in the Forest of Death, and the tense atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. Just when Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi joined forces to target this bold Konoha team, Tian Tian and his group have arrived at the mission tower in the center. Tian Tian happily shook the scroll of heaven in his hand. Fortunately, the scroll of heaven came out at the last minute. If we had waited a little longer, we wouldn't have been able to break the record. It took them a total of 40 minutes, no more, no less, just 10 minutes better than TNK's time. Niji looked worried. We seem to have gone too far. In the end, I saw that the Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi seem to have united. I hope that other people in Konoha will not be targeted because of our affairs. Well, congratulations on passing the Chunin exam. I must say, you really surprised me. A summoned Chunin examiner led Tian Tian and his group out of the tower. On the other side, in the Forest of Death, he watched his sister enter the tower. TNK said with some emotion, "The Byakugan is really convenient. If I had the Byakugan to assist me during the exam, my speed would be much faster." He laughed again. My sister's team's luck is similar to that of my exam. They always encounter scrolls that already exist. If only Niji and the others could get the correct scroll the first time, they would be able to complete the Chunin exam within 10 minutes. If such a record is really set, it will truly be unprecedented and unprecedented. The current record of 40 minutes can be broken several times in the future if we are lucky. There is an undercurrent surging in the Forest of Death. The entire exam has changed beyond recognition, developing in a direction that no one could predict. In just 30 minutes, Tianation's team alone eliminated 4 teams and 12 genin. As the hunting targets of Tian Tian team, both Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi suffered heavy losses. Their outbursts every day caused more chain reactions. Some powerful teams were reminded. For the truly strong, this exam will not take 5 days at all. Not even half a day. The strong team is no longer lurking. They began to imitate Tianation's group, taking the initiative to attack when everyone was still unfamiliar with the terrain and unable to lay traps. Gaara from Sand Shinobi is the most unscrupulous candidate. He was carrying a big gourd on his back, followed by Temari and Kankuro, pushing flatly and unscrupulously. A ranged shinobi team, unable to dodge, stood in front of Gaara. Split up and run. Ranged shinobi, who took the lead, looked horrified and shouted loudly. Sand-bound coffin. The yellow sand in the sky swept up, and giant hands pulled up from the ground blocked ranged shinobi who wanted to escape. Among Huancha's giant hands, rough and cold hands stretched out to grab ranged shinobi. Once caught by the big hands of the yellow sand, the spreading yellow sand, like piranhas that smelled the smell of blood, swarmed in and wrapped the opponent. The coffin made of yellow sand was like a cage, locking ranged shinobi into an airtight coffin. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara reached out and shook the void. The sealed coffin seemed to have been crushed by a big hand. Bang! Explosions, whines. Like a crushed chicken, splattered flesh and blood, flying internal organs, mixed with sticky yellow sand, fell heavily to the ground. The bright red flesh and blood mixed with the yellow sand, turning into a dirty and dark red color, and mixed with the sticky human remains to form a disgusting pattern. It was like the filthiest slaughterhouse, with scattered internal organs and carcasses scattered all around. Gaara rampaged all the way, relying on absolute defense and using only the simplest two moves to kill all the ninjas in front of him. The weak team was shocked by the strength and ferocity of the strong. They found that against those strong teams, they couldn't last even 5 minutes, let alone 5 days. Faced with such a situation, the genins, who were afraid of becoming hunting targets, immediately had other thoughts. Surrounded by Konoha, their numbers were greatly reduced, and ranged shinobi and sand shinobi, who felt they were at a disadvantage, gathered their teams and wanted to stay together for warmth. The combination of ranged shinobi and sand shinobi caused panic among other candidates. Forcing them to take action in advance, the entire Death Forest fell into panic. In panic, ninjas from various countries began to fight, trying to get the scroll before other ninjas united. Just 30 minutes into the game, Tia Nation's team pushed the entire Death Forest game into the finals. 9 teams and 27 genin were eliminated from the examination room within an hour. At this time, the number of people in the Death Forest has been reduced by nearly half, and the battle has entered the final stage. Seeing TNK, Gaara became murderous all the way. Although he has obtained the clearance scroll, he is not in a hurry to complete the task, but kills everyone on sight. Temari and Kankuro try to persuade Gaara. Okay, let's go to the tower. We have gathered 2 scrolls, let's end this quickly. Kankuro looked embarrassed and looked at Gaara with fearful eyes. Gaara stared at Kankuro with cold eyes. Shut up, I haven't had enough fun yet. I think it's better to forget it. You've already killed many people. Kankuro said with fear, keep killing, maybe it will trigger the examiner's warning. Gaara said without changing her expression, you are scared, coward. Temari moved her hands to comfort Gaara. Gaara, let's go to the tower. The strongest team has already completed the task and entered the tower. No matter how many people we kill here, we will only be in 2nd place now. If it's a little later, maybe it's 3rd or 4th place. After hearing Temari's words, Gaara was silent for a while. Yes, killing those weak and defenseless people will only delay the time we complete the mission. Seeing Gaara calm down, Kankuro immediately helped Temari to persuade her. Looking at the stumps and flesh and blood on the ground, Gaara turned and walked towards the tower. Temari and Kankuro breathed a sigh of relief and ran quickly towards the tower. After the killing spree, Gaara and his party left, and the tense atmosphere in the Death Forest finally eased a little. The soothing atmosphere did not last long. Many teams were eliminated and many scrolls were destroyed. For the remaining people, it will be more difficult to advance. Every candidate who wants to enter the next stage understands this. The fighting soon began again. Naruto's team met a Konoha team. They turned around and wanted to leave, but were stopped by the other party. 3 Konoha genin who were close to 20 years old stopped in front of Naruto and the others. A Konoha shinobi with a spiked head and 2 swords in both hands spoke. In this genin exam, there were too many strong perverts. I thought we would have no chance to pass this time. I didn't expect that we were so lucky that we met a group of newcomers. Another ninja with a mustache had a smile on his face. Luck is also a part of strength. It's also luck when they meet us. At least we only need their scrolls and we won't kill them. The last ninja wearing a turban, 397, looked fierce. Newbie, please hand over the scroll quickly. Chunin's exam is not something you can take at your age. Suzuki took out his kunao, assumed a fighting stance, and sneered. You were underestimated. Little Sakura tried to calm things down. We are all ninjas of Konoha. We still have more time now. Let's go grab the scrolls from other villages. Suzuki disagreed. Don't worry about it. With their strength, how dare they go to find ninjas from other countries? What's more, they don't even ask what kind of scroll we are, and they just want to directly provoke us. With their IQ, when they meet us, they are indeed their luck. At least we only want their scrolls and we won't kill them. Suzuki returned the other party's words intact. Damn you brat, the 3 older genin said through gritted teeth. By the way, what kind of scroll is your scroll? Naruto asked curiously. The 3 older genin looked at each other without replying. You have angered us. Even if your scroll is not what we want, don't expect us to let you go this time. Suzuki didn't care and said it lightly. It's not bad to get an extra scroll. Even if you don't need it, you might be able to trade it with others. The three older genins' eyes lit up and they rushed forward. Please subscribe. The fight lasted less than a minute. The three older genin had been knocked to the ground. Damn it, he's obviously a kid, but he's so strong. Suzuki pulled out the mission scroll from Mustache Genin. Idiot, Shinin examinee, the younger the opponent, the more careful you have to be. Only those who are weak will take the exam many times. It is easy for some monsters to appear among the newcomers. What a brat, you actually said that we are not good at studying. Is not it? Suzuki sneered, thank you so much, it turns out to be just the scroll we need. Goodbye then, my weak seniors, our mission has been completed and it's time to go to the central tower. At this time careful, Suzuki suddenly pulled little Sakura and jumped back, and reminded Naruto loudly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 kunai were nailed to the ground where Suzuki and the others had just stayed. 3 kunai were nailed to the throats of the 3 older genin. The response is pretty good, but it's a pity that I can't let you complete the tower so easily. A strange guy with long black hair, a face as pale as a zombie, and eyes that did not fluctuate and did not look like a living person, appeared in front of Suzuki and others. Whole Naruto looked down at the 3 older genin. With Suzuki's reminder, he dodged the kunai shot at him, but failed to save the 3 older genin. The 3 older genin lost their lives before they even had time to scream. Their eyes widened and their mouths opened slightly. They only had time to leave a look of horror before they were nailed to the ground by kunai. The blood flowed quietly on the ground along the kunai, taking away the lives of the 3 of them. They have lost their fighting capacity, why do you want to kill them? Naruto glared angrily, staring angrily at the person in front of him. What a naive guy. The zombie face stuck out its long tongue and stared at Naruto with cold eyes like a reptile. Of course the reason why I want to kill them is because it's fun. Interesting. Naruto clenched his fists, furious. You find it fun to kill people who have no power to resist. You damn guy is unforgivable. It's like stepping on a few ants while walking, or setting fire to a bee's nest on a whim. The zombie's face revealed a hint of nostalgia. Who cares what the ants and bees think? As long as you find it interesting for that second, just follow your own thoughts and do whatever you want. The zombie's face is cold and stiff, with a cold gaze like slaughtering livestock. If you couldn't hide from those kunai just now, you would already be accompanying them underground now. Hateful. Naruto burst into anger and gritted his teeth. I will never let you go. The corners of the zombie's face twitched, as if he were smiling, but his eyes were still like the snow that had not melted all year round, revealing the gloom and coldness. You still have time to care about other people. Next, it's you. I'm going to blow you away. Naruto looked angry and rushed forward regardless. He took long strides, forming seals with his hands as he rushed forward. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. There were continuous explosions, and under the clouds of smoke, Naruto appeared one after another. One Naruto, in the process of charging, turned into a large group of Naruto. Hundreds of Narutos were furious, rushing towards the zombie's face with astonishing speed and indomitable momentum. Interesting, the zombie's face showed interest. He bit off his thumb to reveal the special tattoo on his left arm. His bloody thumb traced his left arm, and he clasped his hands together. Summoning technique. A whirlwind rose from under his feet, and a huge monster emerged from under his feet. Just by showing its body, the huge monster stirred up smoke and dust all over the sky. In the hazy smoke, a terrifying monster tens of meters long appeared at his feet. The zombie face looked down at Naruto and his party. I hope you can bring me some fun. Naruto gasped as he rushed midway. It was a nightmarish giant snake that was several times bigger than the train. The 3 huge horn-shaped snake heads are as big as a house. 2 terrifying cocky eyes, like 2 doors. The crack in the door reveals a gloomy and intimidating evil spirit, like a ghost gate connecting to hell. The giant snake looked condescendingly at the person in front of it, who was the size of an insect. The giant snake lowered its gaze and swallowed its long, forked tongue. The forked city was like a sewer pipe. What a terrifying beast this is. This is a terrifying monster that only appears in nightmares. Before Naruto could react. Wow! The giant snake flicked its tail slightly, like a tsunami. Its thick tail set off huge waves. A huge wave composed of mudslides rushed towards Naruto's army. Boom! Naruto's Shadow Clone army is like a helpless mortal facing a tsunami. Easily, the Shadow Clone army had been swept to pieces. Little Sakura covered her mouth with her hands, unable to believe what she was seeing. Is this a dream? This kind of scene that only appeared in nightmares made her unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Suzuki pulled away little Sakura, who was too scared to move. He continuously jumped on huge trees to avoid the attacks of mudslides. Suzuki shouted, Naruto, Naruto, speak quickly, Naruto, are you okay? The long tongue of the zombie face shoots into the soil like a javelin. The long tongue shoots into the soil and burrows into the soil like a pangolin. The long tongue like a rubber tube fished out a muddy and scarred Naruto from the mudslide. It's such a pity that he spoke so loudly, but ended up being so weak that he died with just a slight touch. The tone of the zombie face was a bit regretful, as if he was sighing that his toy was ruined like this. Naruto is dead? Sasuke felt like he was struck by a bolt of lightning. A cold feeling rose from the solace of his feet and spread all over his body in an instant. The guy who got along with him day and night, the guy who kept shouting that he wanted to be a Hokage, the guy who competed with him and never gave in, died like this? The zombie face swung its long tongue and threw Naruto aside. He stared at Sasuke and little Sakura as if they were his own food. The next one is you, hateful. To kill Naruto just like that, the anger in Sasuke's heart broke through the lingering fear due to his keen perception. I will absolutely never let you go. In the scarlet eyes, 3 tadpole-like black shadows rotated rapidly in the eyes. Seeing Sasuke's amazing transformation, Zombie Face felt happy. I have already opened 3 Tomo Sharingan, which is really an unexpected bonus. His long forked tongue was licking the corners of his mouth. The descendants of the Uchiha clan began to join the team with enthusiasm. The green fruit is almost ripe. Star. Very angry but calm. The anger reaches the extreme, but there is nothing that can make people more angry. Anger burned through Sasuke's entire being. Instead, he calmed down. There was only one goal left in his eyes, and he must kill the person in front of him. Sasuke holds a shuriken in his mouth, shooting kunao continuously with one hand, and holding a Fuma shuriken in the other hand. Under the kunao shot, the zombie-faced monster's body twisted. Like a strange snake modified by software, it snakes through the big trees at an astonishing speed. Sasuke's eyes glowed brightly, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan turned rapidly. I saw it. Everything in front of me is like a slowdown TV. Everything has slowed down. Finally able to see the other party's movements clearly, Sasuke shot the Fuma shuriken in the direction of the opponent's attack, predicting the direction in advance. Being avoided, he fired another shuriken. Once again dodged. Sasuke's brain was calculating rapidly. The opponent's speed is amazing, and his strength is far superior to mine. Only one chance. It's now. The Fuma shuriken passed through the monster's back. Sasuke hugged the tree with his arms behind his back. He clenched his teeth on the translucent string tied to the Fuma shuriken and pulled hard. The Fuma shuriken that had been dodged quickly turned around from behind the opponent and launched another attack. Sharingan fucks windmill technique. 623 hit. Terrible guy. Before Sasuke had time to be happy, he saw that the flawless Fuma shuriken was bitten by the opponent's teeth, and he caught it alive. Seeing that the zombie face actually held the Fuma shuriken between his teeth, Sasuke formed a seal with his hands and launched another attack. Fire-style fire dragon technique. He spurted a fire dragon from his mouth, followed the thin line in his mouth, and sprayed it directly into the opponent's face. Too close to each other. Even though the opponent's strength was far superior to Sasuke's, he couldn't escape the sudden attack. Boom! The fire dragon crashed into the enemy's face. The entire head of the zombie face was engulfed by a burst of blazing flames. Hoo-ho! Sasuke gasped for air and finally hit the opponent. Damn it! Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was shocked to find out. The high temperature that is enough to burn a person hits the other person's face, but the other person is completely fine. What kind of monster is this? Thinking back to all the battles just now, Sasuke felt a sense of despair in his heart. Even if you exert your full strength, you can't hurt the opponent at all. Fatal attacks are just like a joke to Zombie Face. Such power made him despair. After suffering a fatal attack from Sasuke, Zombie Face did not take action, he said calmly. At a young age, he can skillfully use the power of Sharingan. He is worthy of being a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Your performance makes me want you even more. At such a young age, you can activate the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and your potential is even greater than Itaka's. Weasel? Sasuke's pupils shrank when he heard the name he thought about day and night. Is this a monster on the same level as that man? Zombie Face said calmly. My name is Orochimaru, you will come to me later. This mark is my parting gift to you. Feel the power I give you. Orochimaru formed a seal with his hands, his neck was like an extended snake, he opened his fangs and bit Sasuke's neck. At this time, a big foot appeared in Orochimaru's sight. The Bigfoot becomes clearer and clearer from far to near. Like a missile, Bigfoot hit Orochimaru's face at a high speed that made people unable to react. Orochimaru's head felt like it was being struck by a heavy hammer. The whole head, like a hit baseball, flew far away. The huge force moved his entire body. His whole body and head were kicked away and flew out with him. A man in white clothes with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes appeared in front of everyone. T&K stands on a huge branch. He half-crouched and looked down at Orochimaru, who had been kicked away. A lot of old men came to the Chunin exam to bully 12-year-old Genin. TNK sighed in admiration. In terms of thick skin, you are the only one. Where's your moral integrity, Orochimaru? Correct, he added another taunt. Even when you were bullying 12-year-old Genin, you got sprayed in the face. Where was your face? Oh, my face is burned. TNK looked at Orochimaru with disgust. Call. Seeing TNK arriving, Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. Brother TNK, Sasuke fell to his knees weakly, choking. Brother TNK, Naruto is dead. I failed to take care of Naruto. Sasuke's eyes filled with tears and he sobbed softly. TNK glanced at Sasuke and comforted him. Don't worry, Naruto won't die that easily. Sasuke looked in the direction of Naruto's body, and there was nothing there. Naruto just fainted. TNK pointed to a big tree nearby, where Naruto was lying quietly. Little Sakura ran over and checked Naruto's breathing. She cried with joy. Naruto is still alive. Just stay alive. Sasuke shed tears in his eyes, and the change of regaining something made him feel like a roller coaster. TNK waved his hand at Sasuke. You and little Sakura, please go aside first. This guy is not something you can deal with. This is a master who is one level higher than Jonin. An S-class rebellious ninja who can fight the cage and has the strength to conquer a country. Orochimaru, the rebellious Konoha ninja who once almost became the Hokage. You know me quite well. Orochimaru suddenly appeared from behind TNK. Konoha TNK, the next ninjutsu doctor. I have heard a lot of rumors about geniuses, most of them are not worthy of their reputation, but you seem to be a little different. I have collected some information about you and heard some rumors about you. I am very interested in you. Do you want to work for me? Orochimaru greeted TNK cheerfully. You don't mind being stepped on in the face in public, Orochimaru, you are indeed different from others. Seeing this legendary Orochimaru, TNK felt something in his heart. After being stepped on by him, the other party didn't take action but wanted to recruit him, which surprised TNK. He is indeed the biggest villain in the early stages of the Hokage plot. Compared to other villains, Orochimaru's castle is really unfathomable, and in the blink of an eye he starts thinking about recruiting the enemy who just kicked him in the face. And Sasuke just sprayed him in the face, and Orochimaru didn't care. Such a guy has probably surpassed human inherent cognition. Orochimaru's current appearance, whether it is dealing with enemies, friends, or even other living species, they all have a bit of the meaning of God being supreme and treating all things as stupid dogs. TNK is a little surprised at Orochimaru's current state. He doesn't care if someone steps on his face in front of him, he only cares about profit and loss. Now Orochimaru seems to have reached a state of being too ungrateful. Such a guy will not be provoked or offended at all unless it involves the bottom line. Such a person is admirable for his deep city and high realm. Although he has some admiration for Orochimaru in his heart, TNK will not be easily convinced by his enemies. He said without any sign of weakness, if it were the other way around, I would be happy for you to work under me. As a ninja, it's all about strength, not realm. No matter how high the realm is, if it cannot be transformed into strength. After all the accumulation, Sasuke was not completely cheap. Arrogant young man, Orochimaru shook his head slightly, his tone indifferent. He stared at TNK. You want to recruit me as 533, do you think you have the qualifications? It is precisely because you are young that you have the capital to be arrogant, and because you are young, you have time to climb to the highest peak. TNK's tone was relaxed and he didn't care about Orochimaru's ridicule. He asked, I would like to know, if you still have to show your face at a very old age, what will support your confidence? TNK chuckled. Everyone will grow old, there is nothing we can't afford. Orochimaru, 20 years have passed since your time. Since you are quite old, you should hide in the dark and continue your research. If you really want to come out and show your face, be careful that you will end up late, TNK said proudly. It's not unbelievable to recruit you. You know, at my age, even you have to look up to me. And in a few years, how do you know that the me at that time will not let you look up to me now? Ha ha ha. Orochimaru couldn't help laughing, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. What a terrible young man, so ambitious and ambitious. He stopped smiling. Are you provoking me? You shouldn't have told me this. You shouldn't be so unreasonable, you shouldn't refuse my kindness. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with danger. After all, potential is just potential, and a dead genius is nothing, TNK said lightly. Potential is just potential, but potential brings strength. I don't think you have the ability to kill me either. His eyes were like lightning, examining the reason. Maybe, I'm also considering whether to kill you here. TNK's eyes were filled with eagerness to try, and he was clearly very interested in this idea. If Orochimaru is killed here, the Konoha collapse plan may be completely over? I kind of hate you. Orochimaru's eyes are cold and noodle-like. What you say must be supported by strength. When your strength cannot support your words, you need to know how to respect the strong. Weak people have no right to gossip. He showed his sharp teeth and his tone was cold and cold. Because only in this way, you will not be trampled to death like an ant because it is an eyesore. TNK smiled softly and firmly. How will you know if you don't try? How will you understand if you don't try? Your era has long passed. I hope your strength is as good as your eloquence, Orochimaru said coldly. I won't hold back this time, I will do my best to hope you can survive. His face showed murderous intent, his face was as pale as a zombie, murderous and terrifying. Orochimaru's monstrous aura was mixed with invisible murderous aura, and the sky seemed to be a little darker. Like a real murderous intention, it seemed to add a bit of black color to the entire forest. It was like being put into a sealed pressure cooker, with huge pressure, like a mountain, pressing down on the human body. Sasuke and little Sakura were completely unable to move. In the air, it was like there were invisible thin needles blending into the air. Every time Sasuke and little Sakura took a breath, they felt a twinge of pain. It's like a needle has been swallowed into the throat and stuck in the neck. They want to vomit, but they are weak. They want to breathe, but it is difficult to breathe. This is a mental murderous attack. Orochimaru's powerful murderous intention accumulated over many years is enough to stimulate the human brain, causing the brain to send out wrong messages and produce a real stimulus. This is like actual murderous intention, which can actually kill people. Facing the terrifying and infinite killing intent, TNK's body trembled slightly. Orochimaru sneered, shaking with fear? There was disdain in his voice. After all, it's just a genius who grew up in a greenhouse. Judging from the information I got, you have almost never left the village. Are you afraid of the outside world? Or do you want to make a name for yourself? I guess you haven't even killed anyone. Orochimaru's tone was sarcastic. If your strength is limited to this, I will be very disappointed. I will repay the price of disappointing me with your life. TNK spoke twice as fast, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. No, it's not fear, it's excitement. Unexpectedly, uncle, you are so old and strong that you can give me a death crisis just by relying on murderous intent, forcing me to enter this special state. I am surprised and very excited. As a way of affirming you, I will use my full strength this time, so be careful not to die. You are the first person in this world to see me in this state. You should feel honored. You mean you are trembling with fear and speaking very fast? Orochimaru mocked contemptuously. However, being able to talk in the face of fear is also a talent. TNK said coldly. You have no idea what you are facing, but you will soon see it. Warm-up begins. A rustle. TNK's whole person disappeared from the air. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, and the other party completely disappeared from under his eyes. There is no chakra fluctuation. Look at the trampled footprints on the ground. Is this a physical technique? But where are the people? How could he be faster than I can sense? Orochimaru stretched his senses with all his strength. 2.6 Where is he? Boom! As if being hit by a sledgehammer, Orochimaru flew up. Like being hit by a train, there was a buzzing sound in his mind. TNK, who had just disappeared, revealed his figure. He kicked Orochimaru into the air with a huge force and a crackling sound in the air. Don't die, Orochimaru. 8 Trigram's sword palm. After kicking Orochimaru away, TNK paused, and power burst out from the soles of his feet, rising from the ground, connecting to his torso, and using the swing of his body, he swung his palms and shot out in the air. The chakra and the acupoints all over the body resonate synchronously, and the chakra nature transformation turns into the invisible chakra scalpel. The invisible palm power of the 8 Trigram sword palm blends into the dual explosion of flesh and chakra. The explosive and manic airflow turned into countless chakra blades spraying wildly in an instant. The sharp blades tore the air and made a harsh whistle. Countless chakra blades sprayed wildly, and the sharp blades tore through the air, making a harsh whistle, and attacked Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils contracted, the buzzing in his ears had not subsided, and the shadow of death had already enveloped his heart. Subconsciously, Orochimaru sprayed out multiple large snakes from his sleeves. He stepped hard on the big snake and used the momentum to deflect his direction. Although he has limited mobility, his many years of combat experience have given him the most correct response with his combat instincts. Years of training in life and death allowed him to rely on instinct to make the best choice even when his consciousness was in a trance. Orochimaru's tongue pierced the tree trunk above his head like a javelin. With the drag of the long tongue, his whole body was like a swing, avoiding the attack of the chakra blade. Boom! It was a tree trunk in the distance being cut open, branches and leaves falling off, making a loud noise. The blade of chakra, tearing apart the air, tearing apart trees, tearing apart everything in the way, landing safely on the tree trunk. Orochimaru looked down at the snake stumps that had been cut into pieces. He was shocked at the huge destructive power caused by the opponent's ninjutsu. What a terrible technique! A warm touch slid down his cheek. Orochimaru touched his face. There was a thin cut, from the corner of the eye to the earlobe, as if it had been cut by a sharp knife. He didn't escape completely. There was no feeling at the wound, and those invisible sharp blades were terrifyingly sharp. Recalling the jutsu just now, Orochimaru was still frightened. He stared at TNK with confusion in his eyes. How can your speed be faster than my perception? What kind of technique was that just now? As one of Konoha's Sunin, Orochimaru knows a lot about Konoha's ninjutsu and secret techniques. His continuous attention to Konoha over the years has allowed him to understand the unique skills and secret techniques of every important ninja in Konoha, but unfortunately, he had never heard of the technique used by the man in front of him. This gave him, who had always wanted to master all the ninjutsu and understand all the truths in the world, an elusive feeling of powerlessness. That's a special state. In that state, my speed will be twice the normal speed. TNK's speaking speed returned to normal. When he entered that state, his speaking speed doubled. That jutsu is the unique ninjutsu he created, the time ninjutsu. Since passing through the country of waves, TNK's attributes have changed again. Now his attributes are: a name TNK, title Monopoly, a destiny points 500, wealth 30.5 million, tails, skills possessed, time ninjutsu, light speed, a perception, elementary, secret technique, paper release, advanced, 8 inner gates, 5th gate, flying thunder god technique, beginner, Tsukuyomi, intermediate, 8 trigram sword palm, elementary, 8-1 palm, beginner, gentle fist, beginner, medical ninjutsu, intermediate, time and space ninjutsu, beginner, sealing technique, intermediate, cooking technique, intermediate, acupuncture, beginner. During their trip to the country of waves, TNK gained a lot of destiny points through a series of actions. Changing Zabuza's fate will earn you 1000 fate points, and changing Shiro's fate will earn you 2000 fate points. Earn 1000 destiny points by changing the fate of the Kingdom of Waves. Including the original 1500 destiny points, TNK collected 5500 destiny points. Since there was no other need for the time being, TNK invested all his destiny points into the ninjutsu Tsukuyomi. Although without Manjikaya Sharinan, TNK still cannot use Tsukuyomi on others even if he already has intermediate Tsukuyomi. But mid-level Tsukuyomi has begun to undergo qualitative changes. The biggest gain from this change is that the ninjutsu he created, the time ninjutsu light speed perception, has been truly recognized by the system. The ninjutsu that just appeared has been recognized by the system. This ninjutsu is ranked in the highest first row in the Monopoly Mall. In the highest order of S-level ninjutsu, the ranking of time ninjutsu is far above that of Shinshen Tsukuyomi, and even surpasses the flying thunder god technique. These performances made TNK understand that the ninjutsu he created had unlimited potential. With time ninjutsu, even if you only have a preliminary grasp of Wei Cai, you can already extend your time perception 10 times. By extending his own time instantly and relying on his unique perception of the speed of light, TNK can turn his 1 second into 2 seconds. This is the first level of time ninjutsu he created, time ninjutsu Setsuna. After lengthening his time perception, he became able to master the difficult ninjutsu that were originally difficult to master. In the longer time, in the face of the terrible perception that can prolong the time, it becomes completely without difficulty. In a short period of time, TNK has mastered the 8 trigrams palms, which he had never been able to master because he didn't have Byakugan. At this point, TNK finally has his own unique power system that is proud of the ninja world. He will use time ninjutsu as the foundation to master infinite changes. In his power system, time ninjutsu is the body and thousands ninjutsu is the use. Use time ninjutsu to master infinite changes, and use thousands of ninjutsu to nourish time ninjutsu. With the power of time ninjutsu, Wei Cai connected his own strength and heritage. After mastering the time ninjutsu, he truly transformed from a knowledgeable ninjutsu master to a grandmaster ninjutsu doctor with many variations of ninjutsu. With this strength and the blessing of time ninjutsu, TNK is already in an invincible position even if he faces Orochimaru head-on. It can actually double the maximum speed. Listening to TNK talking about that state, Orochimaru's pupils tightened, he was wary, and he secretly guessed. Is it the limit of blood inheritance or the secret technique of exploding 257 rounds? By doubling the speed, he has already seen the horror of that state. A physical arts master who can use the power of his body to perform the body flicker technique, doubling his speed. This state has completely surpassed human perception. Even he, faced with that state, couldn't catch it and could only be beaten. TNK said in a calm and understated tone. But it will be very difficult to maintain that state, so don't worry too much about me beating you to death like this. We can take our time and get used to it. TNK's tone was indifferent. As for the technique that just attacked you, it was the 8 trigram sword palm. Hearing TNK tell his information confidently, the alarm sounded in Snake's heart again. Invisible pressure, terrifying attacks, and unprecedented terrifying ninjutsu. All his experiences reminded him that the young genius in front of him was really a monster that could rival him. The battle begins again. Even after leaving that special state, TNK's speed is still astonishing. With a whoosh, relying on the explosive power of his body, he had transformed into an afterimage and attacked Orochimaru. Latent Shadow Snake Hand. Color Madara shot out from Orochimaru's cuffs. Scarlet Ugly Lion Majesty. Those ugly Lion Majesty opened their fangs, roared, and attacked TNK. The Hidden Shadow Snake Hand is Orochimaru's specialty move. This is a terrifying move that uses the summoning technique to release multiple poisonous monster snakes from the cuffs to perform multiple attacks. Multiple poisonous monster snakes summon instantly, cooperate with each other, either twisting or stinging, and launch multiple attacks in succession. For ordinary ninjas, faced with a poisonous monster snake standing right in front of them, with its terrifying poisonous fangs spread out, and carrying out suicide attacks one after another, they often lose confidence even before they fight. The successive poisonous attacks are even more difficult to resist and avoid. Once hit by Lion Majesty, you will immediately be entangled by the endless and winding poisonous monster snakes. Those poisonous attacks are even more diverse and extremely deadly. Either the blood seals the throat, or the limbs are paralyzed. As long as they are hit once, a continuous stream of poisonous snakes will follow them like a boundless sea of demonic snakes to devour all Snow Zero enemies. Such an extremely terrifying practical ninjutsu is so difficult to use that it reaches the level of A-level ninjutsu. This is a powerful ninjutsu on the same level as Rei's Nan and Chidori. But this terrifying ninjutsu, which is enough to be used as a killing move by J.A. Nin, is just the most common attack move for Orochimaru. Facing TNK, who threatened him with death, Orochimaru went all out as soon as the battle began. It is difficult for two fists to defeat four hands, not to mention the mouths of countless Lion Majesty. This ninjutsu is used to deal with taijutsu ninjas who want to get close because it is effective. As long as he is bitten or entangled by Lion Majesty, even a powerful taijutsu ninja will be in a desperate situation under continuous attacks. Seeing the terrifying attack from Orochimaru, Sasuke already clenched the kunao in his hand. He watched Orochimaru's every move with his scarlet Sharingan. After Orochimaru was kicked away by TNK for the first time, he could no longer maintain his strong murderous aura. He and little Sakura were also freed from the prison of murderous intent. Facing the enemy who almost killed him with just his killing intent, Sasuke told himself, "Even if you are not strong enough, even if you want to die here, you must not retreat." He is ready to support TNK at any time. Even if he is not strong enough, he will still be the fulcrum to move the stone. He will assist TNK's offensive at the critical moment. But at this time, he saw Orochimaru's terrifying attack and faced such a terrifying and unbeatable enemy. Even though Sasuke was very confident in TNK's strength, he couldn't help but be shaken at this moment. That is an S-class rebel ninja who can conquer a country. Can ninjas of our age really fight against such a monster? Can brother TNK really defeat him? Recalling the experience that I clearly hit the opponent, but the opponent was unharmed. Sasuke looked at TNK worriedly. If he couldn't block these attacks, everyone would die together. Facing the colorful Madara, ugly Scarlet, and ferocious Lion Majesty with its fangs spraying out, TNK did not continue to approach. He knew that Lion Majesty had extremely strong vitality. Even if his head was cut off, he could continue to spray venom under the control of his remaining consciousness. It's not a good idea to fight up close with a swarm of ferocious Lion Majesty that can bite anyone until they die. If you can't get close, then don't get close. TNK sneered in his heart, it was just a bunch of dead snakes. He pushed hard on the ground with his right leg, and the leg muscles bounced hard like compressed springs. With the sudden explosion of chakra in his body, the terrifying explosive force was transmitted from the legs to the whole body. His whole body was like a fully stretched bowstring, taut, tight. The power of the entire body is transferred to the hands through the swing of the waist, like a long whip, swung out in the air. 8 trigrams air palm. Boom! Invisible air waves came out of the palm, the air was torn apart, and the amazing palm force squeezed out the air, making a huge explosion. Snapped! The strong wind blows, the strong wind sweeps, the fierce wind pressure, mixed with the violent explosion of chakra, is like the pressure of Mount Tai. In just a moment, blood splashed and flesh and blood scattered. The terrifying pressure, from the outside inward, was like an invisible big hand, crushing the heads of all the poisonous monster snakes in an instant. Those Madara-colored, ugly and terrifying ferocious Lion Majesty, in an instant, turned into blood-splattered, limp mincemeat, which was pressed into the dirty soil. After crushing the Lion Majesty, the strength of the palm did not decrease. The violent impact was like a transparent rhinoceros, charging all the way in the direction of TNK's palm with astonishing speed and power. It brought up billows of smoke and dust and stirred up the strong wind. Even Orochimaru was hit by the volley palm again at this time, and his whole body flew out upside down under the violent impact. Seeing the scene, TNK kicked his feet hard, and the soil on the ground exploded. His entire figure was like an afterimage, disappearing from the place. "I'll kill you while you're sick." After seizing the opportunity, TNK continued to attack Orochimaru, who was hit. Seeing Orochimaru being hit into the air by a palm during the ninjutsu confrontation with TNK, the kunao in Sasuke's hand fell to the ground in shock. He looked at TNK's back in disbelief. It turns out that brother Tonkei is so powerful. It turns out that this is the true strength of Brother TNK. Orochimaru's terrifying ninjutsu was actually blown up by a volley. Sasuke suddenly discovered that the monster on the same level as his brother, a monster that could kill people just by relying on murderous intent, was unable to fight back when faced with TNK's full strength. He had no idea that the usually kind and gentle TNK brother would be more powerful than a powerful ninja who could conquer a small country. In Sasuke's eyes, after Orochimaru was knocked away, his entire figure seemed to have turned into a twisted soft monster. The twisted and ugly Orochimaru slithers like a python on the ground. After TNK caught up with Orochimaru, Orochimaru fell to the ground on all fours, like a twisted and weird snake demon. He opened his bloody mouth, and countless Madara-colored, ugly and twisted venomous monster snakes poured out from Orochimaru's mouth. Orochimaru's mouth is like a snake cave leading to the endless demonic sea. The winding snake sea is like an endless tide, constantly surging out of his mouth. Thousands of poisonous monsters are constantly spewing out from the stomach of a demon leading to another dimension. The formation of 10,000 snakes. Countless poisonous 5.0 monster snakes opened their mouths and roared, their terrifying fangs covered in venom. Amidst the terrifying roars of the sea of AA snakes, the poisonous monster snake shoots out a series of sharp swords from its mouth. Thousands of long swords, overwhelming the sky, were like a rain of swords all over the sky, shooting towards the pursuing TNK. Seeing the overwhelming rain of swords and the boundless sea of AA snakes, Sasuke's scalp felt numb, and the chill and coldness of death shrouded his forehead. He racked his brains and tried every method. Under such ninjutsu, there was no chance of survival. Such strength was simply unimaginable to him. You can't win with this kind of ninjutsu. Such a monster is not human at all, it is simply a snake demon. Sasuke gritted his teeth and dug his nails into his flesh. Sure enough, this time only one of them died here. Countless Lion Majesty opened their mouths and roared. From Lion Majesty's mouth, swords shot out with cold light and extremely sharp swords. The sky is full of swords and the endless sea of AA drama is Lion Majesty. Facing Orochimaru's killing move, TNK's heart trembled, his pupils tightened, and his brain had already sounded the danger alarm. As expected of Orochimaru, he actually used the appearance of being hit by the 8 trigram's air palm to set a trap and attract my pursuit. If it were an ordinary taijutsu or ninjutsu attack, my speed would be far superior to his, and in a head-on confrontation, it would be enough to suppress him firmly. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru hit me first. Use yourself to set a trap, and when I pursue you, you will immediately use a violent killing move. This 10,000 snake formation, combined with the Kusanagi sword formation, has the power of an S-level ninjutsu. The overwhelming rain of swords from the sea of AA snakes, combined with a magical weapon like the Kusanagi sword, and such a killing move are enough to destroy any iron-blooded army. Compared to Reikari, Raise-Non, and even Tailed Beast Bomb, this is a super powerful ninjutsu. The killing move in front of him is even more terrifying. Such a large-scale attack, such a distance, and the rain of thousands of Kusanagi swords are extremely difficult to avoid or resist. Even with the body flicker technique, body replacement technique, it's hard to escape. The body flicker technique's movement distance is limited, and it is difficult to dodge the sword rain attacks from the front, rear, left, right, and from all directions. As for the body replacement technique, these 280 ninjutsu are more used to deal with the weak, pretending to be attacked, making the opponent mistakenly think that they hit the target, and then take the opportunity to sneak attack. In high-end ninjutsu combat, the body replacement technique is rarely used. Because of the body replacement technique, it's hard to fool an expert. In battles between masters, it is always necessary to avoid the opponent's attack from the beginning, rather than waiting for the attack to come before using the body replacement technique. The master's control over his own ninjutsu is far superior to that of ordinary ninjas, and he is also good at changing tricks at short notice. Pretending to be tricked may turn out to be a real trick. Neither the body flicker technique nor the body replacement technique can be used, and it is even more impossible to use ninjutsu to resist the sword formation composed of Kusanagi swords. The Kusanagi sword blessed by ninjutsu is so sharp that it can easily break rocks up to mountains. You can't hide or hold it. Under normal circumstances, you can't escape unless you use the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru's killing move is really extremely vicious. The killing move was coming, TNK thought, and the whole world suddenly slowed down. After performing the time ninjutsu, under his perception, the speed of the entire world doubled. Facing Orochimaru's ferocious killing move, TNK also used his true strength. In a world that has become twice as slow as Ebe, terrifying killing moves seem to have lost their threat. The movement trajectory of each sword, the attack direction of each sword, the fine lines on each sword, and the cold light of the blade, TNK can clearly understand it at a glance and control it by heart. He could clearly see that tens of thousands of Kusanagi swords were being guided by the invisible chakra and were shooting towards him. He could feel the trajectory of the Kusanagi sword piercing the air and sliding in the air. In the face of the elongated time and the perception of the speed of light, all killing moves have no way to hide. In the face of the powerful ninjutsu that stretches one's own time, the invincible killing move becomes full of loopholes. Facing Orochimaru's terrifying killing move, TNK did not dodge and launched a sudden counterattack. As the time is extended, it is not just the speed used to dodge that is increased. The perception of time has doubled, and the sensitivity and control of the world have also doubled. In this special state, TNK felt his slow heartbeat, like a heavy hammer hitting his chest. The blood in the veins was like a roiling river, and the control of chakra became extremely easy. He felt the flow of blood in his body, the fluctuation of breathing, even the vibration of muscles, and the resonance of chakra, all became extremely clear. In an instant, TNK's whole body muscles resonate in sync with the chakra points in the body. The subtle power of muscles, the stirring power of blood, the fluctuation of breathing, and the vibrating power of chakra caused TNK's whole body to enter high-frequency vibrations in an instant. 8 Trig Rams Bang Zang Landslide. TNK's whole body entered high-frequency vibrations, gathering all the strength in his body together with a unique vibration frequency. The resonance of muscle fibers, the resonance of chakra particles, the flow of blood in the body, and the fluctuation of breathing are all brought together in an instant, twisting into a destructive force. The synchronized high-frequency vibrations all over the body gathered together extremely powerful destructive power and suddenly erupted. At this moment, TNK seemed to have merged into the breath of heaven and earth and the frequency of all things. The power of destruction spreads to the surroundings through the vibration frequency, and there are layers of fine ripples in the air that are invisible to the naked eye. It's like the space has also resonated under his power. Just like an earthquake, the whole earth is like a picture frame, being shaken continuously by someone. Landslides and ground cracks, the earth is shaking, the air is shaking, and space is shaking. The power of the shock spread rapidly, and tens of thousands of Kusanagi swords seemed to be frozen in the air. The Kusanagi swords began to tremble at high frequencies, and the tremors became more and more intense, as if they were being held and shaken by force. The Kusanagi sword vibrating at high speed made a buzzing sword sound. Along with the vibration of the Kusanagi sword, the poisonous monster snake that swallowed the Kusanagi sword began to tremble. In the high-frequency trembling, Lion Majesty's flesh and blood separated and turned into a ball of blood foam. The power of shock is like a wave of water patterns, extending in the direction of attack. The fine ripples are like a layer of folds in space. When the folds unfold, the place swept by the folds seems to have experienced the folding of space, and everything has been crushed into a ball of powder. All Lion Majesty were turned into a ball of rotten meat under the impact of high-frequency vibration. Even Orochimaru was swept away by the folds, like a boneless snake demon, turned into a twisted mass of rotten flesh and lost his voice. This is the terrifying thing about time ninjutsu. Relying on the perception of the speed of light that enters in an instant, and relying on the extended time, TNK can deduce the power of the body and chakra to the ultimate, deduced to a point that is impossible for humans to reach. 8 Trig Rams Bang Zang Landslide. This is TNK's own unique physical technique created by imitating the various explosive physical techniques used by Might Guy when using 8 inner gates. TNK, who has spent a lot of energy on physical skills, has already mastered the power of the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. With full power, the 6th gate and 7th gate can also be used, but ninjutsu at the expense of injuring himself and shortening his life is naturally not his pursuit. With the assistance of time ninjutsu, TNK has control that exceeds that of any ninja. Neither Sage of 6 Paths nor 8 Satsuki Kagaya can match his time ninjutsu light speed perception. Through chakra control, which is beyond human body control, TNK can unleash the potential of his body that others cannot use and create unique ninjutsu. Do you died? The sudden reversal of the situation shocked Sasuke. Seeing the terrifying monster turned into a ball of rotten flesh, he asked cautiously. Everything in front of him was unimaginable to Sasuke. Is this the true strength of a strong man? One moment it was a doomed situation, and the next second the situation was reversed and everything turned upside down. A sea of thousands of snakes and a rain of swords filled the sky. Such a terrifying ninjutsu was destroyed in the air by Brother TNK's unrivaled power in just a split second. Sasuke still can't believe his eyes. A powerful ninja who could conquer a country died like this? TNK looked towards the puddle of rotten flesh left by Orochimaru. There's no point in pretending to be dead. You don't think you can deceive me with such a clumsy performance? He would not believe that Orochimaru, who was like an undead monster, could die so easily. What a terrifying monster. At your age, I don't have this kind of strength at all. Following Orochimaru's eerie and cold voice, a pale-faced guy like a soft monster grew out of the puddle of rotten flesh. That puddle of rotten flesh was like a protective shell. Within the rotten protective shell, a monster grew again. Orochimaru's style stand. Like a snake shedding a layer of skin. At this time, Orochimaru's face was even paler and his skin was crystal clear, like a newly born monster. It's a disgusting, but very practical ninjutsu. TNK commented like this. I prefer the technique you just performed. Is it the blood inheritance boundary or the secret ninjutsu? Orochimaru asked TNK his curiosity without hesitation. Are you impressed by my strength? Inkei didn't answer Orochimaru's question. He said in a relaxed tone, do you want to change your mind and take refuge in me? After all, in a few years, it will be time for you to look up to me again. Orochimaru smiled sternly, showing his sharp teeth. He is indeed the most genius monster in the history of Konoha. If Sasuke is just a genius and all he has is potential, then your potential has turned into strength. Just like the fourth Hokage, unless you insist on fighting to the death, it is difficult for someone to kill you. He stuck out his long tongue, licked his lips, and said in a dangerous tone, I hope you don't die early like the fourth Hokage. Our battle will end here first. Next time, I will find your flaws. Seeing the opponent's terrifying strength, Orochimaru already had the intention of evacuating. Unless you can find the other party's flaws, there will be many traps. Otherwise, the battle with such a monster cannot be ended in a short time. He has many ninjutsu, but there are very few that can hurt the opponent right now. When he was knocked away, he laid a trap with the overwhelming formation of 10,000 snakes and the Kusanagi sword. This was already the best killing move he had performed in a short period of time. The extreme speed can be doubled again. Such a monster cannot be hit by conventional attacks. Only powerful ninjutsu over a wide range can limit the opponent's speed. But he didn't expect that the numerous murderous intentions he had laid out would be so easily cracked by the opponent. Thinking back to the ninjutsu the other party had just used, Orochimaru was still frightened. It seems that the opponent's terrifying amplification state increases more than just speed. With the power of his body, he destroyed the 10,000 snake sword formation in one fell swoop, and his strength increased at least several times. Even Tsunade's strange power can't compete with his opponent. Now in Konoha, it is not a good idea to continue fighting with such monsters. The powerful attack just now should have alarmed the examiners here. This time he came to Konoha with a major plan, and it was not appropriate to cause more unnecessary problems. Whoosh! At this moment, another figure broke into the battlefield. It's you, Orochimaru. A mature female ninja wearing fishnets and a pineapple haircut appeared in front of everyone. She stared at Orochimaru closely and spoke in a cold tone. You suddenly appeared in Konoha, what conspiracy are you planning? When he saw the visitor, there was an expression of interest on his face. Anko, it's been a long time since I saw you. Your tone has become cold. Anko looked coldly at Orochimaru's affectionate tone. She looked at Orochimaru warily. You are not here to assassinate Lord Hokage, right? Apart from this, it is hard for me to imagine that there is anything else in Konoha that would attract a monster like you. Orochimaru's tone was calm and he looked very calm. How come the few people under my command can't withstand the consumption of sheep? I just want to find some malleable talents in the village, Orochimaru said in a contemptuous tone. What a pity, Anko, you lack potential and have been abandoned by me. 0A please give me Flower Saw compared to you, they are the real geniuses, with amazing strength and good looks. They are definitely ideal heirs. Orochimaru looked at TNK, then glanced at Sasuke with regret. Sasuke, it's such a pity that with this guy here, I can't give you the curse seal. Then he laughed again. Although I couldn't leave the curse mark on Sasuke as planned this time. But there's a surprise this time, isn't there? Orochimaru looked at TNK with very satisfied eyes. Konoha TNK, Doctor of Ninjutsu, I am more and more optimistic about you. Compared to the young Sasuke, the mature you seem to be more suitable for me. Whether it's blood inheritance or secret ninjutsu, I want to obtain the kind of power you just had. Your body may bring me even greater surprises. TNK touched his chin and said seriously, maybe I should beat you to death here. This is TNK's true thoughts. He was thinking that if Orochimaru was killed here in advance, the plan to collapse Konoha would be terminated. In addition to the Konoha collapse plan, a series of early conspiracies were also put to rest. A few more years of peace will be very helpful for him to continue to strengthen and develop. Orochimaru looked at TNK with a calm expression. Don't think I can't see that you don't have much strength left. How can such a powerful ninjutsu have no limit? Orochimaru didn't care about TNK's threat. TNK sneered and said nothing. Although he was determined to stop Orochimaru's plan, he even thought about killing the boss. But after careful consideration, it is very difficult to realize this idea. At cage level strength, unless it is a fight to the death, it will be very difficult for one party to kill the other. Just like Orochimaru now, as long as he concentrates on escaping, such a master can come and go freely throughout Konoha. Cage level is difficult to kill, and Orochimaru is the most difficult monster to kill among cage level. Not to mention the spare bodies he had hidden everywhere. With the strength reflected in the original plot, Orochimaru is now able to use Impure World Reincarnation. Orochimaru himself possesses cage level strength, Impure World Reincarnation, and can even summon cage level helpers. Under such circumstances, it would be even more difficult to kill Orochimaru. TNK thought about it. Although the idea of killing Orochimaru here is very tempting, Orochimaru is not that easy to kill. Really desperate, let Orochimaru use impure world reincarnation. Without the sealing formation and without helpers, the situation would be reversed and Orochimaru would surround and kill him. What's more, just like Orochimaru said, the battle just now was also very draining for him. Although relying on special ninjutsu and special fighting methods, TNK can use his extreme body control and chakra explosive power to exert one point of strength to great effect. But after all, he hasn't fully grown up yet. The body is not yet fully mature, the total amount of chakra is still growing, and the peak of his strength has not yet been reached. Time ninjutsu extends one's own perception of time. Such ninjutsu consumes a huge amount of mental energy. Even if he has been a human being for 2 lifetimes, and his mental power exceeds that of ordinary people, he cannot support the use of 287 many times now. With the blessing of time ninjutsu, the 8 trigrams Bengsha landslide used is a powerful ninjutsu that requires beyond human body control and chakra explosive power beyond the limit. Although this ninjutsu is amazingly powerful, it consumes even more energy. After the battle just now, TNK's mental power, physical strength and chakra were all consumed a lot. If they really want to continue fighting, he and Orochimaru are actually evenly matched, and the outcome is difficult to determine. Since he can't kill Orochimaru, he is unwilling to continue to be entangled with Orochimaru. The potential of time ninjutsu is endless. As long as it takes more than 2 years, my strength will grow explosively. There is no need to fight Orochimaru to death now. Orochimaru gave Sasuke one last look. Sasuke, if you want power and want to surpass Itachi, come to me. Don't even think about escaping. I will catch you this time. Seeing Orochimaru leaving, Anko became emotional. She grabbed the kunao in her hand and rushed towards Orochimaru. I really can't learn well. Seeing Anko rushing towards him, Orochimaru put his hand on his chin, formed a seal with his hands, and opened his mouth to exhale. Wind-style great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind spurted out in a fan shape from Orochimaru's mouth. The hurricane and thick smoke were like a tsunami, instantly engulfing Anko. Under the fierce wind, Anko's whole body was blown away. Orochimaru stared at TNK. Konoha TNK, we will meet again. Immediately afterwards, a huge strange snake dozens of meters long suddenly emerged from the ground. The huge monster snake opened its bloody mouth as big as a house and swallowed Orochimaru whole. After the strange snake swallowed Orochimaru, it was like it melted into the mud. The strange snake burrowed into the earth and disappeared. Looking at the huge hole left on the ground, TNK breathed a sigh of relief. Orochimaru is finally gone. Fighting against such a monster, even if you don't suffer any loss, you may even gain some upper hand. But the pressure of battle, the tight string, cannot be relaxed. Compared to a life and death fight of equal strength, TNK prefers to farm slowly and grow slowly. He prefers to rely on the formal upgrade process to upgrade to enough strength to crush his opponents, and then go on a rampage. After all, this is not a game. You can't save if you die. Anko, who was blown away, came back from a short distance away. She hit the tree trunk hard with her fist and said unwillingly, "Damn it, Orochimaru escaped again." TNK spoke calmly, comforting Anko. "Forget it, a monster like that is not so easy to catch. Although it doesn't sound good to have intentions, in fact, the major countries can only deal with cage-level masters. Even if Umbu came to support him, it would be almost impossible to catch Orochimaru in a real fight." Anko turned to look at TNK. The guards found the corpses of grass ninjas who took the Chunin exam in the village. Their faces were taken away by the face erasing technique. I guessed it was Orochimaru, so I rushed over immediately. As soon as I reached the Death Forest, I saw the aftermath of the battle in the distance, so I rushed over immediately. When did you discover Orochimaru, and what was his purpose? Anko asked TNK everything about Orochimaru. She was eager to know what that man wanted to do. TNK did not answer directly. He turned back and looked at Sasuke. "Sasuke, the Death Forest is not safe at the moment. Go wake Naruto, complete the mission as much as possible, and go to the central tower. If you encounter other Konoha candidates on the way, remind them and ask them to try their best to complete the task within today." He jumped onto the tree trunk and looked around. Orochimaru lurks in the dark, and is likely to go and never return. Anko, go report to the Hokage. Just say that Orochimaru intends to capture Sharingan and wants to cause destruction in the village. I'll stay here until the ninjas of Konoha complete the Chunin exam. Listening to TNK's reply, Anko looked at Sasuke thoughtfully. It's really for him. By this time, Sasuke had woken up Naruto. Naruto looked at everything in front of him confused. "Brother TNK, and the fierce examiner, why are you here? Where's the weirdo who summoned the big snake? He is so powerful, I was knocked unconscious by him just now. Did you drive him away? What about our exams? You can ask Sasuke about what happened just now." TNK warned Naruto again. "Although you have suffered some injuries, you have obtained the scroll and it is not difficult to pass this test. Now you can go to the tower and pass the test as soon as possible. the longer you delay, the more dangerous it will be. Anko was so distracted that he didn't even notice the malice in Naruto's words. She asked worriedly, "Are we going to stay here and wait for other candidates to pass the exam? I can just watch it alone." TNK jumped onto the big tree and continued to inspect the scene in the forest. Although according to the plot, nothing will happen to anyone else in Konoha, but now the plot has changed a lot. He would rather see the candidates he cares about complete their tasks and leave together. According to TNK's arrangement, Sasuke has already pulled Naruto, taking little Sakura, towards the direction of the mission tower. There were no further 2.8 accidents. Sasuke and his team successfully entered the tower and completed the mission. Seeing that Sasuke and others have left, TNK continued to patrol the Death Forest. This exam has changed beyond recognition. From the beginning, my sister's team eliminated 4 teams and ended the exam at a record speed. After this, Gaara broke out with murderous intent and slaughtered 3 teams. Then the ninjas from all over the world began to group together and a melee broke out. In a short period of time, several teams were reduced again. During his battle with Orochimaru, the shocking destruction and powerful ninjutsu attracted the attention of many ninjas. Some genin were so frightened that they ran away from the arena, while some took advantage of the chaos to snatch the scrolls and complete the task ahead of schedule. The final 5-day Chunin exam ended in just 1 day. In 1 day, I completed the 5-day exam. For all candidates, it is a matter of joy. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long. Although the second round of exams ended successfully, because there were too many people who advanced, the preliminaries started again immediately afterwards. The arduous second round of exams has just ended, and the candidates are facing another one-on-one qualifying round. Because in the finals, famous names from various countries and celebrities from all walks of life will be invited to visit the competition. Just like the gladiatorial arena, only the most popular games will satisfy the nobles and gentlemen. There are too many people who have cleared the level, including those who are following powerful teammates. Such a situation directly brings everyone to the arena, which of course cannot satisfy the audience of the game. Therefore, the preliminaries started immediately the day after the exam ended. This time, the qualifying round will eliminate unqualified choices through drawing lots and one-on-one battles. In the morning, TNK sent his sister to participate in the qualifiers every day. 04 Along the way, Tiantian asked about what happened yesterday. "Brother, you came back so late yesterday. Is it important for Hokage to come to you?" I saw my brother coming home very late every day and getting up early in the morning, so I asked with a concerned tone. During the exam in the Death Forest yesterday, one of the former Sunin in the village, the S-class rebel nin Orochimaru, appeared in the Death Forest. He wanted to attack Sasuke, but I stopped him. The 2 of us had a fight. After I beat him away, I was worried that he would come back again. I waited until the end of the exam before being summoned by Hokage, so I was a little late going home. TNK's tone was relaxed and his face was calm. Little stars appeared in Tia Nation's eyes, and she looked at TNK with admiration. "Brother is so powerful. That Sunin, Orochimaru, who is as famous as Tsunade-sama. Even such a ninja was beaten away by Gao Gao." Tiantian held TNK's hand and rubbed his face against TNK's arm, looking proud. TNK touched Tia Nation's hair. "This is nothing. In a few years, you can do it too." I said, "You will definitely surpass Tsunade and become a great ninja." His younger sister wants to become a great ninja like Tsunade. As an older brother, he has to make his younger sister's future higher and further than her dreams. "Aha." Tiantian nodded vigorously and said in a positive tone, "My brother is already able to defeat Orochimaru. I will not admit defeat. Even if I am not as good as my brother, I will surpass Tsunade-sama. By the way, did you draw lots for the qualifiers? Who is your opponent today?" TNK was a little curious about the next game. "The draw was drawn yesterday, but because it was too late, we haven't played yet. My opponent is Temari from Sand Shinobi. I am confident and have high morale every day. I can definitely win this game. As long as I don't meet Niji and Xiao Li, I am sure of other opponents." TNK nodded and said in agreement, "I have been observing in the Death Forest yesterday, and the other genin are indeed no match for you. However, Gaara from Sand Shinobi is a bit dangerous and needs special attention." TNK touched his chin. "But if we really want to face Gaara in the finals, there is no way out. When the time comes, I will prepare several sets of sealing talismans for you, and I will make sure that I beat that Calabash boy out of temper." "Wouldn't this be a bit bullying?" Tiantian was a little embarrassed and said in a low voice, "If my brother helps me, no one else can beat me." She knew that her brother was a super master who could defeat Orochimaru. Such a super master, even if he just helps prepare some ninja tools and charms, he can beat others into losing their temper. This seems too bullying. TNK waved his hand disapprovingly. "Brother helps my sister, there is nothing embarrassing about this. Forget about the others. Anyway, if you perform normally, you can beat them. Gaara is from another village, Maybe he came to Konoha to cause destruction. He killed the most people in the Chunin exam. This kind of naughty kid must be educated well, otherwise he will learn bad things. Tian Tian nodded. Then when the time comes, we may not be able to meet him yet. After talking all the way, Cai and his sister arrived at the duel venue. In the middle of the huge duel venue is a huge statue with hands in a seal. In the middle of the venue is a wide open space for competition. In the open space, different groups and instructors stood scattered. Candidates and tutors arrived one after another. After everyone arrives, third Hokage will take the stage to give a speech. Next, Kakashi and Asuma saw TNK from a distance. They walked next to TNK. Kakashi asked curiously, "Yesterday, you met Orochimaru?" "Yes, I even fought against him once." TNK's tone was calm and understated. Asuma took a breath of air, his face showing incredible surprise. "I only knew that you were very powerful, but I never thought that you could fight Orochimaru or even drive him away." Although he had overestimated TNK's strength, Asuma thought TNK's strength was not inferior to his own, but he never expected that such an estimate would far underestimate TNK's strength. He was actually able to fight against a terrifying ninja of Sunin's level. This was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. TNK said modestly, "Actually, it's not that powerful. This is Konoha after all. If I scare him, someone will come to support him immediately." After a few tentative fights, no one tried their best. He saw that he couldn't take me down in a short time and was afraid of causing trouble, so he retreated on his own. When he reported to Hokage yesterday, this was how he reported the situation, and the content was half true and half false. Orochimaru is indeed just making a tentative move, and is worried about causing complications. But when it comes to going all out, Orochimaru is not far behind even if he doesn't go all out. Asuma was still shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Even if it was a tentative fight, it was an amazing result. If it were me, I would probably be killed by Orochimaru within a few minutes. Kakashi frowned. "That's not true. Even if the other party is one of the Sunin, with our strength, can't we both protect ourselves and die together?" Asuma smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You have never fought against them before, so you recognize them like this." Asuma said with a sigh, "I have seen the old man's strength when he was young. It was hard for me to look up to him, and it was unimaginably terrifying. I have always been lazy and lacked motivation. In fact, it has something to do with this. I know that with my talent, no matter how hard I try, I can't reach the old man's height." Asuma said with emotion, "Orochimaru is the old man's most proud disciple. His strength will not be lost to the old man. Orochimaru is the old man's proud disciple. He once almost became a Hokage. His strength is not much inferior to that of the old man," Asuma said with a serious expression and a firm tone. "A ninja like that would covet Sharingan's power. This is not good news. I don't believe that Orochimaru appeared in Konoha for no reason, just for Sasuke," TNK added. "According to the information we have received before, Sand Shinobi may have betrayed our alliance. The Sand Shinobi family will not be so unwise to confront us alone. It seems that this time Sand Shinobi may have colluded with Orochimaru." Listening to TNK's words, Asuma's face turned a little ugly. It is indeed the case. There is another enemy we need to guard against. Or Orochimaru, a terrible enemy who can conquer a country. Good thing Asuma looked at TNK and breathed a sigh of relief. "It turns out that you have been hiding your secrets all this time. It seems that at least we and you can stand up to Orochimaru. He who can do the hard work will have to wait until the time comes." Kakashi looked optimistic about TNK and gave the most difficult task to TNK without hesitation. Looking at these two dishonest guys, TNK was really dumbfounded. "You guys really know how to be honest and lazy. After all, you are also Jonin of Konoha, the top power of Konoha. Where is your moral integrity?" "Don't worry, things shouldn't be that bad." Kakashi looked serious and a glint flashed in his eyes. "There is still plenty of time before the finals. Master Jiraiya should be able to come back in time. If I really want you to fight Orochimaru," Kakashi's tone was calm. "When that time comes, we will definitely help you contain him and create opportunities for you. If he wants to kill you, he must at least kill us first." Asuma didn't speak, but his eyes showed the same unspoken determination as Kakashi. Only TNK can fight against Orochimaru. When the time comes, they risk their lives to create a chance for TNK to win. Listening to their words, TNK was a little moved. Have Kakashi and Asuma put their lives on the line? He regained his seriousness. Maybe it won't be so bad. One after another, all the contestants have arrived. When everyone arrived, Hokage began to speak on stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around at the candidates present. The newcomers in this period not only passed the second round of exams in just one day, even the number of people who passed was far higher than in previous years. No wonder Kakashi and the others tried their best to recommend newcomers. The newcomers in this period have amazing potential and strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes glanced in TNK's direction, and his pupils shrank. In the last issue, he was also just a newcomer, but now he has grown enough to fight Orochimaru. His strength and potential exceed Minato. There is such a genius in Konoha again, I don't know whether I am happy or sad. Immediately afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Tenten again. At this time, his expression softened and his face became a little more relaxed. Unlike Orochimaru, he was born in Konoha and grew up in peaceful times. He has a close family, important people, and he has good relationships with other people in the village. As long as he has a little more time, he can protect Konoha like Minato. Maybe, within a few years, I will be able to lift the burden off my shoulders. With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned his attention to the candidates. He looked at the examinee in front of him with serious eyes. Next, it will be the last qualifying match before the finals. I'm here, there's something I need to explain first. I hope you can understand why the Chunin exam is held. Only by understanding this reason can you understand the importance of your shoulders. Ignoring the genin's nervousness and uneasiness, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The Chunin exam, before today, may have been just a simple exam for you, or even just an exam to accumulate experience. But here, I need you to understand. The Chunin exam is not just about you. This exam is also a microcosm of the war between the allies. After listening to Hokage's speech on stage, TNK felt deeply that he had reached the Chunin stage. The warmth and passion of the ninja are finally coming to the cold and bloody reality. Even an exam is related to the war and interests of the allies. From now on, killing and death will no longer be separated from the lives of these ninjas. Observing the excited and confused genin in the audience, Hokage continued. Zero, if you look at past history, you will understand that allies are always competing neighbors. Today's peace comes from mutual restraint, but competition among countries will never stop. In order to avoid the huge losses of the war and avoid a situation in which both sides would lose, the Allied powers used the Chunin exam instead of actual combat. Here, you not only represent yourself taking the exam. Here, you also represent your country and village. Here, I need you to exert your full strength and show excellent performance. For yourselves and for your village, show your strength. TNK knows that countries are not so much competing as fighting each other. Peace, even today, still has not fully arrived, just like the current Chunin exam. The war is still going on, but what has changed is that the scope and scale of the war have been restrained. The war has changed from a war between countries at first to a battle between new people now. The content of Hokage's speech shocked many genin. They had just become ninjas, they had just graduated from ninjutsu school. Their main tasks on weekdays are to deliver letters, look for cats and dogs, find lost items, take care of children, and transport goods. Even the more difficult tasks are just to capture fugitives and bandits. In their previous years and experiences, they had not been exposed to the cruel side of this world. Today's speech broke the warm world they once saw and their illusions about peace and allies. Sarutobi Hiruzen told them everything without hesitation. He told them the purpose and significance of the Chunin exam nakedly. He left no room for tenderness or fantasy for the contestants. He revealed to these young people the other side of the world, the real and cruel side of the world. He looked at the contestants with a serious expression. If you want to become Chunin, this is the path you will take, and this is the responsibility Chunin will bear. This will be the first starting point of your Chunin journey. You will shoulder the prestige of the country and fight for the interests of the country without sacrificing your life. You have to risk your lives here, risk everything, use all your strength to defeat or even kill your opponent. Listening to Hokage's cruel speech, the candidates in the audience were excited. Why do you have to risk your life to fight? Isn't it enough to decide the winner? Inyazuka Kiba had doubts on his face, he couldn't understand why this was happening. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the candidates present. There were many people who had the same idea as Inyazuka Kiba. His expression was serious and his tone was cold. It's not enough to just tell the winner. I said, this is not just a test, this is a war. This is a war between countries. It is a war where strong countries show their strength to weak countries, and it is a war where weak countries show their courage to strong countries. War brings blood, war brings death. War also brings benefits, and the victor can gain diplomatic and political advantages. The true strength of a ninja can only be revealed in a desperate fight. Every country will go all out in this war. Ape 330 Fei Hiruzen paused and looked around at the candidates. In the finals, famous names from all over the world and celebrities from all walks of life will be invited to watch your competition. They are the main clients of the village. They will learn about your strength through the finals. The leader of your village will also see your performance in the finals. The village is strong, Yamato is weak, and the country is strong, Yamato is weak. The trust and expectations of the mission client will be determined by your performance of strength and risking your life in battle. This is a battle that requires risking one's life for one's dream and the prestige of the village. The third Hokage's words made the candidates fall into deep thought. Immediately afterwards, Moonlight Blast appeared in the venue. Lord Hokage, the time has come. Hokage nodded and looked at the Moonlight Blast. The game can begin. Moonlight Gale turned his head and looked at all the candidates. Next, let's start the qualifiers in the order previously arranged. On the huge screen, the contestants of the first round were shown. First round. Hyuga Niji vs Red Copper Armor. Looking at the battle showdown on the big screen, Copper Armor looked embarrassed. Damn it. He looked at Hyuga Niji with an ugly face. My opponent, why is he such a monster? The other players in the audience have already started whispering. Inyazuka Kiba gloated, this guy is really unlucky. He bumped into the scariest guy in this Chunin exam first. He glanced in the direction of Gaara again, cursing in his heart that even that monster might not be able to defeat Niji. Inyazuka Kiba said quietly as if he was watching a good show. Niji's team was the first to pass the second round of the exam. They went all the way and eliminated 4 teams in half an hour, directly breaking the clearance record set by TNK last year. The 3 people in their group are all very powerful, and Niji is the most powerful one among them. In this Chunin exam, as long as there are no accidents, all 3 of them will be able to advance smoothly. Hinata nodded and secretly looked in the direction of TNK. Brother TNK also said that their strength has surpassed Chunin. In the eyes of everyone watching a good show, the Tongtong party and Niji walked into the exhibition venue. The Red Copper Armor glanced at the others with resentful eyes. Are they all making fun of me and thinking I'm a loser? He turned back to look at Niji. If I can catch my opponent, I may not lose. At least it won't be an ugly loss. Facing this terrifying opponent, he didn't have much confidence in his heart after all. Let's start. As the examiner Moonlight Hayate announced the start of the exam, the Red Copper Armor immediately used his own unique secret technique. After forming the seal, he can absorb the enemy's chakra and physical strength through the contact of his hands. As long as you can catch your opponent, you may have a chance to win. The Red Copper Armor strode towards Niji, stretched out his hand and grabbed Niji's head. Seeing his opponent's boldness, Niji frowned slightly and said nothing. He controlled his strength and struck out quickly. Boom! Niji's hand seemed to flash through an afterimage. Retracting and releasing, the speed is as fast as lightning. It was even impossible to tell whether he really took action. With a palm strike, the Red Copper Armor could not even react and had already flown out of the field. With a bang, it fell to the ground. The battle ended quickly, even inexplicably. At the opening moment, Niji used his amazing speed to fly the Copper Armor away with one palm. Is the gap so big? Inyazuka Kiba muttered in a low voice, I can't even see the speed of his attack clearly. Gaara stared at Niji closely, with a satisfied smile on her face. A very strong opponent, but the stronger the opponent, the more I can prove my existence after killing it. So strong. Everyone stared at Niji in surprise. After all, Red Copper Armor was also an elite genin who passed the second round of exams. Unexpectedly, facing Niji, he was unable to return the favor. Suzuki clenched his fists. Another scary guy. Suzuki looked in TNK's direction. As long as you accept his training, you can become as strong as them, or even stronger. After the first round of fighting ended, the second round of fighting began immediately. On the big screen, the names of the candidates for the second round were printed. Toss Anvil vs Xiao Li. Seeing this arrangement, everyone began to gloat again. How many seconds can this guy last? Inyazuka Kiba asked his companions in amusement. In his opinion, ordinary genin would have been defeated directly against Niji's group. Abarame Shino looked very serious. The battle of ninja is not so easy to explain clearly. Without the opponent's intelligence, it is difficult to judge. Inyazuka Kiba said disapprovingly, the difference in strength is too big, and the result is obvious at a glance. Among genin, I have never seen anyone who can keep up with Xiao Li's speed. Just when everyone was looking at Tosin Anvil with gloating, the direction of the battle surprised them. The development of the battle completely exceeded their expectations. At the beginning of the battle, Vance severely damaged the hut. Inyazuka Kiba looked at Xiao Li with his hands on the ground in surprise, vomiting violently. How could it be? Xiao Li clearly avoided the opponent's attack. Invisible attack. Abarame Shino calmly analyzed. Tangible attacks have been avoided, but invisible attacks are not so easy to avoid. 1.1 Toshin looked excited and looked down at the minister. Aren't you very strong? Why do you seem so weak? Xiao Li held onto his body, which was about to continue vomiting, and quickly got up, widening the distance between him and the other party. The enemy has turned into a distorted image in his eyes. There was a constant piercing sound in the ears. His top-heavy state seriously affected his control over his body. Toss Anvil's tone was filled with pride. No matter how fast you are, you can't escape the sound attack. Just now everyone was guessing that he would be defeated if he persisted for a few seconds, but now he was about to win. Such a reversal made Toss Anvil extremely excited. Looking at the changes on the scene, TNK frowned slightly. This is Xiao Li's biggest flaw and weakness. His advantages are extremely prominent, but so are his disadvantages. Xiao Li's advantages are extremely prominent, but his disadvantages are also extremely prominent. You cannot use ninjutsu to attack, and you cannot use ninjutsu to defend. Once you encounter a targeted special attack method, you will be severely restrained. The same taijutsu master, Might Guy, is just not good at ninjutsu, but he can still use ninjutsu. If Might Guy faces this situation, he can use ninjutsu to attack, he can use ninjutsu to defend, he can use ninja tools to attack from a distance, and he can even use long-range moves like facing the peacock. The stronger you are and the more abilities you have, the more fighting methods you can choose. Faced with attacks that restrained physical skills, the moves Xiao Li could use were very limited. Xiao Li, who is extremely lacking in chakra, will be severely restrained when facing enemies who cannot attack at close range. In addition to being restrained by ninjutsu, there is another reason for Xiao Li's current predicament. Sound ninjutsu is seriously underestimated by everyone. Although the sound ninja who appears in the comics is not very powerful, everyone thinks that blind ninjutsu is nothing special. But in fact, sound ninjutsu, a silent attack method that uses sound to attack, is a very effective and very potential ninjutsu. Invisible and silent attacks, when used in assassinations and sneak attacks, are at least 1 to 2 levels higher than the original danger. For a C-level sound ninjutsu, if 04 is used in assassinations and sneak attacks, the danger will increase to above B level. Although ninjas master many ninjutsu and abilities, their most basic performance still relies heavily on the various senses of the body. If vision and hearing are affected, the ninja's strength will be reduced by at least half. Sound ninjutsu attacks people's eardrums and semicircular canals through silent attacks, which can affect people's vision and hearing at the same time. TNK himself has mastered some sound ninjutsu. Sound can produce fluctuations, and fluctuations can produce shocks. His 8 trigrams bang palm incorporates the power of shocks. He knew that the effects and potential of sound ninjutsu were very good. Hateful, Xiao Li is now angry and anxious. His teammate Niji defeated his opponent in just one moment, but now he was almost defeated. How is this possible? We agreed that everyone would advance to Chunin together, but Teacher Guy was still watching from the audience. Little Sakura was watching from the stands. Master Hokage, Niji, Tian, Brother TNK, everyone is watching in the audience. How could I be so embarrassed? How could I lose like this? Using his strength and speed, Xiao Li fought in the middle of the field. His eyes flashed with anger as he stared at the enemy with distorted light and shadow. Just one chance, as long as I can see it, just one time. Why are you running? Aren't you very strong? Your teammates can end the battle in 1 second. What are you doing? Toshin chased Xiao Li closely, constantly uttering provocations and taunts. Fight like a man, don't run like a coward, don't scurry like a rat. Might Guy looked at Xiao Li worriedly. He could only use physical skills, but it turned out to be too restrictive. Once restrained, he immediately fell into trouble. He was secretly worried for Xiao Li. Come on Xiao Li, I can see your efforts. You only need one chance, so you must seize it. On the battlefield, the battle became a little ugly. Toshin kept chasing, and Xiao Li kept running away. This is ninjutsu restraint, TNK thought in his mind. Sure enough, Xiao Li can't just rely on taijutsu, the Tattooed Youth Project needs to be reminded again. If he has special tattoos, Xiao Li can easily handle these low-level sound ninjutsu. Although the power of sound ninjutsu is powerful, the power of sound ninjutsu also has weaknesses. Sound ninjutsu is as powerful as gentle fist. It comes from people's inability to exercise their internal organs and eardrums. If the internal organs cannot be exercised, but the internal organs are protected by the body, it would be extremely difficult to attack a ninja's internal organs. The eardrum is more fragile than the internal organs and more difficult to protect. Attacks targeting weaknesses are always very effective. The same is true for the weakness of sound ninjutsu. Specific protection against sound waves can easily prevent similar attacks. A powerful ninja must have comprehensive strength, be able to guard against more weaknesses, and be less likely to be targeted. In the battlefield, Toss Anvil kept chattering. Bedbugs, rats, stop running away. Use your strength, where is your courage, where is your consciousness as a ninja? Are you just planning to run away like this? Are you planning to tire me out? Unable to catch up with the opponent's speed, Toshin began to feel anxious. He also knew the opponent's strength. If he hadn't relied on ninjutsu to restrain him, he would have taken the lead and severely damaged the opponent. The other party's true strength is still above him. Even after being injured, the opponent's amazing speed made it impossible for him to catch up. If it were a physical contest, I'm afraid he would really lose in one move. The good guys lose, Bugs. The people in our village are watching you. Stop stalling for time. They are tired of it. They will look down on you. Toss Anvil kept provoking Xiao Li, forcing him to stop, forcing him to fight. Finally, Xiao Li stopped. His eyes burned with rage. I know I have many weaknesses. I can't use ninjutsu. I can only use pressure. I am easily restrained by others, and I train hard just to become an excellent ninja. If it were my companions, they would only need 1 second to defeat you. I trained harder than them, but now I am being chased around by a guy like you. This is very embarrassing. This brings shame to both my companions and teachers. But so what? I don't know ninjutsu or genjutsu. I am born to work harder than others. Even if I defeat a small character like you 113, this is the case. I am used to this. I am used to hearing any ridicule and humiliation. But I have come step by step to where I am today. Even though I am so weak, my companions and my teachers still support me and encourage me. No matter how difficult it is, I will defeat you. I promise Teacher Guy, I promise Niji, and I promise Tian Tian that the three of us will be promoted to Chunin together this year. Ta Sanville said fiercely, little character, this is how you treat me. You are such a disgusting and arrogant guy. Please take a good look. A small role like me will make you completely lose everything, Ta Sanville said in a cold voice. Sounds exceeding 150 decibels will burst your eardrums. When you get close to me, you will become completely deaf. Hateful. Seeing Toshin humiliating Xiao Li all the way, Tian Tian was so angry that he gritted his teeth. That be asterisk 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 D. If it were me, I could kill him with one move. It's a pity that Xiao Li was restrained too much by him. Niji also looked at Xiao Li with a worried look. It's not difficult for Xiao Li to defeat his opponent, but once he is hit by the opponent's counterattack, his eardrum is damaged, which cannot be cured. Tian Ke looked at the situation in front of him and became nervous. He knew that Xiao Li would not back down. For Xiao Li, there are things that are more important than life and require more maintenance and proof. But even he didn't know how to treat an injury like eardrum damage. With a loud shout, chi and blood surged up, and Xiao Li's body turned blood red. Blood red mist filled around his body. An invisible pressure, like a wave of air, blew from his body to all directions. The blood vessels on his face bulged, and blood red meridians appeared on Xiao Li's face. His whole body seemed to have been injected with an overdose of stimulants, and his whole body seemed to be about to explode. Ah. The fourth gate is open. Xiao Li was like a wounded beast, roaring at the top of his lungs. Astonishing oppression, astonishing deterrence, accompanied by blood-red mist, spread from his body to the surroundings. Xiao Li's change shocked everyone. Just by looking at the effect of such a move, you know that the next attack will be extremely terrifying. This monster. Ta Sanville subconsciously stepped back. How can you be so strong? This kind of monster, this kind of oppression, just looking at it, seems like it is about to be killed. Damn it, why would my opponent be such a monster? Xiao Li stared with blood-red eyes, and his eyebrows seemed to be dyed red. He stared at Ta Sanville coldly like he was sizing up prey. Since you can't stop the sound, then it's better to be faster than the sound. Boom. Just like an explosion, Xiao Li disappeared from the spot, and at a speed that could not be seen clearly, the wolf slammed into Ta Sanville. Ta Sanville had no time to react. In the sight of his pupils, the opponent has not even moved. In an instant, before his eyes and nerves had time to react, he was kicked out of the arena. It was like being hit by a train. He flew out heavily, hit the wall again, and slid down slowly against the wall. The muscles and bones were broken, blood and flesh were scattered, and he had lost all consciousness. Yin Hong's blood and broken internal organs were vomited out in large mouthfuls. Monster! There was silence. Such a terrifying attack, such a terrifying trick. The first death in the game appeared. Damn! The stirrups and hammers quickly ran to Ta Sanville, shouting, "Doctor! Another powerful monster." Suzuki clenched his fists. Why are my peers who are stronger than me so lenient? Suzuki had always been a top student in school, but after leaving school, he discovered that he had turned into a frog in the well. One after another, classmates who were stronger than him appeared from places he didn't know at all. These guys who were inconspicuous in the school suddenly shined immediately after leaving the school. Naruto looked at Xiao Li in the field with high spirits. This guy can actually open the fourth gate. I have to work harder. I will soon be able to master such a power zone. Inyazuka Kiba took a breath of air. I thought Xiao Li's speed was already amazing enough, but now I know that this speed can continue to increase. He shook his head. It really doesn't give people a way to survive. The battle is over. The medical ninja next to him quickly rushed to TOS Anvil. They carefully checked Ta Sanville's body, heartbeat, and pulse. Finally, they shook their heads. There was no hope. The stirrups and hammers looked at Xiao Li with hatred. It was this B asterisk 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 D. It was this B asterisk 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 D who killed their companions. Xiao Li lifted the 8 inner gates, and the amazing momentum and intimidation disappeared instantly, and the whole person immediately became weak and weak. Tian Ke came to Xiao Li and checked Xiao Li's body. Niji and Tian Tian rushed up, looking at Xiao Ji with worried eyes. Might Guy walked up to Xiao Li and looked at his beloved disciple nervously. Good luck. After checking Xiao Li's body, Tian Ke breathed a sigh of relief. It only took one attack to open the fourth gate, so the injury is not serious, mainly a large number of muscle strains, multiple soft tissue contusions, and large-scale capillary rupture. If you train well, you will still have time to participate in the finals. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. TNK helped Xiaoli sit down next to him and used healing jutsu to perform temporary treatment on Xiaoli. The medical ninja brought a stretcher and took Xiaoli to the hospital for treatment. Xiaoli shook his head and said calmly, "My injury is not serious. I will wait for a while. I want to watch Tianation's game." Xiaoli looked at Tiantian and Niji quietly, his eyes saying, "We agreed to be promoted to Chunin together, and I did it." Tiantian showed a bright smile to Xiaoli. "You idiot Xiaoli, for dealing with a small character, you actually got yourself injured all over. If we hadn't been watching you, you really wouldn't have been able to take care of yourself," she said firmly. "In 5 minutes at most, I will end the game, lie down obediently, and prepare to go to the hospital." At this time, the second round of comparing characters has appeared on the big screen. Temeri plays against Tiantian. As soon as his name appeared on the screen, Temeri walked to the field without ceremony. She was holding a Samsung fan in her hand, her face was cold, and she said in a bad tone, "How dare you say that the game will be over in just 5 minutes? Are you planning to surrender directly? If that's the case, I admit that it won't take you more than a minute to end the game." Tiantian walked to the field and spoke in a calm tone. "My companion is in a hurry to go to the hospital, so I won't play with you anymore. If I accidentally hurt you, you will be unlucky. You are not ashamed to speak loudly. I will teach you a lesson and let you know what you can and cannot say." Temeri had an angry face and a bad tone. Two beautiful girls were standing in the middle of the scene. If you don't listen to what they say, everyone will only think that this is a beautiful picture. Tiantian wears a white Chinese-style half-breasted top with a traditional bun, an oval face, pink lips, smooth skin, and big black eyes. The whole person from the inside to the outside reveals a kind of sweetness and cuteness. Temeri wears 4 ponytails, has a sharp eye, a clear voice, and her blonde hair looks shrewd and capable. She was holding a traditional 3-star large fan in her hand, like a young lady who had just left home. Just looking at the picture, the scene in front of you will make people mistakenly think that it is 2 little girls chatting affectionately about home affairs. But upon closer inspection, Tiantian and Temeri's words were full of quarrels, and they refused to give in to each other. Tiantian and Temeri seemed to be incompatible with each other. As soon as they met, they were filled with the smell of gunpowder. The battle begins. Moonlight Gale announced the start of the game and quickly jumped out of the arena, as if he was afraid of getting into trouble. Wind-style Kama Itaki. As soon as the battle began, Temeri took the lead. She waved the huge 3-star fan in her hand, activated the chakra, and created a violent wind. The fan sliced open the air, and countless invisible vacuum air blades struck towards Tiantian. As soon as the battle began, Temeri launched a fierce attack without hesitation. Countless invisible vacuum air blades cut through the air and struck Tiantian with fierce momentum. It's wind style. Seeing the opponent's moves, Tiantian felt a little angry. She originally planned to end the battle as soon as possible, but she didn't expect to encounter this opponent who was somewhat restrained. This kind of vacuum air blade is similar to her ninja tool, or even better. Although the consumption of ninjutsu will be much greater than that of using ninja tools, the attack power of ninjutsu will also be much greater than that of ordinary ninja tools. The huge chaotic airflow will disturb the surrounding atmosphere, making most of her ninja tools useless. Tenten threw out a few kunao tentatively. Whoosh whoosh. The black kunao shot towards Temeri's face like a sharp arrow at an astonishing speed. Wow! Temeri fanned her hand gently, and a fierce gust of wind, in the shape of a triangular fan, blew forward from in front of her. The huge air current is like a tsunami, destroying and engulfing all attacks. Tenten's kunao was easily slapped aside. Seeing the situation in front of him, Temeri let out a laugh. "Where is your confidence? Where is your promise to defeat me in 5 minutes?" Asterisk 543. It turns out that he is just talking about being powerful, but his strength is not enough. Is it because you are the first to pass the second test because of your companions? Or is it because, like your unlucky companions, your ninjutsu seems to have been restrained by me? You are the one who deserves it, right? Or do you plan to be like your companions, with veins exploding, blood vessels bursting, and then dying with me? Temeri continued to sneer while launching attacks. Xiaoli watched anxiously. Damn it, the Sand Shinobi we are facing against Tenten seems to be very good at wind style, and seems to have some control over Tenten's ninjutsu. He had suffered enough from being restrained in ninjutsu just now. He relied on the burst of forbidden technique and used a trump card that hurt both sides to defeat his opponent. He never expected that Tiantian seemed to have bad luck today. This opponent who was good at wind style was a great threat to Tianation's control of ninja tools. It's really a bit troublesome. TNK observed the battle between his younger sister and Temeri. The ninja tool his younger sister shot out could not even get close to the opponent. However, it would be too naive to think that you can restrain Tenten's ninjutsu just by relying on wind style. Although Tian has a unique talent in controlling ninja tools, for ninjas, Ifa, it is not a good thing to be biased. TNK never puts all its efforts on just one system. Tian is good at more than just ninja control. Body flicker technique, taijutsu, ninjutsu, every ability that can be mastered every day, TNK will try his best to create it for his sister. Although not as good as him, his sister Tian is also a knowledgeable ninja with many fighting methods. In the battlefield, time flies by. Temari kept talking about it. Tian finally got angry. Tianation's eyes widened and his tone was sharp. You asked for this. If you want to restrain my ninjutsu, it's not that easy with a broken fan. Yo, you're scaring me like this, I'm scared. Wind style Kama Itaki, Temari fanned the 3-star fan harder, and the ninjutsu seemed to be free of charge, and the endless wind blades attacked Tian. Strong winds swept through, the atmosphere shook, smoke filled the air, and strong winds blew. In the arena, everyone else covered their eyes with their hands to resist the strong wind, and they couldn't help but move backwards. Such an attack is really a foul. Inyazuka Kiba watched the battle helplessly. That ninja tool of hers is really powerful. It increases wind style greatly. Suzuki's eyes widened, and in his scarlet eyes, 3 tadpole-like black shadows rotated rapidly. He speculated in his heart, it's impossible for Tian to lose like this. She is that person's sister after all. There is no reason why she should be restrained by a single method. How will she fight back? Physical skills are the most likely. Close-range attacks can suppress the opponent's fan and prevent the opponent's continuous attacks. As for ninjutsu, the effect will be better when facing such a wide range of wind style, earth style, and water style. Temari continued to taunt Tenten. Use whatever tricks you have, and don't hold back by saying you didn't perform well when you lose. 5 minutes will be over soon. You asked for it. Tian shouted loudly. The exercise tool, a huge iron ball. Tian jumped into the sky fiercely, and a seal scroll unfolded from his waist. She used her bloody thumb to scratch the scroll's dense sealing runes. Bang! A huge black iron ball several people tall appeared in the sky. A huge black iron ball several people tall suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite. It slammed down towards Temari's position. Oh my god! Inyazuka Kiba looked at the huge iron ball in the sky that was as big as a meteorite in shock. Is there any heavenly principle? What I did just now was a foul at most, and this is already a crime. Is this really the Chunin exam, not the Jonin exam? Let no one live anymore. It's too chaotic. Kakashi stared blankly at the huge iron ball in the sky. If such a huge iron ball falls down, the entire stadium will have to be rebuilt, right? Although TNK doesn't seem to be short of money, is it really okay to repair the venue in a month? It's so messy. All the ninjas began to retreat quickly. If this thing is smashed down, the aftermath alone is not easy to resist. They ran quickly towards the outside of the arena. I give up. I give up. I give up. Temari screamed at the top of her lungs. She was stunned, but she just mocked a few words. Isn't this the daily training of ninjas? Does the battle have to be so scary? People in Konoha are all perverts, people in Konoha are all lunatics, people in Konoha are all terrorists. Just now he almost kicked someone to death. Now, is this going to kill everyone present? This kind of shameless ninjutsu, using money to hit people, even Gaara may not be able to do it. Gaara stared at the sky and backed away slowly. Such a huge iron ball, even if it has absolute defense, will definitely be crushed to death in the sand by the weight of the iron ball. Why are there so many monsters in Konoha? I must have taken a fake Chunin exam. Suzuki ran away while observing TNK and Tian out of the corner of his eye. They are brothers and sisters, they are too scary. One can directly confront Orochimaru, and the other is simply a terrorist. I only thought that I could defeat my opponent using taijutsu, and at most I could only use a powerful ninjutsu. Now is this a forbidden technique or something? Might Guy was already hugging Xiaoli and jumped far away. He felt ashamed, wondering when Tian had mastered this terrible ninjutsu. The third Hokage jumped onto the roof helplessly. He suddenly felt that the idea of letting TNK protect Konoha was not so safe. Seeing the giant black iron ball appearing in the sky, and seeing the ninjutsu used by my sister, TNK smiled bitterly. Her sister had chosen an amazing trick. It seems that when nothing happens, such a sealing scroll must still be put away. When we were in the village, this kind of ninjutsu was still too random. After hearing Temari shouting for surrender, TNK reacted immediately. He quickly thought of ways to deal with it. We cannot let such a giant iron ball fall. Such a giant iron ball fell down, and the entire stadium had to be rebuilt. Although he is not short of money, others are still competing. The aftermath of the shock will also affect the village. TNK quickly jumped into the arena. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Wow! Thousands of white paper cranes emerged from the seal scroll on his waist like a tide. Like a tired bird returning to the forest, thousands of paper cranes, as thin as paper and pure white, flew towards the huge black iron ball. Paper escape, formation of 1,000 cranes. TNK was not stingy with his chakra. Thousands of white paper cranes quickly flew under the giant black iron ball. Thousands of paper cranes are attached to the iron ball one after another. Thousands of white paper cranes are like a net bag, a huge continuous fishing net, tightly trapping the entire giant black iron ball. After the paper crane netted the huge iron ball, TNK formed another seal in his hand and whispered softly, "Burst!" Thousands of white paper cranes exploded at the same time. The white explosive air flow is close to the huge iron rod. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, the huge iron ball paused briefly, as if it was fixed in the air. Then, under the influence of gravity, the huge iron ball began to fall again, but the falling speed had slowed down. Then thousands more white paper cranes flew out from TNK's waist. The white paper cranes rushed forward one after another, throwing them towards the huge iron ball without risking their lives. Thousands of paper cranes exploded continuously, slowing down the falling speed of the huge iron ball. White paper cranes flew out continuously, tightly surrounding the huge black iron ball, and exploded continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions and white airwaves were like a net, absorbing the terrifying gravity of the giant iron ball. See it through other people's eyes. Like two white swimming dragons, they met the giant iron ball from TNK's waist. The dragon kept swimming around the giant iron ball and exploded continuously. With the power of the explosion, it slowly lifted the giant iron ball to the ground. Finally, the giant black iron ball slowly fell to the ground, blocked by the white dragon. Boom! Even after heavy deceleration, when such a huge iron ball fell to the ground, it shook the entire stadium. The rocks in the arena were like soft tofu, with a giant pothole filled with powder on display. Call! The wind brought by the giant iron ball messed up everyone's hair. Seeing the huge black iron ball in front of him, Tamari's knees weakened and he knelt on the ground. Her eyes were sore and she almost cried. Why are you being so mean to others if you're just being mean-mouthed? It almost turned into meat sauce. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. This is just the power generated purely by weight. This is the power of a huge iron ball that has not been accelerated. If TNK hadn't stopped him and allowed the huge iron ball to accelerate and fall, the entire venue would have disappeared. They looked towards Tiantian in horror. I can't afford it. Don't offend anyone. If you don't agree with Tiantian, you will throw a nuclear bomb. This is simply a terrorist. If a meteorite iron ball were thrown down in the lively place of the village, the scene would be unimaginable. Such a huge iron ball, falling from a high altitude, is directly a giant meteorite. The power of ninjutsu is so terrifying. Is this still genin? It was simply terrifying. Everyone couldn't help but murmur that these two brothers and sisters were indeed monsters. Seeing the giant iron ball falling smoothly, TNK breathed a sigh of relief. He walked up to his sister, looked at her slightly embarrassed sister, reached out and rubbed her face hard. Need Tianation's face was red from being rubbed, and he didn't know whether it was from shyness or pain. Yeah, brother, I was wrong. Tian lowered his head and said embarrassedly. She didn't expect that this ninjutsu was so powerful. Most of the ninja tools she summoned were restrained by Tamari and taunted many times by Tamari. She was so competitive that she did not use more reasonable ninjutsu and taijutsu. Instead, when he got angry, he immediately used the ninjutsu he had just mastered recently. She didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so powerful. Thankfully, I'm here this time. Next time, this kind of ninjutsu can only be used when encountering armies and unmatched enemies. While TNK warned Tiantian, he took the seal scroll from Tianation's hand, bit his thumb open, and blood streaked across the seal scroll. Reverse summoning. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose, and the huge iron ball finally disappeared. Giant iron ball, a ninjutsu that Tiantian recently mastered. Tiantian has a unique talent in space-time ninjutsu. Not even TNK has this talent. Tiantian can create space seal scrolls that far exceed the limit. If we say, follow the same technique and make a space seal scroll at the same time, a normal ninja will get a space seal scroll with a space size of 1. The space seal scrolls that Tiantian makes and use have more than 100 times the space of ordinary people. Such a unique ability allows Tiantian to use space to seal scrolls and use some attacks that others cannot use at all. Like a huge iron ball. From high in the sky, summon 407 to summon a giant iron ball. Relying on the terrifying pressure of the iron ball falling quickly, it is easy to destroy the city and the country. This is simply an unreasonable terrorist attack. And this kind of terrorist attack, in TNK's imagination, is only the first level attack. The iron ball is so large that even if the price of iron is simply calculated, it is surprisingly expensive. Because I made it myself, the craftsman's cost has not been included. Such a giant iron ball is destined not to be thrown away like other ninja tools. Considering that the iron ball still needs to be recycled, TNK left a special small space inside the iron ball and stored the spell for reverse summoning inside. According to TNK's idea, the subsequent strengthening route of the giant iron ball is to first summon the giant iron ball from high altitude. Relying on the acceleration of gravity while waiting for the iron ball to fall, it accelerates to ultimate, resulting in ultimate high speed and ultimate high temperature. At this time, through a special space sealing technique, the meteorite iron ball was sealed into a different space where time stood still. The giant iron ball's high speed and high temperature will stop at that moment. When summoned, a meteorite iron ball that can destroy cities and countries can be summoned in an instant. At that time, with such terrifying ninjutsu, he could fight against any master every day. Thanks to Royal and Milk T588V for the reward. The bubbling proves that the author is alive. Thank you all for your subscription and support. Let Tiantian be able to summon meteorite iron balls that destroy cities and countries at any time. This idea is wonderful, but the consumption is huge. Meteor iron ball, this ninjutsu is extremely powerful, and the preparation process and consumption are equally huge. Sealing stationary objects and sealing moving objects have completely different consumption costs. High-speed movement will affect the transmission of chakra. If you want to seal a meteorite iron ball that moves at high speed and has an astonishingly high temperature, the amount of chakra you need to consume will be staggering. To seal such an attack, Tiantian needs to have strength that is not inferior to that of Sunan. Tianation's strength still needs time and needs to grow slowly. After the battle, in the horrified eyes of everyone, Moonlight Gale announced Tianation's victory. Tiantian strode up to Temeri and said proudly, "When you surrendered, the battle was less than 5 minutes old." After saying that, Tiantian ran back quickly. She clasped her hands together and kept apologizing to everyone. "I was too impatient and didn't use the correct tactics, which caused trouble for everyone." Seeing Tianation's shyness, everyone laughed. Seeing that all 3 students successfully passed the exam, Teacher Guy and the medical ninja sent Xiao Li away. The damage caused by the temporary venue was repaired by TNK's Earth-style ninjutsu. The battle continues. With his amazing performance every day, the subsequent matches and battles seemed relatively boring. Watching other people's games in boredom, TNK muttered in a low voice, "The arrangement of the competition is a bit tricky." The obvious thing is that it was the Tiantian group's personal performance from the beginning. The subsequent competition arrangements also deliberately avoided allowing the strong to meet. Gaara, Uchiha Suzuki, and Uzumaki Naruto all advanced successfully. Asuma raised an eyebrow. How can this be called Mao and I? This is what everyone expects. For the final battle, famous names from various countries and celebrities from all walks of life will be invited. The battle must be exciting and everyone must be satisfied. After all, their commission determines the income of most ninjas. We can't let some weak ninja go up and embarrass everyone. It's impossible for seeded players from various countries to be eliminated here just because of bad luck. What if others simply don't come? TNK nodded. That's right, we are the only ones in the audience right now. The fight was exciting, but we didn't even cheer. He understands that the arrangement of the competition cannot be based on random drawing of lots or any consideration of complete fairness. There is no fairness in the world of ninjas, and the biggest manifestation of this is the line between blood inheritance. Since it is a Chunin exam and a war drill, such a competition must of course fulfill the purpose of a war drill. The finals need to invite celebrities from all over the world, invite the sponsors of the ninja village, arrange the contestants, and arrange the battles. Of course, the celebrities from all over the world must be satisfied. TNK looked at the candidates in the field. Even in terms of strength, Sandstorm Gaara, Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and my sister, they will definitely be able to stay. The remaining people have to compete for the few places, which is not easy. The players in this period are very strong, and it becomes more difficult to advance. And Shikamaru can stay too. Asuma never forgot his beloved disciple. By the way, there were so many detonating talismans just now, so they cost a lot of money. Moonlight's swift wind squeezed over and looked at TNK with envy. Others only see the terror of Tianation's ninjutsu and TNK's amazing strength. His pair of eyes that can see through things gave him the ability to discover the mysteries. If that iron ball was melted and made into a weapon, it would cost a lot of money, and there were so many detonating charms that would be burned in an instant. Yu Guangfeng's heart ached faintly. He vaguely saw a pile of money burning. This is the world of rich people, which makes people yearn for an extreme. This is not a ninjutsu attack, this is directly a money attack. TNK's tone was calm and slightly emotional. Yes, millions were spent instantly. Fortunately, he made all the detonating talismans himself and saved enough, otherwise he would be really distressed. Kakashi and Asuma both glared at TNK. Also a ninja, this guy is extremely rich. The game continues. The next exam made Tianbei increase his concentration. On the big screen, the two sides of the duel were shown. Hyuga Hinata versus Harano Sakura. Hinata was lucky, and TNK raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a smile. Among the ninjas present, little Sakura can be said to be the weakest ninja. Being able to enter this round of competition depends entirely on the efforts of the two teammates. Before she became a disciple of Tsunade, little Sakura was just a sidekick. No strength, no cheats, no secret skills. Lacking the consciousness of being a ninja and having a bad personality, little Sakura is much weaker than Hinata. Come on, little Sakura, defeat your opponent. Naruto cheered loudly for little Sakura. Sasuke looked at little Sakura and her opponent calmly, without Naruto's optimism. As a teammate, he supports little Sakura, but as a ninja, he is not optimistic about little Sakura's strength at all. Hyuga Hinata, a girl with the same white eyes as Hyuga Neji, is not so easy to deal with. Even he couldn't resist Hyuga Neji's strength. As long as Hyuga Hinata can exert some of her Byakugan abilities, there is no way she will lose to little Sakura. For the strength of ninja, little Sakura is too weak. Little Sakura seems to know this too. As soon as the battle began, she took the initiative to launch an offensive. Ding ding ding. The ninja tool was easily deflected. Attack with full force, unable to even touch the opponent's sides. Ninja tools, Taijutsu, little Sakura tried every possibility, but facing her opponent, it had no effect at all. The opponent simply defended and easily disintegrated all her attacks. TNK glanced at little Sakura with regret. She had no chance. Although it is a bit cruel, you can see it by watching the competition on the spot. It is very difficult for a civilian ninja to grow up. To be able to reach the level of the Chunin exam, every ninja has its own special advantages. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, they are the geniuses of a large family, with the blood inheritance boundary of Sharingan and Byakugan who are famous in the ninja world. Sandstorm Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto, they are Kaze Kage, descendants of Hokage, and the strongest weapon in the village, Jinchuriki. From the moment they were born, they were destined to have an extraordinary life. Although this life may not be very happy, but for power, with the identity of Jinchuriki, power will never be owed to them. The same goes for everyone else at the scene. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino, Inyazuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, and Hinata, each of them has a family secret. At the scene, the only ninjas who were born as civilians were Rock Lee, Tiantian, and Sakura. Tiantian has the care of his brother Tiankei, and Rock Lee has teacher Guy who wants him to be the successor. Little Sakura can say nothing. Such a battle is destined to end from the beginning. He doesn't have a good background, and he doesn't have the consciousness to be a strong ninja at all costs. Ninjas like little Sakura can only just go with the flow and live their lives. Such a person can be said to lack the qualifications of a ninja. Ninja qualifications are not only the talent for practicing ninjutsu, but also the determination and awareness to continuously strive to become a strong person. Xiaoli does not have the talent for ninjutsu, but Xiaoli has the qualifications of a ninja. Xiaoli, who has a strong heart, relies on his own consciousness. After training hard and performing hard, he finally attracted Might Guy's attention and became Might Guy's student. Might Guy regards Xiaoli as his successor. What he values is not Xiaoli's talent, but his ninja qualifications that are determined to become a strong man and keep making progress. Xiaoli has excellent ninja qualifications, and Xiaoli is an extremely hard-working genius. Little Sakura doesn't have the qualifications to be a ninja, but little Lee can keep pushing forward, shining brightly, and attracting Might Guy's attention. But little Sakura can only rely on her bond with Naruto and Sasuke in exchange for Tsunade's win over in education. At least for now, little Sakura has no value in being cultivated. Although it is cruel to say this, in fact, ninjas from civilian families, even if they have talent and the limit of development, can usually only go as far as Chunin and Jonin. Little Sakura's talent is not bad. It can even be said that she has a very good talent of 160 in the control of ninjutsu, and can be regarded as a genius. But geniuses also have different levels: ordinary geniuses, super geniuses, and extraordinary geniuses. Qualification and hard work, if you have one, you can become a genius. But a genius with qualifications and a genius with hard work can be considered a super genius when combined. Ordinary geniuses can pass on their mantles, but super geniuses are usually better than others in strength. Ordinary talents and ordinary geniuses are actually not uncommon. Every ninja is a genius compared to ordinary people. Compared to ordinary people, even a genin is unimaginably powerful. But every Chunin is more talented and powerful than genin. And jonin are all geniuses among geniuses, elites among ninjas. People from civilian families who lack guidance and can make it on their own are usually geniuses who are outside the norm. Xiaoli is a genius who works hard and has excellent ninja qualifications, so he can inherit the mantle of Might Guy. But if he wants to surpass Might Guy, Xiaoli cannot do it, because he is just a genius who works hard and has his own limits. Neji is able to master Revolving Heaven and master the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan without guidance. Neji's talent is higher than that of Xiao Ji. Niji is a genius with both qualifications and hard work, a super genius. As for geniuses outside the standard, those are destined to be on the path of being strong. As long as they have a chance, they can seize it and find their own path. A genius outside the norm is a super monster who can completely surpass his teacher on the road. A genius outside the norm, that is Orochimaru, Kabuto, a monster who can invent new things, is at home in any environment, and can change the world. Little Sakura can be considered an ordinary genius at best, with good talent. But a lack of willpower and a lack of ninja consciousness will severely deduct points from her qualifications. In this case, little Sakura actually doesn't have much training value as a ninja. In Tenkei's view, the reason why little Sakura was able to become Tsunade's disciple in the later period was not because Tsunade valued little Sakura's talent, but because of little Sakura's bond with Naruto and Sasuke. Assisting Naruto and retrieving Sasuke all require little Sakura's bond. This made Tsunade choose to accept little Sakura as his disciple. In the world of ninjas, there is no shortage of ordinary geniuses. Years of war and the desire for power are deeply buried in the hearts of most people. A person who is willing to work hard can be considered a genius as long as he has a little talent and the power to focus. Jiraiya once accepted Nagato, Zionin, and Yahiko. With Jiraiya's guidance, each of them has reached their potential. But when it comes to surpassing Jiraiya, except for Nagato who has this possibility through Rinnegan, no one else has this possibility. Little Sakura has inherited Tsunade's mantle, but it is completely impossible to surpass Tsunade, or even be as strong as Tsunade. Tenkei doesn't like little Sakura because of this. There is no shortage of ordinary geniuses like little Sakura. In terms of personality, she has to lose a lot of points. Little Sakura is far from being an outside the standard genius, and her future potential is very limited. In the arena, the battle continued. Naruto shouted loudly, "Little Sakura, come on, don't lose. We have gritted our teeth and persevered until here. We have all advanced, and you are the only one missing. You must win. I can't lose." Little Sakura launched an attack impetuously, mumbling, "I can't lose, Sasuke is watching me." Even Naruto advanced, "I can't lose either." Hinata blocked Sakura's attack lightly and spoke calmly, "My teammates are also looking at me. They have all been eliminated and I am the only one left. I don't want to lose either." Little Sakura wanted to show her awareness and strength, so she ignored it and launched an attack with all her strength. But now she is not a qualified ninja. Hinata seemed very cautious, she deliberately controlled her strength, she didn't want to hurt anyone. Boom! After hitting little Sakura again, little Sakura finally couldn't get up again. Hinata showed her own strength and easily won against Harano Sakura. Naruto tried his best to cheer for Sakura, but it was of no use. Little Sakura is just an ordinary ninja. There is no 9 tails in her body, and there is no possibility of an explosion. Under Hinata's white eyes, all of Sakura's movements were invisible. Not even the slightest chance of winning. Sasuke looked down at little Sakura and sighed. The gap between little Sakura, me and Naruto is getting bigger and bigger. Maybe it's our responsibility, we completely forgot about her when we were training. Moonlight Gale announced the final result. Hyuga Hinata won. Tenkei walked forward and looked at Hinata with a smile. "Hinata, congratulations on winning the competition." Hinata was a little shy, lowered her head and played with her fingers. "Originally, I came to take the exam with Kiba and Shino, but I didn't expect that neither of them could pass. I got lucky. I almost wanted to admit defeat at first." Tenkei smiled. "It's still not easy to get to this point. You can give it a try. Even if you fail, it's still experience." Inyazuka Kiba came over, his hands folded behind his head. "Don't be discouraged. You are the only one left in our team to advance. Don't lose easily." Hinata looked very embarrassed, her index fingers were facing each other, and she looked very confused. "I'm just lucky. If you say that, Sakura will cry." Inyazuka Kiba grinned. "It can only be said that we are very unlucky. The boy carrying the gourd and the puppet master all made us bump into each other. It is really unlucky." Tenkei looked at Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino sympathetically. There was no way, in order to ensure the promotion of others, Kiba and Shino became the victims. Both sides of the qualifying match this time were specially arranged. For the sake of the finals, Gaara cannot be eliminated at this time. As the organizer, Konoha was embarrassed and assigned weak people from other villages to Sand Shinobi. The Chunin exam is the epitome of war. As a simulation of war, the strongest Konoha must of course face the strongest Sand Shinobi last time. Therefore, the opponents arranged by the Sand Shinobi trio are all Konoha ninjas. Gaara is Sand Shinobi's ultimate weapon, the seeded player, he cannot be eliminated. Therefore, those who meet Gaara's Konoha Shinobi are destined to lose. For Gaara's opponents, they should neither be too strong to eliminate Gaara, nor too weak, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to lose. Abarame Shino was unlucky enough to become such a victim. As for Inyazuka Kiba, he actually has a chance of winning against Kankuro, but Kankuro is stronger than him. Therefore, he was also eliminated. In the end, it was Hinata who came with them. With good luck, she met the weakest little Sakura. Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino, who were determined to participate, were eliminated. Instead, Hinata, who had no intention of participating, entered the finals. TNK couldn't help but lament that sometimes luck is really unpredictable. However, during the Chunin exam, such an opportunity would disappear. Hinata wants to be promoted to Chunin, but she still lacks a lot. It seems that new training and tactics must be prepared for Hinata. This month, I will coach you in your training. TNK rested his chin on his hand and stared straight at Hinata, as if he could not refuse. Hinata's face was red, her head was steaming, and she spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito. Okay. Seeing Hinata's shy reaction, TNK's heart fluttered. It was so cute. Brother TNK. Suzuki walked over from the side. I hope to be trained by you. Suzuki bowed solemnly and looked at TNK with a pleading look on his face. After witnessing the battle between TNK and Orochimaru, Suzuki knew that among Konoha, he could improve his strength the fastest. The only one who could catch up or even surpass that person was TNK. TNK is only 1 year older than him, but his strength is beyond his imagination, and may even surpass that man. This is what he dreams of becoming and what he strives to pursue. If he could get TNK's help, his dream might really come true, and he might really be able to kill that man. Watching Suzuki suddenly appear, I touched my nose for money. After the qualifiers, the official competition will start 1 month later. For short-term strength improvement, you should ask your instructor, Kakashi. Seeing Suzuki's disappointed look, TNK explained, in 1 month, we can only do some strengthening and tactical guidance. Fundamental strength improvement cannot be completed in a short time. Kakashi also has Sharingan. He is a famous elite jonin in Konoha. He has rich combat experience and is more suitable to guide you. Not to mention, he is still your instructor. Although I had previously considered letting Suzuki undergo training in the secret arts of the Akamaike family, but then he had to take care of Hinata, so he had no time to take care of Suzuki. Let Suzuki train in the secret arts of the Akamaike family. There is no need to send Suzuki to the Akamaike family. Although the secret technique is kept secret, it is not really completely secret. Even some forbidden techniques in the sealed book can be exchanged as long as sufficient contributions are made. General family secrets can also be obtained through trade or in the village's ninjutsu reference room until some of the contents are made public. A family definitely does not grow by relying on backward knowledge that has been kept secret for decades or hundreds of years. Ninjutsu is updated with each passing day, and the same is true for secret techniques. Many families will use some of their own non-core secrets, or core secrets from 10 years ago, but they are now outdated. These information will be put into the village's public information. These public materials will be used for everyone to study and refer to. Through everyone's successful research and private transactions with each other, we can obtain more in-depth information. As the village's ninjutsu expert, known as the ninjutsu doctor, TNK secretly trades ninjutsu and secret techniques with other families. Let Suzuki train in the Akamaike family's secret skills. As long as he discusses with the Akamaike family, TNK can train Suzuki with his own modified secret skills. If these secret techniques are really effective, the Akamaike family will privately send supplies and obtain those improved secret techniques from TNK. Then after the Chunin exam, can I accept your guidance and training? Suzuki asked. It should be possible, as long as I'm not too busy. TNK thought that after the Chunin exam, it seemed good to focus his research on improving the secret techniques of the Akamaike family. 0, please give me flowers. Next, all the qualifying candidates have appeared. The final winner was Sandstorm Gaara, Kankuro from Sand Shinobi Village. Konoha Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Suzuki, Nara Shikamaru, Hyaga Niji, Rock Lee, Tenten, Hyaga Hinata. Finally, we need the gold soil from the Sound Ninja Village. Sand Shinobi Sound Ninja advanced to 1 person, and Konoha advanced to 7 people. In this competition, Konoha can be said to have the exclusive advantage. Looking at the results in front of him, 3rd Hokage's face became much better. After the number of promotions is determined, the 3rd Hokage came to the stage again. He looked around at the remaining players. Most of them were Konoha's elite and the future of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage coughed and attracted everyone's attention. Congratulations to everyone, you passed the preliminaries. Next, you only have the last level left, which is the official finals. The official competition will start in a month. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, 3rd Hokage explained to everyone. In order to ensure that everyone can exert their full strength during the official competition, in this battle, you will face opponents whose intelligence is known. For the battle in 1 month, you can use the 1 month preparation time to improve your strength, prepare tactics, and gather intelligence. In the final game, you need to show your best strength. The 3rd Hokage said in a serious tone, next, we will notify the daimyo of each country and the leaders of the ninja villages. Call them to watch the exact match. The finals will determine whether you can advance to Chunin, and also determine how your village performs in front of dignitaries from various countries. Once again emphasizing the seriousness of the finals, 3rd Hokage turned back and glanced at the staff. Next, let's start drawing lots. Mitarashi Anko took out a small cardboard box and brought it to the contestants. The 3rd Hokage gestured. Everyone takes out a piece of paper from the box in Anko's hand. After everyone finished drawing, everyone read out the numbers on their own papers. The formal competition arrangements finally appeared in front of everyone. Official arrangements for the finals. Hyaga Niji vs Gaara, Nara Shikamaru vs Hyaga Hinata, Tenten vs Kankuro, Rock Lee vs Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto vs Kinto. 1000. Seeing the arrangements for the finals, everyone's performance was different. Gaara's thick dark circles seemed to be full of energy, and he stared at Hyaga Niji with excitement. It was indeed that guy. He was the strongest opponent in this final. I really want to kill him. Killing him will definitely prove my existence. Seeing Gaara's deliberate display of murderous intent, Niji had no reaction. He looked calm and was thinking in his mind. Can San's defense, absolute defense, be able to prevent my attack? Which one is stronger, my absolute defense or his absolute defense? Thinking of this, a rare fighting spirit rose in Niji's eyes. There was a smile on his lips, and it looked like this would be a good battle. He stared at Gaara tit for tat. There were sparks in the eyes of the two people. Nara Shikamaru frowned. Why is the opponent a girl? It's really 2, 4, 3 that is troublesome. Although he won the match easily, Shikamaru didn't care whether he could advance to Chunin. He even said that he would rather become a nin later. Now he trains leisurely every day and occasionally works part-time. He is very satisfied with this kind of life. If teacher Asuma hadn't specially recommended them to take the Chunin exam, Shikamaru himself would not have been willing to sign up. Hinata started to think about giving up again. She was embarrassed to refuse because Kiba and Shino were going to take the exam, so they signed up to take the exam together. She didn't expect that both Ya and Shino were unlucky enough to be eliminated, but she unexpectedly passed the assessment. She was not mentally prepared for such a result. Hinata looked in the direction of TNK, and when she saw that figure, she suddenly felt at ease. The next step is to receive training from brother TNK, which seems good. Then, her face started to turn red again. Tiantian is full of confidence. It's not Xiaoli or Niji, the opponent is San Shinobi. This arrangement is great. I just defeated a San Shinobi, so the next battle won't be too difficult. Although Niji's opponent is quite strong, Niji will definitely not lose. Xiaoli will not lose to Uchiha's boy. From this point of view, everyone is sure to pass the Chunin exam together. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Tianatian's face. Kankuro looked at Tiantian with an ugly face. Why should my opponent be that monster? She was actually smiling. Was she laughing at me? Or is she happy that her opponent is a ninja from an enemy country, so she can feel free to do whatever she wants? Recalling Tianatian's performance in the previous game, Kankuro felt a chill on his back. Even Gaara's absolute defense couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack, let alone his puppet, which would turn into powder as long as it was touched. During the finals, there were famous people from all over the world and celebrities from all walks of life. She shouldn't be so messy, right? But it's impossible to say. The Hokage is not here. All in all, when fighting her, you can't talk nonsense. If the situation is not good, I will give up the game. It is important to save your life. Suzuki looked towards the door and said, Rock Lee, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Naruto was a little dissatisfied. Why did my opponent look so weak and she was female? He looked at Suzuki beside him. Fortunately, he could fight Suzuki in the second round. Kinto looked at the monsters in his eyes, and his heart felt cold. Orikamaru-sama, do I really want to continue fighting? Do you have any questions? The 3rd Hokage looked at everyone and reminded them. If not, you can go back and rest. You can spend the rest of the time as you wish. Just come to the competition on time in 1 month. During this period, whether it is inquiring about intelligence or formulating tactics, it is up to you to make your own arrangements. Shikamaru raised his hand. He noticed a question. I noticed that the format of the competition is a knockout, and only one person can win in the end. Is it possible that only one person can advance to Chunin? The 3rd Hokage answered calmly. That's not the case. The formal finals are different from the previous requirements. During the formal competition, the judges will make different judgments based on the performance of the players. Kaze Kage, the daimyo of each country, and the leaders of other ninja villages, we will serve as judges and give scores based on the performance of the contestants. As long as you perform well enough, you can still become a Chunin even if you don't pass the first round. Seeing everyone's thoughtful looks, 3rd Hokage reminded them again. That is to say, it is possible for you to become a Chunin, and conversely, it is also possible for you not to become a Chunin. In short, the more wins you have, the easier it is to attract everyone's attention. The better your performance, the easier it is to get everyone's recognition. So, behave well. After warning all the candidates again, Third Hokage left the venue with his pipe in his mouth. Well, let's meet. Let's all disperse and go have a rest. Moonlight Gale stood up and arranged for everyone to leave the venue. After walking out of the venue, Tian Tian stretched and let out a long sigh of relief. It's a pity that Xiaoli was injured, otherwise everyone could celebrate together. She blinked, a smile on her face. The next game is in a month. I really can't wait. Thinking of the official competition in a month, Tian Tian suddenly felt that the time was so long. Tian Ke chuckled softly. I guess your opponent definitely doesn't think so. He would rather the game starts as late as possible. The competition is like this. The strong ones can't wait to start the competition immediately and win immediately. Those who are weak hope that the game will drag on as long as possible, imagining that there may be some changes and turning points. Niji seemed very calm and said in a calm tone, let's go see Xiaoli and tell him the opponent he is going to face. He spoke slowly as he walked towards the hospital. Uchiha Suzuki's strength is good. Although it seems that Xiaoli has a great advantage, just like today's battle, because he was attacked by a sneak attack at the beginning, Xiaoli suffered a big loss against a person whose strength was far inferior to him. Xiaoli the fighting style is easy to be restrained when fighting alone. With 1 month of preparation time, I was a little worried that Uchiha Suzuki would be able to come up with tactics to restrain Xiaoli. Listening to Niji's worries, Tianation's optimism began to fade. It seems like this is true. Just like the Jin 5.4 ninja, he took advantage of the opening to make a sneak attack, disrupting Xiaoli's vision and hearing, forcing him to use the forbidden technique. We must remind Xiaoli, Sharingan's illusions and insights are quite restrained in physical skills. A lot of things can happen in a month. That boy Uchiha, if he finds targeted tactics, it will be really difficult for Xiaoli to deal with it. Seeing everyone's concerns, Tian-Ke couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoli can be said to have achieved the ultimate in hard work. In terms of hard work, even if Niji and Tian-Tian work very hard, they can't compare with Xiaoli's hard work. But in the end, the gap in qualifications ultimately limited Xiaoli's growth. With the same efforts, Xiaoli always gets less than others. This is the reality of the world. Please ask for automatic subscription. I feel that there are very few automatic subscriptions. I don't know why. Konoha Hospital. In the white and clean ward, Xiaoli has already changed into a hospital gown. Xiaoli, who was wearing a white hospital gown, was leaning on a big pillow, smiling sillily at everyone. Please come and see me. He touched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. What are you talking about, Xiaoli? You are our teammate, there is nothing to worry about. Tian-Tian put a basket of fruits bought on the road on the cabinet in front of Xiaoli's hospital bed. She encouraged Xiaoli with a warm tone. Recover from the injury as soon as possible. The official competition will be in 1 month. After the competition, we will become Chunin. Listening to this, Xiaoli's attention was immediately attracted. Have the arrangements for the competition been released? Who is everyone's opponent? Xiaoli asked enthusiastically. Tian-Tian said softly. Niji's opponent is San Shinobi, the little man with a gourd on his back, Sandstorm Gaara. Xiaoli nodded and recalled. That's a powerful guy, but he's no match for Niji. He is very confident in Niji's strength. Tenten showed a relaxed expression. My opponent is San Shinobi's puppet master, Kankuro. Xiaoli showed a pure smile. Tian-Tian, you can definitely defeat your opponent with 810, he said in a relaxed tone. We don't have to play against each other in the finals. Everyone is very lucky. This time, the 3 of us will become Chunin together. What Xiaoli was most worried about just now was that he would be arranged to fight with his companions. If that were the case, there would be no way to achieve the goal of becoming Chunin together. Tian-Tian looked at Xiaoli with a serious expression. As for your opponent, in the official competition, your opponent is Uchiha Suzuki. It turned out to be him. Xiaoli was slightly stunned. Immediately, a strong fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Uchiha Suzuki, I've wanted to fight him for a long time. Thinking of the guy who made little Sakura obsessed, Xiaoli's heart ignited a raging fire. It's Uchiha Suzuki. Teacher Guy suddenly became interested and looked at Xiaoli expectantly. Kakashi is my lifelong enemy, and now, his disciple is finally going to fight my disciple. He showed his white and shining teeth, stretched out his thumb, and encouraged loudly. This is youth. The fighting spirit of youth continues in you. Come on, Xiaoli, you won't lose to Suzuki. Yes, Mr. Guy. Xiaoli clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the burning flames of youthful war. For little Sakura and for Teacher Guy, I will never lose. Seeing master and disciple Xiaoli fall into a passionate passion for youth, everyone else felt a bit awkward. Ahem, Niji coughed, attracting the attention of Xiaoli and Teacher Guy. In addition to visiting Xiaoli this time, we also want to remind him. With 1 month left until the finals, Uchiha Suzuki's strength will not stagnate. Although Xiaoli has the upper hand, he cannot underestimate his opponent. 1 month is enough for Uchiha Sasuke to formulate tactics against Xiaoli. This really needs attention. Teacher Guy touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Kakashi is my lifelong enemy after all, and his student will not be a simple character. What's more, he also carries the Uchiha clan surname, Mr. Guy said sincerely. Based on my guess, Xiao Li's next battle will not be that easy. He spoke slowly. During the competition, Xiao Li had exposed the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates. In a month, if Kakashi doesn't want to admit defeat, he should teach Sasuke his unique secret technique Chidori. Chidori. Hearing this special name, Tian asked curiously, what kind of ninjutsu is Chidori? Mr. Guy's expression was serious and he spoke solemnly. That's a copy of Ninja Kakashi's unique and powerful secret technique. A powerful secret technique of assassination. The principle of the secret technique is to use the stimulation of lightning style to activate the body, stimulate the body's reaction, and greatly increase the speed of action. It also concentrates a large amount of chakra on the hand. Through nature transformation, high-intensity electric current is created. Relying on Sharingan's insight, he uses high-speed sprinting to pierce the enemy. This move is a very terrifying secret technique, because the thunder and lightning visible to the naked eye will make a crackling sound. It's like 1,000 birds chirping, so this trick is called the womb. Mr. Guy held his chin with his hand and paced back and forth in front of the hospital bed. Chidori has extremely strong penetrating power and paralysis effect, and has strong restraint on physical arts. Is this move very strong? Can Xiaoli defeat this move? Tian asked. Teacher Guy said affirmatively. This move is very powerful. He is my lifelong enemy, Kakashi's special move. Chidori is also called Reikari because Kakashi once used this technique to cut through lightning. This is a powerful ninjutsu that can even cut through lightning. Cut away the thunder and lightning. Tian and Niji both looked at each other in disbelief. Mr. Guy said to himself. With the astonishing thrusting speed and the ultimate chakra transformation, the thrusting attack is transformed into a sword that can cut through iron like clay. Because the stabbing speed is so fast that it exceeds human reaction speed, this is a ninjutsu that must be used with a Sharingan. Such a move is very suitable for Sasuke. In addition to its own attack power, the paralysis effect of lightning style will also restrain physical skills. It will not be easy for Xiaoli to defeat Sasuke. Teacher Guy's voice suddenly became louder. Just because it's not easy, I'm even more excited. In the battle with Kakashi, I achieved 50 wins and 49 losses. This battle is not only a battle between Xiaoli and Sasuke, but also a battle between me and Kakashi. Mr. Guy's eyes were filled with blazing fire. Xiaoli, recover as soon as possible, we have to conduct special training for Reikari. Xiaoli shouted, his blood boiling, Teacher Guy, I won't lose. Seeing the two people's energetic appearance, everyone felt at ease inexplicably. No matter what, such two masters and apprentices will never be defeated by any difficulties. Seeing the two masters and apprentices with high fighting spirit, Tian stepped forward and helped Xiaoli check again. He warned, don't move around recently. Follow the doctor's instructions, receive treatment, eat more and sleep more. When we have time, Niji and I will come and help you. High-intensity training will improve your physical strength and recovery ability. Take a good rest these 3 days. After 3 days, you can simply restorative exercise. In a week, I can get you back to health and start special training. Seeing Tian's analysis, everyone was completely relieved. They did not disturb Xiaoli much, warned him again, and left the hospital together. When coming out of Konoha Hospital, Tian was seeing Kakashi looking relaxed and walking towards the Hokage building. Tian, you can go back by yourself first. I have something to do with Kakashi. Tian turned around and spoke to her sister. Well, goodbye brother. Tian said goodbye to his brother obediently. Tian quickened his pace and caught up with Kakashi. He called out to Kakashi. Kakashi, look at you like this, why are you so happy? Kakashi seemed to be in a happy mood and waited for Tian to take a few steps closer. He lowered his head and whispered, I just received the news that Lord Jiraiya is back. Jiraiya, one of the Sunin? Tian read the name. He had never seen Jiraiya before. He came back in time. Are you going to notify the Hokage? Kakashi nodded. After receiving the notice from the village, Mr. Jiraiya rushed back as quickly as possible. Kakashi felt much more relaxed. It seems that Lord Jiraiya is also worried about Sand Shinobi and Orochimaru's plans. Jiraiya-sama is back. With him in Konoha, our defensive strength has been strengthened. Hokage-sama, there may be new arrangements. Tian's mood also improved. With one more top-notch fighter, Chunin will feel more at ease when taking the exam. By the way, I have other things to ask you for. The news of Jiraiya's return was an unexpected surprise, but he was looking for Kakashi for other reasons. What's up? Kakashi's face turned serious when he heard that Tian wanted to ask him for something. Tian waved his hand. It's not a big deal in the village, it's about the team you guide. they have something going on. Kakashi was a little surprised that TNK would talk to him about Team 7. TNK spoke directly without any courtesy. Have you not noticed that little Sakura is already seriously lagging behind in your team? Kakashi looked a little embarrassed and touched the back of his head with his hand. I actually don't have much experience in leading a team. TNK interrupted his perfunctory words. The genin you were responsible for before failed to graduate from your hands. This is your first time leading a team. Ha ha ha. Kakashi smiled and laughed, trying to get away with it. Really? I didn't even notice it. TNK crossed his hands in front of him and spoke in a serious tone. Although you are very strong, with your lazy style of coaching, you really won't be able to help them much. Kakashi seemed a little embarrassed when these words were said to his face. I will guide Sasuke well this month. TNK continued. Sasuke has Sharingan, and his fighting style is very close to yours, so coaching Sasuke will be easy for you. As for Naruto, he has a good foundation and I can also help him a bit, so he doesn't have to worry too much. As for little Sakura, if you don't think of something for her, she will really just be a vase and hinder your team. This time, he came to Kakashi mainly for the matter of little Sakura. How about you help me take care of little Sakura? After listening to TNK's words, Kakashi immediately looked like he was going to package up little Sakura and sell it to TNK. Think well, that's your responsibility, you are the instructor, you make the arrangements yourself. TNK looked at the lazy Kakashi and said calmly. It's not good for you to do this, Kakashi argued. Now that you see this problem, you should help little Sakura. Sakura is actually very talented. Among the 3 people in my team, her chakra control is very good. She is even more talented than Sasuke in this aspect. As a girl born into a civilian family, little Sakura is a very talented ninja. You are the best to guide her. You are the most knowledgeable ninja in Konoha. You will be more than enough to guide her, so I leave it to you. Kakashi clasped his hands together and asked TNK for help. I have to coach Hinata next, so I don't have time to worry about little Sakura. TNK even blamed Kakashi for passing the blame. This kind of thing cannot be taken lightly. One is also a guide, and the 2 are also guides. I think Sakura and Hinata are both girls, and their styles are similar. You can guide them together. Kakashi continued to persuade. Veins appeared on TNK's forehead, and Kakashi started talking nonsense in order to promote little Sakura. You can tell that they have similar styles. Kakashi smiled and looked grateful. Thank you very much. I'll leave little Sakura to you. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After saying that, Kakashi turned around, quickened his pace, and blended into the crowd. Zero, please give me flowers. Hey, I didn't agree. TNK quickly chased after him. He didn't expect that Kakashi would cheat. Seeing TNK chasing after him, Kakashi quickly jumped onto the roof and formed a body seal. Shadow clone technique. Bang! There are a few more Kakashi on the roof. Transformation technique. Bang bang, bang. A group of Kakashi transformed into passers-by dressed in different clothes and looking different. Afterwards, Kakashi became a passerby and fled in all directions. I go. TNK was speechless for a while. Kakashi was too lazy just to be lazy. We can't just let it go. There's no way you can push your students to others. TNK forms a seal with his hands. 0. Paper release flying crane tracking. TNK summoned many paper cranes and quickly followed Kakashi into a passerby. Saihi followed Kakashi's chakra fluctuations and quickly followed. On the other side, passers-by Kakashi changed, scattered and mixed into the crowd. Kakashi's real body entered a clothing store. He entered through the front door, bypassed the store manager's site, and walked out through the back door. At the back door is a lively market. Kakashi blended into the crowd. He glanced in the direction of the Hokage building. We can't go to the Hokage building for the time being. We might be blocked by TNK. Kakashi whispered. Little Sakura, I even resorted to rogue tactics for your sake. I hope you can find a good instructor. What a pity. It's not that easy to get rid of me. TNK jumped down from a tree and landed in front of Kakashi. Kakashi immediately turned around and ran away again. TNK's speed was also not slow, blocking directly in front of him. Kakashi smiled bitterly and finally stopped. You really can't help little Sakura? TNK looked serious. I'm not kidding. At most I can prepare some information for you, and you can let her study on her own or find someone to tutor her. I really don't have time. Well, Kakashi sighed. Sorry, little Sakura, I tried my best. I can only blame you for your bad luck. I want to help you deceive a good instructor, but unfortunately the other person is not willing at all. Son. Kakashi also noticed little Sakura's condition. Little Sakura's strength has fallen far behind Sasuke and Naruto. She was no longer able to help, and even started to become a hindrance. This state is definitely not what he wants to see. Little Sakura is just a ninja from a commoner family. Her talent is quite good, but that is only compared to ordinary ninjas. If compared with Sasuke Naruto, little Sakura is not outstanding at all. Her consciousness and character are her biggest weaknesses. She cannot become an excellent ninja. She is also a girl, and Tia Nation's character is that she wants to surpass her predecessors and become a great ninja. This kind of awareness is the qualification of an excellent ninja. Little Sakura's consciousness is much worse than that of Ino and Hinata. Without the guidance of an excellent teacher, little Sakura's chances of becoming a jonin in her life are very slim. Kakashi once thought about finding someone to tutor little Sakura-san Zero, but jonin in the village is too busy with his own tasks. If they don't value a person very much, they won't take the time to guide ordinary genin. Little Sakura Chakra has good control, but has a poor personality and poor ninja qualifications. After comprehensively calculating the plus and minus points, little Sakura suddenly became an ordinary person. She was born as a commoner, and she didn't even have any advantages in family background. There really was no jonin willing to take the trouble to guide her. TNK was originally the best choice. As the most knowledgeable ninjutsu doctor in the village, his strength was on par with Sunin, and he is also a ninja born as a civilian. If TNK is willing to tutor little Sakura can catch up with Naruto Sasuke, not to mention, at least in the team, they won't be holding back. This time TNK took the initiative and mentioned the matter of little Sakura. Kakashi immediately thought of helping little Sakura find a teacher. He asked for help many times and used rogue tactics, just to help little Sakura, hoping that little Sakura could get a good instructor. It's a pity that TNK really doesn't have this intention. Is there really no discussion? Kakashi looked helpless and made a last effort. If you have any conditions, please feel free to mention them. I will agree to anything I can. TNK's expression remained unchanged. No need to discuss, it's impossible. He took the initiative to approach Kakashi and talk about little Sakura. In fact, the idea came to him during the qualifiers. This time, he has changed a lot of history. Sasuke was not sealed by Orochimaru, and Sasuke did not realize his ability to defeat him head-on. If nothing else, Orochimaru's deception would be difficult to seduce Sasuke. After all, there are examples of younger and more potential classmates in front of me. Sasuke is not that stupid to leave the near and far away to seek power from an unknown Orochimaru, and Sasuke has never been stupid. If Sasuke didn't go to Orochimaru, little Sakura's fate would also be changed. There is no more experience of Sasuke's defection and no need to find Sasuke. Little Sakura also has a lazy personality and has no motivation to become stronger, and she has no chance of being strong. Sasuke and Naruto are determined to become strong. Sasuke wants to take revenge on his brother, and Naruto wants to become Hokage. They are fully willing to become stronger and have sufficient talent. It is only a matter of time before they become stronger. Little Sakura only thinks about how handsome Sasuke is. Why doesn't Sasuke like me? Come and like me, Sasuke. How could such a person become an excellent ninja? Little Sakura will only be pushed further and further away from Sasuke and Naruto. Without the experience of Sasuke's defection, little Sakura is not so eager to become stronger. Without the special bond with Sasuke, Tsunade may not be able to like little Sakura in the future. If it goes like this, little Sakura will be completely reduced to a sidekick. Although this is not TNK's fault, the chain reaction may have cut off little Sakura's future prospects, and TNK still feels a little regretful. He took the initiative to remind Kakashi, hoping that Kakashi would pay more attention to little Sakura, at least not to let little Sakura become a real hindrance. Then, he didn't expect that Kakashi actually planned to cheat and rely on him to guide little Sakura. He would not agree to such a request. The relationship between ninjas cannot be established casually. After all, ninjas really can walk the line between life and death. Why is Kakashi unwilling to guide Genin? Because he understands this truth. Ninja is a profession that walks between death. The genin who guided this year may die in a battle next year. Ninjas are very cautious when it comes to emotional investment, and may even be stingy to the point of being extremely harsh. The more bonds we have with each other, the more involvement and worries we have. The more emotions you invest, the more vulnerable you are to being hurt. TNK also understands this truth, and he can face danger for his sister. For the sake of important people, he is willing to fight against powerful enemies. But for those who are not important, casual acquaintances and politeness are the ultimate. Even if Kakashi begs him to guide little Sakura, he will never agree. Little Sakura is not a likable person, she is too superficial, she is too weak. In the original history, little Sakura begged Naruto many times to save Sasuke, but she never knew that she was not qualified at all. Naruto likes little Sakura, and there is absolutely no qualification or reason why little Sakura can boss Naruto around. If little Sakura sacrifices her life to fight, no matter she wins or loses, she will gain the respect of others. But she begged Naruto, who liked her, to help her find Sasuke, who I also liked. What is this thing called? Such little Sakura is a trouble. If it were in peaceful times, her actions wouldn't be too bad. But in the war years, as a ninja, her choices and actions were terrible. TNK would never take the initiative to provoke such a troublesome ninja. Kakashi sighed. Well, it would be great to be able to prepare some information and prepare some plans. At least it will be much better than the current situation. He comforted himself, at least this was much better than leaving little Sakura alone. Kakashi looked at TNK politely. Then I'll trouble you. Help little Sakura formulate a plan to improve her strength. I will take the time to guide her. TNK said calmly, I will help her prepare some ninjutsu materials and training plans. When I am ready, I will give these materials to you. Don't say I did it, and I won't admit it. You are her instructor. TNK added in her heart, no matter what the future holds for little Sakura, no matter what she encounters, you will be the one she is looking for and in trouble for. Kakashi smiled bitterly, why do I feel like you don't like to see her? Are you so guarded against her? TNK smiled and said calmly, if I didn't want to see her, I wouldn't have deliberately reminded you not to ignore her. I just don't want to get into trouble. The instructor's job is not that easy. The master-disciple relationship between ninjas can easily establish a deep relationship. They fight with each other, train with each other, and rely on each other. In such a relationship, he will avoid anyone he does not approve of from entering his world. All right. Kakashi nodded, that's true. Being an instructor during this time is more troublesome than when I was Umbu. He added in his mind, I am much happier. So be it. Kakashi stretched. Since there is no need to escape, I'd better go to the Hokage building and report to Lord Hokage. Correct. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around. How did you catch me just now? Having had working experience in Umbu, Kakashi is still very confident in his potential. He didn't expect that he would be caught so quickly. TNK summoned a paper crane and said calmly, my paper crane can track the chakra of the target in front of me. Unless you run out of my detection range, no matter how you disguise yourself, it will be useless. Alright, Kakashi scratched his head, it seems that it's not me who is unlucky, I can only blame little Sakura for her bad luck. Kakashi accepted the reality, said goodbye to TNK, and walked towards the Hokage building. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, TNK was not in a hurry to go home. He continued along the street, and after turning 2 turns, he came to a row of shops with wide open doors. There was an endless stream of people coming in and out of the store, and a huge curtain hung at the door. On the huge curtain, there is a big 04 written on it. After entering the store, wide aisles lead to different courtyards. On both sides of the aisle, the left side is written with the character male and the right side is written with the character female. Enter TNK on the left, which is a huge open-air hot spring. As soon as he walked in, the heat and mist rushed towards him. After walking a few steps forward, it suddenly became clear that this was a huge open-air hot spring pool. An old man with long white hair reaching his waist, wearing a red coat, carrying a huge scroll on his back, and with a painted face was squatting next to the hot spring pool, secretly looking at the female hot spring. Next to him, a blonde boy in an orange jacket was using summoning to summon tadpoles. Just now, when TNK was tracking Kakashi, he accidentally saw Naruto and Jiraiya from the roof. For this, Jiraiya, one of the Sannin with a distinctive personality, he has some experience. Jiraiya didn't seem to notice TNK's arrival and was focused on peeping at the women's hot spring. TNK quietly appeared behind Jiraiya. Does it look good? It's very beautiful. Jiraiya looked intoxicated and said in a dirty tone. You. Jiraiya turned around sharply and stared at TNK. What a good guy, he was able to hide from my attention and appeared directly behind me. Jiraiya was secretly angry, was it because I was too focused, or something? TNK followed the direction Jiraiya was looking and glanced into the hot spring. Seeing the scene in the hot spring through the narrow gap, TNK's heart felt a little warm. Should I say there are many beauties in the Hokage world? In the mist, in the female hot spring, the graceful body is like a shadow. The graceful body, pretty appearance, crisp and sweet voice, everything in the hot spring is particularly attractive. Seeing TNK's reaction, the expression on Jiraiya's face and the vigilance in her heart softened. He had a lewd smile. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would be the same person. It's really a fate. It's rare to meet you. You have such awareness and aesthetics at such a young age, Jiraiya said with a proud tone. Just like me, others of this age were still fighting and playing ninja games. When I was in this grade, I was already able to use very powerful ninjutsu. It's quite powerful. The peaking ninjutsu is definitely not taught in schools. Did you develop it yourself? TNK asked casually. Jiraiya looked like he had met a close friend. Of course, that is the proudest thing in my life. I independently developed the ninjutsu to discover beauty. Chasing beauty, searching for and discovering beauty is the source of ninja progress. Every time I see such beautiful scenery, it makes me full of care and enthusiasm for the world. Let the world be filled with love. This is the true meaning of coexistence between ninjas and the world. Jiraiya took out a small book with the words Intimate Paradise printed on it from his clothes and handed it to TNK. This is my latest work, and I give it to you. I hope you can also embark on the path of free creation in the future. TNK took the book from Jiraiya's hand and said calmly, "Since I accepted your gift, I should give you a gift in return. This is the collector's edition of Fengwa Mayu photo album, which I will give to you." TNK took out a limited collector's edition photo album of Fengwa Miyuki recently published by the Land of Waves from the seal scroll he carried with him, and gave it to Jiraiya. At this moment, Naruto also saw TNK, and he ran over excitedly, "Brother TNK." Naruto pointed at Jiraiya excitedly. "Brother TNK, I am learning a new ninjutsu from Pervy Sage. He taught me the summoning technique. With this ninjutsu, he can summon a very big toad." Naruto gestured while looking at Jiraiya. "Pervy Sage, what's wrong with you?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya in horror, wondering what had happened to him. TNK turned around and saw Jiraiya holding the photo album in both hands. The blood in his nose gushes out like a fountain. Jiraiya said to himself while having a nosebleed, "It turns out to be a legendary thing. I have recently heard that such a legendary thing has appeared. I have never seen it before. I didn't expect that there is such a beautiful thing in the world." In order to avoid getting nosebleeds, Jiraiya nervously hid the Fengwa Miyuki photo album, the limited edition, carefully under his clothes. After cleaning up the nosebleed, Jiraiya regained his appearance as a master. "Although I am always very cautious about accepting gifts, you and I hit it off right away, so I reluctantly accepted this photo album." 910 He had a lewd smile on his face and rubbed his hands together. "I would like to ask where you got this collector's edition of Fengwa Mayu from. You know, in the underground black market, there are many people who want to know about this collection, but they have never found the source of this collection. It's not convenient to disclose this." TNK's tone was calm. "I have my own channels. If you need it, I can pay attention to it for you in the future." Jiraiya's face was full of tangles, and his expression kept changing. "In that case, let's talk about it next time." "Ahem." He coughed and said, "I am currently collecting materials for my latest novel, and I need such detailed information. With the help of these materials, I will definitely be able to obtain more materials for my next book." He looked at TNK expectantly. "If you have a new version, please remember to notify me." After getting TNK's affirmative answer, Jiraiya sighed again. "I lost. I didn't expect that my life's masterpiece Intimate Love in Paradise would encounter such a powerful opponent. I determined to spread my love and passion to the world through Intimate Paradise. I never expected that such a powerful opponent would appear in the world. In the face of such a photo album, my Intimate Paradise can only be reduced to a foil." Jiraiya looked emotional and said excitedly, "Miyuki Fengwa is indeed the ultimate beauty in the world, the perfect creation in the world. The ninja who applied illusion skills to this photo album project is truly a genius. Such a ninja is truly a role model for our generation. I didn't expect that the goal I have been pursuing in my life would be realized so quickly. This world is indeed more exciting and richer than I imagined." TNK nodded seriously. "I also like this set of works and the beauty and love this set of works conveys to the world." TNK has gained a lot from the trip to the country of waves. In the country of waves, in addition to gaining the wealth of Cardo, they also gain strength. More importantly, he begins to realize his plan to change the world. His influence finally spread from Konoha to the country of waves. It will also affect other countries from the country of waves. In order to develop the country of waves, and also to open up sales, TNK, who has given up on moral integrity, has chosen products that people around the world love to see from the very beginning to open up sales. The country of waves is TNK's first step in changing the world. He invested almost all of Cardo's funds in the project to build the country of waves. In addition to asking Zabuza and Shiro to establish sales channels and transfer materials from various countries, the country of waves is making more charms and selling more products. When he was in Konoha, TNK's speed in making spells had never been fully utilized. Konoha is his apparent identity and cannot attract too much attention. In Konoha, he sells and manufactures his charms very carefully. It has been deliberately maintained at a level that is beyond ordinary people, but very normal. As for the country of waves, that is another identity that will not involve him. There, he can change everything as he pleases. The country of wave is the country he rules. A large number of basic medical charms, the best-selling illusion charms, and ice charms made by him and processed by Bai, which can replace the refrigerator. These special products have become best-selling items. Among them, the illusion photo album is the most influential and best-selling product. Now a very famous actor relying on cosplay. Miyuki Fengwa's limited edition Phantom movie and Phantom photo album have exploded across the world. Although TNK gave up her integrity in order to increase sales, in order to pursue the beauty that she loves to see and hear, there is still a big difference between Fengwa Miyuki's illusion image and the cosplay star. First of all, Fengwa Zyoksu is not charming enough. Although her cold appearance will cater to the preferences of some people, most people can't stop. TNK specially improved the character design of the Illusion movie. A more charming and mature version of Miyuki Fuka, with an explosive figure like Tsunade. It brought great shock to this world that has never received the impact of small movies. On the underground black market, the limited collector's edition of Fenghua Mayu, which is limited to 1,000 sets, has become a legendary thing. TNK even saw a B-level mission request for the limited collector's edition of Fenghua Miyuki in Konoha Village. Naruto looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Because you are too young, TNK and Jiraiya said in unison. By the way, brother TNK, come and see why I can't practice my newly learned ninjutsu. Naruto pulled TNK and walked aside to show TNK his newly learned ninjutsu, Haisu Shen Wei. Naruto formed a seal and pushed the trap into the open space. Summoning technique. Bang! With a burst of white smoke, a little tadpole appeared on the spot. The little tadpole moved around as if laughing at Naruto. Naruto grabbed his head with both hands, looking crazy. Why are tadpoles summoned? This is the toad summoning technique. Where is my frog? Where is my toad? Brother TNK, what should I do? Naruto looked at TNK expectantly and asked. Jiraiya picked his nose and looked at Naruto with disgust. You are so stupid. I told you before that you have to use all the chakra in your body. That's right. Naruto looked crazy. Do you think I don't want to? Tell me what to do first. Toad summoning jutsu. This is a ninjutsu that requires a huge amount of chakra. Seeing Naruto's performance, TNK understood Jiraiya's current thoughts. Are you trying to activate the nine tails chakra in your body? Jiraiya glanced at TNK in slight surprise, a little surprised that the other party guessed his idea right away. He explained, Naruto has two kinds of chakra in his body, a huge number of chakra, and the two kinds of chakra are entangled with each other. This is destined to make it impossible for him to have too detailed chakra control, and his strengths are not in this direction. Indeed, Naruto is more suitable for those ninjutsu that do not require fine control and simply require a large amount of chakra. The toad summoning jutsu is indeed very suitable for him. TNK previously taught Naruto taijutsu but not ninjutsu for the same reason. It is impossible for Naruto to have too detailed chakra control. This is Nine Tails' natural interference with the chakra in his body. Only taijutsu and those crude but powerful ninjutsu can be suitable for Naruto's special physique. When Naruto was a child, naturally he couldn't just learn those powerful ninjutsu. At this time, the only option is physical skills. The key point is how to draw out the chakra in his body. It is not that easy to use the power of Nine Tails. Jiraiya looked serious. He needs more training. I asked him to consume the chakra and then trigger the Nine Tails chakra out of his body. TNK shook his head. Nine Tails chakra cannot be induced by training. Simple training may not be so easy to induce that power, and some auxiliary help may be needed. Naruto stretched out his hand and reported. When I am in danger or very emotional, sometimes my strength suddenly increases. At that time, I can feel the red chakra. Then give it a try. TNK gestured and asked Naruto to use the toad summoning technique again. Naruto took a deep breath and moved his body on the spot. It's good. He jumped on the spot, as if he was doing some summoning ritual. Stop dilly-dallying, these little tricks won't help you. Jiraiya looked at Naruto's series of stupid actions with dissatisfaction. I want you to take care of it. Naruto grimaced. Then, he began to form seals. Then, he suddenly stopped and his body began to tremble. Start forming seals and prepare to summon, TNK said with a cold tone. Naruto turned around with difficulty, his whole body was trembling and his teeth were chattering. Tien, Cai, Da, Giun. TNK's tone was cold. Feel this feeling, carry this fear, and form a seal to summon. Naruto suppressed his fear, feeling the murderous aura everywhere, and he began to shake his seal. Jiraiya looked at TNK in surprise. What an astonishing murderous intent. How could he have such pure, emotionless murderous intent at such a young age? Naruto quickly formed a seal and pointed his palm towards the open space. Summoning technique. Naruto stumbled and used the toad summoning technique. A little frog appeared on the ground, jumping around. TNK restrained his murderous intent. He touched his chin with his hand and thought to himself, does pure murderous intent always have limited effect? Oh yeah. Naruto raised his arms and shouted, jumping up with excitement. It's a frog, it's a frog. This time it's really a frog, with 4 legs. Looking at Naruto's nerves, TNK was speechless. As soon as he restrained his murderous intent, Naruto immediately acted like a normal person. With such a rough nerve, even if there is a murderous impulse, it is very difficult to induce the chakra of Nine Tails. Naruto's nerves are too thick, he lacks the perception of danger and imagination, and the auxiliary effect of murderous intent is not obvious. Naruto pointed at the toad jumping on the ground in a fuss. Pervy Sage, did you see it? It's really a toad this time. So what? Jiraiya picked his nose and looked at Naruto with contempt for 04. Are you going to use such a toad to deal with the enemy? Naruto was furious and said quarrelsomely, it's not because you didn't tell me how to do it. From a tadpole to a frog, this is already a big improvement. In a few days, I will definitely be able to summon a toad bigger than you. Smelly brat. Jiraiya made a face at Naruto, looking disgusted. Smelly old man. Naruto returned the favor without giving in. The two of them gnashed their teeth and refused to give in to each other. Work hard, Naruto. TNK interrupted the quarrel between the two. He patted Naruto on the shoulder. When you learn the toad summoning technique, it's time to learn new ninjutsu. Naruto's attention was immediately attracted. He asked with excitement on his face. New ninjutsu, brother TNK, are you going to teach me new ninjutsu? TNK smiled. This Lord Jiraiya is one of the most powerful ninjas in Konoha. He is much more powerful than Kakashi. With his teachings, you will definitely beat Sasuke in the Chunin exam 1 month later. You brat, know me. Jiraiya put his hands on his hips, looking smug. Naruto seemed uninterested and unimpressed. If brother TNK guides me, I will definitely beat Sasuke. Naruto looked Jiraiya up and down, although Pervy Sage looked very strong, but looking at his behavior, it doesn't seem reliable at all. TNK comforted Naruto, you first learn all his tricks from Jiraiya secretly. Then I will guide you, so you have 2 teachers to tutor you, which is a much better advantage than Sasuke. Yes, Naruto suddenly had an idea. With 2 ninjas who are stronger than Mr. Kakashi guiding me, I will definitely beat Sasuke in the Chunin exam. Hey. Jiraiya waved his hands, looking dissatisfied. I'm still here. Is it really okay for you to say these things in front of me like this? I heard that a new photo album will be released recently, and it is difficult to buy it through external channels. TNK touched his chin and said seriously, oh, isn't it just to guide this brat? Jiraiya patted his chest and said nonchalantly, this kid and I have quite a rapport. If I guide him, he will definitely become a great ninja. Then I'll trouble you, Jiraiya. TNK's tone was relaxed, and he felt as if the burden on his body had been reduced. I left Naruto to Jiraiya, and this month I can safely develop a relationship with Hinata. You guys go ahead, I'm going back first. TNK waved, ignored Naruto and Jiraiya, and walked directly to the exit. Don't forget to collect a photo album for me. Jiraiya changed his words and said, no, it's material. He didn't forget to remind TNK again. Farewell to Jiraiya and Naruto. TNK returned home and began to carefully prepare and arrange classes for Hinata's tutoring. The next day, the morning sun shines lightly on people's faces. On a tall banyan tree in the north of Konoha village, the sun shines through the leaves, casting a faint halo. TNK and Hinata, sitting on a big branch, watching the morning glow. So beautiful. Hinata looked at the rising sun in the distance. A red sun rises from the east, dyeing the clouds on the horizon red. Feeling the tranquility of the village, Hinata felt a strong sense of satisfaction in her heart. No wars, no disputes. Just enjoy everything in front of you quietly, everything is so beautiful. TNK didn't speak, he sat quietly next to Hinata. He didn't want to break the current tranquility. The two of them remained silent, as if they were competing to see who could be more silent. Both are very good at handling this situation. They didn't talk, they just enjoyed the tranquility now, and everything was beautiful. Until Hinata's face became redder and redder, her head started to smoke, and she seemed to be thinking about some strange things. TNK finally couldn't help but laugh. Hinata wears a lavender coat and has thick ink-like hair. Her fair and crystal-clear skin, because of her shyness, is dyed with a touching delicacy, revealing her cuteness from the inside out. Brother TNK. Hinata put her hands in front of her, touching her 2 index fingers tangledly, looking shy. Okay, let's talk about the special ninjutsu training first. Seeing 120 Hinata becoming more and more shy, TNK stopped teasing Hinata. Hinata nodded obediently and said firmly, I want to become stronger, and I don't want to hold anyone back. I want to be able to help, and I want to be able to help everyone. This was what she was thinking. Because of her companion's wish, she took the Chunin exam. Because of her companion's support, she didn't want to lose easily. She wants to become stronger and help her companions. Listening to Hinata's inner words, TNK's eyes became more gentle and compassionate. Hinata is a kind girl who only cares about others. If no one takes care of her, she will always neglect herself unconsciously. TNK encouraged Hinata in a gentle tone. Hinata, I know you don't want to hurt people. It's not your fault. What's wrong is war, what's wrong is people's strife. Hinata looked very timid. I am still too timid. I am not a qualified ninja. TNK looked at Hinata tenderly. You can't fight with a ruthless heart, and you can't restrain your kindness and gentleness. It's not your fault. Hinata, who doesn't like war, is very likable. TNK looked at Hinata with a smile, with encouragement and affirmation in his eyes. Hinata blushed and almost fainted. TNK was afraid that Hinata would really faint, so he changed the topic. Do you still remember the healing technique I taught you? Of course I remember. Recalling the situation at that time, she recalled the scene when TNK taught her the healing technique. Hinata's mood gradually calmed down, and that was a moment she would never forget. She recalled the scene and whispered, "At that time, I was scared. Brother TNK at that time was so strict." Really? TNK was a little embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "I will pay attention next time." Hinata shook her head quickly and said hurriedly, "No, Brother TNK, you were at that time so gentle." Her last voice was as small as a mosquito. Hinata looked a little panicked, feeling like a deer in a hurry. She hurriedly concealed her nervousness and pinched it with her 2 fingers. "Brother TNK taught me the healing technique. This is the easiest ninjutsu for me to learn and the fastest to master. I have been practicing medical ninjutsu according to the ninjutsu scrolls given to me by Brother TNK. Now during the mission, I can help everyone treat their injuries and help everyone." Hinata lowered her head and couldn't help but look at TNK's face secretly. Her voice was low, but her eyes were firm. "I really 183 like the ninjutsu that Brother TNK taught me. As long as you like it." TNK smiled. Listening to Hinata's words, he felt happy in his heart. He said enthusiastically, "Next, what I am going to teach you is related to healing ninjutsu that can be used to help others. I think you will like it." "Aha!" Hinata nodded vigorously, "I like it very much." TNK continued, "Next, I'm going to teach you a new ninjutsu. You have a very good talent in medical ninjutsu, and the Byakugan is the perfect match for medical ninjutsu. Even I am very envious of this ability." TNK's face showed an expression of envy. "In terms of combat, although the chakra scalpel and 8 trigram swords and palms are very powerful, I know that you don't want to hurt others. Then, let's not learn this for now. Let's try to learn as many ninjutsu as possible that won't hurt others easily." Is there really such a ninjutsu? Hinata is a little surprised. As a ninja, can he really not hurt people? TNK said definitely. "Of course there is. Even if it doesn't happen, I will create it for Hinata." Brother TNK. Listening to these words, Hinata felt a sensation in her eyes, as if something was about to well up. She quickly turned her head and calmed down her emotions. TNK continued, "I considered it from the beginning. If you want not to hurt the other party, the most suitable one is actually Huanyan. Fighting is not just about killing or injuring the opponent. Catching the opponent is also a choice. But, I don't seem to be good at illusions." Hinata lowered her head and said sheepishly, "Teacher Hong, after testing our illusion talents, none of us have outstanding talents in illusion. It is also difficult for me to master the illusion that Teacher Hong taught me." TNK turned Hinata's shoulder and looked directly into her eyes. "Hinata is a genius who can learn healing techniques in one go. You have very powerful chakra control, and illusions are also very simple for you. What you need is some special guidance. Believe me, do I really have the gift of illusion?" Hinata raised her head and asked in disbelief. "Of course, I am a more powerful ninja than Hong-sensei," TNK boasted without hesitation in order to strengthen Hinata's confidence. Although it may be a bit boastful, it is the fact. As the most knowledgeable ninja in Konoha, TNK's knowledge and ability are far superior to other ninjas. He can even create a special learning plan specifically for a person. Those things that ordinary teachers are powerless to do cannot trouble him at all. And I have to say, it was just like the first time Kakashi led a team to guide students. Ui Hong is also the first time to lead a team. Compared to Kakashi's strength and experience, Korone Ui only became a Jonin this year. Whether it is combat experience or guidance experience, Ui Hong is not as good as Kakashi. Even Kakashi can only coach Suzuki, whose fighting style is similar to his own. For Sakura and Naruto, the help is much smaller because of their different styles. The same is true for Ui Hong. As instructors, they can teach students a lot of combat experience, cultivate their ninja awareness, and help students grow. But if it is to develop students' potential and guide students on the path to becoming strong, they do not have this ability. This is something that Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, all powerful and experienced ninjas, can do. Ui Hong couldn't develop Hinata's potential, but TNK could. TNK told Hinata slowly. The development of the Hyuga family has not truly reached its potential. The effect of Byakugan, in my opinion, is more valuable than Sharingan. Specializing in Taijutsu and specializing in detection, although it ensures the safety of ninjas, it also limits the potential of ninjas. In TNK's opinion, the Hyuga clan really wasted their excellent talents. Byakugan is a powerful pupil technique that is not inferior to Sharingan, but compared to the Uchiha family's endless emergence of strong men, the Hyuga family has really gone astray and declined. In fact, it can be seen from the inheritance of the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family. The power system passed down from the Uchiha family includes Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu. Even Kakashi, with a Sharingan, became a copy ninja who copied thousands of ninjutsu. Comparing the inheritance system of the Hyuga clan, Gentle Fist, Gentle Fist, Gentle Fist. It's not that Gentle Fist isn't strong or bad. Among physical skills, Gentle Fist is of great value. Otherwise, TNK would not have mastered Gentle Fist. In the Taijutsu lineage, Gentle Fist is the same as the 8 inner gates, which can lead to the ultimate Taijutsu. Gentle Fist is very strong and has great potential. But how powerful is the legacy of Gentle Fist? It is impossible to compare with the 3 fundamental power systems of Taijutsu, Genjutsu, and Ninjutsu. A powerful ninja is indispensable for all physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion skills. The Uchiha family also retains the 3 major power systems of Taijutsu, Ninjutsu, and Genjutsu. On the other hand, the Hyuga clan, the equally famous bloodline boundary family, has only one choice, Gentle Fist. The Hyuga family specializes in Taijutsu and uses the Byakugan as an auxiliary detection ninjutsu. In this case, although it does not cause a lot of trouble, it's not like the Uchiha clan, who eventually went to destruction because of being too conceited. But in terms of strength and achievements, the Hyuga clan is far behind the Uchiha clan, which also has a strong blood lineage. The Hyuga clan completely wasted the potential of the Byakugan and their own bloodline. TNK said with emotion. The Byakugan should be like Sharingan and develop unique Genjutsu and Ninjutsu to complement the Byakugan. In fact, in TNK's opinion, Byakugan is not only used for physical skills. Byakugan can also be like Sharingan. Byakugan can also assist Ninjutsu and Genjutsu. The Hyuga family should, like the Uchiha family, develop unique Genjutsu and Ninjutsu to complement the Byakugan. Is it really possible? Hinata was a little surprised. She had never thought of this. Developing Genjutsu and Ninjutsu to cooperate with the Byakugan is a problem that Hinata has never heard of and never thought about. Sure, TNK looked at Hinata with a sure look on his face. Ordinary illusions, like those that teacher Hong taught you, they are not very suitable for Byakugan, and they also waste the powerful ability of Byakugan. He gave an example. Just like Sharingan, the Uchiha family developed its own unique Sharingan technique. Relying on the power of Sharingan, the Uchiha family was once the strongest family in the ninja world. The same can be said for Byakugan, who can develop unique illusions and ninjutsu to match Byakugan. However, no one in the Hyuga family has ever done or mentioned such an idea. Is this really okay? TNK's statement was so shocking that Hinata couldn't accept it for a while. TNK said in a gentle tone. It may be offensive, but I have to say that the Hyuga family's branch house and clan system are very decadent and backward systems. Hinata did not refute, but agreed seriously. I think so too. I think there shouldn't be such unreasonable systems as clan houses and branch houses. Hinata feels very uncomfortable every time she thinks about her family's branch house and clan system. Under such a system, there is no emotion between clan members or family members. Thinking about the Hyuga family clan and branch house system, TNK couldn't help but sigh. The system of clan and branch houses has hindered the growth of the Hyuga family and consumed the power of the Hyuga family. The potential ninjas of the Hyuga family have been strangled since childhood. A family, focused on internal fighting, is divided into upper and lower classes from birth. How could a family like this, which had no cohesion and stifled talented clan members, grow stronger? Even the revolving heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms that Niji could figure out at the age of 13 have become the secrets of the clan. On the one hand, this proves the power of Niji's talent, and at the same time, it also proves that the Zone family's squeeze on the branch house is too powerful. A young genius in the branch house can exhaust the Hyuga family's heritage. This reality is the biggest mockery of the Hyuga family's secret technique. In addition to relying on Byakugan, the Hyuga family has almost no wealth in terms of talent and accumulation. This is the branch house and clan system originated from the Hyuga family pervert. TNK looked at Hinata tenderly. Niji, and you are all geniuses who were persecuted by the Hyuga family and the unreasonable system. I'm not a genius, and I'm not as good as brother Niji. Hinata is very unsure. She doesn't believe she can compare with Niji. TNK said with a firm tone and a sure look on his face. Believe me, Hinata, you are not inferior to Niji in the areas you are good at. Niji is a genius, but you also have areas you are good at. Hinata looked at TNK, whose eyes were shining and affirming her, and she could no longer say anything to evade. TNK's eyes seemed to bring strength to people, and Hinata was willing to believe his words. Maybe, I really have a talent. A warmth surrounded her heart. We're going to change that. TNK said firmly, after you and Niji grow up, all the unreasonable systems of the Hyuga family will end in your hands. The system of clan houses and branch houses will end in a few years, and everything will undergo new changes. A strong family is not maintained by the sacrifices of its members. Regardless of whether it is a clan or a branch house, they are all part of the family and will fight and be proud of the family. Aha! Hinata nodded desperately, holding back tears. She believed in the future TNK told her. With strong chakra control, the Hyuga clan has strong talents in taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and illusion, but it is a pity that the Hyuga clan has too much internal fighting. The Hyuga clan has a caste system from birth, and all potential ninjas are stifled. A ninja with no potential, upholding the decadent clan system. The Hyuga clan has never been able to produce a ninja capable of integrating its own strength and developing a ninja suitable for the Byakugan power system. In the original history, Niji had a chance to become such a ninja, but unfortunately he also died young. After constant suicide and self-elimination, Gentle Fist has become the only trump card of the Hyuga family. This is unimaginable for a family like Uchiha. Hinata, look. TNK motioned to Hinata, looking at his fingers. Hinata stared at TNK's long white fingers with recognition, and the words, very beautiful, came out of her mouth. While TNK coughed, hiding his embarrassment, it was with a white eye. Seeing how shy TNK is, Hina covers her mouth with her hands and laughs secretly. She opened her eyes and looked between TNK's fingers again. Transparent chakra silk strings appeared between the white and slender fingers. Zero, please give me flowers. Under Hinata's gaze, TNK gently fiddled with these transparent silk strings. Although there was no sound, Hinata could clearly see it under her white eyes. A special wave spreads around through a special vibration frequency. Those spreading fluctuations change into different forms, or are continuous like flowing water, or like a giant wave. The waves are rough. Sometimes it's turbulent, sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's violent, sometimes it's gentle. As the invisible strings fluctuated, Hinata discovered that her emotions were constantly changing in various ways as the strings oscillated. She raised her head and looked at TNK in surprise. This is? A smile appeared on TNK's face. This is the advanced ability of Gentle Fist, the stringless sound, that I developed. How is this done? Hinata couldn't imagine that Gentle Fist could transform into this. TNK smiled. The Gentle Fist method itself is the ultimate technique. Chakra can be released from acupuncture points all over the body. Such exquisite control is simply incredible. Such an incredible ability is only used to tap acupoints and block the flow of chakra, but it does not bring out the full power of Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist is good at subtle control. Through chakra nature transformation, it creates transparent chakra threads. With special frequencies and fluctuations, it can create matching illusions unique to Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist attacks, in addition to direct attacks on the body and chakra. In the attack, illusion attacks can also be incorporated. When fighting, not only attack the opponent, but also attack the sky, the earth, everything tangible and intangible. Use fluctuations and phantom sounds to change the opponent's mental frequency. Through close contact, it affects the opponent's 5 senses. This combination of physical skills and illusions is enough to double the power of the Gentle Fist method again. TNK imagines the limits of this technology. When attacking, the chakra needles do not need to hit the opponent. They just collide with each other and cause invisible shocks to affect the opponent. And the Byakugan's perspective can also observe the opponent's reaction and even adjust the illusion, coupled with the corresponding 8 trigrams sword palm and invisible sword energy. Such a final set of boxing techniques will be a powerful boxing technique integrating ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusion. TNK looked at Hinata with burning eyes. This is the unique secret technique I developed for you that is suitable for Gentle Fist, Phantom Demon Fist. Down. After some research and experiments by TNK, the most important thing about Byakugan is the ability to see through and observe chakra. Therefore, ordinary pupil illusions are not suitable for Byakugan. Even if the pupil technique can be developed, it will be the same as Sharingan, which will consume too much and affect the continuous performance of Byakugan. In addition to the pupil technique, the phantom sounds of the auditory system and the fluctuations of the tactile system are very suitable for Byakugan. Able to release chakra from acupuncture points all over the body, such ultimate control. It allows a superb performer to display superb and exquisite control methods. Just like the sound ninja who appeared in this competition, those invisible attacks, once used in the right situation, can easily defeat the strong with the weak, but Xiaoli almost capsized in the gutter at 10 o'clock. Byakugan's technique of shooting chakra from various points on the body should not only be used to defend and attack internal organs. This is so precious. Faced with TNK's kindness and the powerful secret technique TNK developed for her, Hinata felt that she deserved it. She looked very nervous. I cannot accept such a precious gift. Hinata covered her mouth with both hands, tears falling down uncontrollably. She couldn't imagine that someone would do these things for her. She was worried, she was scared, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to afford it. She was afraid that she would let down TNK's kindness. TNK turned Hinata's shoulder and said in a tone that left no room for doubt, "If you think it's precious, just spend your whole life repaying it." I said, "I welcome you to help the hungry at any time." He added, "Of course, I hope it would be earlier. Lifetime." Hinata's face became hot, and her fair and crystal clear skin became extremely charming because of her shyness. TNK stared closely into Hineda's eyes. No matter rich or poor, no matter health or disease, no matter the good times or bad times in life, when I need you most, can you always be with me? TNK's words were like a bomb exploding in Hineda's mind. She felt like she had entered a high-temperature bathroom, and her eyes were filled with misty heat. There were too many surprises and too many emotions pouring out of my mind. Excessive information and overloaded emotions impacted her brain. Hineda fainted. TNK stared blankly at Hineda, who was so excited that she fainted. There was a helpless expression on his face. Hineda, if you don't answer, I'll take it as your acquiescence. TNK made a strong and unilateral decision, and a huge stone fell in TNK's heart. Looking down at the weak yet strong girl in his arms, he felt a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart. I am willing to offer you a peaceful and beautiful world, my princess. In the days that followed, life became easy and interesting, teasing Hineda every day and teaching her new ninjutsu. During this process, while TNK was teaching Hineda, he was also exploring all the details of the Phantom Fist himself. Establish a set of super powerful boxing techniques based on Byakugan and integrating collective jutsu, ninjutsu, and illusion. Even if you already have the basic skeleton, such a long-term task cannot be completed in a short time. Fortunately, I don't care about money. He is enjoying everything now, enjoying the process of perfecting this boxing technique with Hineda. It's like the two of them are cooperating closely, like the two of them are cooperating to nurture a secret that belongs only to them. In the sun, TNK looked at Hineda with a smile. Hineda, say that again. A hint of shyness appeared on Hineda's face. She lowered her head and touched her fingers tangledly in front of her. Her voice was small, but her tone was firm. No matter rich or poor, no matter health or disease, no matter the good times or bad times in life, I will always be with you when you need me most. After she woke up, she couldn't get rid of TNK's questioning. Although I only vaguely understand the content contained in this passage, but hearing TNK ask those words, a strong will arose in her heart and she agreed to this promise. TNK walked up to Hineda quietly, his forehead almost touching hers, feeling Hineda's hot forehead. He said firmly and loudly, no matter rich or poor, no matter health or disease, no matter the good times or bad times in life, I will always be with you when you need me. A cliff north of Konoha village. The steep cliff is like a stone pillar pointing to the sky. Kakashi tied one hand behind his back and clung tightly to the cliff with the other. His 2 feet squeezed tightly into a narrow gap on the stone pillar. He pressed his body against the stone wall, breathing heavily. He sighed secretly. He didn't expect that basic rock climbing training would be a bit difficult for me. Once you relax, your body's strength and flexibility will deteriorate. I really envy Might Guy for always being so energetic. Recalling the previous meeting, Kakashi was a little anxious. Can he still make it in time? Not long ago, the Hokage held another meeting. The latest news about Sand Shinobi Village was sent back from Umbu, who was lurking in Sand Shinobi Village. Amomum Villisum's personnel began to undergo some abnormal transfers. The mission center in Sand Shinobi Village has obviously slowed down the speed of accepting missions. Many Chunin and Jonin stopped going out to take on missions. According to the existing intelligence, these Chunin and Jonin gathered 037 near the village and they seem to be preparing big plans and conspiracies. Combined with such intelligence, how could they not see the crisis? Judging from previous judgments, it is because it has been combined with Sand Shinobi Village. The changes in Sand Shinobi Village now further prove this point. War is likely to break out. And what's worse is that Shinobi Village is in cahoots with Orochimaru. Many other countries are also happy to see this. Many forces have always been eyeing Konoha's leadership position. They may even offer their help to Sand Shinobi Village and Orochimaru. This will make it easier for Sand Shinobi personnel to blend into Konoha. Even though the quota for Sand Shinobi Village to enter Konoha has been limited, if there is help from other countries, those restrictions will become in vain for Sand Shinobi. The worst thing is that even if they know that other countries are secretly helping Sand Shinobi, they cannot raise this point at this moment, which will offend all countries. This time, Konoha can only bear the difficulty alone. The Chunin exam is approaching, and many crises are about to strike. Even if Jiraiya and TNK can fight against Orochimaru this time, such an attack will cause great losses to the village no matter what. At times like this, whether it's Kakashi, Might Guy, or Asuma, everyone is adjusting closely and regaining their strength. Wind Country, Sand Shinobi Village. In the desolate and barren land, there is no green at all. Everything in his sight was dry and dirty khaki. Pedestrians on the road wear long cloaks and scarves. The strong wind mixed with dry yellow sand made everyone upset. In the center of the village, there is a huge building made of loess like a circular boiler. The Kaze Cage sat in a quiet room covered by gauze curtains and asked the ninja opposite him carefully. Yagui, thank you for your hard work. How is the plan going? A ninja with oil paint on his face and covering one eye with a scarf lowered his head and reported to Feng Ying. Master Kaze Cage, everything is ready. We have reached an agreement with the Sound Ninja. This is the plan for this time. Yagui handed the plan in his hand to the ninja next to him, who then handed it into the gauze curtain. Inside the gauze curtain, Feng Ying read the plan in detail. Feng Ying's satisfied voice came through the gauze curtain. Yagui did a good job. I am already full of expectations for the actions that day. Yagui asked cautiously. Kazekage-sama, Konoha has imposed entry restrictions on us. Including me, only 4 people in total are allowed to enter Konoha village. Perhaps we can consider deploying troops on the border of the country of fire in the name of military exercises so as to obtain personnel support during planning. Such a move has no effect. Feng Ying rejected Yagui's proposal and said calmly. Konoha is not a fool. Their umbu has already entered our village. Such a large-scale personnel transfer cannot be hidden from them at all. A large-scale show will only allow them to use their defensive advantage to hold back our troops. There was disdain in Feng Ying's tone. Although Konoha is decayed, they are not blind after all. They have already taken precautions against our actions. Konoha plans to restrict the number of people we can enter, but unfortunately I didn't plan to enter Konoha through formal channels from the beginning. That's really stupid. There was mockery in Kazekage's tone. We are not the only enemies of Konoha. There are too many people who want to see Konoha fall. Although these people will not force themselves to stand out, they provide convenience for us, which is enough. This time, we will definitely be able to win. Yes, Yin Kai. Listening to Feng Ying's plan, Yagui fell to the ground in admiration. It turns out that Lord Kazekage's plan has received support from other countries besides the Sound Ninja. He believed that with Lord Kazekage's arrangement, they would definitely be able to defeat Konoha this time. After leaving Feng Ying's building, Yagui summoned his team members. Looking at Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari in front of them, Yagui said in a serious tone, "This time, we will unite with the Sound Ninja to fight against Konoha. This is an invasion mission with an S-level difficulty. You must be extra careful and don't make any mistakes." Temari crossed her hands in front of her body. She looked very angry and her tone was very dissatisfied. Why is there another war? So many people died, and now we have to destroy the peace we finally won. Invading Konoha, many people will die, not only the ninjas of Konoha, but also the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village. She couldn't figure out why they had to take the initiative to break the peace that was gained through hard work. Is Kunyi really that easy to deal with? Yagui had a serious face and a calm tone. Ninjas are just tools of war. Peace is meaningless to us. War is the foundation of our survival. The practice and training of ninjas require funds and resources. We specialize in fighting and not in production. What else can we do besides fighting? He said seriously. As genin, you don't understand the current form of Sand Shinobi Village. The daimyo of the Land of Wind, using the excuse of peace, drastically reduces the military expenditure of our Sand Shinobi Village. This confused daimyo not only weakened his country's military expenditure, but also handed over entrusted tasks that originally belonged to us to Konoha. Just for the so-called saving money, he reduced our various expenditures. The daimyo is confused, and we are also unlucky. We can only fight, without the support of military expenditures, and without the trust of the country. The situation in the village has become very serious. In order to maintain our strength, we have tried every means. Yagui looked at Gaara with cold eyes. Gaara, you were created for this reason. In order to maintain the power of the village, we sacrificed too many things. Gaara's expression remained unchanged, as if she was listening to someone else's story. Yagui continued, Sand Shinobi Village has fallen into trouble. In order to get out of the predicament, this is our only choice. Only by uniting with the Sound Ninja and capturing Konoha can we arouse the daimyo's awareness of the crisis. Only by showing the power of our Sand Shinobi Village can we regain attention. We have no time to continue to delay, we have no funds and no resources. As the ninjas in the village age, new ninjas cannot be trained. If we continue to delay, we will completely lose the power to fight against Konoha. Yagui looked at Gaara with lightning eyes. The success of this mission depends on you, Gaara. I see. Gaara replied calmly. It's just murder. What a simple thing, just killing people. When did I start entering this kind of life? Gaara thought about her experience. By the way, it started at the age of 6. The reason was that he accidentally killed the villagers in the village. From that moment on, I was judged as a failure by my father, the 4th Kazekage. Since that time, 4th Kazekage has sent assassins to assassinate me again and again, hoping to train me into a qualified tool. It's a pity that he failed again and again. Those assassins sent became the material for my growth. By killing them, I, Goodly Zhao, grew up. By the time the 4th Kazekage began to regret and wanted to get rid of me, I was already a thorn in their side that was difficult to get rid of. Now, because they are helpless, they have started to use my tool again. It's really incompetent and ugly. This village, which regards me as a monster, has reached the point where it has to rely on me. How ridiculous. Gaara sneered inwardly. Come on, more war, more killing. My existence is to kill everyone except me. As long as you kill them all, everything will be over. As long as I kill them, I can feel at ease. To hell with the village and the mission, I only fight for myself, I only live for myself. Others were just things I killed to prove my existence. As long as there are people who deserve to be killed, I will not disappear. Full of murderous intent, Gaara left here. Early morning. The faint sunshine fell on the village. There was a tense and solemn atmosphere in the air. The clear and crisp chirping of birds in the past has now become noisy and annoying. TNK stood on the roof of his house and looked around. Everyone on the road was in a hurry, with nervous emotions on their faces. There were very few pedestrians on the streets, and the village lacked the hustle and bustle of the past. Due to the presence of personnel from various countries, military control has been implemented in the village in order to avoid conflicts. Today is the official competition of the Chunin exam. Today is also the time for Orochimaru to launch his attack. In his mind, he quickly simulated the situation that needed to be dealt with, and felt the many flying thunder god spell marks scattered throughout the village. Wei Cai felt a little more at ease in his heart. Brother, come down for dinner, waving to TNK in the yard every day. 687 TNK jumped off the roof and walked to her sister. Come on, Tien Tien. TNK cheered for her sister. A bright smile appeared on Tianation's face. She made a fist with one hand and made a cheering gesture. I will end the fight soon. TNK warned again. When the time comes, end the fight as soon as possible and save some energy and chakra. Maybe Orochimaru will launch an attack at the venue. If something happens, don't run around and listen to my arrangements when the time comes. Okay, Oniai-sama. Tien Tien answered in a naughty tone. After breakfast, TNK and Tien Tien checked the ninja tools to be prepared and walked towards the duel field together. The huge circular dueling arena is located in the east corner of the village, just like an ancient Roman arena. Within the circular wall and in the huge open space, the gladiators will shed their blood on the battlefield and risk their lives. High in the stands, big names from various countries, celebrities from all walks of life, and heads of ninja villages will use critical eyes to judge and score the gladiators who risk their lives. This is the epitome of war among various countries. The army represented by gladiators fought fiercely on the battlefield to please the great names of various countries and celebrities from all walks of life. The fighting and sacrifice of the army gave them the bargaining chips of celebrities from all over the world and the leaders of the ninja village. A true and cruel scene. At this time, there were not many people in the stands. Due to precautionary measures, ordinary villagers were not allowed to view this exhibition. The audience in the stands are all ninjas in the village. In addition to the ninjas who were guarding various vital points in the village, the place with the most ninjas in the village at this time was this duel ground. Not too many prefaces and pleasantries. After Third Hokage had a brief exchange with celebrities from various countries, the finals were about to begin. The Third Hokage stood up from his position at the head of the stands. The audience at the scene also became nervous, and the atmosphere was solemn. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted loudly to everyone in the audience. Dear guests, thank you very much for being here. Thank you for participating in the Chunin selection examination held by our Konoha Shinobi village. There are too many polite words, so I won't say more. I know that everyone is not here to see me, a bad old man. Feeling that the atmosphere at the scene has relaxed a little, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Then, below, the 10 contestants who have passed the preliminaries will conduct a formal selection competition. Please enjoy it, everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced the start of the game and sat back on the podium. During the preliminaries, a total of 10 candidates advanced. They were divided into 5 groups and assigned different opponents. They were Uzumaki Naruto vs Kinto, Hyaga Niji vs Gaara, Nara Shikamaru vs Hyaga Hinata, Tenten vs Kankuro, Rock Lee vs Uchiha Suzuki. At this time, the on-site examiner, Genma Shiranui, had already arranged the 2 sides for the first round competition. Uzumaki Naruto vs Kinto. This is a match without much suspense. Naruto's strength has far surpassed that of Chunin. The golden earth of the sound ninja can only rely on the silent and sneak attack of the sound ninjutsu to have a strength close to that of the Chunin. Once the secret of ninjutsu is exposed, she will have no means to rely on. Because sound ninjutsu was silent and invisible, Naruto used shadow clone and ninja tools to suppress Kinto. During the break in the game, TNK, Kakashi and Asuma exchanged information in the stands. Information from Sand Shinobi Village indicates that many ninjas from Sand Shinobi Village have left Sand Shinobi Village 3 days ago. Their whereabouts are unknown and they should be lurking around Konoha. Kakashi said in a cold tone, our surveillance personnel discovered that some unidentified characters appeared around some foreign dignitaries. I think there should be ninjas from Sand Shinobi among them. Unfortunately, if they are not exposed, we cannot take the initiative. TNK's tone was a little pity. Now that countries are gathering together, we, as organizers, can only be cautious. We cannot stir up the sensitive emotions of various countries at this time. Once public anger is aroused and they are forced to Orochimaru's side, we will only become more passive. Asuma's face was ugly and his tone was cold. Damn it, I didn't expect so many people to have evil intentions towards ya, but TNK added. As long as we can suppress the attacks of Sand Shinobi Village and Orochimaru as soon as possible, at least we don't have to worry about them taking advantage of the situation. In addition, TNK touched his chin. At that time, we will be responsible for the security of the village. We don't care about the safety of these celebrities. Let their own guards take a look. Except for those celebrities who are very friendly to us in Konoha, we don't mind other people die in Konoha. This is not good. Kakashi and Asuma looked at each other. After all, they are also the organizers. Taking care of the safety of other people has always been their job. TNK looked disapproving. The most important thing in war is to distinguish our enemies from our friends. Winning over our friends and attacking our enemies is the foundation of war. Those who want to see Konoha lively, if they are unlucky, let them die. After all, they also have their own escorts, and they may be preparing to take advantage of the situation and strike a 0.8 disaster. TNK's tone was a little sinister. This time, we in Konoha are the victims after all. If celebrities from other countries died here, it would not be our fault. We are the victims who have lost the most. Even if it does have an impact on Konoha's reputation, compared to the safety of the village, those are trivial matters that are innocuous. If we can save some manpower, the safety of the village will be more guaranteed. A smile appeared on Asuma's face. It's sinister, but I like this plan very much. If it were an old man, he would definitely not agree. But who cares about him? He is quite old and may not be able to take care of himself. I will keep an eye on him this time. Okay, I agree with this. If people from other countries take advantage of the situation, they will be killed without mercy. A cold light flashed in Kakashi's eyes. When TNK was communicating with Kakashi, Asuma, and others, in the circular arena, Naruto had easily defeated Jintu. Sound ninjutsu has good potential, but Kindachi is not a powerful ninja. Under the attack of Naruto's ninja tools and clones, she was quickly unable to defend herself and was easily knocked to the ground. The first game was a success, and it successfully aroused everyone's atmosphere. Naruto returned to the stands, proudly showing off to everyone. The opponent was really too weak. I didn't expect that I would win the game so easily. I haven't shown my true strength yet. He looked at Sasuke combatively. Sasuke, the next round is between me and you must not lose. Good luck. Sasuke congratulated Naruto calmly. He has already focused on the second game. The battle between Naruto and Kinta was without any suspense or excitement. Kinta didn't even have the ability to bring out Naruto's strength. He wanted to see other people's performance more. Over the past month, his strength has improved greatly. 04 He wanted to see what progress other peers had made. In the duel field, Shiranui Genma arranged the second round. This time, it's Tenten vs Kankuro. Come on, Tien. Seeing the competition arrangements coming out, TNK walked over to her sister and encouraged her to cheer up. It'll be ready soon, Anii-sama. Tien smiled and jumped from the stands into the duel with absolute confidence. Tien wears a pink cardigan and carries a huge seal scroll on his back, staring at his opponent with confidence. It doesn't take more than a few minutes to deal with him. Kankuro slowly entered the duel arena. He looked at his opponent with an ugly expression. He was thinking about it in his mind. Our mission is to assist Gaara while we wait. Fighting is meaningless to us. When faced with such a monster opponent, should I surrender? Thinking back to Tianation's performance in the last round, Kankuro's heart palpitated. No, at least you have to fight. He looked around. With so many spectators present, he didn't have the confidence to surrender directly in front of everyone. He comforted himself, our purpose is to show the strength of Sand Shinobi Village. At least it can't be too ugly. And as long as the opponent doesn't use the terrible technique, ordinary ninja attacks are of little use to me. With so many celebrities and dignitaries present, I don't believe she would use the ninjutsu to destroy the entire venue with a factory attack. If a disturbance is caused at the scene, it will be Konoha's reputation that will be damaged. After some thought, Kankuro felt a little confident. He quickly summoned his puppet. It was an ugly monster that was beyond recognition and looked inhuman. The ugly hair like hedgehog burrs, covered with strange lines, and the twisted and terrifying wooden head, are like cheap ugly monsters hidden in ghost stars. Just the ugly and terrifying appearance of the puppet is already a kind of evil magic that creates fear. Under Kankuro's control, the invisible chakra thread controlled an ugly and weird puppet and rushed towards Tien. Used the puppet to suppress the enemy at close range, leaving her unable to use the ninja tool. My battle puppet is both a weapon and a shield. Ordinary ninja tools can't hurt my puppet at all. As long as the puppet can get close, I can win this round. Kankuro cheered himself up and tried his best. He wanted to suppress his opponent and prevent him from launching a continuous offensive with ninja tools. What a naive guy. Seeing Kankuro's actions every day, he immediately guessed his opponent's tactics. Do you think you can restrain my ninjutsu with a mechanical puppet? Reminiscent of what my brother said before, end the battle as soon as possible and save your physical strength and chakra. Tian Tian has a plan in mind. Sand Shinobi Village colluded with Orochimaru. So, the guy who wants to cause trouble in the village is also this B****************, D, right? Although we can't just kill him in the game now, it is always right to teach him a lesson first and eliminate his combat effectiveness. With the decision made, Yin Tian was not in a hurry to launch an attack. She tentatively threw kunao and darts at Kankuro, secretly waiting for the puppet controlled by her opponent to close the distance. God help me, I feel like I've underestimated my puppet. Seeing his opponent's response, Kankuro was overjoyed. Chunin couldn't help but feel contempt in his heart. The ninjas of Konoha are all newcomers who have never experienced war. Do you think that if I am a puppet master, I will be easily disturbed by the ninja tools? Don't use this textbook-like simple tactic to embarrass people. Kankuro easily dodged Tenten's ninja attack and once again controlled the puppet to close the distance. Close. He was secretly happy that my puppet Crow was a mechanism puppet with weapons hidden all over his body. Once up close, Crow's fighting power and fighting style are definitely better than any physical skills master. As long as my Crow gets close, the opponent will definitely lose. Just when Kankuro was about to control the Crow and launch a fierce attack, he suddenly noticed that his opponent actually took out a huge seal scroll on his back. Damn! Kankuro was so scared that he almost lost his mind. Aren't they competing now? There are so many famous people around, so many celebrities from all walks of life, and so many ordinary audiences. Is this really good? Did he have to use the terrible ninjutsu again just at the beginning? Kankuro was furious. Why are the ninjas of Konoha so crazy? It's too late, we can't let the opponent summon such a terrifying giant iron ball. His puppet had no problem blocking swords and darts, but it was impossible to resist the giant iron ball. Even with the absolute defense of the monster Gaara, if it encounters a giant 317 type iron ball weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, it will be shocked to death inside. Kankuro quickly controlled the machine puppet. Click, click, click. The machine puppet is like a transformer. It can quickly change its form. The humanoid puppet is like turning into a machine launcher. Every small hole and every joint on the puppet's body shoots out a large number of hidden weapons. Whoosh whoosh. The dense stings of fine needles were like a hail of bullets, attacking Tian Tian. At this time, Tian Tian had already opened the seal scroll. She used her bloody thumb to quickly draw across the dense seal text on the scroll. Facing the mechanism puppet, Tian Tian didn't care about the attacks that shot out from all over his body like needles raining from hell. Beside her, the seal scroll was like a cannon floating around. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Numerous iron balls the size of cannonballs, like unloaded bombs, bombed towards the machine puppet and Kankuro with overwhelming momentum. Countless rounds of artillery shells instantly buried the machine puppets and the dying attacks from the machine puppets. Drills, shelling. Last time Tian Tian almost threw a giant iron ball in the arena. For safety reasons, Tian Ke confiscated Tianatian's giant iron ball seal scroll. As compensation, he prepared a new seal scroll for Tian Tian. An iron ball the size of a cannonball is just right for dealing with ordinary enemies. Kankuro's mood was shattered. He completely understood how his sister Temari felt when facing Tian Tian. Such a monster is simply unacceptable. Let's all compete well and talk to each other well. Why do we resort to the ninjutsu of throwing money at our faces if we don't get along? Our reward for completing an A-level mission is not as good as a round of ninjutsu attacks from you guys. Compared with physical harm, this kind of mental harm makes people even more angry. However, such a ninjutsu attack was so powerful that he couldn't bear it. If he could yell, Kankuro would scream at the top of his lungs. I'm not convinced. Why should an intelligent ninja like me have to fight such monsters and terrorists? I haven't been able to use my abilities at all. My 1,000 killing techniques have not been put to use when I encountered such an unreasonable and terrifying attack. Kankuro's mechanical puppet Crow was shattered into a pile of rags by the crushing bombardment of the cannon 0.1 seconds after the cannon was ejected from the chamber. Along with the brokenness, there is also Kankuro's fragile heart. The cost of mechanism puppets is also very expensive. The more sophisticated the tool, the higher the cost. This kind of special wood used to make machine puppets is not inferior to steel in hardness, and it must also be able to adapt to the control of chakra. The material alone is a huge expense. Not to mention, highly difficult ninja tools like machine puppets cannot be made by outsiders at all. In many cases, machine puppets are passed down from master to apprentice from generation to generation. The master first prepares the first machine puppet for his apprentice. Only when the apprentice is able to become a master and has enough strength can he make a puppet that is more suitable for him. Every mechanism and every trap on the mechanism puppet was polished by the puppet master himself, familiar with it many times, relying on his own skills and imagination. Only in this way can the puppet master and the machine puppets cooperate closely during the battle. A good machine puppet is simply the second body and second life of the puppet master. However, Kankuro's body, Kankuro's second life, was like a rag doll, shattered into pieces under the terrible bombardment. There was no time to indulge in more pain. Kankuro, who was on the verge of tears, scurried away from the gunfire with his head in his arms. What evil have I done? On the stands, watching the new ninjutsu being performed every day, TNK touched his chin and nodded secretly. This new ninjutsu is much gentler than the last giant iron ball. At least, the entire dual field will not be destroyed in one go. In terms of destructive power, this bombardment iron ball also has good power. The iron ball shot at high speed is about the same size as a cannonball, and its power is no less powerful than a cannonball. Even Jonin had no choice but to avoid the iron ball coming at high speed, and the iron ball the size of a cannonball is capable of sealing every day. After confiscating Tianation's huge iron balls, TNK prepared iron balls for her sister as compensation, which were more suitable for ordinary battles. The production of these iron balls is not complicated. Wrap the summoning prop with the same symbol as the flying thunder god with a tighten small iron ball, and then pour more iron juice on the outside of the small iron ball. After cooling, such a cannonball iron ball is completed. When the iron ball was accelerated to a certain speed, let Tiantian use a special sealing technique to seal the iron ball's attack into the scroll. In this way, Tenten's current ninjutsu was created, drilling tool bombardment. The combat effect of ninjutsu is very good. As soon as this ninjutsu came on the scene, it achieved great success in one fell swoop and made Kankuro run away with his head in his arms. His mechanism puppet was also destroyed. Next, San Shinobi lost another fighting force. Tianation's fierce offensive attracted the attention of all viewers. Such a ferocious and violent attack was much more exciting than Naruto's battle just now. The audience enthusiastically cheered for Tiantian. Come on, well done, blow that idiot up. There are also people cheering for Kankuro. Run faster, Ghostface boy, don't get blown into pieces. Amidst the rumble of cannons, the cannonballs fired at high speed blasted dense holes in the arena. Just like a battlefield ravaged by artillery, the smoke and dust billowing in the huge ring duel field shook the sky. I give up. I give up. I give up. Kankuro's hoarse, broken cry was truly miserable, making those who heard it sad and those who saw it crying. Kankuro, who usually has a gruff voice, sounds like a fragile little boy who has encountered the most terrifying monsters. The cry revealed endless pain and sorrow like a surging river. The sharp cry, accompanied by Kankuro's scurrying appearance, is really pitiful. Looking at the scene in front of me, Tamari's eyes kept twitching. Do we really want to fight such a monster? Thinking of the next task, Tamari burst into tears. I am only 15 years old, the age when I am young and beautiful, and I have not been in love yet. Why should I spend my good years fighting against such a monster? She has no confidence in the upcoming battle, and is full of pessimism and despair. This monster also has a brother, and she also has two companions, each of them is a pervert, both are monsters. Can we really defeat such a monster? The ninjas of Konoha are all perverts. Why do we go crazy and attack such a powerful monster base camp? In a daze, Tamari had already seen a Konoha with fangs and a bloody mouth, trying to swallow them all. Amidst Kankuro's hoarse shouts, Tiantian put away the seal scroll with some regret. She whispered softly, this kind of attack is more suitable for dealing with armies and individual ninjas, but it's still too wasteful. Even if it is a full-scale bombardment, facing the extremely fast ninja, Mo Zhao Zhao, unless all the opponent's space is blocked at the first time. Otherwise, the gap between the shells will become a life-saving straw for the ninja to escape death. Kankuro finally escaped. Shiranui Genma looked at Tenten with horrified eyes. The current genin really made all the seniors feel scared. He declared victory every day. Tenten ignored Kankuro-kun, who was hit hard and began to doubt his life. She quickly returned to the stands and returned to TNK's side. She looked proud, as if she was waiting for her brother's praise. TNK praised his sister without hesitation. Well done, Tiantian. You destroyed Kankuro's puppet and suppressed San Shinobi's momentum. This will be of great help to our next battle. In the duel field, Shiranui Genma has arranged the third battle. Nara Shikamaru vs Hayaga Hinata. See the battle arrangements. Nara Shikamaru stood in the stands with a distressed look on his face. Shikamaru is probably the only one among the contestants who doesn't want to advance to Chunin. Once you become a Chunin, your burdens and responsibilities are much greater than those of a genin. This is not a good thing for people who hate trouble. If teacher Asuma hadn't specially recommended them to take the Chunin exam, I would not have signed up. It's really troublesome, having to fight girls. he fell into a deep depression. Hinata has been training with TNK this month, and the two of them are always flirting with each other. If I beat Hinata, will TNK kill me? Thinking about the upcoming battle, Shikamaru suddenly wanted to give up. Now he trains leisurely every day and occasionally works part-time. He really doesn't want to break this kind of life. Otherwise, just give up. Just when Shikamaru was hesitating, Naruto suddenly pushed Shikamaru into the arena. He held his hands in the shape of a trumpet and loudly cheered for Shikamaru. Come on Shikamaru, defeat your opponent and take revenge on little Sakura. Boom! Shikamaru fell heavily to the ground and stared at that idiot Naruto with an annoyed look on his face. I'm crazy, I want to help little Sakura get revenge. If I really hurt Hinata, TNK will kill me. Who can help me take revenge? You are looking for someone to bully your sister-in-law. Does your TNK know? Shikamaru was really angry at Naru 040, a stupid fool like him. He was actually pushed into the battlefield. Is it too late to admit defeat now? In the stands, Ino and Koji also started cheering for Shikamaru. Shikamaru, come on, don't lose, Ino yelled. Koji was chewing potato chips while shouting vaguely. Come on Shikamaru, Mr. Asuma, you promised that if you win, you'll treat us to barbecue. Shikamaru was speechless for a while. It's not like I haven't treated you to barbecue, why are you encouraging me to die? Asuma looked at Shikamaru with a lackluster expression. He also couldn't help but start cheering for Shikamaru. Shikamaru, work hard and don't lose. I'm making a bet with others that you will definitely become a Chunin. Asuma and TNK made a bet that if Shikamaru became a Chunin, TNK would give him some genjutsu information suitable for UI Korone. For the sake of his girlfriend, Asuma has gone out of his way to encourage Shikamaru to fight harder. Shikamaru's head was filled with anger. Why should I do such troublesome things? He squatted on the ground, looking up at the sky. I really envy the clouds in the sky, so free and carefree. Shiranui Genma had already announced that the game had started. But the two contestants, who had no motivation, just dawdled away like this, and no one came out. Opposite Shikamaru, Hinata was wearing a white sweater and looked at her opponent nervously. The opponent showed no sign of fighting, and she had forgotten what to do. Hello, let's start early. Even Shiranui Genma couldn't help but remind them. Oh, sorry, okay, Hinata agreed in a panic. Her hands were changing rapidly, as if they were playing invisible strings. Shikamaru looked troubled. He formed a circle with the fingers of his hands and began to think. You can't ignore teacher Asuma's words completely, otherwise, you can show off first, find an opportunity, and lose naturally. It's really troublesome. You know clearly that I don't want to advance to Chunin, so why would you use me to bet with others? Too much trouble. I can only think of some way to avoid losing so ugly. Gentle Fist is a close-quarters taijutsu, and Hinata herself has little motivation. Maybe I should fight up close and expose a flaw. Just when Shikamaru was thinking quickly, suddenly, a strong dizziness filled his brain silently. What's going on? When did I get infected? His brain only had time to flash the last thought. It seems there's no need to bother, we've already lost. Then, Shikamaru fainted and fell to the ground. The audience at the scene was waiting in boredom for the two men to start fighting. Unexpectedly, suddenly, one of the players fell down inexplicably. Shikamaru seemed to have been attacked by an invisible attack, and he fainted and fell to the ground. The audience was inexplicably surprised. What the hell? Why don't you start fighting yet? If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat. Naruto looked at Shikamaru with a puzzled look on his face and shouted loudly. Shikamaru, don't pretend to be asleep, get up quickly. Get some energy, this is the Chunin exam. Idiot, stop barking. Suzuki couldn't help but interrupt Naruto's shouting. Shikamaru has lost, he was hit by a genjutsu. Suzuki looked at Hinata from a distance, his tone solemn. Illusion. Naruto looked confused. Suzuki had been watching the battle between Shikamaru and Hinata very intently. He wanted to know how strong Hinata would become after being trained by TNK for a month. At the beginning of the battle, he was a little dissatisfied with the two lackluster people, but the subsequent changes immediately shocked him. He just didn't realize how Shikamaru was tricked. But Sharingan's observation ability allowed him to clearly remember all the details of the two players. When Shikamaru fell to the ground, he was the first to realize that Shikamaru was under an illusion. When Hinata's hands changed rapidly, there was no doubt that she was performing an illusion. Although this strange gesture is not any method of forming seals, but there is also a lot of information about illusions in the Uchiha family's inheritance. Genjutsu is different from ninjutsu. Most illusions work on the spiritual level, and seals are not the only means of execution. Whether it is pupil magic or non-pupil magic, there are many techniques that can be used without relying on seals. Suzuki leaned forward and braced himself against the guardrail. He looked in Hinata's direction and couldn't help but feel frightened. I have become stronger again. Just after a month of special training, this previously weak girl turned into such a strong person. TNK's abilities are truly unfathomable. Finally, Shiranui Genma also reacted. He ran to Shikamaru and checked Shikamaru's condition. Then the results of the game were announced. The winner is Hinata. What happened? The audience at the scene was inexplicable. The two people had not even touched each other. How could one side win? In the stands, more people discovered the mystery. It's an illusion. They were filled with doubts. What was going on? When did the Hayaga family become good at illusions? In the stands, Hayaga Hanabi asked his father curiously. Father, what happened? How did my sister win? Snort. Hayaga Hayashi snorted and said dismissively. She is just a useless and abandoned guy. She turned her back on Gentle Fist and learned other illusions. She is really a useless guy. She gave up on Gentle Fist and went to learn those useless illusions. Is my sister using illusions? Hayaga Hanabi looked at Hinata in the arena in surprise. That inexplicable way to defeat the opponent turned out to be because of illusion. My sister can actually use illusion? Hanabi. Hayaga Hayashi warned his daughter in a stern tone. You must not be like that loser who gave up the Gentle Fist, the foundation of the Hayaga family, to learn useless genjutsu. Yes, father. Hayaga Hanabi looked at his father with fearful eyes. Sure enough, I read it right. That loser is a disgrace to the Hayaga family, Hayaga Hayashi said in a cold tone. She is 5 years older than you, but her strength is not as good as yours. Now, she has abandoned the foundation of the Hayaga family. She has even given up Gentle Fist to learn those useless illusions. He is simply a disgrace to the Hayaga family. The Hayaga family is not such a waste. Hayaga Hayashi looked at his daughter with sharp eyes. He warned his daughter sternly. Spark, you must take this as a warning and never be like that waste. Such a waste is not worthy of becoming a member of the Hayaga clan. As a lineage of the Hayaga family, Hanquin is the top priority of the clan inheritance. In order to ensure the absolute advantage of the clan, the Hayaga family does not even allow people in the branch house to learn the advanced techniques in Gentle Fist. Advanced techniques like Revolving Heaven and 8 trigrams 64 palms. The people in the branch house will not be taught. This time, Hayaga Hayashi was originally bringing his daughter Hayaga Hanabi to see the rumored genius from the branch house. It is said that the genius of that branch house, Hayaga Niji, even mastered the secret of the clan, the Gentle Fist method, Revolving Heaven. But he didn't expect that he hadn't seen Hayaga Niji's fight yet, but he was obsessed with the daughter who had embarrassed him. He didn't expect that his daughter, who had long been abandoned by him and had no ninja talent, would advance to the finals of the Chunin competition. He even didn't expect that Hayaga Hinata would defeat his opponent by relying on illusion. This guy who couldn't even master Gentle Fist actually turned his back on Gentle Fist, the foundation of the Hayaga family, and turned to learn another family's genjutsu. Things like this made him even more disgusted with the daughter he had already abandoned. Looking at his stern father, Hayaga Hanabi hurriedly answered. Yes, father, I will never be like my sister. The Hayaga family, Gentle Fist is our foundation, and the Hayaga family will always put Gentle Fist first. She's not your sister. Hayaga Hayashi reminded, with a cold look in his eyes. That loser has brought shame to the Hayaga family. But Hayaga Hanabi wanted to defend her sister, but seeing her father who was like a demon, she chose to remain silent. Sister, I can't help you. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you for annoying your father. On the other side, Hinata emerged victorious and returned to the stands. Seeing the people waiting for her and welcoming her in the stands, Hinata smiled happily. TNK walked up and rubbed Hinata's head affectionately. Hinata blushed and looked at TNK shyly. Congratulations, Hinata, for winning again. TNK smiled and looked at Hinata with gentle eyes. After you become a Chunin, come join my team. He had decided that after Hinata became a Chunin, she should join his medical team. In this case, they can meet every day, which is really great. Hinata's teammates and instructors all came over. Hey, don't act like I don't exist. Ui Hong said in a dissatisfied tone. You win over my subordinates and poach my corners as soon as you come up. Is that okay for you? Ha ha ha. 10K smiled easily. As long as Hinata likes it, as long as I like it. He doesn't care about other people's opinions. Congratulations, Hinata. Inyazuka Kiba greeted Hinata enthusiastically. I didn't expect that even Shikamaru lost to you. Hinata felt a little embarrassed and touched her index fingers. I was too anxious just now. The examiner urged us to start the game. I took action immediately. I forgot to remind Shikamaru. Shikamaru didn't notice my action. During the competition, she was startled by the examiner's teacher's urging. She immediately took action and used the illusion in the Phantom Fist lullaby. The game ended until Shikamaru fainted. She just realized that she forgot to remind Shikamaru. Shikamaru didn't notice her attack at all and was hit directly and fainted, which made her feel very embarrassed. Asuma walked over from a short distance away and said in a dissatisfied tone, Don't worry about that idiot Shikamaru. He is so unmotivated in the battle. He deserves to lose. Zero, please give me flowers. He shook his head and looked at the awakened Shikamaru. When fighting, even if you don't have the energy, you still have to pay attention to every move of the opponent. Fortunately, this time it's just a competition. Shikamaru still looked lazy and his tone was calm. The information is completely missing. I didn't expect Hinata to have such a powerful illusion. This time I won't lose unjustly. Shikamaru is very satisfied with this ending. There was no need to reveal his strength or bothersome disguises. He was very satisfied with the loss this time. Asuma couldn't help but have a headache. There was really nothing he could do about Shikamaru being like this. It's not scary for a person to be lazy. If a guy with an IQ of 200 wants to be lazy, he can find all kinds of reasonable reasons anytime and anywhere. Everyone didn't chat for long. After congratulating Hinata on her promotion, everyone turned their attention back to the competition field. A new game continues. Next game. Hyuga Neji vs Gaara. When both sides of the battle enter the arena, the atmosphere at the scene became tense again. Both sides of this competition are extremely powerful players. Hyuga Neji is the strongest ninja among Konoha's contestants this time. He has Byakugan and is not as weak and kind as Hinata. Neji is an excellent ninja in all aspects. Super talent, desire to become stronger, strong self-control, and hard practice. Hyuga Neji has all the qualifications to become a strong person. He is an out-and-out super genius. With just a little guidance, he can become a strong man who is better than his master. This time he has TNK's guidance and help. Gaara even has the amazing identity of Jinchuriki. His mother's life was taken away at birth, and he was trained to be the strongest weapon since he was a child. Born as a monster, connected to the world with hatred and killing. A monster who inherited his mother's resentment towards the world and cursed the entire world. A monster that exists to kill everyone, uses killing to maintain the meaning of its existence, uses killing as food for its growth, and only loves Shura himself. A murderer who longs for war and killing. The battle between the two attracted everyone's attention before it even started. When Hyuga Neji and Gaara entered the arena, the atmosphere at the scene became tense. The battle between genius and monster. Konoha's strongest competitor, Sand Shinobi's ultimate weapon. What will be the outcome of the battle between the two? Everyone looked expectantly at the battle between the two. In the arena, Gaara stared at Hyuga Neji with cold eyes. I can see the coldness and loneliness in your eyes, which are unique to people of our kind. Hyuga Neji, in fact, you must have thought this way in your heart. You want to prove your worth, you want to prove your existence, you want to resist that absolutely unacceptable fate. Neji looked at Gaara with an indifferent expression. His tone was cold. If you want to use words to disturb my fighting spirit, it will be in vain. Bring on all your strength. Strength is everything here. If you don't have overwhelming strength, you will definitely lose this battle. Gaara smiled coldly, with terror and gloom hidden in his voice. 04 Don't you want to admit it? Poor man bound by fate, a tool whose life and death are tied to the hands of others, your power has no power to reverse your own fate. Gaara's tone was sarcastic. Hyuga Neji, the genius ninja of Konoha, the branch house of the Hyuga family, the poor guy who was engraved with the caged bird seal since he was a child. As soon as he was born, he became a tool of the clan. He bore a mark that could never be erased. My life and death are controlled by the Zone family, and I have been burdened with a hateful fate since I was born. Gaara's eyes were high and high, as if she were looking at a poor creature. It's so pitiful that you have no resentment but no ability to resist them. Even your life is in the hands of the Zone family. Gaara had a sinister smile on his face, and he hinted in a dangerous tone. Only by killing them and everyone in the clan can you prove your existence. Only by killing them all can you escape from that prison. Kill, 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 kill. This is your only way out. Kill them all. As long as they are alive, everything you have is just a plaything at home. Hyuga Neji's pupils shrank and his heart felt cold. This madman cannot be allowed to continue talking. 8 trigrams air palm. Neji's whole body was like waving a long whip. Using all the strength of his body, he used his waist to twist and wave his palms to shoot out in the air. Boom! The palm force tore open the air, and an invisible wave of air spurted out from Neji's palm. Invisible air waves came out of the palm, the air was torn apart, and the amazing palm force squeezed out the air, making a huge explosion. Did I say the central thing? Did you become angry because of embarrassment? Gaara laughed. In front of him, rolling yellow sand spread from the ground, as if being pulled by invisible hands. The barrier built by the yellow sand was like a dirty eggshell, resisting Neji's attack. The violent airflow and turbulent wind, even blocked by the yellow sand barrier, still blew Gaara unable to stand up straight. Gaara laughed loudly. As soon as he was born, he became a tool. He was burdened with a mark that can never be erased. He was controlled by the Zone family about his life and death. From the moment he was born, he was burdened with a hateful fate. Hyaga Niji, faced with such a fate, what choice would you make? There was resentment hidden in Gaara's tone. Like a wretch, he is groveling in front of the Zone family. Seeing that all the hard work has become an embellishment of the family's honor. Even my own children will inherit this despicable fate. They will be marked as defective products from birth. It's better to put everything on the line and risk your life to resist. Oh, no, you are bound by the caged bird, and even the power of resistance has been deprived of you. Gaara smiled grimly. You don't have the power to kill them. What a dirty, disgusting fate. You're too noisy. Hyaga Niji's voice was cold. I said, it's completely useless to use words to interfere with me. Use your strength, don't you want to kill me? Gaara stopped smiling. Come on, Hyaga Niji, kill as much as you like. Bet on my life, bet on your life. A fight of life and death will determine who has the qualifications to exist. He laughed. If you can satisfy me, after killing you, maybe I will send your condolences to the Hyaga clan and the losers of the clan for you who cannot resist. Gaara mobilizes the chakra throughout the body. The yellow sand in the sky swept up, and giant hands pulled up from the ground were like piranhas that smelled the smell of blood, swarming towards them. Countless rough and cold hands surrounded Niji from all directions. There was hysterical glee in his voice. Show your strength. You, who cannot resist fate, and I, who are destined to kill everyone. The result of such a fight is destined from the beginning of the day. Niji's tone was cold. A truly strong man will never be swayed by words. Words from dead people have no value. Faced with countless attacks, Niji's whole body was released with violent chakra. The acupoints all over the body, with a large amount of chakra, are like exploding from the inside of the body, with violent airflow impacting outwards without any dead ends. On top of the stands, Hyaga Hayashi stared at Gaara with an ugly expression. That damn sand shinobi actually wants to sow discord between the Hyaga clan, the branch house and the clan. Seeing Niji using his secret technique, Hyaga Hayashi's expression became more solemn. Revolving heaven indeed. He really mastered the secrets of the 570 clan. He is really an amazing genius. Hyaga Hayashi knows the moves Niji uses very well. This is a special secret skill passed down from generation to generation in the clan. Rely on Byakugan's 360-degree comprehensive perspective to observe everything around you and sense your opponent's attacks. At the moment of being attacked, a large amount of chakra is released from various points in the body. With its high-speed rotating body, it uses an invisible chakra barrier to deflect all attacks. This is a secret technique that only Byakugan can master. Without the assistance of Byakugan, even Jonin can only release chakra from some special parts such as hands, feet, or mouth. Only under Byakugan's flawless perspective and with complete control over the body can chakra's attacks be released from acupuncture points throughout the body. This is a powerful secret technique that is difficult for any clan to master. Looking at Niji in the field, Hyaga Hayashi felt uneasy. With his talent, he can discover the potential of Byakugan and Gentle Fist. Hyaga Niji's talent is even higher than that of the clan. Will Sand Shinobi's word shake him? As a member of the branch house, will he hold a grudge against the Zone family? 8. Afterwards, Hyaga Hayashi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He is just a branch house and is engraved with caged bird. In this way, he cannot escape the control of the Zone family no matter what in the stands. The atmosphere became solemn and strange. A Sand Shinobi actually exposed the darkest side of the wealthy family in Konoha village in front of everyone. Such a picture is really unimaginable. Is this what Niji is carrying? Xiaoli clenched his fists and hit the guardrail hard. Niji never told us this. He finally understood why Niji never regarded himself as a genius even though he was a genius. Niji never relaxes in training, never slacks off. He is like the most ordinary ninja, trying his best to thirst for power. It turns out that Niji's life is even heavier than his. Bearing such a fate, even the ability to resist was deprived by the Zone family. Faced with such a dirty and ugly life, Niji could do nothing but move forward. Niji, Xiaoli looked at Niji from a distance, with thousands of thoughts rising in his heart. Elder brother. Tian rested his head on Tiank's shoulder, feeling the warmth from his brother. A warmth arose in her heart. Brother, it's great to have you. Everything Gaara said made her feel chilled. Niji's relatives, the head clan of the Hyaga clan, are really disgusting. Tiank touched her sister's shoulder. We're going to change that. He has always been searching for strength. It is precisely because he knows that the strong have the privilege to change the world and make the world follow their own wishes. The weak can only bear all the unreasonable burdens imposed by bad luck. In the battlefield, Gaara and Hyaga Niji, who broke out with all their strength, showed the most exciting showdown in the finals. The two are evenly matched and facing each other tit for tat. Niji's speed is far superior to Gaara's. Although the physical skills of Gentle Fist are not as fast and fierce as those of Steel Fist style, but when it comes to controlling oneself and swaying freely, it is even better. Niji surrounded Gaara and kept attacking. Gaara controls the yellow sand, constantly attacking and counterattacking. In a small space, Niji is like walking in a forest of swords and swords. In front of you, behind you, in the sky, and underground, there will be various attacks at any time. Whoosh whoosh, bang bang bang. The yellow sand turned into an arm, and the yellow sand turned into a rain of swords, guns, and swords. A continuous offensive launched a fierce attack on Niji. But all this has no effect. With 360-degree vision, he will never be attacked or attacked. Niji has 360-degree vision for absolute defense. Any attack from Gaara will be invisible to Niji's white eyes. Niji's attack was also blocked by Gaara. With multiple layers of protection, sand barrier, and sand armor, Gaara is like an immortal monster. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly launched an attack with all his strength. This is a battle between a genius with absolute defense and a monster with absolute defense. When Niji's attack was blocked again by Gaara's sand armor, Gaara shouted, "Come on, come up with your more powerful attacks. You can't hurt me with your weak physical skills alone." After his repeated attempts failed, the murderous intention accumulated in Gaara's heart could not be vented, and her whole body felt like it was going to explode. He looked ferocious and roared, "Where is your hatred? Where is your murderous intention?" 8 Trig Ram's sword palm. After failing to attack continuously, Niji switched his attack and used a more powerful attack technique. Chakra nature transformation, turns into invisible chakra scalpel. The sharp blade tore through the air, making a harsh whistle. The terrifying offensive cut through Gaara's sand armor in one fell swoop, leaving thin wounds on Gaara's body. A warm touch slid down Gaara's cheek. "This is blood?" Gaara, who had never been injured before, was stunned for a moment. Before Gaara could react, Niji came close again. He was like a spinning top, spinning around Gaara at high speed. CE. His hands transformed into countless palm prints, hitting Gaara's body one after another along the slits that were cut. Niji surrounds Gaara and attacks continuously. Rubbles flew everywhere, and the sand armor on Gaara's body was shattered by the continuous rapid attacks. Finally, Niji gathered the power of rotation, concentrated all the power on his body, and suddenly exploded, powerful across the mountain. Boom! Gaara was like a baseball, erupted by Niji's full force, and was knocked far away. Puff! Gaara was in the air, spurting out large mouthfuls of blood. Gaara, who was knocked away, howled like a wounded beast. He howled loudly. "This pain, this feeling, this is what hurts." Gaara stood up again, transformed into a twisted monster. A layer of strange armor composed of yellow sand, and a mask covered with strange patterns, have covered Gaara's body. Gaara slowly stood up and laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha ha, that's what it feels like." There was hysterical madness hidden in his voice. "I finally know why killing makes me feel happy." He clutched his chest. "The hole in your heart can never be healed, so use the pain on your body to cover up the hole in your heart. Kill those who can hurt me and take everything from them. This can prove my existence and that I am still alive." In the stands, Niji's repeated attacks attracted everyone's attention, and Gaara's twisted changes were even more shocking. This monster. Xiaoli couldn't help but feel frightened. With such an attack, ordinary people would have been killed long ago. This guy can still fight, it's not like a human being. Seeing Gaara's changes, TNK sighed. In terms of defense and survivability alone, the One Tails Jinchuriki is far superior to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With such an attack, even Naruto would be beaten to death. It just so happens that Gaara is always covered with a protective shell anytime and anywhere. Fortunately, Gaara doesn't know taijutsu, otherwise, such a person would be the nemesis of taijutsu ninjas. Even Chunin and Jonin could only barely break through Gaara's defense with all their strength. Only those powerful ninjutsu can really hurt Gaara. Wounded Gaara, like a mad beast stalk. Gaara, whose face is half covered with a strange sandstone mask, has fangs. His face was distorted, and saliva flowed down from his big mouth that couldn't be closed, down his fangs. Gaara turned into a real monster. He howled incoherently, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Seeing Gaara's twisted and weird look, Niji looked solemn. This monster has a defense harder than a turtle shell. Just use that trick. Gaara, half of his face covered with a strange sandstone mask, revealed his fangs. Like a mad beast, he bared his teeth and claws and attacked Niji desperately. Die! He stretched out his right claw and launched a fierce attack at Niji. The huge claws are larger than half a human body. The beast's claws are covered with pits and strange lines, like rock patterns that have been eroded by the wind. Facing Gaara's attack, Niji's body fell down, and an invisible aura filled his body. He stepped on 8 Trig Rams and disappeared from Gaara's eyes in an instant. Aha! Gaara used a pair of upgraded Scarlet Beast pupils to search for traces of Niji. In the blind spot of Gaara's sight, a big foot suddenly kicked him into the air. Niji appeared again, his hands shining with a faint white light. He was like a whirlwind, wrapping Gaara heavily. left, right, front, back. In an instant, Niji appeared in every direction around Gaara. His whole body turned into a mass of afterimages, surrounding Gaara with one person's power. Ba, ba, bang, bang, pa, 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 pa. It's like peeling off a cocoon, like a cook peeling off a cow. Niji's palms turned into afterimages, like sharp blades 403, constantly cutting and attacking Gaara's rock-like body. The rocks shattered and debris flew everywhere. The sand armor on Gaara's body is like layers of eggshells, being continuously peeled off during high-speed rotation. There was a bang, as if the guard had been lifted. Gaara, who had regained her human form, seemed to have had her protective shell removed and was shot into the sky again. Niji stood under Gaara. Niji quickly struck out. Invisible air waves formed a huge circular field around him. The invisible energy is like invisible needles, constantly stabbing through the air. The acupuncture points all over Niji's body release invisible chakra needles, which penetrate into the meridians and acupuncture points all over Gaara's body. Gentle Fist Law 8 trigrams 128 palms. After a dazzling attack, Gaara fell heavily to the ground. Boom! Finally, this time he didn't get up again. Finished? The series of battles just now left everyone almost breathless. Such a monster, such a battle, is simply not like a battle between genin, or even a battle between chinin. The audience in the stands fell into an inexplicable tension. Will he get up again? For a long time, Gaara couldn't stand up. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shiranui Genma quickly walked to Gaara and looked at his situation. Finally, he raised his hand and signaled. Hyaga Niji won the competition. Thunderous applause erupted on the field. Yeah, Xiaoli pumped his fist and shouted, Niji won. Niji's victory simply made him happier than his own victory. Everyone in the stands who was paying attention to Niji breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is really not easy. This was a wonderful showdown and a wonderful victory. Competition is over. Sand Shinobis Tamari and Kankuro immediately jumped into the field, and they quickly ran to Gaara. After checking Gaara's condition, they breathed a sigh of relief, only to be knocked unconscious. In the stands, Hyaga Hayashi frowned. Hyaga Niji's strength far exceeded his imagination. In this battle, Niji used, in addition to Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams 64 palms, and many more attack moves that even he didn't recognize. Hyaga Hayashi felt awestruck in his heart. This guy's strength is almost catching up with mine. He even improved the Gentle Fist, improved the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and it was a monster. This is something that no head of the clan has ever done. 8 trigrams 64 palms is to pierce one's own chakra into 64 large points around the enemy's body to restrict and block the flow of the opponent's chakra. This is the secret sealing technique unique to the Gentle Fist method. In an instant, 64 acupuncture points, as tiny as pinpricks, were penetrated. The difficulty of this technique was simply beyond one's imagination. Unexpectedly, Niji from the branch house not only mastered the secret technique of this sect without being taught, but he even improved it. The attack he just launched far exceeded 64 palms. Hyaga Hayashi felt uneasy in his heart. Hyaga Niji's talent is far beyond my imagination. People in branch house have completely surpassed home. Such a genius cannot be allowed to hate the Zone family. He should be the force that protects the clan. Hyaga Hayashi made a decision in his heart. In the end, I still have to rely on you, Hisashi. He sighed in his heart. Hisashi, I didn't expect that after you died, you left me a good son. As a brother, I have to thank you. I will not let your children go astray. I think that's what you hoped for when you left those words. Niji will protect the clan with his life and strengthen the Hyaga clan just like you. The branch house is also a member of the Hyaga family. The branch house who protects the clan with his life deserves respect from the clan. Seeing that Niji seemed to be too exhausted from the battle, he walked into the medical lounge. Hyaga Hayashi walked into the lounge. Niji was still recalling the battle just now when he saw Hyaga Hayashi, who suddenly walked in. He asked in a cold voice, "What's the matter?" "I'm here to tell you the truth about that day," Hyaga Hayashi said in a gentle tone. "Before your father decided to sacrifice, at that time, I had already thought about dying." Seeing Niji's silence, Hyaga Hayashi continued. "It may be hard for you to believe, but things are not what you think." Hyaga Hayashi's eyes were a little distracted, as if he was recalling what happened at that time. At that time, the Kingdom of Thunder threatened Konoha with the death of its ninja leader. If they could not get my body, they would launch a war against Konoha. At that time, the village had just experienced a war, and everyone expected peace. No one wanted to continue the war, and I was ready to die. That day, when we were discussing with the Hokage, my father told me that the mission of the clan is to forever protect the bloodline of the Hyaga family. As a clan member, I cannot let the bloodline of the Hyaga clan leak out. In order to protect the secret of the Byakugan, my father asked Hisashi to die in my place. My father convinced my younger brother Hisashi. Hyaga Hayashi's tone was a little sad. Before he died, Hisashi told me that he hated the clan. He was not trying to protect the clan. He was trying to protect his brother, his tribe, the village, and you. He was willing to sacrifice his life to stop the war. This was his active choice. He wanted me to tell you not to resent the clan. He died to protect you, to protect his tribe and relatives. He is a hero. That's the way it is. Hayaga Hayashi lowered his head and said in a guilty tone, "This time, I am conveying his last words to you as Hisashi's brother, not as the head of the clan." Niji did not inquire about the details of the matter, but asked, "Lord Clan Chief, can you change the system of the Hayaga family, clan house, and branch house?"